Jokic goes to the left hand, gets down the lane, kick out three, Strother. Yeah! That's a timely basket there by Julian Strother. And now a timeout called by J.J. Redick. Clock winding down. Strother baseline floater is good. And this might be the game of the year for Strother. I mean, what does he have? I'm not a big stats guy, but he's playing well. Brown throws it off to Jokic inside the arc. Working against Jackson Hayes. Puts it on the floor. He's in the paint. Turnaround hook shot. Good! Big bucket there. Denver leads it by 3, 114 to 111. Bruce Brown has it back over to Jokic. 25 seconds left to go in the game. Denver leads it by 3. Jokic floater. Yeah! 2-possession game for Denver. 5 seconds. 5-point lead with 22 seconds to go. Timeout, LA. What a bucket. There's the horn in Denver. The Nuggets win it wire to wire. They get a 1.5 game lead on the LA Lakers in the playoff standings. Triple-double by Joker. Final tonight from Denver. Nuggets 120, Lakers 113. And do I dare say, you can go ahead and take that L on the way out.
And it's just basketball. At the end of the day, it's just basketball.
You like getting nailed by the king?
I love the petty nature of Nelly. He will take any opportunity to play that. Whenever the Nuggets beat the Lakers or beat LeBron, it is, hey, at the end of the day, it's just basketball.
And the last thing is, I think I just made it look too easy.
Look, a great win that was absolutely necessary. You had a team that was a half game back you heading into that. You could have dropped to the 6th seed if you lose that game. Instead, you're a game and a half up on the Lakers, who were the 6th seed, and you were the 5. Tied with Houston, both at 9.5 games back of Oklahoma City, and Minnesota is only a game up of you for the 3 seed. You had to turn the tide at some point. And hopefully, fingers crossed, that this was the last game that you're going to play without one or both of Aaron Gordon and Peyton Watson. They closed the game. Now, winning down the stretch with the game close has not been something that's common this year. I still see a lot of the problems late in games that we have discussed already. It felt a little bit like the Nuggets gave opportunities to the Lakers in which they didn't capitalize on. Now you win, and I'm going to take that one, and hopefully they can build up some confidence for late in that game. But remember, that was a 14-point game with 9.5 minutes left that came down to the wire. Once it got close, you hit some buckets. You were able to keep them at bay. But there was moments where, with 3.5 minutes left, you're up 6 points. That goes down to 4. That goes down to 2. You start turning the ball over again. Austin Reeves misses his second free throw with 2 minutes left to keep you up by 1. As Kaz pointed out in the call, you did win wire to wire. You were up the entire game. All I'm saying is there was still a lot of opportunities that the Lakers had to try and close that game out that I think that they fumbled away or missed. So you still have things to work on here, but it's nice to get a win in the clutch against a team that matters and a team that's going to be battling and jockeying for playoff position like you are. I'm happy. I still see some flaws. And one of them is they continue to turn the ball over. Can't do that. Joker, for, again, box score-wise, very good game, efficient, another triple-double, 9 turnovers, too much. I feel like they did better with the small guy guarding him thing. You know, they put Marcus Smart on him to bother him. They had another moment where it's like he's boxing out his legs and Jokic kind of falls on top of him. It feels like they're starting to figure that out a little bit. But what you really get, you get a great game from Julian Strawther. And if there's one thing I'm highly encouraged by, it is that Julian Strawther is, to me, a trustworthy, consistent piece of this team now. He's not going to be a starter when both of your guys return in AG and P-Watt, but he is somebody that you can throw out there and let him sharpshoot. The idea that I had before the season started was him and Tim Hardaway Jr. would be battling for kind of the same role. Now I think you can use both. It doesn't have to be one or the other. Like what Strawther has that not a lot of these guys can do, that little dribble drive floater that he has in his arsenal is a pretty unique thing because he can put it 14, 15 feet in the air on a little floater, and he's pretty damn accurate with it. I like what he's bringing to the table. I cannot wait for this team and what they look like when guys are fully healthy. I mean, you got a game last night, which you're starting Zeke at the 4. He plays 24 minutes. Mostly unrecognizable in that time. You get Aaron Gordon and Peyton Watson back. I just want to see the full gamut of what we're going to get out of this team. We've had 10 games in which they've all been healthy. 10. And that was at the very beginning of the season. You have to go all the way back. God, when did the season start, Nelly? It was late October, right? You have to go all the way back to October 23rd through, let's see here, November 11th. That's the last time you had everybody in your starting five, everybody that is part of your key rotation, healthy and ready to go. And maybe that changes tonight as they take on the Knicks. You know, for a team that you have high aspirations for, and it feels a little bit, I can't remember what season it was for the Avs. The Avs had one of these, though, where it's just like it was that velvet rope outside the club. And they said, nobody else comes in until somebody comes out. Whenever you've gotten somebody healthy, it feels like somebody else exits. And hopefully, knock on wood, that's about to change. Texture says, time for Brett to change his tune on the Nuggets. I don't think so. Look, it's a good win last night. As I said, there was still opportunities that the Nuggets were giving the LA Lakers to take that from them. And I'll point straight to a couple of moments. Again, you start that fourth quarter, you're up a couple minutes into that, 14 points. The score is 102-88. That's with 9:47 left in the game. And that thing gets dwindled down to 112-110 with 2 minutes left. Jokic gets a bucket. It's 114-111. And then here's what happens. You push that game to a 3-point lead with 1:45 left. Marcus Smart misses a 3. Then Bruce Brown misses a 3. Then Marcus Smart misses a 3 again because I don't know why they keep going to him to make the shot. And then Jamal misses a 3, but you get the offensive rebound and Jokic makes the floater, and that's what ends the game. They had opportunities. Good on the Nuggets for playing good defense, closing this game out, forcing them to go to the one guy who was, quote, open, was like the worst shooter that was on the floor. But I'm still I'm holding out hope, as I have the whole time. I think I've said this 5 times. I'm crossing fingers and toes and teeth and ears and tongues and arms and legs and testicles. That when you get these guys healthy, this looks a little bit cleaner, especially at the end of games. You were wire to wire in that game. That's great. 14-point lead dwindled down to Lakers make a 3 and you're in big trouble at the end of that game. Don't like that. You know, we talk about closing. It's not always, hey, the game is close and you got to put the screws on them. It also can be, we're up 14, let's not play any starters at the end of the game. That's also closing. I'm highly encouraged. That's a great win yesterday against a very, very good team and one that was a necessity. But there's still a lot of room to improve, is all I'm saying. You get Jokic with the 28-point triple-double. Again, don't love the 9 turnovers that were in that game. I still think that's going to be a feeling out process for this new sort of way that teams are trying to guard him and make him not uncomfortable as much as out of rhythm. It's like you've been playing basketball for your entire life, and then all of a sudden you're seeing something that is brand new in the way to guard you. And this is now, I mean, Nelly, you saw this as well as anybody else. This isn't a one-off. This feels like the new way that teams are going to guard Jokic. What are you giggling about back there? I said, Nelly, what are you giggling about back there? What's going on?
Did you see what Vic sent in our group chat? Russell Westbrook going at the media in Sacramento. I'm just listening to that, and it's pretty good. We can save it till 7 a.m. if we want, or we can get into it later in the appetizer. But he just goes after the media in the press conference after the Kings game. He's got no toots left to give. He's all out of toots.
Well, when you're somebody that, like, you're at the tail end of your career, you've never won a championship, and you want to be part of something, as he was last year, give yourself an opportunity to try and win a title, and then you end up joining the worst team in the NBA, yeah, your give a bleep meter is probably at an all-time low.
Well, the thing that really made me laugh in particular, so he starts going at all the media in the post-game press conference, and he goes, right now, none of you guys have anything to say, but online in your articles, you got a lot to say. So if you got something to say to me,
yeah.
say to my face right now. You got anybody got anything to say? And then the whole room's quiet. And he says, see, you guys like writing stuff, but I'm here. So you don't know me. You don't know this team. Say something to me. And the whole room's quiet. And then one guy raises his hand and walks up to the mic. And he's like, yeah, Russ, you guys have the worst record in the NBA. And he goes, see, thank you. Let's talk.
Look, there's one thing
God.
about him. I know that people seem to have problems with Russell Westbrook. I didn't. I think for that edge that he has, it makes his game better. It does not fit what the Nuggets need right now, but it fit last year. You needed somebody like him last year. Now, whatever. I think with the Nuggets, great win. Yes, it was wire to wire. I still think you could have finished the game better, but at least you closed it out for the W, which has been a drastic and wild change from what we have previously seen. You know, the Nuggets really, from the start of the game, played with an intensity that you love to see in that first quarter. Came out of the gates hot. Jamal gets the and one to start things off. And then they just kept putting it to him. When you start a game 11-0, it's about maintaining that afterwards. And they did so up until the fourth quarter with about 10 minutes left, in which they let go of the leash a little bit, and it became a close game. So a lot more to discuss with this. 303-504-0925. Reminder, Nuggets fans, blood donations are needed every day to help patients in Colorado, so Vitalant and the Nuggets are joining together to save lives this March. Schedule your donation at vitalant.org/Denver Nuggets, or at any Vitalant donation center during the month of March. You could win an autographed Nuggets jersey. Just go to vitalant.org/Denver Nuggets for more info and to schedule your blood donation today. So, Lot to get to today because we have a lot going on. We have, first of all, Double Dipperoo tonight. Avs and Stars, huge game. Nuggets and Knicks. Shortly after that, that one's going to be on AM 950. We have a trade to talk about for the Avs that we'll get to in just a moment. If you're into the World Baseball Classic, the U.S. plays tonight as well. So a whole bunch going on. Stick around.
But you don't know me, right? So you don't know anything about me. Not you personally. Thank you. That's good. Anybody else? You guys have any comments about how we play, what we doing? You guys are quiet today, but you guys have a lot of comments when the game's going on, when after the game, what we doing, what we should be doing, how we should be doing it. I'm confused. Oh, let me hear. You must have been in our film session too.
I'm not in your film session, but you guys have the worst record in the NBA.
Cool.
You guys
Oh,
have,
that voice crack.
been bottom 3 in offense and defense throughout the year.
Perfect.
So, I mean, I think that's fair to.
What's fair?
It's fair to point that out.
Yeah, that's been pointed out, but that's not the only thing that's been talked about. What else is to point out?
I'm just saying that I don't think the team's very good.
I'm not in your film session, but you guys have the worst record in the NBA.
I will say this. I don't know who that guy is. It's tough. Look, when a player is like trying to have a battle with you one-on-one, you don't want to make the press conference about you and him getting into it, because then it ends up sounding like that, who was it? Was it Draisaitl? The guy who goes, why are you so pissy? Like, it ends up sounding a lot like that.
Why are you so pissy?
And you don't want to get into that sort of back and forth with somebody either. So, I mean, it doesn't matter if it's Russell Westbrook or if it's the 12th guy on the bench doing that at the press conference setting. He's going to sound like the guy in charge.
But did you see that Westbrook did his best Sean Payton impression? Reminded me of a infamous soundbite on our show.
Been bottom 3 in offense and defense throughout the year.
Perfect.
Yeah, we'll get back to that in a little bit. I do want to talk about this Avs trade from yesterday, and I got to tell you, I am confused by the reaction. The reason why you trade for a Nicholas Waugh is to add a little bit of grit and griminess to the roster. And Nelly, I just talked for, 8 minutes yesterday about Avs fans' reactions to the roster construction of this team. And here's what I heard. I heard they need to get bigger and more physical. And I said, this is the kind of team where they are built on speed and skill, not off size and physicality. It doesn't mean you can't have a little bit of both on your team. But I was trying to make the point that you need, with the way that this team is built, to have guys who can move and skate and shoot and all that different kind of stuff. You want to add a couple of pieces of gritty sandpaper to it? I think that that's totally fine.
The sandpaper.
You have your main sort of course, your main entree. And then you have your sides. And to me, the sides are the big physical guys. This dude's 6'4". He's 200 and some pounds. He plays a physical brand of hockey. And the reaction that I saw yesterday from Avs fans was, what are we doing? This guy's slow. And I don't know how to handle or process, I guess more accurately, the way that this team is perceived. Like, here's what's crazy to me, and I don't know if the Avs are done or not. They still have a lot of room if they want to make another move today before 1 o'clock. And of course, when did that trade news go down? Like 10:01 yesterday, right after the show got done. The thing with this trade, it adds a reliable piece to your third line. You continue to have depth. You didn't trade away Ross Colton for this. You still have a ton of depth down the center. And it gives you options. But he is going to be your third line center. And you're going to have some grit within that group now. Like, getting a little bit of a dose of that, I think, is a great move. Trying to reorganize your roster into a group full of guys that look like Nicholas Waugh is just not going to happen, and it's not the way that the Avs play. But it gives you a nice change of pace. Like, I don't know what's upsetting, and people are like, maybe it's the the value that you gave up, trading a first-round pick and a fifth-round pick in order to get him. I've been on record when it comes to the Avs, the Nuggets, the Broncos. I don't care about our picks right now. It's about winning a title. And especially with the Avs, draft somebody in the first round and maybe he's not ready for 3 years. I don't want to wait. Now's the time. And I love that the front office is operating that way. I think every team in the position of where the Avs are, or the Nuggets are, or where the Broncos are, should all operate under this same sort of train of thought. We're in a window. I don't care about the future. We need to capitalize on the now. Championship windows! You have to. It's the only way to go about it. I don't care what they gave up to get Nicholas Waugh, and you won't either if they're hoisting the Stanley Cup at the end of the year. That's the whole point. But this isn't this isn't anything that shifts up your top six, which I think is playing at a high level. It's my main concern yesterday was that it is something that helps you in the depth category. And if I had to point to one way that the Avs really had an advantage when they went on their cup run a few years back, it was that your third and fourth lines kicked the asses of other teams. Now, a texter says they're upset because he isn't Kadri or Ryan O'Reilly. I don't know if you guys saw the news. They had a deal in place for Kadri. They were going to get him. And the Flames ownership was the one who stepped in and put the kibosh on it. That's out of your control. And so after that happens, think about this. This deal, Nelly, we've seen rumors for a week that they've been talking to Calgary about Kadri. They've probably had that been their not sole focus, but priority, because that would be the biggest move of this trade deadline. And when you get a deal done only to have that nixed at the last second, what I'm confused by is, if they didn't want to do the trade, ownership had to be aware that they were having talks of this. Why the hell were you even allowing them to talk to each other? If you were just going to say no at the end of it anyway, as the ownership group was going to say no. So probably what happened was they had that stuff, what they felt like was all set in stone, and they had to pivot in a hurry. And I think pivoting to somebody, look, it's similar in this sense. What would Kadri bring to this team? What did he bring to the team years ago? Grit. Griminess. Sort of a bleep hole. That's what Nicholas Waugh is doing now. Providing that when you get to the postseason, the whistles get swallowed by the refs, do you have somebody that can match physical intensity? The answer now is yes, we got one of those guys. And he's a pretty good player. That too. This isn't somebody you just trot out there to hope he fights at some point. He's got ability. It is not your typical Avalanche style, which again is built off high skill and speed and all that. He doesn't have that. But he brings a different element to the team that I think is something that was probably missing. All those years that he had in Vegas, damn good player. I heard Raj talking about it yesterday. Raj said, the one thing I can tell you about Nicholas Waugh is whenever we played Vegas, I hated that guy. I like to have a dude on my team that people hate. I like it. And here's the other thing. I mentioned this with both the Avs and the Nuggets organizations. Because I see these reactions immediately, and I'm not even saying this is most people or anything like that. But for the groups that are skeptical on moves that are made by the team, I ask one simple question. and this now applies to the Broncos too, I put them in the same category. Has the organization, front office, coach, ownership, all of it, have they earned your trust yet? Because if not, then what do they have to do? Like, whatever you think of Chris McFarland, has he not improved this roster immensely? Some of the problems that you've had were largely out of your control. The Val stuff, injuries, Landy being gone for 3 years. That's not something that you can just wave a magic wand and fix. It's not to say the resume's perfect. You trade for Georgiev, you give him an extension, Georgiev doesn't work. But one thing that they do almost immediately, whether it's Georgiev or Ryan Johansson or can't even remember the guy's name. Who did we trade for from Buffalo? Middleton. Not everything's going to be a slam dunk. But they are willing to admit immediately that they were wrong and fix it. And in this case, I thought when they picked up Nicholas Waugh that it was a great move from the jump. But even if I didn't, I think you look at the front office and say, you got a pretty damn good track record. Maybe I'll shut my yapper for a little bit and see how this plays out. And if they're wrong, then they're wrong. But I think it's pretty easy to see the direction that they're going. The Avs are by far the best team in hockey. They have 2 goalies that are top 5 in goals against and save percentage. They have an offense and a goal-scoring output that can hammer teams in a hurry. Defensively, very solid. Still working on the power play. It's been better since the Olympic break. But their penalty kills top 3. Like, they have all these different things. It's just a matter of can you find the right sort of mix for the postseason? And I think this is adding an extra ingredient into this roster that they didn't have before. People are saying Middlestat. What did I say? Did I say Middleton?
Middleton, yes.
Oh, yes, Middlestat, sorry.
Middlestat, Middleton,
Middlestat, Middleton,
blah,
blah, blah.
Bagged on.
Wait, wasn't there a Middleton, though, too?
Yeah,
Was it
Keaton
Keaton?
Middleton.
Keaton, yeah. My bad. They admit their mistakes, and they move off it. That's for sure. I just, for the people that hate this, and it's so bizarre to me. Like, Nelly, I was just arguing with people that size and physicality is not the way that this team is built, and that they're built on speed, and then everybody was telling me that I was incorrect. And then I see a move that's made for a big physical guy, and everybody's pissed that he's slow. No, it's kind of what we talked about, when we talk about the Broncos and their wide receiver group. And I say that Sean Payton has an obsession with tall guys, which, look, it's a great asset to be tall when you're a wide receiver. But everybody's 6'3". And nobody can be a game breaker except for Marvin Mims, but he's 5'10", so I guess that doesn't count. And it's like, well, I want a guy who's tall and fast. And they go, yeah. I'm sure everybody wants a wife that's super hot and nice. It ain't easy to find. You can find them. It ain't easy. I want a man who's hot and makes a lot of money and treats me well. Well, good luck with that. What's that chick say? 6'3", finance. Something, whatever that TikToker chick said. Yeah, everybody wants one of those. It's not the easiest thing to find.
Well, I'll tell you what, man, no woman wants, and I'm sorry to keep coming back to this. I'm trying to grab some cuts of this Russell Westbrook thing.
Yeah.
That poor reporter needs to get a lozenge before he goes back into the next presser, because
Did it happen again?
Again, check this out.
I just think in sports when
Listen to that throat clear after.
I just think in sports when
Yeah, that's tough because he's probably just got some sort of allergy thing or he's a little bit sick, but it makes him sound like he's scared to death.
Oh my God, he sounds like the guy from Ratatouille. Not the rat, the human.
Yeah.
Remy, that's his name.
I like the move, and it's a huge game tonight. The Avs and the Stars. I mean, we kind of talked about it. If you win tonight and then on Sunday against Minnesota, you've basically wrapped up this division. It'll be over. Because that'll put you at minimum 8 points up with a game in hand on Dallas. It'll put you, what would that be, 11 points up with 2 games in hand on Minnesota. Only a handful of games left, 22 games left. Like, it would feel very much like it's over. And so this one is huge. And it's huge for a couple of different reasons that we'll get to in just a couple of minutes. 303-504-0925, Denver Golfers. It's time for the Colorado Golf Expo, and it's bigger and better than ever. Today through Sunday at the National Western Center, loaded with gear, tech, simulators, a full indoor driving range, and free parking. So go check it out this weekend at the National Western Center. I do want to get to the game tonight with the Avs. Dallas Stars. Huge game. It will have a playoff feel. Why? Coach told us a couple of days ago. We'll get to it next. I just saw this tweet from last night from a Lakers fan where he says, there's not 5 guys in NBA history better than Jamal Murray versus the Lakers. Something about Jamal, man. If he sees red, like, it's over. Now, I want to get back to the Nuggets in a second. Huge, huge game tonight for both teams, but especially for the Avs. This is playing against a team that knocked you out last year. This is the only other team, I think, in the West that's going to be a challenge to you. This is an opportunity to put the one team challenging for the number 1 seed in the Western Conference kind of like way back with the rest of the pack. You can separate yourself into a tier of your own with a win today. And you hate them. It's that too. You know, Dallas, who has been just surging lately, 10-game win streak they're riding heading into this game, super confident, continuing to rack up points. We had Bednar on the show on Wednesday, and we asked him, this Friday, as you take on Dallas, how are you treating this game?
These are huge games. Like, we got to treat Friday like a playoff game, you know? That's why we're trying to relax and clear the heads today. We'll start focusing up tomorrow, and we'll get ready on Friday. Like, to me, that's a big one. It's a playoff game. We'll treat it that way, and you know, it's not necessarily do or die, win or go home, but it's a big game, and I want to see our guys treat it that way. And
I love it.
You know what it is? You know what it is?
Yeah.
It's really good practice for playoffs.
Yeah,
that's what it is.
He's totally right. You get to that moment of you can sort of sniff the playoffs coming. You know the teams that are contenders and the teams that aren't. You know the teams that you're going to be facing and the teams that you likely won't. This is going to be one of them that at some point, we all know it, it's going to be Avs and Stars at some point in that postseason, and the winner of that is likely going to be the reps of the Western Conference. This is an opportunity to get one over on them. This is a chance to prove that you are the big dog in this league. And that whenever a team like Dallas is looking towards playing a team like the Avs, they're gonna have to look up in the standings, and it's a team that you don't want to face. But more than that, you have to be able to get sort of this monkey off your back. Dallas, for whatever reason, has had your number over the last few years. They got you. Sometimes you just got to admit it. You know, in the case of the Nuggets, Minnesota was that team for the last couple of years. In the opposite case, you've had the Lakers number for a number of years. Dallas has got you. You need to treat this game as if it's a playoff game because I think the perception of getting a win against them right now is huge. And I think Bednar is along the same wavelength, as you just heard. If the Avs can draw a couple of penalties, get a power play goal on the board, and get the dub, it would be like everything coming together in the perfect way. Give you confidence on the power play, give you confidence in beating Dallas, give you confidence because you are number 1 with a bullet in the Western Conference now, and it would take a pretty heavy collapse to lose it. But this team, I think, needs this one tonight. And you can hear that right here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, starting at 6 o'clock with the puck drop. On the opposite side, the Nuggets are coming off a big win last night against the Lakers. They're coming off a back-to-back. Hopefully, we see one or both of Peyton Watson and Aaron Gordon. It sounds like AG is the one that's closer to getting back. And I would actually be kind of surprised if he doesn't play tonight. He's been ramping things up. He's been participating in practice. He's been doing all the right steps to get himself back ready and on the floor. To me, with the hamstring and soft tissue stuff, you do your due diligence, you get your work done, you do your rehab, you have the slow on-ramp to get back to playing. But at some point, it's like you're either ready or you're not. And if AG does come back tonight, I think it will provide a massive boost. I don't know if it fixes all of the ills and problems that you have with the Nuggets. I don't know if it fixes late game defense. I don't know if it fixes clutch time. I don't know if it fixes maybe the way that Joker is being guarded lately. But it certainly helps. And if he can get back into the lineup, provide a little bit of an extra boost against a good team, Eastern Conference, Knicks, very talented. The last time you played them was that double overtime game that was in early February that you lost 134 to 127. A chance to get a little bit of revenge, defend home floor, all that good stuff, and then you can rest up Saturday, Sunday, and get ready for Oklahoma City on Monday, which will be a massive game. So all of that is kind of on the line this weekend for both the Avs and the Nuggets, but hopefully with the Nuggets, we see an added piece to the lineup that hasn't been there in a long time. And I've always felt, these two guys, for their situations and what they provide for their teams, are very similar. Aaron Gordon is to the Nuggets what Val Nichushkin is to the Avs. What they provide feels pretty irreplaceable because they do kind of everything at a high level, but not elite. Val Nichushkin, can he score? Yes. Can he skate? Yeah. Can he defend? Yes. Can he provide something on the power play? Sure. Can he provide something on the penalty kill? Yeah. Does he do any of those at a super high elite level? Not really. And AG is kind of the same way. Can he score? Yep. Can he shoot? Yeah. Can he rebound? Yes. Can he play defense? Yes. Can he cut? Yep. Like he does all those different things, but it's never going to be to the level of being recognized as like an all-star. But the value that he brings to his team, his respective team, feels irreplaceable. And you know that because they've tried to replace it with about 18 different dudes and nobody can do it. So if he's back on the floor tonight, which I feel like there's a decent chance that that's going to happen, it would be huge. Provide a massive boost to a lineup that needs size, physicality, all that different stuff. So we're back for another double dip tonight on Altitude Sports Radio. The Avs head to Dallas to face the Stars. Pregame for the Avs starts at 5:30 on 92.5. The Nuggets host the Knicks, and you can hear that coverage on AM 950. That pregame starts at 6:30, and all pregame is powered by Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney. Visit ramoslaw.com for more. Once more for the double dip, Avs on 92.5 and the Nuggets on AM 950. So, with a few minutes left here, I didn't know this could happen, by the way, as I'm going to be intaking the World Baseball Classic. So this morning, early this morning, 3 a.m., I wasn't watching, but Japan was taking on Chinese Taipei. Japan put up 13 runs in the first 3 innings. Shohei Ohtani hit a grand slam. And they got run ruled. Taipei did. Which I didn't know was a thing, that they can just end a game after 7 innings if you're down by 10. Now, this is something that I've seen in high school baseball before, or Little League. Have not seen this in a stage that has professionals in it. But if you're down more than 10 after 7 innings, they're like, that's it, we're done. Now, Japan had 13 runs through 3 innings. Chinese Taipei had a single hit through 7. If that gives you any indication on how that game was going. So I kind of enjoy the run roll. Let's just get this over with and be done, please. But the U.S. plays later today. It's going to be at 6 o'clock against Brazil. on Fox if you're into that sort of thing, which I think you should be. Go America. Let's try and bring home another gold in something, huh? We got both the hockey ones. Add a baseball one to it. 303-504-0925. You can watch the show on Twitch, twitch.tv. Search Altitude SR on the search bar, the Altitude TV simulcast, and that is the Safeway Twitch feed. Order online, Safeway does the rest. Get easy delivery or free pickup at the same great deals. Get started at Safeway.com or in the app. Safeway, fresh foods, local flavors. You can also watch on YouTube. Search Altitude Sports Radio and don't miss anything from Denver's #1 sports station, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane on a huge day. Big game for the Avs, big game for the Nuggets. We get to all of it. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane next.
Jokic goes to the left hand, gets down the lane, kick out three, Strother. Yeah! That's a timely basket there by Julian Strother. And now a timeout called by J.J. Redick. Clock winding down. Strother baseline floater is good. And this might be the game of the year for Strother. I mean, what does he have? I'm not a big stats guy, but he's playing well. Brown throws it off to Jokic inside the arc. Working against Jackson Hayes. Puts it on the floor. He's in the paint. Turnaround hook shot. Good! Big bucket there. Denver leads it by 3, 114 to 111. Bruce Brown has it back over to Jokic. 25 seconds left to go in the game. Denver leads it by 3. Jokic floater. Yeah! 2-possession game for Denver. 5 seconds. 5-point lead with 22 seconds to go. Timeout, LA. What a bucket. There's the horn in Denver. The Nuggets win it wire to wire. They get a 1.5 game lead on the LA Lakers in the playoff standings. Triple-double by Joker. Final tonight from Denver. Nuggets 120, Lakers 113. And do I dare say, you can go ahead and take that L on the way out.
And it's just basketball. At the end of the day, it's just basketball. Jamal Murray made a shot.
You like getting nailed by the king?
Look, that's a big win yesterday. It was with a loss, you're the 6th seed. With a win, you're now back tied with Houston. You're sitting at the 5 because of win percentage stuff, but they're both 9.5 games back at first place. You're a game out of 3rd, so you're right back in that mix. I would say it's a very, very good win, a great game. I still have questions, Vic, Moj, boys.
Welcome back.
Welcome back, Moj. Does your shirt just say death, or is there something underneath it? All I see is death on your shirt.
That's all you need to know, Brett.
Okay, got it. There's one thing that I am, again, good win.
It says this.
Oh, death before disco. Gotcha. Well, it cut off right at the death part. I was like, that's an aggressive shirt for a Friday morning.
That's where his mind is right now.
But listen. I don't know how you guys feel. Good win. They did close the game out. I think there's different definitions on closing a game out, like when you're up 14 points with 9.5 minutes left to go and it's down to the last possession. I don't like that.
No,
okay,
we're not going to talk about style.
Okay,
we promised this yesterday.
I understand. I got it.
During this 7-game stretch, we looked at this yesterday, you and I, and said, if you win these games, these 7, style points don't matter.
I agree with you. Overall, I agree with you. I would still say made it a little bit more difficult than they had to. Well, sure. Is that fair?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sure. But you know what? When you think of it this way, they beat a Lakers team that was essentially fully stacked. The Lakers lost DeAndre Ayton. That guy. That's their problem.
Vic,
that guy.
Vic, he's being misused. Didn't you hear him last week?
They did so without their top 4 forwards. They don't have a forward right now.
Yep. You're playing Zeke 24 minutes. Like, that's not ideal. We all kind of know it.
A lot of things I want to get into regarding that game. A lot of tells that I want to talk to you guys about. But at the end of the day, I thought that was the Nuggets' biggest home win since the win at home against Minnesota on Christmas night.
Agreed.
Mark, do you agree?
I totally do. It was frustrating for me, though, down the stretch. The Joker turnovers, they bothered me a lot, especially late. You've got a 3-point lead. You've got an opportunity, and then again, it's just a tick off. He's trying to feed it to Jamal at the top of the 3-point line, and it's read well by the Lakers coming back the other way. It's just little things like that frustrate me right now, and maybe I'm nitpicking and maybe I'm allowing myself to be frustrated, but it did, and I'm thinking to myself, man, that's a lot for the big fella. 9 turnovers is a lot. In fact, I think he had more than the rest of the team combined.
I saw Adam Morris say this yesterday. I thought the same thing in the middle of the game. Jokic has, like, his greatest asset is probably touch, that or maybe IQ.
Yeah.
And he had that one play. It was like the block shot by Bruce Brown or short shot that he just kind of tipped up there and made. But he has had a few too many, like, His hands haven't looked the same since coming back. How about that?
One thing I noticed, I got a chance to work the game up close, literally on the floor.
Yeah, text in if you were able to touch Vic last night on your Apple Pro glasses.
Apple Vision Pros. I don't know how many people watching or listening to this show actually watched that game via that form, but if you did, hey. But watching the game up close, here's what I noticed. The grab. The old Vince Lombardi line. Grab. Every team is doing that now with Joker.
Yeah.
They're just trying to get away with it. And if they get called, they get called.
Van Gundy called it out. He's like, this is getting a little ridiculous what they're doing to Joker.
Did he really? I didn't listen to
over
the prime
over the
broadcast.
last few games.
Okay.
He's like, the way that they're defending Joker is pretty wild.
Well, what teams are doing, I noticed it. They're being taught, they're being coached. Just throw your hand in there, and we'll take our chances. If it's a foul, it's a foul. Who cares? Throw your hand in there.
Yeah,
and get a piece of skin, get some flesh.
It feels like it feels like it's a war of attrition. Like just keep doing it. They can't call everything, or they won't
100%.
call everything. That's
every
what it feels
single
like.
possession. Every single possession, I noticed it. Every single one, especially late. A guy from the backside, he'll get the ball, and it's just this. It's, everybody's just gnawing at him. And after a while, it gets crazy. You got to just sort of be patient. How do you fix that? What do you do about that? Because what do you think Oklahoma City does? Oklahoma City, they're a pack of hyenas.
When you say, what do you do about that, there's nothing you can do other than bring it to the attention of the refs. Like, you can't combat that by what?
But not all of it is fouling, is what I'm saying. Not all of it is fouling. They just bring the whole pack of players and they start gnawing at them.
Yeah.
And you got to make a read instantly in a split second, or it's a turnover.
That's where I feel like that. God, I really hope AG is back tonight. I'd be pretty disappointed if he wasn't, to be honest with you, because it feels like this game is set up for it. You don't play the first game of back to back.
He's back tonight.
He's back tonight.
He's back tonight.
Are you reporting this?
I'm not going to make it official until the team does.
Yeah,
but he's back tonight.
You need a cutter, is what you need. You need somebody that's going to move. And it feels like a lot of times when that happens, everybody's kind of standing around the three-point line and just kind of like waiting for the pass. Go make something happen. Help him. Go do something. It wasn't
reported. I stated it 3 days ago.
But they're trying to tie him up.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? That's all it is. Everybody's trying to tie him up late. And the fact that despite the 9 turnovers, they still won the game. And look who made the clutch shots down the stretch.
Yeah.
He did.
Yep. Beautiful little floater at the end of that game. So you get this win against the Lakers. Again, it keeps you out of the 6th seed, which is what that game was for at the time last night. I will say this. There's been one, I think, big positive over the last few weeks. With all these injuries and guys having to play, Julian Strawther's a player. I like him. And he's got something that I don't think the rest of the team has in their arsenal. That little dribble drive running floater thing is really effective.
Well, he works at it, man. The guy puts in the work. Every player says it. Puts in the gym time to get it crafted. I agree with you. You know what else he does pretty well? He's not a bad defensive rebounder. He's up there with the trees.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, again, look at who's on the court. Look at who the Nuggets were missing last night. And then tell me that wasn't a big win, because it was. It was. And the same, they're up by 11. They're up by 15. They just can't pull away. They can't pull away right now.
Well, and when I mentioned this earlier, Moj, I don't know if you feel the same way as I do. When we talk about closing games, did the Nuggets close the game last night? Yeah, they got the win.
Technically they did.
But closing the game can also mean you're up 14 with 9 minutes and 50 seconds left, and your starters don't have to go back in. That could also be closing the game. And I guess I don't want to sound like me and Vic made a promise that we weren't going to complain no matter what the result was as long as you got to win. But I will say that Jamal talked about it post-game, like losing their clutch, and he did it in a tongue-in-cheek sort of wink-wink style, but here's what he said.
We're always confident. I'm always confident and believe we have enough in the room to always get the job done, or whoever's on the court. So, it's just difficult. I feel like for 10 years we've been so good, and then this is probably our worst year so far of just consistently being clutch, and now we don't got it no more. So, it's just how it goes sometimes. We just got to prove you guys wrong.
So if you saw his face, though, Moj, he has got a very wry grin on his face.
Well, yeah, the sarcasm is dripping out of his words there. Yeah, we don't have it anymore, or we don't got it no more. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, you don't. I mean, not like you did. I mean, maybe you think you still have it someplace. And again, Jamal, Nuggets, you're not going to find a bigger fan than I am in terms of wanting to believe. I go by what the evidence is in front of me. Well, then I guess prove me wrong. Prove everybody else wrong, because you're not closing out the way you did. And it seems to me that, not all the time, but when it sort of fits and stops, they make it more difficult on themselves than they have to. That's what it is. Yeah. And I look at other games. I mean, I'll go back to the Clipper game, which was excruciatingly frustrating down the stretch, where you've got 2 straight possessions, you just throw the ball away, and you're like, well, that's the ball game right there. So you're not what you used to be. It's not the same as it was, Jamal, or anybody else, but I think it's probably in there someplace. I just think we've been talking about this for a long time. It's the confidence factor. It's the wanting to have jam factor and playing with that oomph factor that you've shown so many times. That's all it is. It can come back. I mean, or it's in there dormant right now, but there's no doubt in my mind that it can reemerge.
It's in there
and you
dormant.
Know what's frustrating to me a little bit last night, when you look at the overall numbers in terms of shooting percentage, 3-point percentage, free throw percentage, man, you were really good.
Yeah.
I mean, those numbers are really good across the board, yet you're...
Yeah, they hit their freebies. You know what? Again, I'm not going to go down here tonight. I'm not going to criticize the win because of what they were missing. These next 6 games, one is done, 6 games. Every one of them will have warts, good or bad, win or lose. Warts will be had. You're not going to be clean here. You're not blowing these teams out.
Right.
If you do, great. But if you find a way to get by and win these games, those are huge wins. Huge in the toughest stretch of the season. Last night was number 1.
Did you guys hear Jamal post-game with the Prime folks?
Yeah.
Where they were?
I did not. No, I turned it off. It was 11 something at night here. No.
Vic, are you playing video games before? Jamal was talking to the Prime folks, and they talked about how good he's always been against the Lakers. Listen to this.
3 games straight of 25-plus points against the Lakers. Is there something, or is there something they're not doing, or is there something when you step on the court against the Lakers that you get a little bit more worked up or a little bit more aggressive offensively?
I don't know what that narrative is, man. I had 45 last game, so it ain't like it's just the Lakers.
Oh, come on.
I'm hooping. I put the ball in the hoop for a living, man.
There's one thing that is an indisputable fact. I saw a Lakers...
Ball in the hoop for a living, man.
I saw a Lakers fan say this yesterday after the game, and he goes, there is not 5 players in NBA history that are better than Jamal Murray versus the Lakers. And it's so true. He just kills them.
He kills them. Well, he did. The first half was unreal. The first half, the way he came out, I don't recall seeing Jamal Murray with so much spunk as he displayed in the first quarter of that game.
Yeah, it was a great start.
Wow.
Yeah, getting out 11-0, building that lead. I mean, you win wire to wire. You didn't give up the lead once.
I put the ball in the hoop for a living, man.
Moj, you know how sometimes you're called upon to broadcast national games for the Avs, and you have to sort of play it down the middle?
Yeah, I mean, it happened. Well, the only time it's happened to me was in the Stanley Cup final.
But you did it.
I thought I did a pretty good job, yeah.
Do you know how difficult it was for me to do a broadcast last night? And I didn't do what you do, but I still had to host, where I had to play it sort of down the Lakers side. That was rough.
Not fun. Not
Give me
fun.
an example.
It feels very unnatural.
That was rough.
Give me an example.
Well, you know, you're coming out of a break, and the whole scope of what you're talking about is about how the Lakers are going to get back in the game. And the Lakers are looking. It's not about what the Nuggets are doing. It's, hey, man, halftime. The Lakers got to figure out a way to stop Jamal Murray.
Hey, I will say this. One big thank you to the Lakers. When you're in crunch time and you need a bucket, keep giving the ball to Marcus Smart for threes. That's really nice. Thank you for doing that.
And see, here's another thing, Vic. I'm sorry about that. I didn't mean to cut you off, but he came down and he clanked 2 threes in a row. And to me, that's you're not closing the game out when Marcus Smart is just firing it up from 30 feet. I mean, you're like, thank you, thank God. I mean,
Moj, did you see?
I was fortunate.
with a minute left, and I think it was a 3-point game. The Nuggets up 3.
Yes.
LeBron had the ball under the basket and popped it out to Marcus Smart.
Yep.
Yes.
And in the middle of that play, I'm like, what the hell was that?
Yes.
What is he doing?
I got an idea,
Giving
Moj.
giving the Nuggets a break. That's what he was doing.
Nuggets are down 3. You know what we need to do? Kick it out to Spencer Jones for the 3, and let's try it. It's not what you do. You have Luka and LeBron on that team, or Reeves.
And Austin Reeves.
Made no sense, but thank you. Giant thank you card coming your way. So the Nuggets get the win last night. Big game coming up tonight as well against the Knicks. I do want to get to the Avs, Moj. They make a trade yesterday, and some of the stuff surrounding that trade. There was a deal that was done in place with Calgary to bring Kadri back, and the Flames ownership put the kibosh on it for whatever reason. So you end up with Nicholas Waugh. We'll get to that along with, you want to talk about a big game. Yeah, it's big for the Nuggets. Even bigger for the Avs tonight against Dallas. We'll get to it next.
Here we are in early March, and the spring is going to be upon us before you know it. And in the summertime, are you completing your New Year's resolutions? Are you doing what you said you were going to do? Maybe you're still tired, still low on energy, not sleeping well, not seeing the progress there in the gym. Well, do yourself a favor. If you haven't already, get a hold of the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They are helping men go further with 4 targeted body composition plans. They feature the GH peptides, the NAD+, the GLP-1, the PDA, and more. I'm there for my low T treatments, but when you combine these different programs, it is real improvement. More energy, better focus, improved sleep, stronger workouts, and more than that. So do yourself a favor. Look at them up on the website at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Heck, take the low T quiz. It's very simple. 10 simple questions, yes, no answers. And find out what they can do for you. Look at everything that is offered. Most men wait a year longer. There's no need to do that. 5 locations from Fort Collins down to Colorado Springs. The telephone number, 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900. Or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
If you love Nuggets basketball, you're going to love this. Altitude Plus offering free 7-day trial. Sign up today and catch a great stretch of games, starting with the Knicks tonight, then OKC, the Rockets, and the Spurs. Don't miss it. Go to altitudeplus.com/checkout and use the promo code Altitude7. Ride the push to the playoffs with Altitude Plus. The offer ends March 14th. Subscription auto-renews after the trial. So yesterday, get the news. We keep hearing there was so much smoke around Nazem Kadri coming back to Colorado. By all these reports, Moj, that deal was done. And at the last second, the ownership of Calgary put the kibosh to it. First of all, why do you think that is? Why are you going through all these negotiations if
I think it's because they don't want to retain any money. Okay. They don't want to hang on to any of his money.
Okay.
That's my guess anyway.
Okay. So they make a pivot and they go get Nicholas Waugh. Give us the breakdown of this player.
Just a big, strong third-line center is what he is. 6'4", big, thicker guy. He's difficult to play against, especially in his own end. And from what I've heard from my people regarding the Maple Leafs, remember, he went that way from the Marner thing and so on, okay? So my people say basically that the whole Leafs team right now they're kind of out of it.
Yeah.
They, nobody's been utilized right, or nobody has any, nobody believe it's not a good situation in Toronto.
Do they think it's a Berube problem?
Yeah, a little bit, yeah, which is crazy because you think Berube's a pretty good coach, right? I mean, he won a Stanley Cup with the Blues. And they seemed like they were really focused on him when they made that hire in the first place. But that it's not just Waugh, it's kind of everybody there. It's just kind of stuck in the mud a little bit, and it's more than that. I think it's it's the leadership of the team. It's the front office. It's just and so that getting him back in a better position is going to be good for him. So we'll look forward to seeing that. Hopefully tonight. I don't know what the immigration situation is. It's always difficult when you do a deal for a guy to get that process of having the paperwork cleared. If he's coming from Canada, it's a pain in the tail, and that's what it is.
How close were they to some of the rumored gets out there? The Kadri, the O'Reilly. Did any of that was it just talk?
Yeah, I think so. Vic, I don't think Ryan O'Reilly wants to go anyplace. And, they have, excuse me, apologize. They have history with him, obviously. But, he's a guy I'm sure that a lot of teams seek out. Seems like Nashville's blowing the whole thing up anyway. They've traded several players. So I guess it's a possibility. I'm not sure that at this point in his career he wants to move. He already has a cup in hand. He's probably happy there. The Kadri thing, it appears it was on ownership. I mean, I'm reading what you guys are reading. I haven't talked to anybody in the know in our situation on our side. They didn't have a chance to, really. Just kind of getting on the plane and then getting the heck to Dallas, and that's it. So, look, could they have gotten it done? I mean, it sounds like maybe they did get it done, and ownership put the kibosh on it. They just did not want to retain any bread. And if you're the Colorado Avalanche and you're thinking ahead to the next 3 years of Nazem Kadri's contract, that $7 million is a big, big hit for a third-line center because Brock Nelson's playing very well at the number 2 spot, and you just signed him to a brand-new 3-year deal. So it's really not a luxury you can afford to have beyond this season because you're going to have to re-sign KO. You've got other things that are coming up, and there you go.
Here's the thing. We talked about this yesterday, me and Vic, and it was the idea that do the Avs need to get bigger and more physical, and that's been like a common theme among like a whole bunch of Avs fans is you need to get bigger and more physical for the playoffs. And I said, Moj, correct me if I'm wrong, this team is built off speed and skill. They aren't built off size. Now, you can have some of it, but their main thrust here is that they are more talented and faster than their opponent. And then yesterday, they make this move, and I see a whole bunch of Avs fans complaining that he's slow. And I'm like, well, which one is it? Do you want the big physical, gritty guy who's going to get a little bit grimy and bring some attitude? Or do you want everybody? Like, I'm so confused every time the Avs make a move because it feels like nobody's ever, like, you can't satisfy anyone.
Well, let's see how slow he is when he gets in an Avs sweater. Let's see then, okay? Because
you think the pace that they play with could force him into playing there too?
1,000%. And what Toronto does, it makes everybody look like they're in molasses, okay? Again, it's a team that has had a very difficult year in Toronto, so everybody looks like they're crappier. Hey, when you look at the production of Austin Matthews, is it up to the normal Austin Matthews of every other single year?
No.
The answer is no, not at all. So, nobody is having any kind of career year there. Nobody.
Yeah. I'm excited about it. I think it's a move that gives you a little bit of a flavor of what you didn't have, which is size and physicality.
Are they done?
You know, Vic, I don't know that they are. The deadline isn't for a couple of hours here, so who knows? I mean, I guess they could be. They could be happy with the club they got, but I don't know that they're completely done. I'm sure the phones are still ringing out there. This is really interesting because it's kind of a late end of the week thing. Like, nothing really started to heat up until maybe even Wednesday night for other teams. You know, and then you saw the John Carlson deal got done this morning. Washington is trading him to the Ducks. That got done in the middle of the morning. I mean, I got a text about that at 5:45 your time.
They have room. They have room.
They have a little money to play with, yeah. But, again, if Logan O'Connor comes back, and you're hoping that is the case, that's going to take up some of that.
True.
Because he's going to get activated onto the roster.
Ron writes in, and this is where I want to I would love to debate this with listeners. Ron writes in, giving up a first for a guy with 20 points. And I know a lot of people mentioned how much you had to give up. Are you guys of the opinion, like I am, when you are in the window to win cups and championships and trophies, blank them picks?
Yeah.
I don't look at windows.
Look, man.
Listen, everybody. Blank them picks when you're in the window.
I am putting the Avs, the Nuggets, and now the Broncos in all the same category of, if you find a player that can help you right now, do it. Especially in hockey mode, you draft some guy in the first round, and look, I'm not saying that's not valuable. It is valuable. But that's a draft, wait, couple years, 2-3 years down the line, maybe he's ready. I want guys who are ready right now.
I don't know how much.
We're not talking about a lottery pick here at all.
It's almost like a second rounder, too. Yeah. And I don't know how else to put it. I don't care about future generations. I care about the teams now when I'm watching.
Well, what do you want your team to do? Do you want your team to be active and proactive and try to go for it now? I guess fans, what do you want out there? To me, I would want my team to try and get it done in the immediate sense.
I'm going to go on the record and say I don't care how the Nuggets and the Avs and the Broncos and the Rockies and the rest. I don't care how they do in the 2030s.
Yeah.
I don't care.
Here's the main thing, okay? This is what you always have to remember. Is a first-round pick for Nicholas Waugh seems steep? Yeah, it seems steep.
It seems like it's steep. When it was first announced, in fact, that was my first reaction to Johnny Lyles and the boys. Seems a little steep, but that's the going price right now. That if you want to get us, and we're not talking about a winger here either. We're not talking about a 6th, 7th defenseman. We're talking about guys up the middle. And centers are inherently more valuable overall as a position group than wingers are. Period. End of story.
But what I was getting to here was, does it seem steep? Yes. You won't remember it at all if he's hoisting the cup at the end of the year.
I don't really care.
You may debate, who you get in exchange for those late first-round picks, but utilizing those picks when you're in a cup window, I don't care. Take them. Take them.
Totally agree. Like, I have no issue. If you tell me that the Broncos traded their first-round pick this year for a wide receiver or a running back, I'd be like, cool, good.
Now, if you're
got a player.
If you're a 12 or 15-year-old texting this show and this is going to impact your watching, your viewing in the 30s, you have a point.
But they don't, because you can remember the Cup now. That's the thing. Like, I
don't care about future generations.
This is exactly, Moshe, how I want my front office to behave when you're in the place that the Avs are at. I want my front office to be like, bleep it. Push your chips to the middle of the table. I'm going for it. And if we don't get it, well, you can't say I didn't try.
I guess I'm with you. I'm going to go with the Kyle Shanahan school of thought, and that is Sunday. We all may be dead by Sunday. Okay? So, 2030.
Your shirt literally says death, Moshe.
Right. We could be, I'll change it during the break. We could all be dead sometime soon.
You better fix your voice. We got 3 hours.
I'm trying. I understand. Believe me when I tell you.
It sounds like you have a lozenge in there. You're doing a lot of this when you're talking. A lot of that's going on. And I know I've been nice to you. I've gone out of my way to be nice to you for these first 2 segments because I was a jerk to you the other day, and it caused a 2-day, I don't know what the hell happened to you, and I apologize for being a jerk, but I'm sorry. I just can't take 3 hours of not doing that.
I completely agree. It would drive me insane. Nothing. I'm trying to think of something on this planet that's as annoying as hearing somebody clear their throat or eat, into a microphone. It's gross. I completely agree with you, Vic. I've got no excuse. And
0992 says, Vic, you don't care about 2030.
Myself.
You don't care about 2030 because you're ancient AF. Sorry for that. My only retort, you're right. There's probably an 11-year-old tweeting that or texting that. You're probably right. But I don't care about how you watch these teams when you're my age. I don't. I care about how I watch them and what I get from them.
We're nothing. We're just dead. We're dust. We're absolutely nothing.
Does anybody go to their grave and say, oh, may these teams fulfill you like they fulfilled me? You know what I'm saying?
No.
Does anybody say that or do that?
I have no idea what you're saying.
I hope they lose every game when you're watching.
Why does it have to be like that?
If I'm being lowered or spread or thrown into the wind or whatever it is they do with me when I'm gone, I don't care what you do. Feed me to the sharks.
Can I just put you in the dumpster?
Care. That's completely fine. Throw me in a landfill. I don't care. Whatever is most economical, bury me in a pod and let a friggin' oak tree grow out of me. I don't care.
Wait,
whatever it is.
Who did you say that happened? You said Tommy Tuberville.
I thought it was Tommy Tuberville. It's Pat Dye. Yeah. But whatever you do. By the way, I want to see that tree someday. I would like to see the tree that Pat Dye is feeding. Nonetheless, whatever you do, I'm going to be the moment before that, I'm going to be pissed that my team didn't win a championship before I was spread into the wind. You know what I mean? And somehow my DNA, my cells will be absorbed by that tree, and I'll be in a leaf in the fall, flying off the tree, pissed that so-and-so didn't win a cup or so-and-so didn't win a Vince Lombardi trophy or whatever. I'll be mad. I want it now. This is what I want.
I mean, you think the folks in Buffalo, after being so close to winning Super Bowls all those years, oh, it's okay. We're close now, but the future is going to be great for all these Buffalo teams.
No, it's not. No,
Chris writes in
the actual note is it's not.
Bubs writes in typical boomer Vic. Yeah. Huh? Yeah, give me championships
boomer.
now. Give me championship windows right now. What happens when you're my age? I don't care. I don't care.
Moshe, can I put you in a wood chipper, as a texter suggests?
100%. What do I care? Absolutely.
You're just like me. Trash.
Put me in whatever. Use me as bait. I don't care.
Hey, Moser, how was your by the way, how was your golf round yesterday? At that exquisite
2 days
course?
ago.
Oh, was it 2 days? It took you a day to recover?
Yeah. No, actually, yesterday was a travel day.
Oh, okay. So how was golf 2 days ago?
Awful.
That's why the mood you're in right now. Was it a tough course or just?
It was a difficult course. It's all that Bermuda grass, so your club can't really. Yeah. You can't. Your club's going to get grabbed and chewed up by the earth because it doesn't want to get through the Bermuda grass that well. and I was terrible. I topped 3 drives. I started up, I birdied the first hole, parred the second hole, and I made a 9 on the third hole.
I've seen that story before.
Yeah, I was terrible.
When you birdie the first hole and you're singing.
How did McGahee shoot?
He was worse than me.
How'd Kyle?
He sucked. Kyle shot 84.
Oh, you didn't even get in the
I think
70s.
he had one high noon the entire day because his whole goal was to win.
What do you mean?
His goal wasn't to have fun. His goal was to win.
Win what?
A couple little side things going on during the course of the game.
If he can't knock a few back and play around at golf, what's the matter with him? Vic, are you allowed to drink while you're playing at Augusta?
Oh God, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yes. Oh
Okay.
yeah. We were drinking. Trent writes in. Trent, you and I were brothers. Trent writes in, I'm 23 and I'm Gen Z and I'm with Vic 1,000%. Screw them picks and win now.
Yeah, no
that's
kidding.
how you're supposed to think, Trent. Way to go, Trent. See, you're
that was
mature. You're mature beyond your years. You're not like a lot of these buffoons who keep pushing it down the line. You win now.
So
Trent looks like he's either Dutch or German.
Oh, the last name, yeah. Double dip tonight. The Avs are going to be
Double dibble-daroo.
Thank you. The Avs are going to be on 92.5 as they take on Dallas in a huge game, and I do want to get to some audio from Bednar the other day and how they're going to handle this.
This is a big game. I've got some numbers that are going to blow your mind. Dallas is playing. Ropey Hintz is supposed to be back tonight. Mikko's still out, but this is a team that is playing really well, and the big reason, it's been the same thing all year long. They are power play merchants.
They told us, Jared told us, I can't even remember if you were on the show when Jared joined us.
We'll play the audio when we come back because we got it. I mean, Bednar is taking this seriously.
He's treating this like a playoff game tonight.
So we'll get to that in just a second. The Avs head to Dallas to face the Stars. Pregame for the Avs kicks off at 5:30 with that being on 92.5. The Nuggets will host the Knicks, and you can hear that on AM 950. That pregame at 6:30. And all pregame is powered by Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney. Visit ramoslaw.com for more. But the Avs are on 92.5, the Nuggets on AM 950. 2 huge games that we'll get to next. Oh, I love that sound because that's the sound of Tulatero, the favorite lottery app of many. All of your favorite games, Mega Millions, Powerball, Lucky for Life, all of them can be found on this nice and convenient app. And if you download that app and use my promo code MAGIC, you get a free credit to play in your first lottery game. And you're in luck because tonight it's Mega Millions. $496 million, which is 496 million reasons to download Tulatero. Download the app right now, Tulotero. Use my code MAGIC and try your luck. It's Tulatero, your lottery app. Avs and Stars, huge game. It will feel like a playoff game, I'm sure, and I know that because we talked to the head coach of the Avs 2 days ago, Jared Bednar, and he said this about tonight's game.
These are huge games. Like, we had treat Friday like a playoff game, That's why we're trying to relax and clear the heads today. We'll start focusing up tomorrow, and we'll get ready on Friday. Like, to me, that's a big one. It's a playoff game. We'll treat it that way, and it's not necessarily do or die, win or go home, but it's a big game, and I want to see our guys treat it that way. And
I love it.
You know what it is? It's really good practice for playoffs.
Yeah,
that's what it is.
Practice for the playoffs is what he sees tonight's game as. And Moj, this is we've been on both sides of this with both the Avs and Nuggets over the last few years. The Nuggets have the number of the Lakers. Have their number. You play them, you feel confident that you're going to win. Minnesota has the Nuggets number. This is a case where Dallas has your number, and they have over the last few years. I think a game like this is really important mentally for this team.
I think you're absolutely correct, Brett. I think that it's a heck of a game for both teams. The measuring stick aspect, the trying to keep Dallas at bay aspect, it's the biggest game of the season by a mile. Dallas comes in having won 10 in a row, which is a season high for them.
Franchise record.
Correct. The Avs have won 10 in a row twice this season, which is pretty amazing. But Tampa has the most this season at 11 in a row. And in those 10 wins, the Dallas Stars have not scored less than 3 goals in any single game. In fact, most of them, they've scored more than 3 goals. So they're a really good club right now. They're still prolific offensively, and it's because of the power play. They are clipping along at basically double the Avs.
Why are they so good on the? What makes them so damn good on the power play?
They've got good players who executed very well, Vic. They've got different kinds of players. Now, Tyler Sagan's out for the rest of the year. But they've got defensemen who will drive the puck to the front of the net. They got guys like Wyatt Johnston who will dig it out and knock it home. I mean, they're very confident on it. They're very quick on it. They pass well and shoot well. It's what they do.
And they're
they have
30%.
talented players.
That's crazy.
30% of the power play, yeah. And they've gotten at least one power play goal in 7 straight games. But when I look at the Avs, they're starting to put some things together, too. You realize that Captain Gabe Landeskog, do you know how well he's playing right now? He's got 12 points in his last 12 games as a plus 14. I mean, that injury in Florida sucked, no doubt about it. He missed the entire month of January and then went to the Olympic Games and played. But maybe it was a good thing because you took a month of wear off those tires, right?
Yeah.
And he's playing good hockey right now. And I always said it. For the 3 years we were talking about Gabe, the money, okay, but you want the player. And when you get the player playing like he is playing right now, he's at 599 career points. That's what you want. You want that guy to be playing his best hockey at this time of the season. So the fact of this game is not lost on anybody. I mean, I'm still stinging from Game 7 and the third period, but the fourth win for Dallas last year. Here in this building, it stunk. It was not pleasant. The whole thing was not pleasant.
We actually sorry, Vic, because I'm having Nelly look this up. We asked Bednar about Gabe because Gabe has been like. Here's how I look at it, Moj. I think it's one thing for the story that everybody talks about, which is he was out for 3 years with an injury and he comes back and he's playing well. It's another thing like, do you know any 30-year-olds who then turn 33 and don't have some sort of drop-off in their game? Like, he's been gone for 3 years. He's 3 years older than he was the last time he played 2, and he's still playing at a high level. Like, I think that part's it's equally as crazy.
I completely agree. I mean, he's a determined son of a gun. And by the way, nobody's had their leg taken apart and had a dead guy put in him and come back and played hockey at a high level at all ever. So everything we're seeing right now out of the captain is unprecedented. And I'm impressed. But listen, this is an all hands on deck. I mean, it's not lost on these guys. From the goaltending, Breaker and I were talking on the plane yesterday. And we were talking about Jake Ottinger. He's really good. I mean, he's a pretty damn good goalie. But when you look at the Avs numbers, the other night Scott Wedgwood, it's a a blowout win for the Avs. They got a 5-1 lead, talking about in Anaheim. And he makes a diving glove save with 34.7 seconds left in the game. I mean, he's battling like a mother. They want the Jennings. They want the goalie combined Jennings, right? Both these guys are playing really, really well. It's not like Ottinger is playing better than these guys. That's how good these guys are playing.
Right.
So you've got a lot going for you, too. Outside the power play, which when you compare it to Dallas's or Edmonton's power play, it's bad. And it's bad overall, but, I mean, it looks bad. Outside of that, man, their defensive play has been good. 5-on-5, they've been great. This is a hell of a matchup tonight, and I'm sure the Stars feel the same way.
The other thing that we haven't factored in here, in addition to what? We have 7 more hours to wait for the deadline. They got LOC coming back soon. That's like adding somebody, another body at the deadline.
Yeah, he's on the trip. I know you guys talked to the coach about that on Wednesday. He's on the trip, and that's a good thing. I don't know when that will be, Vic. I'm hoping in the next, quote, couple of weeks. He's got to ramp things up in practice. He's got to ramp things up in morning skate. He's got to take contact. He's got to do all these things. But he's closer today than he has been at any point this season. So that should be something that makes you optimistic.
Yeah, he said something to us like he's with the team, not so much – I was trying to read between the lines. Not that he was like borderline ready to get back and play again, but it was a chance with the day off to get back with the guys, hang out with them, get back in the room, that sort of thing. But that he's getting better. But it's massive. And then to the Nuggets side of things, Vic, they take on the Knicks tonight. The last time they played New York, it was a 134-127 double overtime loss, if you guys remember. That was in
that was
the Garden. Yeah.
That was another game that they had chances to win, and went to overtime and then double overtime. And if you remember, that too was a back-to-back.
Yeah.
So both times they played the Knicks, it's these back-to-backs. I think that one was the first of a back-to-back. This is the second. Can't recall.
Sounds right.
But the Knicks are coming in here, and it's funny. Of these games that they have, this ridiculous stretch, this might be the easiest.
Could be.
I hate to even put that term out there.
Well, they have, I mean, after this, it's not going to be harder than OKC in OKC.
Or San Antonio. Or Houston.
Houston's at home on Wednesday. San Antonio's the second leg of a back-to-back. That's in San Antonio. And then you have at the Lakers next Saturday.
Yeah, that's going to be rough. So Houston at home, then you got to jump on a plane and go to San Antonio. Yeah. Spurs won again last night. The Spurs are just... They're on a tear of all tears. They've won 9 out of 10.
Count me as a guy who would never in my wildest dreams could have imagined that we would draw the ire from Oklahoma City. And this really the state of Oklahoma overall.
What do you mean by we? Our show?
Yeah.
I saw how Oklahoma City fans found this program. Nelly said it out. I didn't realize that they had.
What, are you worried about the Knicks being mad at you? Come on.
No, I'm not worried about the Knicks being mad, but I just never thought it would happen. I mean, I never thought we'd get in a fight with Greece. You know, I mean, it's just things that you can't anticipate. Oh, yeah, the country of Greece is pissed at this show.
Well,
okay.
What the Knicks don't see is that the entire NBA views that team the same exact way we do, and the Knicks refuse to see it. They just don't see it. They won't look at it, and that's fine. I respect that. It's your team. You defend your team to the hilt. That's fine.
100%.
But don't bring that stuff in here. The entire league looks at your team the way we do. They're chippy, at times cheap. They're based on defense. And I don't know what somebody made a great point. SGA's post-game outfit the other night in New York. Can you imagine trying to have a serious conversation with somebody in a post-game show? With somebody wearing that?
I'm going to say it again. He looked like somebody who dressed up in a mascot uniform for a kid's birthday party, took the head off to have a smoke break.
He looked like, here's how I'm going to put it. He looked like somebody who wanted a reaction from what he was wearing, so I'm going to give you my reaction. What the hell is that? Is my reaction. Does that, when you wear that, right? When you wear that in public, do you not want a reaction? What is your goal? Is your goal comfort? Moj, is that a comfortable wear? Or is your goal, hey, look at what I'm wearing? When I wear my wigs, what's my goal? When I have my assortment of wigs.
It's about you.
To be funny and draw attention.
I want attention. That's why I have a nice assortment of wigs, like any self-respecting sportscaster. So when you wear that to your post-game interview, you want, look at me. What's your reaction? I'm going to give you my reaction.
How hot is that? How much are you sweating in that thing?
You know the sad
Insanity.
part about that? I'm guessing that outfit is probably $20,000.
Oh,
is that like real
yes.
chinchilla or something?
Has
What
to
is
be.
that? Is that like every chinchilla ever bred in North America was slaughtered to make that thing?
I bet you
every
they have
chinchilla.
Probably have a version you can get on Amazon.
The new Shea, the Shea, maybe you can. I don't know. I don't know why you do that, but there's no guy with a gun rack in the back of his Ford pickup goes, yeah, it's my team right there, looking like a deranged polar bear.
Oh, hang on a second. No, I see it right now. Moj, if you want an XL one of these.
Right.
It only costs you $189.
Well, not that one. I mean, that
that
replica, yeah.
Well,
yeah.
Just looked it up. That coat right there, it's the same thing.
Right.
$189.
Well, it's got his is probably
he's the one that's
like
modeling
Versace. His is Versace or something like that, I'm sure, because this guy's got a lot of money and he's a great player. But I don't know why you wear that. Anyway, it was just something that was brought to my attention by Nelly. I never realized it. They've got the Nuggets number and they play right on the edge, but their coach and the way they play and everything else about them is very off-putting to me.
Hang on a second. It's a Friday special, guys. You get $20 off for any order over $150. That's now $169 for that coat.
Oh, that's not bad.
All you have to do is use the code SAVE20.
Hey, has your
it's $168.99 too much.
Has your hatred of the Thunder eclipsed your hatred of the Lakers?
Yes.
No,
For the
but
moment.
it's getting close.
For the moment, yes.
No, well, not for me, but it's getting close.
If you
Watching
ask me right
LeBron-
now, who would I rather beat? I would rather beat the Thunder than the Lakers. That's my answer.
You know
what happened to LeBron? What happened to LeBron last night with his
I don't
elbow?
know. You know, I was just looking at a replay of that. It's funny you say that because he got hurt and it happened on the other side of the court, so I couldn't see it up. And he was holding his
Magic
elbow.
glasses couldn't zoom all the way down there.
So what happened to his elbow? Because I thought he was going to have to amputate that sucker.
Here's the thing. He fell down holding one elbow and then grabbed the other one. I don't know. I'm not going to allege that he was milking it, but he was milking it.
You're asking me if my hatred of that has been eclipsed by a guy wearing 87 chinchillas around his neck?
Yeah.
The answer is no, but it's getting close.
All right, here's the
You like
difference.
getting nailed by the king?
Here's the difference. When OKC comes to town, they'll have an occasional couple stragglers show up representing OKC. The problem with the Lakers, again, last night, if you were at the arena, people showing up wearing their crowns.
Yeah.
And their bling.
What?
Oh, yeah.
What?
I was sitting in front of a group of people wearing crowns.
No.
Yeah,
Please
adults.
tell me no.
Oh, no.
You're kidding.
Oh, yeah. Adult humans wearing crowns. I asked where you're from. I said, where are you from? North Glen?
That's fine. I mean, under a tree, out of a cannon, wherever you want me. Wood chipper, I don't care. I don't care.
Texture says, who do I need to Venmo to see Moser in that jacket?
You'll never see me in that jacket.
Two things happened last night.
It was a
I'll
gift.
tell you what.
I'm taking
after
it.
After I croak, you can dress me up in that. How about that?
The painting was a gift, God.
Open casket with a chinchilla coat. Perfect.
Luka Doncic lost his first game as a Laker to the Nuggets in games in which he's played. First time last night. Also, LeBron James, against every team in the NBA, everybody knows this one, he has a winning record except against Denver. He's now 22-25 all-time against the Nuggets. 3 games.
Take that
under
L on the way out.
The streak lives on, by the way. Whenever he plays the Nuggets on a milestone night, He just passed Kareem for, I think it was the most made
Shots
field
taken.
goals. Or
Shots taken.
Shots taken in
Yeah, it wasn't
NBA
even
history.
shots made. It was shots taken.
So he just passed Kareem for that one, and he was dealt an L again. Every time he has some sort of milestone, see you later. That's a dub for the Nuggets. Again, 6 o'clock, Avs and Stars on 92.5, 7 o'clock, Knicks and Nuggets on AM 950. Back after this.
Hey, Vic Lombardi, if you've been thinking about upgrading your home, maybe a new fireplace, outdoor kitchen, maybe a sauna, got to check out Flatiron's Fire and Design in Denver off 53rd and Bannock. They specialize in creating incredible spaces where people gather, gathering places at the home, like those beautiful fireplaces, the outdoor living setups, any of that business. Right now, they're offering Affirm financing, which includes no interest for 12 months on qualifying purchases. So stop by the showroom, 5353 North Bannock, 58th and I-25, just North I-25, or visit them online, flatironsfire.com, built for Colorado living.
It is snowing right now.
Love it. Dandruff.
Snowing.
Mother Nature's dandruff. Never needed it more than we need it right now, and I hate snow with a passion, but bring it on, baby. Keep it coming.
Those flakes are the size of my fist. They're huge.
Keep it coming, dude. If you want to play golf this summer, you want it to snow a lot.
I got something on golf I played yesterday.
You weren't here during the drought. Like, there was 20 years ago, there was a drought, a summer-long drought, where they started shutting down golf courses, bro. It was bad. Like, bad.
We don't want that. But it is snowing hard outside, so if you are on the roads.
I don't care anymore.
About? Oh, golf?
I'm going to quit the game.
God, man, you were that bad at Pelican?
I'm going to quit
I've seen you swing. I know you swing.
Vic, you want to hear a Brett Kane round that he shot yesterday? An 84 with 5 doubles.
You played yesterday?
Yeah. I got something on that, too, because I did something yesterday I've never done before, so we'll get to that a little bit later. Now, in some Broncos news, they agreed.
Didn't cheat?
I don't cheat. Went to a 2-year, or they signed Alex Palczewski to a 2-year contract extension, so they get a little depth on that offensive line still. There's a stat that I saw yesterday, though, that, we've been sort of back and forth the needs for the Broncos offense, and Vic, you're really into getting a running back. How's this? They were second in the league in dropped passes last year. Second. In a bad way. They almost led the league in dropped passes from their wide receivers. They also ranked third worst in the league in average separation last year for their wideouts. So not only were they not getting open, even when they did get open enough to receive the football, they couldn't catch it. That poses multiple issues, obviously. And we just talked to Legwald yesterday, Moser. There doesn't seem to be free agents that are going to come in and fix this problem. So it's kind of like, what do you do? And we're just on the subject of the Avs giving up, quote, too much maybe for Nicholas Waugh. Would you be willing to pay an overpriced fee to try and get somebody in here that can fix that problem for you? Because I think I would.
Yeah, perhaps I would. Part of me also wants to see what Davis Webb is going to do with the offense. Part of me is curious to see what he can get out of the guys who are already on this roster. Now, all the Davis Webbs in the world aren't going to make them hang on to the football better, but can he put them in more advantageous positions with the play calling and so on? I'm very curious about that. I think you need 2 more playmakers on the offensive side. I think you'll be really good if you do.
Can I ask a question about the Davis Webb thing? Because you brought that up, Moj. I've heard people talk about this. We don't know anything about Davis Webb calling plays. Nothing.
We do not.
He's never done it before.
No, he did it in a preseason game.
A single preseason game.
But I remember the game. I remember the output.
Look,
it's not calling play. I mean, you've called it for a preseason game. That's not experience, okay? It's like a fun little thing you did for a day.
I know 1,000 times more about the inner working of Vic's body parts and bodily functions than I do about Davis Webb's play calling.
There's a couple of different things blowing your brains out. But what I'm getting at here is Davis Webb, we have no idea what this is going to look like. What is how much better can just he be at calling plays? Like, let's say he is better than Sean Payton, but how much? Like, there's a context in here that Davis Webb might be good as a play caller. Could be, we have no idea. But the other side of that coin is people thought Sean Payton sucked, which is a weird thing to me.
That's weird.
For a guy who's been calling plays for 2 decades almost and has been seen as one of the better play callers in the league for 2 decades, do people just think he sucks at it or what?
No, I mean, they just want a different rhythm. I don't think people think he sucks. I think just a different rhythm, a different feel. It's all feel, man. Feeling out your game, the opponent.
I get it. But Moj, you see what I'm saying here. There's a context in there. It's not so much that you think Davis Webb is amazing as much as you hated what Sean Payton was doing.
Well, sure, it's something new and different, and you're very optimistic if you're a Broncos fan. Yes. Oh, the young, eager Beaver, and he's going to have so many ideas, and you only have so much to work with right now. And I guess maybe it all depends, too, if you think that Bo Nix is ready to be the next Matt Stafford. I don't, but maybe you do, and so that adds on to the lore of Davis Webb.
Yeah.
He was sought after by other clubs, interviewed for a head coaching position, and so people are like, wow, he must be really good. I can't wait to see what he does because Peyton sucks. Well, no, Sean Payton does not suck. Sean Payton has experience. Sean Payton has knowledge to back him up, and we'll see. You're 100% correct, Brett. Nobody knows what it's going to look like. I'm curious. I can be curious. I just don't know.
By the way, before I feel like I've waited too long for this. Did you guys happen to hear our old pal Russell Westbrook yesterday at the press conference setting in Sacramento?
He let it go, man. He let it go. It was only a matter of time.
So,
first of all, set up. He shows up at the stage, the media stage, with a box. Did you notice that box, that purse thing?
I don't know what that is.
It was like a Moser. I don't know if you saw it. The best way to describe it, it was a miniature lunchbox. You know the old lunchbox that your dad, remember, would take to work? My dad would take that.
Yeah, with a thermos, thermos in it. Yeah.
So it was a miniature version of that, but it was a style one. Like, look at this little. And then out of the lunchbox, he pulls his phone. So I couldn't get my eyes off the box.
Yeah.
And then he goes into this aside and take it from there.
So he goes up, and you got to remember, Russell Westbrook is a Hall of Fame player who's a veteran, who's at the end of his career, and he wants a chance at the championship. That's why he came to the Nuggets last year. And now Russell Westbrook plays for the worst team in the NBA. This is how it started.
What y'all think, though? Because y'all got a lot of answers, and y'all always be talking.
I got no answers for you.
Oh, it's very interesting. Y'all don't got no. You guys have a lot of opinions about how we do what we doing. What you got? No, you. Yeah, you make a lot of statements and broad statements that you have no context. So where do you get your context from? Are you in practice? Are you at our film session? Are you anywhere around the building?
So he goes after a few reporters with that tone. And we've seen this before. The last thing you want to do, especially if you're one of these reporters and he's singling you out, you don't want to get into a back and forth because it's not what that setting's for.
You're not going to be able to win.
Because
if you think you need to win, you're not going to be able to win.
And the PR team will shut you down if it gets too crazy anyway.
And Moj, who was the reporter? What was the back and forth with the guy in hockey media that's, why are you so pissy? Who was that?
Why are you so pissy?
That was Jim
Matheson.
He's with Leon Draisaitl in Edmonton.
You don't want it to sound like that. But
Correct.
Westbrook didn't stop, and so he calls out another guy, and I don't know if this guy was sick or if he was nervous, but I want you to hear how he sounds responding to Russ.
Oh, let me hear. You must have been in our film session, too.
I'm not in your film session, but you guys have the worst record in the NBA.
Cool.
You guys have, been bottom 3 in offense and defense throughout the year.
Perfect.
So, I think that's fair to...
What's fair?
It's fair to point that out.
Yeah, that's been pointed out, but that's not the only thing that's been talked about. What else is to point out?
Well, I can only speak for myself. But
yeah, but that's not the only thing you say. I've seen things you say. It's not just about our offense and our defense and what our record is. We've been the worst record for a long time now.
What have I said?
I don't want to go down the round, but we can. I'm asking you. You have a lot of things to say, so this is your time. This is the floor to say it. This is the time.
I just think in sports when
it's the time
teams don't have success,
right?
They're up for.
You think that we should have success, right? Do you feel that way? A lot of you guys feel,
that you should have success.
Yeah.
I think you guys are trying to have success. Yeah.
Okay, cool.
All right.
That's
Again,
good.
I don't know if this guy has a cold, if he needs a lozenge, but
I'm not in your film session, but you guys have the worst record in the NBA.
What's the argument? What's the argument there? What's going on?
I don't know. Russ was just looking for a fight. That's obvious.
Part of me feels bad for Russ. Let me defend Russell Westbrook there. Let me defend him. He's trying his darndest on a team that is openly tanking.
Yeah. And we know, I've been on record, Vic, I don't think there's anybody in NBA history that plays harder than Russell Westbrook.
Sacramento's got the worst record in the NBA. That is the worst possible destination site for a guy looking for his first ring. Russell Westbrook last year jumped on board the Nuggets wagon. Now, it didn't end well, but by God, they had a chance. Win 7 games with OKC. He contributed. And then he goes to Sacramento. And I think everybody, when that move happened, what did you say to yourself? Well, so much for winning a championship. You're gone. And now the Kings have the worst record in the NBA. They are 14-15, or 14-50, I should say. The worst record. That guy plays hard. You're so right. He plays hard every time he gets the. I wonder what's going through his brain.
Well,
been bottom 3 in offense and defense throughout the year.
Perfect.
The thing that I love about that clip, again, I don't know if the guy's sick or what, but when you're being called out by somebody and you respond with a squeaky voice that sounds incredibly nervous, it's just.
Well, what would you do in that situation?
No, I'm not even judging him. I'm like, I don't know how I'd respond. I'd be like, I don't want to do this with you.
I just think in sports when.
See, well, because
objectively, though. That's funny. When you're getting called out, your response is,
You know what, Brett? Have you ever been called out publicly by
not
a
like
coach
that?
or a player?
No.
It's not a fun situation to be in.
I've had a tone, but it's not been anything crazy. I haven't dealt with what Moser's talked about, what's happened to him before, what's happened with you, whatever. But I know that's not fun. Again, I'm not judging the guy. I just think it's funny when you squeak your voice in response.
It sounded to me like Russ just needed to go. He needed to say something to somebody. It wasn't necessarily those people.
I was more curious about the box than I was about his interaction with the media members there in Sacramento.
You talking about the lunch pail?
It's not a lunch. It's an industrial box, is what it is. Okay?
What purpose does it serve?
Well, it was a charger because his phone was. You could see him unplugging his phone
gotcha.
from the inside. So whatever that box is,
maybe it's like a cleaner, like a
Maybe it is. It looks like something. It looks like something that a rich guy would have for God knows what reason. You know what I mean? That's what it looks like. This thing bounces around and gets snot on it. His looks like it's, he takes care of his things, that sort of thing. So then he gets into the back and forth of the reporters. But I was curious about the box.
You guys have the worst record in the NBA.
So hang on a second. Because you guys both lived through this. Vic, you lived through a terrible Nugget season. Mose, you lived through the 48-point season. And I get it. Westbrook's pissed. He just wanted to yell at somebody. And a texter says, I love how Westbrook called out the media. To defend, look, I'm not a media defender guy. I'm like, we're big boys and girls. We can handle it. But if you're covering that team on a daily basis, what the hell are you supposed to say about that team? They're awful. And it's like anything that you're trying to say, if you're reporting something, if you're covering the Kings, how is any report anything other than, isn't that the whole season all you can say?
It sounds like he's upset that there's some reports about things happening inside the locker room. A lot of those same reports happened. Do you remember late in his stint with the Nuggets? Remember the stuff, the behind the scenes? Aaron Gordon had to come out and publicly defend the locker room. Do you remember that?
Well, they were
during the
reporting
OKC
during
series?
the playoffs. Yeah. Well, and I think for Russ, it's something else. Because of his personality and I guess his style of play at times, correct me if I'm wrong here, Vic, it feels like the criticisms of Russell Westbrook are very personal and not basketball related sometimes. It feels very much like you're attacking the character of Russell Westbrook as opposed to his game. Does that make sense?
I think he is just...
in much the same way Russell Wilson dealt with that. Russell Wilson wasn't solely being criticized for his play.
Yeah.
It was other stuff.
What I heard out of Russell Westbrook in that interview was eternal frustration that he's stuck on that Sacramento island while trying to still do something at the end of his career. That's what I heard.
Yeah.
Right. Having been born and raised in Sacramento and having escaped at one point, I see where he's coming from. I mean, that in terms of that franchise, the city itself is great. That franchise, though, It had one shot in its entire existence to do something, and they ran into the Lakers the way the Nuggets did back in the day. They ran into the Lakers, the Vlade Divac, Chris Webber, White Chocolate. Those Sacramento Kings had a chance, and it just didn't happen. So,
Moj, the Kings ran into the Mafia, right? Wasn't that the series that Tim Donaghy threw?
Oh, was it?
I think it was.
Yeah. That Lakers Kings playoff series, that was the one that he was involved with.
Oh, I guess I didn't realize that too. Really? So the franchise has one, and again, like the Nuggets, I think if they get by the Lakers, they win the title. Wow. So the one opportunity that franchise has had in 42 years of existence in Sacramento is thwarted not only by the Lakers and big shot Robert Horry making big shots in that series. You had to go against a referee who's now done time.
Wait,
That's crazy.
Are you telling me, Nelly, that the Italians thwarted the only championship opportunity for the Kings? Is that what you're saying?
What does this have to do with the Italians?
He said the Mafia.
The Mafia. Those are the
different forms of mafia.
There's many mafias. It could have been the Russian Mafia. It could have been the Nebraskan Mafia. I don't know who Tim Donaghy was talking to.
Here we go again with Powder being anti-Italian. Just another example.
Well, I think in their defense, it's the Russian mob. Mafia has a specific Italian connotation.
Could have been the milking mafia. That's your neck of the woods, Brett. I don't know who it was.
I don't like how you
I've
went
heard
straight
the term mafia used for a lot of different folks.
Like who?
A lot of different folks out there.
Who?
Bills, Buffalo Bills fans.
Bills Mafia. What if it's Bills fans?
You know what?
What if Bills fans threw that series?
If the Sacramento Kings had that derailed because Bills fans were paying Tim Donaghy. I love that, actually. A fan base is an actual mafia. Organized crime.
Steve, as we roll on, would you like to explain to the fellows what I sent you yesterday?
Okay.
Speaking of Italians.
Can we do that? Can we do that when we return here?
Yeah, as we roll on, yeah.
You can listen to us anywhere in the world on the Altitude Sports Radio app. It is powered by the Will Hite Law Firm. Injury lawyers go to willhitewins.com. That's willhitewins.com. It's Nanner time for Vic, which means it's time for us to take a break.
I'm not in your film session, but you guys have the worst record in the NBA.
Cool.
You guys have been bottom 3 in offense and defense throughout the year.
Perfect.
My name's Luca. Also.
Okay, perfect.
Maybe it was this Mafia, Vic. I'll give you $5. You can tell me who this is.
That's 3-6 Mafia.
Woo! Vic Lombardi.
Gangster rap is my specialty. We know this.
3-6 Mafia. Hey, you want to? I know that we get really, as a world, as a country, we're obsessed with this Puxatani Phil, this groundhog that tells you when the weather is going to turn and all that. You want, like, this is my indicator for spring. This is how you know it's coming, that it's here. Mark Stone has been placed on IR.
Oh, yes!
Spring is here.
That is the NHL's version of Puxatani. What's the name?
Puxatani Phil.
Yeah.
That's it. Except this time, Moser can't come back, correct?
Well, I mean, if he goes on LTIR, which is all the way...
I thought they did away with that this year. Am I wrong?
Well, he's on IR, not LTIR, which means he's probably going to be out for a couple of weeks. He'll be back before the end of the regular season, so they're not going to be able to use his money.
Is the rule,
at least not yet.
Yes, understood. Is the rule that they changed is that you just can't spring on the cap space in the playoffs now, right?
That is correct.
Yes. So you can't go over the cap with a guy on LTIR anymore.
That is correct.
Yeah.
The rule they changed is you can't cheat anymore.
Yeah, pretty much.
Kind of. It's funny that you say that, though, because I actually was thinking the same thing myself on the airplane. And I thought to myself, okay, what are other events that you can set your clock by? I guess pulling the hedgehog or the whatever he is, the groundhog out of his thing.
On Gobbler's Knob.
Yeah, you Gobbler's Knob it. But it's the other thing is the Swallows returning to Capistrano. Do you know what that is? You ever heard of that?
Yes.
So I actually looked up the way my brain works. I looked up the Swallows returning to Capistrano, and they do it like every March 19th, and then they nest there, and then they leave October 23rd. You can set your watch by it, which is pretty amazing. Same thing. Mark Stone, IR, March.
Yep. That's what it is. Now, for the games tonight, huge games, as we know. Dallas and the Avs. This is, I think, such a gigantic indicator of what's to come, and here's why. Moj, it truly feels like if you win today and you win on Sunday, you've clinched the division. That's how it feels. It would take a pretty epic collapse for you to lose that. You would be the number one seed in the West comfortably with 18 games to go after this weekend. Right. You lose, now this becomes all hands on deck, race to the finish.
Dallas was 12 points back about 2 months ago, and they've done a lot of winning, but they've only made up 6 points, which is still pretty damn good to make up 6 points. But it's hard to we realized how frustrating it was last year. You're winning and winning, but you're just not. You're
right.
Gaining some ground. You're just not getting there. It's a frustrating experience, even if you are winning. But this game tonight is huge. I mean, you've got a 6-point lead with a game in hand. You'd lead with an 8-point lead with a game in hand. That's pretty damn good. And then, of course, the mini situation on Sunday, it's going to be the same kind of story. So,
Moj, if you win both games in regulation, you're sitting very pretty.
You're sitting really, really good. And not only are you sitting good, Vic, in the standings and hanging on to that number one spot, but I think emotionally and internally it does a lot for you, too. I mean, you're the best team in the league. I said it the other night at the end of the game. You were tied for the first team to 10 points. But then you were the first team to 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, and now 90 points in the league. You're a pretty damn good hockey club, and you don't need to boost yourself up and all this kind of thing. But I think even for teams like the Avs, it's let's see where the next best team in the league is compared to us. And that's what the Dallas Stars are. I mean, I guess you could make an argument for Tampa, but really to me it's the Dallas Stars, the second best team in the league.
Power play has been better since the Olympic break. They're 3 of 14, I believe, through these 5 games. If they can continue that,
they're 2 of their last 4. How about that? That's I prefer the immediacy of it all.
What is 3 of 14? Is that 21%? Is that what we came up with? If they have 21% on the power play, then that's totally fine. If they can keep that pace for the rest of the year, take that into the postseason, perfect. I love it.
Let me show you how Dallas operates. I talked about Wyatt Johnston a little bit earlier, right? He's got 33 goals this season for the Dallas Stars. 21 of those are on the power play. So that means he's got 12 even strength goals all season long. That's it.
Moser, we're going to get that guy that dresses up as Jared Bednar behind Jared Bednar?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how that works. How do they know what he's wearing, too?
I don't know, but it was uncanny last year in the playoffs.
I think they should be investigated for that. That's insider info. Somebody from
what it feels like.
Somebody from Dallas
what it feels
is talking
like.
to him. Yeah, and that's not allowed. I don't care if it's that. Maybe he's reporting injuries out there. I don't know. It's
I was
illegal.
going through some of this stuff. I'm guessing Scott Wedgwood's going to get to go tonight. I'm guessing. Maybe not. It depends on how Jared Bednar feels. But Mackenzie Blackwood has never beaten the Dallas Stars. He's 0-4-1 against them.
In his career, since being here?
In his career. No, in his career. He's also never beaten Vegas and the Avs, but he's on the Avs now. But he's never beaten Dallas. Maybe it's time to do that. Time to get it done now.
I think so. We were talking about Landeskog earlier, by the way. This was Bednar's response to Landy this season.
He makes such a difference. I mean, we saw it even over the last couple of years. I don't take this as a knock to the rest of our team and all the guys and the rest of our team, but he is a difference maker in every way when he's playing good hockey. It's on the ice, it's in the room. It's gathering the guys together to keep them focused. It's his play offensively. It's his play defensively. It's what he says and when he says it. It's all of the above, right?
That pretty much tells the story of what he thinks of Landy. Hey, Moj, is Nick Waugh playing tonight?
Don't know, Vic. I'm going to get down. I think that the rest of the guys are walking down to the rink at 10. I'm on the air with you now until 11 a.m., so then I will depart immediately and head to the rink, so we'll find out then. It all depends on the paperwork, and the U.S. State Department doesn't. What they don't do is they don't say, "Oh yeah, hey, it's you just did a deal at 11:35 at night. Let's get right on that and get him into Dallas and let him play."
But it's a big game.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I mean. Yeah, but I mean, they just you get in line immediately and you go that way.
The
it's not like
difference between the
but it's
NHL and NBA, when these trades occur in the NBA, it's always like 2 or 3, 4 days before the guy even shows up. NHL, man, they're there an hour later.
Pretty much. That's pretty much it. Yeah, it's like get on a plane and get your butt to wherever you're going to be. Go.
By the way, Mo, just a point of correction, I suppose. That stat that you gave about Blackwood, that was regular season. Because he did win 3 times against Dallas.
I'm sorry. Yeah, that is correct. That is correct. Regular season wins. And what's again back to the Johnston thing? 21 power play goals this year. The Avs only have 30 as a team. I mean, so
That's
he's
crazy.
been real. He's a super sniper on the power play, and
Wasn't
they've got
he
some
hurt
really
in the
good players
playoffs
there.
last year? Didn't he get hurt?
Was he Wyatt?
I can't remember.
I'm trying to remember too, Vic. I'm not sure that I do remember.
Well, you're paid
the whole
to
thing
remember.
to me.
The
I know,
difference
but
is
the whole
I'm
thing
not
to
paid
me.
to remember that.
The
You
whole
are.
thing to me is a blank. It was yeah, I think he did. He got banged up. Jason Robertson is another
Robertson's hurt.
interesting. Yeah, Robertson's an interesting story because he's playing terrific hockey for Dallas, but he's going to be a free agent, and he wants 12 per, and the Stars don't want to pay him 12 per. So they've got, let's see, 10. They've got 4 hours and 14 minutes to deal him or let him walk for nothing because somebody will pay him 12 per.
Wyatt
so he's an
Johnston played-
interesting.
Go ahead. Sorry, Mosh.
No, go ahead. He's just an interesting situation.
He played in all 7 games last year.
There you go. Robertson banged out. Johnston, Robertson, Hammer Shark.
That's all a charade. So, again, huge game tonight. The Avs are going to be on 92.5 at 6. Knicks and Nuggets on AM 950 at 7 o'clock as they're looking to get another one on the back-to-back. And, Vic, you said that Aaron Gordon looks like he's going to give it a go tonight, according
I'd
to
be
your
surprised if he
unconfirmed
doesn't play.
sources. Yeah.
Yeah, I think Aaron Gordon's back on the court tonight. They weren't going to play him in both games of back-to-back, so save him for tonight, just an extra day. I don't know about the status of Peyton Watson and or Spencer Jones. I don't know when they'll be ready. I don't know about Cam Johnson. Cam Johnson didn't play last night. Again, the Nuggets beat the Lakers minus 4 of their top forwards. 4 forwards unavailable. Cam Johnson, Aaron Gordon, Peyton Watson, Spencer Jones. Hope to at least get one of them back tonight. One.
You'd hope.
I did see AG last night. When Joker made that running bucket off the glass late, the whole bench got up. I saw P. Watt, he's got that hat on, and then Aaron Gordon, I'm like, you look good. I hope your hammy's as good as you look, because I'd love to have you back.
Well, he's doing a lot of work. We'll get back to this in just a little bit. The Rapids are coming off a 2-0 win over Portland last week, and they host the LA Galaxy tomorrow. Tickets are still available, 7:30 start at ColoradoRapids.com. You can hear the game right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Oh, by the way, next.
Hey everybody, Vic Lombardi here for Dan Kaplis Law. If you want your case to be taken seriously, go to a serious law firm. Dan Kaplis Law does it well in a real trial, real firm. Dan Kaplis Law has proven it goes to trial and proves the truth when the insurance carrier doesn't pay all it should in an out-of-court settlement. Dan Kaplis Law is the only lawyer in Colorado history to win 11 straight 7-figure jury verdicts, including a record $205 million jury verdict in a wrongful death case. Also, the largest truck crash jury verdict in Colorado history. Insurance companies, they fool around, they mess around. Well, they fool around and find out against Dan Kaplis Law, a serious firm for serious cases, accepting righteous injury and death cases on a percentage fee basis. No upfront fees and no charge for an initial consultation. So give them a call today, 303-770-5551. Dan Kaplis Law has offices in Denver, Greeley, Loveland, and Fort Collins. Or hit them up online, dankaplislaw.com. That's C-A-P-L-I-S law.com.
Oh, by the way, stories from around sports, life, the world that we feel like you should be aware of. I played golf yesterday. I did something I've never done before. There's not hole-in-one. I walked.
Oh, my God. You know what? I know why you walked. I know why. Car path only.
No, there's no carts. Carts not allowed.
Okay.
I walked.
Tell me if you guys agree with this sentiment, because I walk a lot too. I don't mind walking. I enjoy at least a little
Let me tell you
exercise.
something about walking, Vic. Yeah. Never happening again.
You didn't like it?
It was common ground. There's a long course to walk.
It's not even a tough course. It's an easy course. It's a flat course.
It was a long course to walk. A long
course. That's one of the easiest walking courses in Metro Denver.
Super long course.
What
Unbelievably long course.
Can you guys agree with me? There are no worse words in the English language than cart path only.
I will say it's easier than parking your cart 150 yards from your ball and then grabbing 8 clubs because you don't know what to hit.
The worst set of words in the English language, and those of you golf courses that employ these words, shame on you. I don't care. Again, I don't care about your course. I want to. If you're going to give me a cart, let me drive it to the ball. Cart path only. Awful. Awful. Absolutely awful. Then don't do carts. Then everybody walk. I don't mind that. At least you know beforehand.
Hector says, Brett, that's pathetic. It's such an easy course to walk. You don't know my game. I have to walk across the fairway and the green 18 times, okay? Oh, by the way, did you guys see, so the World Baseball Classic is starting. The U.S. plays tonight against Brazil at 6 o'clock. What happened this morning, though, Japan played Chinese Taipei. They won 13-0. Shohei Ohtani hit a grand slam. They scored 13 runs in the first 3 innings. I didn't know this. So there's run rules in the World Baseball Classic?
Like a mercy rule?
If you're up 10 past 7 innings, they're like, that's it, you're done.
Good.
A very little league, high school baseball approach to it, but I don't really care. Chinese Taipei had 1 hit through 7 innings. What are we doing? Just end the game. It's over. You're done. Mose, you said you had something earlier for Nelly. What is it?
Yeah, I saw this. I'm not a super big wrestling guy, but I did see this, and I thought of Vic, obviously, because there's an Italian wrestler who, when he gets into the ring, he spins a pizza crust. Pizza pie. Okay. And he knocks out his opponents with his spinning pizza pie. Take a look at your screen behind you there, Brett. Describe what you see.
These guys are spinning a pizza in a wrestling ring. Oh, and he punched the pizza and knocked the guy out.
Yeah.
People watch this stuff. ESPN signed a deal for this stuff. I mean, just think about where we are.
That's not WWE. That's just some backyard.
Oh, you're right. It's so much more real. You're right.
No, I'm saying you said ESPN signed a deal with these guys. This is somebody's elementary school gym with 30 people in it. I mean, it's not.
Yeah, but to knock a 280-pound guy out with a pizza crust is pretty awesome.
I agree. Pretty cool.
Look, he just punches it straight at the guy's face, and the guy goes down. I think he's dead. He's almost dead. Yeah, he got pizza pied to death. It's pretty awesome. I just saw that. I thought of Vic, obviously.
Again, what do I have to do with a guy wielding a pizza crust?
I have a new obsession, Nelly. I just sent you this in the DM. Pull up the video and have the audio ready. There's something I can't stop watching when I'm scrolling through my my social feeds now. And I hate it. It's like a hate watch thing. Have you guys seen the videos of this McDonald's CEO trying the food from McDonald's?
Yes, I have seen that.
Trying to do what?
God.
He's just trying the foods from McDonald's, and he's the CEO of McDonald's. This guy bothers me a lot. And I want you to watch this and ask yourself, does this seem like an actual human being, or is this like a robot? Go ahead,
Chris
Nelly.
K here with, you've heard about it, here it is, the Big Arch. This is something that we have tested already in Portugal, Germany, Canada.
Stop for a second. A lot of Mark Dagno vibes there.
Yes, a lot of them. You're absolutely right.
A lot of Mark Dagno vibes.
So, Nelly, scroll forward a little bit to when he actually is about to try the food, like he takes it out of the box.
That's
so there you go.
Very unique kind of sesame poppy sort of bun on it. We've got 2 quarter-pound patties, a delicious Big Arch sauce.
I hate this guy.
And, of course, some lettuce. So,
Hey,
there's so much going on with this. First of
What's
all,
so
let's
much
try to
going
get
on?
this thing. I don't even know how to attack it.
You just take a bite.
So much to it.
You just take a bite.
There's also some crispy onions on here as well. I see those kind of coming out. All right, the moment of truth.
He takes the smallest bite possible.
That is so good. That's a big bite for a big arch.
I hate this guy. I hate him.
I want to slap him so hard.
I mean, I get like creeped out or something. Like I don't know
You
what
want
even the
to
feeling
you want
is.
to move merchandise? Do you want McDonald's? Do you want to move merchandise? I'm not kidding. Do you want to?
Yep.
I mean, it's either you do or you don't.
Yep. Say it, Moj.
Get Moser bread in there.
Yes.
No, that's
for
not
lunch.
going to move
and
merchandise. That's not
yeah,
going to do it.
yes, it will.
You want to know the best advertisement you can have? Watch me and Moj hork down a Big Mac in 2 bites. Yeah. That's how it happens.
I mean, if you do you want to sell burgers or do you want to have Mark Dagna go,
That's a big bite for a big burger.
Oh, God, I don't even know how to attack it.
I
So
don't know.
you
How do I
bite it.
attack this?
what do you mean, how do you attack it? Hey, you pick it up and you shove it in your face.
Let me ask you this. What do you do with
Dork.
those folks who cut the burger? Who actually cut it and attack it that way? What do you do about that?
You know,
No.
you guys still get on me about things, and maybe rightfully so. But I'm not incorrect when I yelled. Well, I didn't yell at him, but I was upset with the guy eating a salad at the ball game.
Mm-hmm.
I know how and where to eat food. I know the appropriate way. I know the appropriate style.
The setting.
I know the appropriate setting. If you want to sell burgers, get me into a McDonald's and give me a Big Mac, and I'll sell you burgers.
Hey,
period. End of story.
Speaking of food, oh, by the way, there was a kid at one of these World Baseball Classic games. Chief actually took this, or I'm sorry, it was spring training. Chief took this video. Nelly, pull that one up. This should be the way you eat popcorn at a baseball game if you're a child. Has to be. Look at this kid face deep in this bag.
Jesus, making out with that thing.
Imagine a child face deep in a popcorn bag, not using his hands. He's just got hands on 2 sides of the bag and throwing his face inside of it. That's the way you eat.
It's a pig at a trough is what it is.
Yes, it is.
It's a pig at a trough, and I'm all for it. Go ahead, kid. Go crazy. Knock yourself out.
See, that kid rules. Nelly, you got something?
Oh, by the way, we recently got the top 25 ranking list release that I know all of you have been waiting for with bated breath. And I'm talking about the March top 25 collegiate dodgeball teams as picked by the National Collegiate Dodgeball Association. So, Mark Moser, since you are our resident sports expert, as our Olympics rants have proven, I will give you however many brownie points in the world you want if you can name a single school that is top 25 in collegiate dodgeball right now.
LSU.
That is incorrect.
California State University, Irvine.
I'll give you a hint. 6 of the top 10 dodgeball schools in America are all in Ohio.
Miami of Ohio.
Miami of Ohio is the 6th team in the country.
Ohio Wesleyan.
Ball State.
Ohio State is number 1. If either of you said it, everybody talked at the same time.
Youngstown State.
Nope.
Cleveland State.
Cleveland State is number 9.
Now we're just going to name Ohio Wesleyan.
Dayton.
I'll just round out the top 10 for you here. So number 1 is Ohio State. Number 2 is Michigan State. Number 3, Kent State. Number 4, Grand Valley State. Number 5, Moser's Cincinnati Bearcats. Number 6, Miami of Ohio. Number 7, Virginia. Number 8, Ohio. Number 9, Cleveland State. And number 10, Brett's Milken, Nebraska Huskers. So I don't know what it is about the state of Ohio, but they love throwing things at people's faces.
I got it, by the way.
I can't imagine going to school and saying I'm on a dodgeball scholarship. But yeah, go ahead, Vic.
Oh, there's nothing wrong with dodgeball. That was the funnest event at gym. Hey, this weekend, for all your hoop heads out there, this is my favorite event of the year. You plop yourself down at the Denver Coliseum, the old Denver Coliseum, and you watch basketball game after basketball game, both the girls and guys at the Coliseum tonight and tomorrow. 6A and 5A championship tournament is going on, and there is game after game after game. They start Actually, there's a game going on right now. They started at 8:45 a.m. this morning.
Oh, yeah.
And they go until 8:30 tonight, the final tip. Tonight and tomorrow at the Coliseum. Again, I could sit there and watch every single one of these games, and I love it. It's great.
Yep.
If you're a high school fan.
One more thing here. Oh, by the way. File this under the I can't believe we have to say this out loud department. United Airlines has made a new rule. They will ban passengers if they do this. What is it, Moj?
That's if you watch something without your headphones on.
Are people on an airplane
Yes, they are,
so inconsiderate that they will play a movie without headphones?
Yes, I've experienced that on multiple occasions. Not just movies, but videos and games. Like they're playing games on their phone, but it's loud.
Yeah.
Yes, I've
Well, let me ask you
experienced
this.
that many times.
What's the difference between that and two loud talkers sitting next to each other being very loud when they talk and laugh? Loud, loud, loud.
Because you're talking.
Yeah, but the loud talkers, what's the difference between watching something on your phone and loud talkers taking over an airplane? You know exactly what I'm referring to here.
I mean, yeah, but one of them's human interaction. The other one is just being selfish.
Why is it not selfish to be so loud? I don't want to hear your conversation.
I don't know if I've when you say loud, I don't know what loud means. Like people screaming?
The kind of conversation that everybody 3-4 rows down can hear. And it runs the entire flight. You've never been in that situation before.
Not where I thought this is obnoxiously loud. No. Now, I'm the kind of guy, I don't hear crying babies.
Aer Lingus?
Well, I don't even hear crying babies. I got the noise-canceling headphones over the ear. Like, I'm drowned out with my own stuff because I come prepared. Maybe go prepared, Vic. How about that? Dude, have I ever told you guys this? Real quick. Most embarrassing situation I've been in on a plane. It was the headrest TV screen thing, and for whatever reason, I didn't have movies ready to go or something on my phone. So I watched one of the movies on the headrest, and it was Red Sparrow, I believe. It was with Jennifer Lawrence. She's like a ballet girl from Russia who turns into a spy. I don't know. Somebody said it was good, so I watched it. What I didn't know in that movie is that she uses her assets to get after people.
Ah, okay.
Full nudity in this movie.
Oh, boy.
I'm in the aisle seat. Behind me in the aisle seat is a 12-year-old boy.
He's watching closely.
And he is glued to my headset. And I take my hat off, and I literally hold it like this so nobody can see from the aisle, but I got two people next to me on the right, and all I can think to myself is, why did you put me in this position by having this movie available on a flight? That can't be legal.
No.
Because now I look like a creep when I didn't know what was coming.
Right.
That's not fair.
But you also didn't fast forward, did you?
Dude, you can't fast forward on those things, I don't think.
Why
can
not?
You? They have, like, pause.
Well, obviously you didn't try.
Are you guys watching?
I'm a Jennifer Lawrence fan. What can I say? I like her acting.
You know how weird I am when it comes to those plane instruments and what you... I like watching the plane just, like, how close you are to your destination. Sometimes I just put it there and watch that.
I do like that.
Just for the hell of it.
I'm over Topeka.
Yeah, like how fast is this thing? How fast is this line moving?
Back in the day before they had the video screens and all that, they had like channels on the armrest, and you could listen in on United. You could listen into the air traffic control, which was cool. Yeah, I thought that was great.
I'll tell you this, Vic. When they give you all the stats of your plane, I'm like, oh, it's a heavy tailwind we got going on right now. I have no idea what that means.
Brett, yeah, when you're going to land in a city and they go, welcome to Denver, we got headwinds coming about 20 knots
like,
out of the northeast. Like, first of all, what's a knot? Second of all, I don't care what the wind is. Did we land? Okay.
Yeah, what is a knot, Moser?
It's a nautical mile. It's like 1.3 of a regular mile.
You tie things up with.
Why don't they just say mile?
But it's naval and air. It's different.
Okay. That is, oh, by the way, got Drunk Takes coming up at 9:45. Stick around.
I couldn't tell you from New York. Vic Lombardi here. I want to talk about the winter, which is finally here. And you better make sure your furnace is working today. We got snow, ladies and gentlemen. Big round of applause for snow, please. Thank you very much. Right now, at AAA Service Plumbing, Heating, and Electric, they have a $49 furnace safety and efficiency inspection that prevents breakdowns, improves the efficiency of your furnace, and ensures that that sucker is safe to run all winter. Winter is obviously short this year, but you better make sure it's working for days like this. So, leave it to the pros. Schedule your appointment now at AAAtoday.com. That's AAAtoday.com.
Jokic goes to the left hand, gets down the lane, kick out three, Strother. Yeah! That's a timely basket there by Julian Strother. And now a timeout called by J.J. Redick. Clock winding down. Strother baseline floater is good. And this might be the game of the year for Strother. I mean, what does he have? I'm not a big stats guy, but he's playing well. Brown throws it off to Jokic inside the arc. Working against Jackson Hayes. Puts it on the floor. He's in the paint. Turnaround hook shot. Good! Big bucket there. Denver leads it by 3, 114 to 111. Bruce Brown has it back over to Jokic. 25 seconds left to go in the game. Denver leads it by 3. Jokic floater. Yeah! 2-possession game for Denver. 5 seconds. 5-point lead with 22 seconds to go. Timeout, LA! What a bucket! There's the horn in Denver. The Nuggets win it wire to wire. They get a 1.5 game lead on the LA Lakers in the playoff standings. Triple-double by Joker. Final tonight from Denver. Nuggets 120, Lakers 113. And do I dare say, you can go ahead and take that L on the way out.
And it's just basketball. At the end of the day, it's just basketball. Jamal Murray made a shot.
Big win for the Nuggets yesterday, as it was necessary. They lose that game, though, to fall into the 6th seed. Now they're tied again with Houston in the Western Conference standings. Just a bit of breaking news here that I'll throw out for a tidbit from Adam Schefter. The Raiders are releasing Geno Smith, which not a shock. They're going to take Fernando Mendoza, you would think, with that first overall pick, but he is no longer a Raider, so he is on the market. But to the Nuggets. Winning that game, great. Don't want to have too many complaints about it. I do think could have closed a little bit easier than they did, but they got the win, and that's the most important thing against a good team, as this is the final sort of stretch of this really, really tough, the toughest part of their schedule.
Me whistling by the graveyard. I tell myself, you know what? It doesn't matter if they have to start on the road in the postseason. As long as AG and P. Watt are back, they're going to be okay on the road. Man, I think it's critical to have home court advantage, at least in the first round.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess the days, because San Antonio is playing so well, the days of getting to the number 2 seed, or the 3. I mean, the 3 is still definitely doable. You're only a game out there. But the number 2 seed, those days are gone. And you've dealt with injuries. You've dealt with a lot of stuff so far this season. But I don't want to go on the road in round 1. I don't want to go on the road to begin things, do you? I mean, do you care even if AG and P. Watt are back?
I mean, it's preferable. The question is, the Nuggets are pretty good on the road and haven't been great at home. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, you realize their road record right now, they could end up with a better road record than home record. They're 22-12 on the road, 17-12 at home. They could end up better on the road, which to me is inconceivable.
They've played more road games.
Yeah, I know, but I'm just how you end up, though.
Yeah, no, I agree with you, but I have a feeling they're gonna make that up on the home floor before it's all said and done and be a balanced team. At least I hope that's the case. But I guess we're gonna have to ride with whatever scenario plays out and hope that it's okay. To hope that a healthy AG and Stan Van Gundy was bringing that up last night. He was talking about a healthy Aaron Gordon and what it means to the Nuggets and what it means to him sealing off those baseline drives and these different kinds of things. And he's got some very good points about that, and I'm hoping that it comes to fruition. I mean, that's all we can really hang on to right now, Vic.
Last night answered a lot of questions for me. First of all, a pair of 28s from Joker and Jamal. Jamal did all the heavy lifting early. Boy, was he exciting and energetic early in that game. And Joker closed it with some big shots down the stretch. Joker gets another triple-double on his way. Boy, does he love playing against the Lakers, as does Jamal. But I'll say this. To win a clutch game against the team with the best clutch game record in the NBA, going into that game, the Lakers are 17-5 in clutch games. Close games, final 5 minutes, right? 17-5. The Nuggets were middle of the pack. So to beat them at their own game, bring some confidence back into the mix. Okay, we can do it. We've done it so many times before. Here we are. But to beat those kind of teams, you got to have production from your role players, and the Nuggets got it last night. You mentioned it earlier, what you saw out of Strother. He had 18 points. CB had 15 points. Tim Hardaway Jr. came off the bench with 14. You got to have that in the mix or you got no chance, man. The other thing I noticed last night, it's going to continue, fellas. This action on guarding Joker. How are teams guarding Joker now? They're just throwing their hands in there. They're getting handsy. Everybody's getting handsy. Let's just assault him with hands. Jab, jab, jab. That's all you see. And it's frustrating, but they have to figure a way around that because it's going to continue.
I did see Joker at the side of the block have Marcus Smart just back his rear end into him all the way to the baseline, and Joker's like fall. I think he could jump out of the way if he wanted to, but I think with Joker's when he falls over the back of a guy and he's kind of riding on him, he's just proving a point that these guys are just throwing themselves into me. What do you want me to do?
But you know what's happening now?
What would you like me to do in that situation?
When he has the ball. Tell me if you guys didn't see this. So he has the ball. He's holding it up high, holds it in front of him. A guy's all over him. And then you see a dude lurk behind him ready to go get it.
Yeah.
Are you saying to yourself, oh, my God, here he comes. Watch out. Watch out. That's all they did last night. And if you think the Lakers do that, wait until Monday night, OKC. They make a living doing that.
Do you think any of that changes if Watson and Gordon are healthy?
Well, you think teams are going to stop doing that? No. I think they're going to keep doing it. They're going to keep doing it until you make them pay for it. And the way you make them pay for it is, as I mentioned before, those other players got to make them pay for it. And Joker's got to get rid of the ball sooner.
Yeah.
Would you agree?
Yeah, he does. I I think a lot of that, I mentioned this earlier, but the attacking of Joker when he has the ball, the thing that's frustrating to me that the Nuggets can do, there's still guys just standing around the three-point line. Like, somebody cut. Make the defense move. Make them aware of guys who are not just stand alone in one position. Like, go and make something happen. I think a lot of times
That's a good point.
They just sit there and stare at him.
I if it was me and I was a teammate with Joker, I'm sure that I would find myself standing around watching him play the game of basketball a lot. It's much better for everybody if you're moving. If you're cutting to the bucket, two things. Either you're going to drive a guy out of a position that he wants to stay in, or you're going to get the ball and have an opportunity to put it in the bucket. One of the two is going to happen.
The Nuggets defense has been much better since the All-Star break, and I know the final score may not have indicated it last night, but their defense as a whole was better. And here's what you're going to get when you got to make a decision. So last night, you don't want Luka to go crazy. You don't want Reeves to go crazy. So you make sure you push up on them. And what that's going to do is you're going to give up a lot of lobs. And how many lobs did we see? Lob after lob to Jackson Hayes. He lobbed his way to 19 points. He had 8 dunks, right? That's the give and take. You can live with that. Let Jackson Hayes lob his way into oblivion, but you don't want those other guys going crazy, because that's how you lose. So I thought the defensive approach by the Nuggets was a very sound one last night, and it was just enough to win that game.
Still got to clean up the turnovers. Too many.
Of course. I mean, what they finished with? How many turnovers? 18 turnovers and you win the game? Yeah. And not only turnovers, live ball turnovers that turn into easy points the other way. Those are the worst. You know, those quick turnovers that go into a fast break. Those are so hard to deal with.
Yeah.
Late turnovers.
There was one late that turned the ball over, and then it's Jamal against a 3-on-1. You stand no chance.
I will say this. Somebody just sent me this on Twitter, this Lakers muse. You know, everybody's got a muse. And this tweet from a Lakers perspective. I swear the Nuggets are a social experiment designed to test the psychological limits of Lakers fans. We are so close, but yet so far every time.
It does feel that way. I mean, literally ever since the bubble. The bubble was when, Anthony Davis hit the 3 to win the game, and was that game 2? Ever since then, late game stuff, Nuggets find a way against them in particular. Every time. And we have all of these different sound clips to prove it. Yeah, give that.
Jamal Murray made a shot. At the end of the day, it's just basketball.
Oh, I still hate that clip so much. So much.
And it's just basketball.
When did that one come? I don't remember.
It was after they lost. After they lost the Nuggets, I think the second year in a row. And he's doing the, all I care about is basketball. I worked my life at this. I spent $1 million a year on my body, but when I lose, hey, man, let's keep perspective.
Dude,
You like getting nailed by the king?
I know he went down with an elbow injury last night that was tough to see, but
it was
the
horrible.
dude is amazing at that age to have that body.
Yeah, no kidding.
It's freaking amazing. It's like we'll never see that again, ever.
No.
It's remarkable.
No, this is like there's a few things in sports that are like unbreakable records and stuff like that. Like people bring up Gehrig's hit streak and look, that can be broken. It can be.
Well, it wasn't. No, Gehrig was the game streak, and it was broken by Cal Ripken Jr. It's the DiMaggio.
Sorry, DiMaggio. Yes.
Broken.
That can be broken. It can be. I'll tell you what can't. Somebody doing what LeBron James is doing is not going to happen. You aren't going to be healthy and good for that long in that sport. Never.
Nope.
I still don't understand what he was.
Emmitt Smith's rushing record's not going to be broken because nobody's going to get enough carries to do it.
But Lakers fans slowly but surely are turning against him, blaming him for a lot of these losses. Last night, how much time was left? A minute when the Nuggets were up by 3. I think it was about a minute and a half. Nuggets are up by 3. The Lakers have the ball. He gets the ball under the rim in what looks to be an easy layup to me and pushes it out to Marcus Smart for a 3. And as soon as I saw that transpire, I was like, what are you doing?
Yeah.
Why are you entrusting Marcus Smart? You got the ball under the rim.
They had their opportunities late, and they decided to go with Marcus Smart to try and take him over the top. Remember, they had a 14-point lead with just under 10 minutes left, the Nuggets did. That dwindled all the way down to a 1-point lead. Reeves missed his second free throw to tie it. Then Joker got the bucket. That put him back up 3. But then that's what you're talking about, Vic. Marcus Smart missed a 3. Then Bruce Brown missed a 3. Then Marcus Smart missed another 3. And then Jamal missed a 3. It kind of went back and forth there. And I kept thinking that last minute, I'm like, guys, would you get a damn bucket and put this away?
Get it over with. My goodness. Thank goodness for
It was
Joker.
the Joker.
Again. It was
a
Jamal
floater off the
early and
window.
Joker late. That's how they won last night. Jamal early, Joker late.
And now they find themselves tied with Houston again in the Western Conference standings, a win that was much needed, and they got another one. Very important tonight that you can hear on AM 950 at 7 o'clock, but Avs and Stars on 92.5 at 6. We'll talk more about that when we come back.
Big snow today, which is a good thing, not only for the Front Range, but also for the mountains. And are you thinking about that mountain home? You're thinking about maybe a second home investment property? Maybe you just want to pack up and get to the mountains and get out of town. Well, it can be difficult to find the right person, the one that can really help you with that kind of a deal, but we have. Her name's Anastasia Bell. Now, listen up. She's also a broker associate with Breckenridge Associates in Breckenridge, no doubt about it. But the fact of the matter is she's got an opportunity right now for you in Breckenridge to own your own ski chalet, private, refined, exclusive, luxury mountain living. If that's your thing, then Anastasia Bell is the person to talk to, or really any mountain property whatsoever. She's been sought out by clients here in Denver and beyond for quite some time for just such a situation. And her clients do appreciate the level of professionalism that's required, and she brings that. So here's her telephone number. Write it down. 970-968-7646. That number again, 970-968-7646. If you're ready to enjoy that mountain lifestyle and you're thinking about awesome mountain properties, think of Anastasia Bell.
Can always text us on the Shop Mazda text line, 303-504-0925. Shop Mazda, one price, one person, 1 hour.
Hey, just to give you some numbers, you mentioned Nuggets turnovers. Dan Hyatt had these numbers. You know, the Nuggets on the season, very quickly, when they commit 15 or more turnovers, right, they're 9-9. When they limit their turnovers to 15 or fewer, less than 15, I should say, they're 30-15. Much different results.
Would make sense. And to the Avs, they play Dallas tonight. Huge game. Here's what Bednar said a couple days ago.
He makes such a difference.
Oops.
I mean, we
Wrong
saw
clip.
it
Hold
even
on.
over the- These are huge games. Like, we got to treat Friday like a playoff game. You know, that's why we're trying to relax and clear the heads today. We'll start focusing up tomorrow, and we'll get ready on Friday. Like, to me, that's a big one. It's a playoff game. We'll treat it that way, and you know, it's not necessarily do or die, win or go home, but it's a big game, and I want to see our guys treat it that way. And
I love it.
You know what it is? You know what it is? It's really good practice for playoffs.
Yeah,
that's what it is.
Huge game tonight.
It's a lot of Vic in that clip.
So funny.
Nothing. I'm just sitting there. I just made. I just.
We're having a
made
conversation.
an observation, and Brett was laughing.
Well, that's what happens when you have a conversation. Like
A lot of Vic affirmations. That's all.
Yep.
So what happens when
Who do
you
you
ask
think I am? Hype guy.
I am.
When you ask a question rather than make a 3-minute statement, you have conversation.
Let's see. Here we go. Vic feels like he's
All right,
backed
well,
into a corner. He's just going to start swinging, Moj.
Let's try it again. One more time.
And you got to go to your bedroom 2 minutes for being bad.
Brett, play it again.
These are huge games. Like, we got to treat Friday like a playoff game. You know,
totally.
that's why we're trying to relax and clear the heads today. We'll start focusing up tomorrow,
clear those heads.
and we'll get ready on Friday. Like, to me, that's a big one. It's a playoff game. We'll treat it that way, and
I love that.
you know, it's not necessarily do or die, win or go home, but it's a big game, and I want to see our guys treat it that way. And
I love it.
You know what it is? You know what it is? It's really good practice for playoffs.
Yeah,
that's what it is.
I don't understand what the problem is there.
You're
Just
Flavor
no problem.
Flav. You're just as hype man.
No, it's just just a lot of yas and ons.
Hey, by the way,
there was a love it. There was a love it thrown in there. I love that you love it. That was cool. I'll give you the keys anytime you want.
Before we get to the keys, I do want to mention this because this is now being reported by Marco D'Amico. So the Kadri trade, what you suspected, Moj, seems to be correct. Ownership for Calgary was unwilling to retain on the deal, which limited the market for Kadri.
Why would they?
Mm-hmm.
Why would they what?
Retain salary.
Because the thing is, it's a group. It's not a person either. So it's a group. It's peeps. They own not only the Flames, but they own the Hitmen, which is the they own the Wranglers, the Roughnecks. They own the whole everything. The HL, the junior team, the lacrosse. They own it all.
But if they are,
but Murray Edwards is the guy. He's the main guy.
But why would you be unwilling to retain some salary if it meant you got something in return?
Right. You had a chance perhaps to get your own first rounder and a chance to rebuild your team. The Flames are going into full rebuild mode, and if they don't, then they're stupid.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
My opinion.
Then why wouldn't you retain some salary to help rebuild?
It would seem that a guy who's going to be in his mid to late 30s making that kind of money isn't part of a rebuild. So, you sort of cut your losses while you can. You eat a little bit of the bread, and you start on the rebuild with an extra draft pick. And you have plenty of your own coming up, too, so you're going to have a real opportunity to draft nicely.
So
and
it's
he
at
didn't do it.
The Avs had reportedly a deal in place, but that retention being taken off the table led the Avs to pivoting to Nick Waugh, which again,
if you're the Avs, you can't afford to take that on for the next 3 years. All of it, you can't afford all of it. Some of it, but not all of it.
So Moj, give us the breakdown of Nick Waugh again. His game.
Big, strong, third-line center who I think is going to provide tough, hard minutes for you, especially in your own zone. That's what he is. And he's, when you look at his previous goal scoring, you look at 15 per and 13 per and 14 per and 15 per. For a third-line center, that ain't too bad at all. It really isn't. And he's not making a ton of money. So, you'll take that. And Avs fans have seen him in the playoffs before, seen him when the Avs would play the Vegas Golden Knights, and it's not fun. I mean, he's a big, thick, hard-playing centerman, 6'4" and a big guy. So, and he's been there. He's won a Stanley Cup with the Vegas Golden Knights. So, that's what he's going to provide for you.
Well, and
sandpaper.
I'll say this, for the Avs fans out there who didn't like this deal, thought they gave up too much, think Nick was too slow, whatever. I've taken this approach with them because I think they've earned it, that they've earned the trust of people to get this team better. I think this team's pretty damn good. They've assembled a pretty damn good roster. The one thing about them, like Moser, they don't have a perfect hit rate. They've made trades that haven't worked. We've seen it with guys like Ryan Johansson and Middlestat and Georgiev and all that different stuff. The one thing that they do, they admit they're wrong and they move off of it pretty quick. It doesn't take a long time for them to be like, "Hey, that was a mistake. All right, we're gonna fix it."
Right.
Seen them do it before. Now you're adding a depth piece of a guy who's a pretty damn good player who's going to be playing third line minutes. I think it's great.
Yeah, and I don't know when he's going to play. I mean, if he's going to be able to make it today, I don't know. As soon as we're done here in about 33 minutes, I'll head over to the rink and see if he made it to town. I haven't talked to anybody yet. The guys, I think, are probably just arriving right about now. So we'll figure that out. But yeah, I'm curious. At the very least, it'll be Sunday in Denver against the Minnesota Wild. Minnesota's done deals, too. They just acquired Bobby Brink from the Philadelphia Flyers, the former DU Pioneer. Dallas has done deals. They got Tyler Myers, the big, gigantic defenseman on the back end, and they traded for Michael Bunting as well. So they're sort of shoring up their situation. Dallas's blue line now. You ready for this? It averages now with the acquisition of Myers, who's 6'8", 7". He's a huge dude. He's been around forever.
Yeah.
He's also the very last player in the league to win a playoff game as a member of the Buffalo Sabres. How's that for weird? That's how long he's been around. But they now average 6'4" and 210 pounds in the back end to the Dallas Stars. And they got a big blue line.
Big old boys.
Yeah, big dudes.
How does that compare to what the Avs have, which is not that size, but they have guys who can do a lot more than the big physical dudes in Dallas?
Yeah. I mean, they don't have this big behemoth of a blue line, but they've got a ton of skill back there.
Yeah.
Dallas does too. I mean, Miro Heiskanen is a very talented player. Harley was in the Olympics. I mean, they've got guys who are very good players. Just different styles of blue line. It's okay. It's all good. I mean, the Avs aren't tiny back there by any means. You've got a Manson, you've got a Kulak, you've got a Burns, you got some bigger dudes.
By the way, with both games tonight, Double Dipperoo leads the double keys of the game.
Do whatever it takes to win. It's the Johnson Auto Plaza keys to the game. Johnson Auto Plaza. Experience the power of the plaza, where they have the keys to performance and style with Ram, Jeep, Chevy, Buick, and GMC, and a huge selection of used all in one place. Johnson Auto Plaza. Here's Moser, Lombardi, and Kane.
Start with the early game, 6 o'clock, 92.5, Stars and Avs.
The Dallas Stars, the Avs are still the number one scoring team in the league. Still, which is great. But in their 10-game win streak here, the Dallas Stars are averaging over 4 per. And the big reason is the power play. Let's not fake it. They're 5-on-5, the Avs are by far the better team. But on the power play, Dallas is really, really good, clipping along at over 30%. It's diabolical is what it is. So stay out of the flippin' box. Do not take penalties. Use your legs. Use your stick wisely. No hooks, no trips, no holds, Go get those guys, but use your legs and put yourself in proper position.
They've taken a lot of penalties since the Olympic break, too.
They have. And Dallas, here's Dallas's record when the opposing team takes more penalties. They are 19-3-4.
AM 950 at 7 o'clock. It's Knicks at Nuggets, Vic.
Well, it's got to be weird for Nuggets fans walking into the arena on successive nights. Last night was West Coast. Tonight it's East Coast. The Knicks coming to town. Last night, the L.A. crowd. Tonight, the New York crowd. Last night it's fake butts. Tonight it's fake rage. I mean, it's half the arena with the opposing crowd. You know how that works. But the key to beating the Knicks is simple. You realize that the Nuggets have lost 3 straight to the Knicks. They've lost 6 of the last 7 to the Knicks. The key is holding down Jalen Brunson the best you can. Denver lost to the Knicks a month ago in New York. Brunson had 42, dominated the overtime period. Hold him down the best you can. He has become a Nuggets killer every time they play. Should have AG back tonight. That should help. Should have AG. So add to that depth. But about time they beat the Knicks. It's been a while since they beat New York.
Keys to the game powered by Johnson Auto Plaza. Get selection, service, and incredible savings on Ram, Jeep, Chevy, Buick, and GMC all at one location. Experience the power of the plaza at Johnson Auto Plaza. Texture says, I can't wait for a trade to happen right when you get off the air. It's amazing how that works for us every single time. News happens at 10:01. Not 9:45, not 8:30, not 7:15. 10:01 is when news goes down.
Overall, there have been relatively few deals done in the NHL.
There has
been. Maybe everybody is waiting for, you better get it in because it's got to get the Central Registry by 2 o'clock, Dallas time, 1 o'clock Denver time.
The hell is Central Registry?
Oh, it's where they, all the trades go through and they got to make the phone calls. You're trading Vic Lombardi to the Edmonton Oilers for Steve Nelson, and everybody agrees on that kind of thing.
I want to work in Central Registry.
Central Registry sounds cool. What do you do? I work for Central Registry. What do you register? Central.
That feels like you're in a mail room somewhere. Just having envelopes spit at you, you gotta figure out how to sort them. That's what it feels like to me. But 2 huge games tonight. And let me ask you something, Moj.
You're not as scared, are you? I mean, I'm not as scared.
I'm not scared.
I want the Avs to win. You realize these 2 teams, the Avs and the Stars, have not played since the 3rd game of this season.
I know, it's been a long time.
5-4 shootout win for Dallas. 3rd game of the year, October. I mean, man, it's been a long time. Both teams are stellar against the Central. The Avs actually have a better winning percentage, but Dallas has played more games against the division. This is a big one, and I'm sure the Dallas Stars are looking at it the same way the Avs are, man. It's another great team on the other side. We're going to go head-to-head with them.
It's not that I'm scared. I'm worried about how disappointed I'm going to be if they lose today. It's going to feel like a kick in the nuts. Like, it's not the same as a regular season game, any other one.
What, do you think it's going to play on you mentally, like you can't overcome that or something?
Me? Yeah.
No, but if you lose today and something should go wrong on Sunday, you're going to be kind of bumming on Monday morning.
Yes.
I mean, I will be. Yeah, for sure.
I really think
I don't make any bones about it.
When you've struggled against a team, and I know you didn't lose in 5 games, you lost in 7, but still, I just want to know that you can go out there and lay it on them. That's all. That's what I want. And if they lose tonight, then I'm going to be pretty disappointed this weekend. Even if they win over Mini.
What if you come out with a 4-1 win with an empty netter?
I'll feel a lot better. Honestly, I will. A lot.
Okay. They just went and dispatched a pretty dang good Ducks team, a Ducks team that's in the number 2 spot. Now, Anaheim's nowhere near Dallas, but they played pretty damn well in a 5-1 win down there in the back-to-back situation.
What do you think these lines look like, Moj?
Back-to-back video calls. Back-to-back video calls.
What do you think the lines look like if Nick Waugh does play tonight or plays on Sunday?
Well, eventually I think you're going to probably have that's a real good question.
Because he's in the middle on the 3rd line.
Yeah, and Lecky is still out, and he's going to be out for a little while longer.
Yeah.
I'm sure the top line's going to stay the same.
Do they move
I'm sure
Colton
it's going to be
outside?
Landy. It's going to be Landy. Yeah, for sure. I mean, you can play Ross Colton on the wing like nobody's business. And in fact, I'm sure they probably prefer that, to be honest with you. But I'm sure Landy's going to be up with Natchez and McKinnon. I'm sure Val's going to be with Nelson, and they've had Ole move up there to that second line. You'll have Colton with your Kellys and your Waws in the third at this point probably. But when everybody gets back in, I don't know what that third line's going to look like. Olofsson with Waugh and O'Connor. Parker Kelly's playing really good. You're going to put Colton and Kelly down on the fourth line. If your fourth line is Colton with Drury and Kelly, if that's what it came down to, let's say in the post, your fourth line is going to be better than anybody else's fourth line by a mile.
That's pretty stacked.
Yeah, you're going to be you're in pretty good shape right now. Pretty good shape.
That's what they had a few years back when they won. Remember, you had like Cogs on the fourth line. It's just like
Darren
way
Helms
better than anybody
like
else. Yeah.
Darren Helms and LOCs and those guys, they won their matchup every single night.
Yep.
Why'd you change your shirt?
Because after a while, people only saw death. And I think
pretty much what I see when I see you.
Nobody likes a Vic joke more than Vic does. It was weird. Moser just popped on screen. His shirt just said death. Couldn't see over disco, or what is it? Death
before disco. Death before disco. Do you even know what that? Do you have any idea what that's from?
No idea.
Do you have any clue?
No idea.
You ever see the movie Stripes?
Long time ago.
All right. After John Candy wins in mud wrestling against all those gals in the mud wrestling pit, and they get busted, and the Stillman's out there reading them the riot act, and Judge Reinhold has the Death Before Disco sweatshirt on. They're going to have to repeat basic training.
Yeah,
it doesn't matter. For those who know, they're getting a little chuckle inside right now. But for those who don't know, it doesn't matter for crap.
So, you know what's amazing, though?
That one's up there with Porky's Revenge, I guess.
How on brand is this
don't
for Moj?
compare Stripes to Porky's Revenge. That's the silliest thing you've done the millennium.
This is so on brand for Moj, by the way. We've missed Moj. He hasn't been on the last couple days.
Yeah,
Moj. Hang on. Moser showed up with a Death Before Disco shirt, which was a reference from Stripes, took that shirt off, and has a Jeff Spicoli shirt on now, which is also an 80s movie.
I wonder what era he lives in.
Exactly.
Moj,
well, what does it say?
Spicoli, yeah.
Relax, I can fix it.
Yeah, he's going to pull out his Breakfast Club turtleneck next. Moj, be honest, though. You skipped those 2 days. Were you mentally wounded? We're going to get in the trust tree. Were you just a couple mental health days after I mistreated you?
Not really. And I played golf, slept in a little bit. It's tough getting up at 5 in the morning on the West Coast. A little bit sometimes.
A couple days just to breathe.
I need a Vic break sometimes. You know what I mean?
I don't blame you. I need a break from myself.
Yeah, Moj, it's tough having to start the show at 6 a.m., right? Oh, jeez. Yeah, wow. What a crime.
Hey, you guys aren't up until 3 in the morning calling games. I don't want, you know what, Moj, I'm with you on this. I'm so tired of Nelly and Brett claiming, we work so hard because we do this. All right, you guys do our schedule. Go do games and get to bed at 2:30 at 3 in the morning because your heart's still racing and you can't get to bed. Do that. And then start bragging about I do 6 a.m.
Don't have 57 IPAs and a flute to put me to sleep.
Vic, in this scenario, do I also get your commute to work? Because then I'll take that too.
No, you won't. You won't. Dude, I'm telling you right now, you live my life, sucker.
Pass.
Okay, Boomer.
Moj,
I
did notice,
I say this all the time. I don't know how you guys do it. I'd be miserable.
Moj, I apologized to you on the group text, and you did not respond to my apology.
Oh, I was busy getting stuff done, making bogeys.
Normally, when somebody apologizes,
just out here making doubles.
The proper etiquette.
Double, baby, double. Double, baby, double. A double, baby, double, baby, double. Double. That's my whole life now, Vic, is making double bogeys. My entire life is a double bogey.
You are in one. I could tell.
My entire life is hitting a nice drive and then absolutely greasing a 6-iron 204 yards right into the face of the bunker. and then having to blast out and fall down in the bunker and knock it over the green. Then knock it to about 4 feet, miss the comebacker, and tap in for a 6. That's my life right now, Vic.
Hey, can I tell you guys something? There's a buddy of mine.
I mean, does that sound familiar to anybody out there?
Yeah,
does that sound familiar?
Were you wearing shoes at the time?
Yes. I mean, hitting an absolute perfect 6-iron to the face of the bunker and have it plug underneath the friggin' Bermuda grass. And then trying to blast out, falling down. It's.
Can I tell you guys something real quick? Because you know how notoriously bad I am at responding on my phone. I'm terrible. I know I am. It's a flaw.
You're irresponsible. What you do.
It's rude. Yeah. I know it's rude. I don't mean to be rude. For whatever reason, I don't do it. I got a buddy of mine, good friend of mine, who said, we were talking about how bad I was at texting. He goes, I texted you Merry Christmas, and I haven't heard back. And I said, that can't be true. He goes, you have not responded once.
You know that.
And I looked at our text thread. The last thing it says from a year prior was Merry Christmas to you and your family, and I didn't say anything back to him.
That
Nothing.
reminds me.
And now I told him I'm never texting him again. He can text me. I'm not responding to him. I'll go through like an interpreter.
It reminds me. Yesterday, I was going to tell him about it. So Kaz responded to a tweet sent by Tom Green. Tom Green, 8 months ago, sent this long lettered tweet saying he's retiring from Channel 9 and he's going to, all this stuff. This was this was like way back in May.
Yeah.
Yesterday, Kaz responds, good luck in the future. Good luck. I'm like, what the? You got this 9 months later?
Yeah, honestly, dude, when you're on the road and you're doing your thing, like you may see that tweet or that text or whatever at that time, and then it gets passed, and then it's gone for months until you're like, people are like, dude, I'm like, dude, I am sorry, I may have seen it at the time, or it just goes like because you're doing this.
Here's what happens to me. I see the text, I look at it, I go, I'll respond in a minute. And a minute becomes a week.
It gets lost.
Yeah. Every time that's what happens. 303-504-0925.
If I only had to worry about my flute, it might be different. We are in early March, and the spring is going to be upon us before you know it. And in the summertime, are you completing your New Year's resolutions? Are you doing what you said you were going to do? I mean, you're still tired, still low on energy, not sleeping well, not seeing the progress there in the gym. Well, do yourself a favor. If you haven't already, get a hold of the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They are helping men go further with 4 targeted body composition plans. They feature the GH peptides, the NAD+, the GLP-1, the PDA, and more. I'm there for my low T treatments, but when you combine these different programs, it is real improvement. More energy, better focus, improved sleep, stronger workouts, and more than that. So do yourself a favor. Look at them up on the website at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Heck, take the low T quiz. It's very simple. 10 simple questions, yes, no answers. And find out what they can do for you. Look at everything that is offered. Most men wait a year longer. There's no need to do that. 5 locations from Fort Collins down to Colorado Springs. The telephone number, 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900. Or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
We're back for another double dip tonight on Altitude Sports Radio. The Avs head to Dallas to face the Stars. Pre-game kicks off at 5:30 on 92.5. The Nuggets host the Knicks, and you can hear that coverage on AM 950 starting at 6:30. All pre-game is powered by Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com. But the Avs are on 92.5, the Nuggets on AM 950 tonight. So, two big games, obviously. Looking forward to those. Vic, to reiterate, you think that AG's giving it a go tonight for the first time in a while.
I would be surprised if he doesn't play because he's in that mode. He's worked up to this. I can't speak for the others. I don't know where Peyton Watson stands. Spencer Jones, I'm not sure how close he is. He has a shoulder injury. And Cam Johnson, unable to play last night. Maybe they're holding those guys because they don't want to play consecutive games of a back-to-back. I don't know. But it would be nice, guys. God, how nice would it be to see the Nuggets and their starting five, just their starting five, their original five, healthy again. It's been so long.
Yeah, I've always said about AG that he feels like the Nuggets version of Val Nichushkin. He's never going to be the best at anything, but he's pretty good at kind of everything. And he's totally necessary to how they operate as a team. Without him, you see the little details kind of dissipate. Like Moj, we know Avs record with and without Val, what they look like, elite level team with him healthy, 500 team without him over the last few years.
Well, they're put together for a reason. The teams are constructed the way they are for a reason. And if you take out an element, even if it's not the biggest, most important, future Hall of Fame MVP type of element, it changes the dynamic of the team. They fill a specific role.
And AG does that. And he is, I think where he is most missed, and you tell me if I'm wrong here, Vic, you feel AG's absence on the Nuggets the most, I think, late game defense.
Yeah, and also don't forget about just rebounds, helping out on the boards. And so it doesn't have to be all Joker on the boards. That's a big deal. Just having a big body, another big presence in there.
They've been playing without a forward forever.
Looks like a couple things. Number one, Michael Bunting and Tyler Myers are not making their starters debut tonight against the Avalanche, so they will not play. The Chicago Blackhawks are trading Nick Foligno to Minnesota so he can play with his brother Marcus.
Two Folignos
for the price of one. Isn't that fun?
Yeah, right. Nelly got the reference. But, again, two huge games tonight. Avs and Stars at 6 o'clock on 92.5. Knicks and Nuggets on AM 950. That at 7 o'clock. Now, it's time for our favorite part of the week, Drunk Takes.
Moser, Lombardi, and Kane present Drunk Takes.
For the record, I think this sort of dehumanizes us. And it really cracks at our credibility as a show.
Drunk Takes.
By the way, the snow has not stopped. It is still coming down like
Keep it coming.
crazy.
Moj, also, when you were out, Moj, you missed my romantic interlude with the AI robot on my phone.
Oh, yeah. Grok wants Vic.
Badly. Like, badly.
Lusts over him.
It's causing me some... What? It's not gross. It's real life. It happens a lot.
What happens a lot?
That happens. I have to...
Robot love?
What's that movie? What's that movie with Joaquin Phoenix where he married a robot or something?
Her.
Yeah.
I got a lot of robots that want...
You ever consider... He's so stupid, I can convince him to do anything.
Yeah. My lawnmower's got a thing for me. Yeah. I think the toaster oven's hot for me.
All right, Drunk Taster clips from throughout the week. We slow down to half speed. It makes it sound like we're hammered, Nelly.
We got into this eye for an eye, tit for tat,
business, and there's some texters that just don't agree with that
Eye
tactic.
for eye, tit for tat, toad for toad, toot for toot.
It happens in hockey all the time.
But-
And I question, hold on, Moser, let me speak here. Hold on.
Okay, please do. Please do.
Now I forgot what I was going to say.
Anytime Moser does that, I'll laugh. I don't know what it is. Hat for hat, tit for tat, hoot for toot, toot for... All right, what's
Bag
next?
on.
Do you know the definition of the word haughty? Can you spell haughty? Not haughty as in, ooh, that's a hottie. Haughty.
Hawty.
Do you know the definition of that word, haughty? Someone with a haughty nature. The haughtiness of that man. That man is the definition of haughty.
Got it. Okay. Jeez. By the way, haughty is spelled H-A-U-G-H-T-Y. Yeah.
I don't know what the hell Moser was spelling.
I respelled it correctly.
You heard it here first. Vic thinks Mark Dagno is a hottie. What's next?
I'm not in your film session, but you guys have the worst record in the NBA.
Cool.
You guys are like been bottom 3 in offense and defense throughout the year.
Perfect.
I just think in sports when don't have success,
Right.
they're up for
You think that we should have success, right?
I'm telling you, that crack is so good.
You guys have the worst record in the NBA.
What's next?
If you think I'm showing up tomorrow, you are out of your mind. So, Jock and Rock and Flax and Dill Holes on the text line, all you people, you're going to get what you want. As my gift to you, Happy New Year in late February.
It's March.
It's also March, bro.
It's March.
Oh, whatever.
He's gone.
Suck it, March.
Oh, all right. You got time for another one? Go ahead. No way.
We were there all day. Moser came down and
Blisters?
tried. Blisters. I couldn't touch myself for a week.
What the hell was that about?
You trying to get the hole in one.
Oh, yeah.
All right, one more, Nelly. Go ahead.
Okay, let me explain. We are so this will get Vic off. I mean this will make him touch himself.
Jesus. We had a lot of that conversation this week.
By the way, you know what it was? Going to the business center of a hotel. That's what it was. That's all it was.
And then finding an Ethernet port in your room. That was it. That was the whole story.
I've had some pretty good luck with the Ethernet port on this trip. That's a good thing.
What are you on
Pretty good
now?
luck.
Are you on Ethernet or are you on wireless?
I'm on Ethernet. If I turn the camera on, you see that I've taken the wall apart in my hotel room.
I don't really
taken
care.
the wall apart and climbed in there and Etherneted out.
You did that on your own?
Yeah, I do that for you.
It sounds a lot better. There's no delay. There's none of that.
No.
So, sounds great.
The wall, I mean, now the wall's apart, so that's a thing.
He's got a drywall now, but
I don't care.
Yeah.
Have fun
It's their
spackling, Moshe. All right, iTunes, Spotify.
I can
Moshe
spackle. See, here's one thing you don't know about me. I can spackle with the best of them.
Spickle, spackle, tackle, flackle. You
Have
know?
a great call tonight, Moshe.
Thanks, dude.
All right. You guys have a wonderful weekend. We'll talk to you on Monday. Love you. See you.
Okay, let me explain. We are so this will get Vic off. I mean this will make him touch himself.
The Nuggets get a big 121-13 win over the Lakers. They'll be right back at it tonight at Ball Arena against the New York Knicks. It's a double dipperoo on Altitude Sports Radio. You can hear the Nuggets on AM 950. You'll hear the Avalanche against the Dallas Stars starting at 5:30 p.m. I'll have your pregame coverage as we welcome you guys into the morning sprint. Alex Ryanemi alongside the coach Mike Sanford. We're going to get into the Nuggets and that big-time win against the Lakers. But it's NHL trade deadline day. The Avs basically have a playoff game in the great state of Texas, so we head on out to the Ramos Law Hotline, where we are joined by a guy who will be on the call tonight. That is the Golden Pipes of Conor McGee. Conor, what's up, brother?
Good morning, gentlemen. How we doing?
We're doing well. We have a lot of things to talk about. Let's start with yesterday's trade. Nicholas Waugh, the former Vegas Golden Knight and for a short time Toronto Maple Leaf, is brought over to the Avalanche in exchange for a first-round and a fifth-round draft pick. Your thoughts on that move?
I think that Nicholas Waugh is a big body. 6'4", 200 pounds, can score. His best face-off year to date, he's played 79 playoff games. He's got a Stanley Cup ring, scored a game winner in the Stanley Cup Finals. I don't think you can judge anybody by who has played on the Toronto Maple Leafs this year, because with them not making the postseason, the Avalanche will have the current longest run of NHL teams that have made the playoffs in consecutive seasons. It did belong to Toronto. It won't belong there anymore because they're kind of a mess, to be honest. So Nicholas Waugh, for me, is a great third-line center, and everyone talking about how, he's a slower skater. Look, some of those Vegas teams were incredibly fast and skilled, and Nicholas Waugh had no trouble there. He's a pain to play against, which I think if you're going against Dallas, for example, we'll see if Nicholas Waugh goes tonight. I doubt it, but we'll find out here in over an hour or so. But if you meet a team like Dallas in the playoffs, that's the biggest size-wise decor in the National Hockey League. You need some size down your lineup. That's exactly what Nicholas Waugh is. I really, really like that addition for Colorado.
Yeah, yesterday when the news broke on our show, Mitchie texted in and talked about big and skilled wins cups, big skill. How much do you think that matters for a team that certainly has an abundance of skill, Connor, but now you're adding size up and down the lineup?
Yeah, and I think, Coach, that's been one of the pieces missing for the Avalanche in the past couple runs is, you didn't have size with skill, which is rare, to be honest. You need guys like that in your bottom six, and everyone's talking about the price. If you're looking right now, picks, especially if you're in the bottom half of the first round, they don't always hit, and you're in a time now where it's not going to mean a whole lot if you're picking 28th, 29th, 30th overall. I'm totally fine with that, to give the Avalanche something that they desperately needed, I think, for the last couple of playoff runs. It's a rarity to have a guy at 6'4", 200 who can dangle and shoot and score. I know that you look at his numbers the past couple of years, but it's there. And so I just think come playoff time, and this is what these acquisitions are all about. I know you've got 22 games left, 11 at home, 11 on the road going forward, but acquisitions are all about the playoffs. This is a playoff acquisition for the Colorado Avalanche.
1 p.m. is your NHL trade deadline this afternoon. Are they done, or are they going to continue making acquisitions? There's still $6.9 million left in deadline cap space. I talked about it on a video yesterday about how you still have to make up $3 million for Brent Burns and his bonuses unless you want to carry that next season. So for me, they've got like $4 million. Are they still going to make a move, or are they done?
Well, I find out the way that everybody else does, and that's refreshing Twitter every 8 seconds.
How's this? Should they?
I think so. That's a better question. Good job. I'm very proud of you. I think they should maybe try and add a scoring winger. If I'm the Avalanche, you have a bottom six centerman. I think a bottom six scoring winger would help, whether that's depth, if Logan O'Connor comes back, Kevy Ronta is healthy. I think you need a couple more goals out of your bottom six. So if that's available somewhere for a price that's decent, and speaking of decent prices, Was Nashville trying to do us a favor and just a 5th-round pick for Nick Blankenberg? Goodness. If you can get something along those lines, that kind of a deal, I say you absolutely go for it. We'll see what's available. There are so many things that happen behind the scenes that we have no idea. People can pretend they know what they're talking about when it comes to conversations between GMs and front offices, but we really don't know. The landscape is often more dotted with mines and potholes than you realize, and so we'll see what that looks like for the next 3.5 hours or so.
Connor, little weather report out here. You're missing the only day of snow, basically the entire winter. And
well, the last time that it snowed, I had to announce an AFC Championship game where the Broncos lost. So I'm pretty happy that I'm not there.
Yeah, this is a little bit more. This is a thicker snow than that. This is a 6-inch plus event. But anyway, neither here nor there. It feels like any time that there is a major snow event, there's also a major sporting event that has to do with the Denver sports team. And tonight is a big one. It's a big one in terms of jockeying for position, matchup. You're traveling with the team. Do you ever sense just a little extra something when you're around the fellas, as they get ahead of a really big matchup in a regular season?
Yeah, this is the number 1 team in the NHL and the Avalanche, and the number 2 team in the NHL and the Dallas Stars. Dallas has won a franchise best 10 games in a row coming into tonight. They've scored 3 goals or more in every single one of those games, and they did a lot of it without Mikko Rantanen and without Roope Hintz, who returns. So this is as playoff-y as it gets. I was just down listening to Glenn Gulletson, the head coach of Dallas, and he said because the only time that these two teams have played was the second game of the season. It was a shootout win for the Dallas Stars, and Glenn Gulletson said, that's the best team that we're going to see all year. I can already tell. So we have 5 months to get our game in order to stack up with the very best in the National Hockey League. And we'll see if that's the case tonight. We'll see how Dallas stacks up. They added Michael Bunting, who, speaking of being a pain in the butt, and they added Tyler Myers. Neither of them will play today. They will likely make their Stars debut Sunday versus Chicago. Here in Dallas, as they begin a 6-game homestand tonight. But this already at morning skate feels like a playoff game. And remember, these two teams meet 3 times between now and the end of the regular season. So I would probably tell everybody to get used to seeing the Dallas Stars again.
Connor, any insight on who might be starting this evening for Colorado between the pipes?
My spidey sense tells me Mackenzie Blackwood. He's 0-4-1 in his career versus Dallas, one of 3 teams that he has yet to beat, the other 2 being Vegas and actually the Colorado Avalanche. But that is not confirmed yet. Both goalies were good in L.A. on Monday with Blackwood and then Wedgwood on Tuesday. Again, Dallas is taking their sweet time in getting off the ice here this morning, so we can't get the Zambonis out yet. Everyone has – they're not even doing any drills at this point. They're just, it's like me in beer league, standing, trying to hit an open net, and it's not really working. So they do this a lot. They like to play the reindeer games, and so it's beginning now. So the Avalanche can't get on the ice probably exactly at 11:30, which is unfortunate. So just add that to the list of reasons to not like this team right now. But anyhow, when the Avalanche do get on the ice, we'll find out who's starting in between the pipes. But that may be tomorrow at this point.
Yeah, I'll tell you what. Anything to give the Avalanche a little extra hatred towards that franchise, I'm here for it. So good on you, Dallas.
They can just talk to me if they need it. They just need to talk to me. I got a whole list.
I was going to ask you this. We haven't really had a chance to talk on air since the Olympic gold medal for the United States. Was there any grandstanding going on by Brock Nelson in and around the locker room, or do you think he stayed so far away from that?
Absolutely none. And I think that's just how he is.
Yeah.
Right? Like, he's not going to be like, look what I have done. I have created fire. He's, he could win the lottery and nobody would know about it. I talked to him in Utah when he flew in for the day, and he was talking how great the experience was. But Yeah, there's internal celebration only. I think not a peep external, and I think that fits how he operates as a human being. But it's also a very wise move on his part too.
Real quick, tonight, are you going with Force of Nature versus Golden Classroom Award?
Yeah, I went with achievement sticker.
I like achievement sticker better.
Yeah.
That's a little bit more. That's a little bit snarky.
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, it's closer. It's more direct and to the point as well.
A little more. It's a little cutting.
Yes.
Golden feels like there is some sort of
glazing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right. Which I'm not going to do in any stretch for them.
Achievement
So,
sticker.
I tweeted as we were getting on air with the tune-in information tonight for radio and television. I said Force of Nature versus achievement sticker.
That is Conor McGee, the voice of your Colorado Avalanche. Connor, enjoy morning skate whenever it starts, and I will talk to you right after 5:30 this evening, man.
Can't wait, boys. God bless you.
Love you, brother.
All of our guests here on Altitude Sports Radio are brought to you by the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, a medical doctor and attorney. Find them at ramoslaw.com. A double dip on Altitude. Avs on 92.5 starting at 5:30. The Nuggets on the second leg of a back-to-back will host Jalen Brunson and the New York Knicks. Your pregame starts with Mark Bertinoli at 6:30 on AM 950. They got the first of those back-to-back, a big-time win against the Lakers. We'll break it all down next.
3 games straight of 25-plus points against the Lakers. Is there something, or is there something they're not doing, or is there something when you step on the court against the Lakers that you get a little bit more worked up or a little bit more aggressive offensively?
I don't know what that narrative is, man. I had 45 last game, so it ain't like it's just the Lakers.
Oh,
you know
come on.
I'm hooping. I put the ball in the hoop for a living, man.
I love Salty Jamal, man. And that's Salty Jamal with a smile on his face, obviously coming off of a win, 120-113 over the Lakers. It was a game of runs yesterday on Prime. It was also a game in which it felt like the Lakers were just getting glazed by everybody who was on that broadcast. So if you were the smart person watching that game and threw Kaz on the radio and then tried to sync it up with Prime Video, I applaud you. Jamal Murray is the reason why you won that game. Jamal was great.
Jamal has been great. The challenge right now is the only reason that it felt like that game got even remotely close when you had your A game really on both sides of the floor, scoring and defending, was the old Jokic turnover. I don't know what what's the Sanford triple-double?
The Sanford double is when he misses a triple-double by one stat. He has 9 rebounds instead of 10, but he went off for 28 points and 14 assists.
Then what is the quadruple-double that includes the assist?
Don't know.
Because he was one off of that.
No, he almost
did 9 freaking giveaways.
You know how many LA had as a team?
Less.
10. They had
10.
10.
Right
They
there.
had one more. They had one more.
And the game is close because of that.
It's been so weird, right? Because for so many years, and I'm not saying like Nikola Jokic is a problem. He's not. But for so many years, there was no deal with the devil when it came to the greatness of Nikola Jokic. It was just, he walks out there, he has a triple-double, or he has like the most efficient double-double that we've seen in weeks. And you don't have to worry about a fall-off elsewhere. Is he like an elite defender? No, but he's above average.
And he's an intelligent defender. He understands passing lanes and anticipating where to be and where to rotate to.
Is it just the fact that he's playing with a bunch of guys who aren't typical starters and he's taking longer to get into his sets?
Sure.
Is it lazy with the ball? Is he rope-a-doping the entire regular season so that people in the playoffs think, oh, when we go double him from the weak side, he's not going to see it coming, he's not going to feel it coming, and you can get a quick steal?
Nikola Jokic.
Is he just rope-a-doping this?
Certified pool shark. Maybe he is the ultimate sandbagger. Warming up,
It's
first
not like
couple
he was
shots.
bad. Like, he was a very efficient triple-double last night.
It's like as if Nikola Jokic is miscuing the break. And then all of a sudden he gets about 3 shots in and he's like,
ding, 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 ding.
Just clockwork. That's what I hope is happening with him in the playoffs. Or it's almost as if Nikola Jokic, who a year ago was really high on Russell Westbrook by all accounts, it's like he almost studied Russell's game. He's like, I'm gonna do what Russell Westbrook used to do and just throw the ball into just insane places because it looks fun. It's got to stop.
I'm not concerned about the forced passes because that doesn't feel like it happens as much as back to the basket, free throw line extended or just above it, and you can see it. You can see the double team coming. That's where the turnover happens for me. I'm not concerned about him trying to fit, a camel through the eye of a needle.
Oh, that's always been his game. I love that.
He can do that. I'm okay with that.
I don't like the blind passing and the tunnel vision passing. It's almost as if, like when a quarterback, you're like, oh, you can see it coming before the quarterback even throws the football. You see where his eyes are, he's locked in, and you see the backside safety. Kind of like I think it was the guy, who was it? Was that a Drake May interception? It was horrendous. It was in Super Bowl. The Drake May where he just hung it up there, and you saw it coming before. You could even in the TV watching live on the TV angle, you could see the backside safety just hanging out. It's like, this dumb second-year quarterback's about to hang this ball up in the air and has no idea that I'm in the picture. That's what it kind of feels like at times. But you know what? He's the greatest player on earth. He's earned our trust. He's going to get it right.
It's the same way when I see Nathan McKinnon trying to take somebody on one-on-one. I go, you have earned the right to go do that. On 3-on-3, you're the last guy back. If you do it 10 times, you're going to be successful 7, 8 out of 10 times. The other 2 are going to be catastrophic.
All right, let's get into this
But you're good enough to do it.
So what about Nathan McKinnon? We'll call it space and puck hogger on the power play.
Okay.
Which has become something that has led to an inefficient power play.
Yeah, it's detrimental.
And does that feel similar to where, yes, you are the best player on planet Earth? However, we have enough data to this point to say that that is not ultimately good for the power play, just to occupy an entire area for a repeated amount of for a long and extended period of time.
The Nuggets have been hurt more by Nikola's turnovers than the Avalanche have been hurt by McKinnon's failures on the power play. The Avs are still, by a large margin, the best team in the NHL.
But
the Nuggets are fifth in the West.
Now, in terms of what looks more solvable today, does it seem like the power play is more solvable for the postseason?
They're 21.4% since coming back from Italy.
Or do you think Nikola Jokic's turnover woes are more solvable when every possession is going to matter? Because that's playoff basketball. Right now, you're playing with your food for multiple possessions.
It's still an unknown with the Nuggets, man, because of how many role players that you're playing with, because of the fact that you don't have maybe Aaron Gordon goes tonight. Vic Lombardi is very, very adamant that Aaron Gordon's going to give it a shot tonight. When you get AG and Peyton Watson back, and we have Cam Johnson fully healthy, maybe it just gets better.
I think both are trending in a direction that you trust, either based off of past experiences, which is Nikola Jokic, or a slight arrow shift in the positive direction for the Avs power play since the great Milano Power Play Summit.
If you take away the empty net power play goal, they're only at 15%. So that kind of feels a little bit closer to who they are.
You got to include all goals.
It's an empty net power play goal,
but
at the
it
end
was
of the
cute.
game.
It was, you celebrate
There
all
were
the
2
victories.
seconds to go.
I want an approve. What did he call the golden sticker? The star? Golden
achievement
star.
sticker?
Yeah, achievement sticker. I want an achievement sticker. That's what an empty netter power play goal is for the Avs for their percentage. It's the equivalent of a Dallas Star. It's an achievement sticker.
Weird game for the Nuggets of just runs. They had runs of 11, 8. They give up a run of 9-0. They give up a 14-2 run. You have these back-to-back possessions where Luka hits a deep three from the middle and then basically gets fouled and banks one in off the left wing.
Dude, when you watched that game last night,
and he was drunk,
and you see some of the shots that were made, contested shots. Like you use the term in hockey, grade A's. There weren't very many grade A's and Luka is so strong, and he is just such a bucket. He is a walking, breathing, crapping bucket. Whatever he's doing, the ball appears to always find a way to get to the bottom of the net. And even LeBron's got a little bit of that too, right? Like when you saw that right before the end of the period and he drains one, it's well contested, and you're just like, come on.
There's the turnaround on Zeke.
Yes.
On the baseline right side.
And you're just sitting there. That's contested. That's good defense. At times, like you even might have made contact with the basketball, and it still finds a way to get into the bottom of the cup.
I thought Zeke defended LeBron pretty darn well last night.
Did a good job. It was interesting to watch him. I mean, I think that David Adam was figuring out what he wants to do in terms of his rotation in the postseason, but there's no way that Zeke's going to be a part of that, is there? I mean,
if you play LA, I'd be comfortable with it. I think if they play the Lakers, that series is a 4 or 5 game series.
Okay. Do you remember, I believe it was the championship run when Ryu Hashimura defended Nikola Jokic.
What, for 8 minutes? They thought they had it figured out?
They had it figured out. You remember, like, he was not a proficient offensive player. When did that monster human being become such a good three-point shooter? My gosh. That dude can freaking launch it. Now he's a defensive liability. It's crazy.
The 6'6". Maybe it's just me, but whenever Jokic starts growing his weird, wispy facial hair, his ball control just looks sloppier.
You know, it's so funny, man. I hate to say this because this is the dumbest sports take ever. When I coached Jordan Love in college, I could tell based off of how recently he either he got his hair braided and twisted, or he just kind of let it go and his facial hair was going, how dialed in he would be at practice that day. I'm not lying. Like when he came in, and so even now I'm watching. So this is a good little. If you like the DraftKings app or you like the Circus Sports Colorado app,
and you happen to wager on Packers games,
wait to see how Jordan Love is walking into the tunnel, and if he looks a little unkempt, then I would hammer the under, or I would hammer the interception number on the over.
He's one of those guys that needs to wake up and make his bed.
If he makes his bed and brushes his teeth and combs his hair, then that man is a problem.
I enjoy getting into a made bed. Very much so.
Oh, that's the only way to go.
The wife is gone this weekend, so I'm solo daddying it.
Have you been getting into an unmade bed?
Well, I'm the only one home.
Dude, but do you know how awful that feels? When those sheets are all wrinkled and it's not crispy cold? When you get that little peel back? You know about the peel back.
I know about the peel back. I like getting into a made bed, but I also feel as though it's my duty as a guy, as a man, that when my wife is out of town and I'm the only guy in the house, well, me and the little baby girl, Cammie.
She's not a guy.
She's not a guy.
She's a gal.
She's a gal. She's a chick.
Also, congratulations to Bo Nix and Izzy for their,
congratulations.
their beautiful little baby.
I feel like it's
Same
my
birthday
duty
as
as a
Bo?
guy.
Is that right?
Yes.
That's crazy.
Is it not my duty as a man that when your wife is not there, you just don't make the bed in the morning? And you kind of deal with getting into bed at night and it not feeling as good? Yeah, right? That it does feel that way.
Yeah,
you kind of got to slop it up just a little bit.
You got to, because it's the only time you get a chance to have a little taste of bachelor pad in
Yeah.
marriage.
I'm not going to take the mattress off the bed frame and put it on the floor.
All right.
But I won't make the bed.
So are you one of the, are KJ, you and my guy Raj here, are you the types? Yes, that's what I was implying, Jorge. Very, very good. The peel back. Oh, no! Are the two of you the type that are married to women that are very particular about their sleep? As in, if you are in bedroom, you cannot watch television after they are ready to go to bed.
No.
I am. KJ, what about you?
Yeah, because if I even remotely try to stay up and watch something without her, even if it's just for like 2 seconds, it's a problem. So, yes.
So for your wife, KJ, it's more about she doesn't want to miss out on the show.
That is correct.
Because you guys are partner watchers if you're going to watch something.
For most of our shows, yeah.
So for me, it's like it is a hard cutoff when Mama wants to go to bed. Mama's going to bed, and the sound machines are going to be on, and it's going to be as black as and dark and as humanly possible in that bedroom. Okay? So when I do get batch moments, you know what I do? I watch TV till really late. Really late. Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm.
A little different for me. 100 nights out of the year, I'm getting into bed at like 1 a.m. after Between the Pipes is over, and I'm still a little buzzed from doing the show, right? There's still a little bit of energy going around me, so I need to decompress a little. Yeah, pop the TV on, man.
I love this from Justin. I've been divorced 3 years, and I still use that excuse. So good. So good.
Some news around the NHL's trade deadline. Corey Perry has been traded from the LA Kings back to the Tampa Bay Lightning. So good news for Avs fans. If you take on the Tampa Bay Lightning in the Stanley Cup final, you're going to win. Because whoever Corey Perry goes to, they get to the Cup final and find a way to lose.
Go Tampa.
Go Tampa. Get all the way there
What do their
against
fans
Colorado.
say? Just go Lightning? Do they have
Go
some?
Bolts.
Bolts, there you go. It's like Chargers.
I think Bolts is a great nickname for, like a great third nickname for a team.
Tampa, Lightning,
Bolts is good. People hated the jerseys that said Bolts across. I loved them. Loved them. So he goes from LA to Tampa for a second-round draft pick. I don't have any other news from the Avalanche. I still think they're going to make a move, man. I would still make a move in the bottom 6 before 1 p.m. today. They've got enough cap space to do it. And as it stands right now, here's what the Avs would go into the playoffs with. If they don't make another move today, Coach. McKinnon, Natchez, and Landeskog is your top line. Nelson, Nichushkin, and Lehkonen is your second line. You can swap Landy and Leckie if you want. Nick Waugh, Victor Olofsson, and Ross Colton is your third line. And assuming Logan O'Connor comes back and is healthy at one point, Drury, Kelly, and O'Connor is your fourth line, which is, it might be the best fourth line in the NHL when it comes to the playoffs. Taves and Makar as a pair. Manson and Burns as a pair. Kulak and Malinsky as a pair. And your extra guys right now, Kiviranta, Brindley, Bardakov.
It's pretty good, man.
It's pretty good. I still feel like you can upgrade bottom 6 wing.
So tell me, go left wing, right wing, generally speaking, on your bottom pairing currently.
Colton Olofsson, Kelly O'Connor.
Who would probably lose the ice time in Raj's world?
Victor Olofsson.
Really?
I think he'd be a really awesome option to have as an extra guy. I want to add a little bit more grit on that line.
You really hate the Swedes.
No, I don't.
I don't like Swedish
Victor
people.
Olofsson.
I personally am a Dane.
But you know who would look
I
better
like
down
my
there?
Scandinavian neighbors.
Bobby McMahon from Toronto would look better down there. AJ Greer, who used to be an Av, who's won cups with Florida, would look probably better in that spot.
Raj, what have you told me about Toronto as a franchise?
Well, the franchise is built to lose. The
built to
players
lose.
are not.
Well, how can that be true?
Just saying.
So you're going to add multiple players.
Just saying.
From a team, a franchise that's built to lose, and you want to bring that in your culture?
No,
you
I
can
want to bring the players. I want to bring in the players. It's different.
Would you? Okay. Alternate universe. If you had a massive need there and you had the cap space, would you bring in Austin Matthews to Colorado?
To be my third line right
No,
wing?
I'm saying different universe. I'm saying based off the conversation of built to lose.
What do I have to give up?
First and a second liner.
Yeah.
Do you think he is a face of the Maple Leafs issue with being built to lose?
I don't think I would have given him the C. I would have given the C to John Tavares, and I would have not paid all of those other players when William Nylander, who was a really good hockey player, decided to hold out when he was 23 years old. I would have told William Nylander to get bent, and I would have changed the culture then. It's not about you. It's about the team. It's about everybody else. And that was the first deal that went down. And then Marner held out, and they gave Marner the big deal. And then Marner was going to hold out again, so they shipped him off to Vegas. And now he looks great as a Golden Knight. I'm not kicking 60 goals out of bed. If I don't have to give up anything for Austin Matthews, you better believe I'm bringing him here. Yeah, I think it is how that organization is run. I think it's how that city is a pressure cooker on Toronto. I think there's good players there. It's the reason why I like Nick Waugh. Nick Waugh, when he was a Vegas Golden Knight, was a good hockey player. He went to Toronto, and they sucked because it's Toronto, and it's built to lose.
Is it kind of like Chicago with football?
Kind of like Chicago with football.
Where they're like iconic brand in the heart of, I'd say, football in America. You think old school Chicago Bears, Green Bay Packers, Midwest America, football matters. Deeply rooted traditional franchises. But yet somehow, some way, they just haven't been able to do it since what? In the Maple Leafs case?
Maple
how long
Leafs
has it
haven't
been?
won a cup since 1967.
And 85 for the Bears.
At least the Bears got there.
Yeah.
Like the Bears, 2007, 2006, something like that?
Yeah, it was right. It was like
that Rex Grossman,
it was
Peyton
like
Manning,
05,
gross,
06, 07,
rainy,
right there.
rainy Super
Yep,
Bowl.
you're right.
At least they got there.
They did. Not Toronto.
Yeah, Bobby McMahon would be fun. I know they're linked right now to Braden Shen of the St. Louis Blues. They'd have to have St. Louis retain a lot of money to bring a guy like Braden Shen. Braden Shen, as your third line wing / like he can play the middle as well, he'd look awesome, but you need a lot of retention to bring him in. He's an older player, still has 3 years remaining on his deal.
What time does is the deadline?
1 p.m.
Our time.
1 p.m. Mountain.
So there are 2 hours and 20 minutes left for the Avs to make a move.
They're going to make one. They'll make one.
Does it involve Val Nichushkin?
No.
Good.
It doesn't make you better. I'm sick and tired of talking about how Val Nichushkin could move for Colorado. Moving him doesn't make you better unless you bring in like Sidney Crosby, and that's not happening. So don't move Val Nichushkin.
Sidney for cash considerations.
$8.7 million of cap considerations. Take a quick timeout. 303-504-0925 is where you can reach us. Denver golfers, it's time for the Colorado Golf Expo. Little snow never stopped you in your golf addiction. This year, it is better than ever. Today through Sunday at the National Western Center, it's loaded with gear, with tech simulators, and a full indoor driving range, as well as free parking. Make sure you get there today and hang out with PhD. They'll be live broadcasting from noon to 3. We're back for another double dip tonight on Altitude Sports Radio. The Avs are in Dallas to take on the Stars. I'll have your pregame coverage at 5:30 p.m. right here on 92.5. And then the Nuggets are on the second of a back-to-back against Jalen Brunson and the Knicks. You can hear that coverage on AM 950. That starts at 6:30. If you're going to the game, probably leave a little bit early because the snow has not stopped all morning. All of your pregame coverage is powered by Ramos Law, a medical doctor and attorney. Visit them at ramoslaw.com. One more time, the Avs are on 92.5 tonight. The Nuggets are on 950. Also, if you didn't know what the first pick in the NFL draft was going to be, the Raiders are going to release Geno Smith unless they can find a trade partner. So Fernando Mendoza will be in the AFC West for at least the next 5 years.
Yeah, and I think the more and more that people dig into the film, and the more and more that a guy like Dan Orlovsky actually watches all the games, and particularly the ones that really would forecast what kind of player a quarterback would be, maybe in the National Football League and against the top teams in college football in the college football playoffs and in Big Ten championship game and down the stretch, you've started to see that Fernando Mendoza is being compared to players, ironically, like Joe Burrow, Jared Goff, and Andrew Luck, which is something I said how many months ago?
It was like 2 months ago,
and I've been
9,000 Instagram comments.
And what have
later?
I been called by just about everybody? Like the take the mic away from this guy, dude. His film is really, really good. He's 6'5", 236 pounds. He is a good runner. He is a guy that'll get you three first downs a game with his leg, and he is accurate. The ball easily jumps out of his hand, and he's brilliant. He's a smart cat. He's a weirdo. Like he's the kind of guy that likes, spelling things with his alphabet soup, in the morning. Really big words. But the guy's a really good football player. That's what you want at the quarterback position.
Where's Geno Smith play football next year?
Hopefully nowhere.
Is he
'cause
starting?
stinks. Probably, because there's enough quarterback-starving franchises.
Miami?
Maybe.
Could Indy use him
Okay.
for a few weeks before Daniel Jones comes back?
No cheat sheet. Who is the Dolphins head coach? I forgot to. Just full transparency.
It's a new guy, isn't it?
Former Green Bay defensive coordinator.
Jeff Hafley. But, isn't that funny? I don't associate. I still think Dolphins and I think McDaniel. So I thought about offense and, using speed motions and all the things.
There's a reason why I have this on our show notes.
Yeah, but I kept eye contact.
I
with
know
you.
you did.
It's
It was
no
good.
cheat sheet right here.
Because I have it back to 2023. Who's fired, how they did, how long they went, because it's impossible to keep up. Because 9 dudes get fired every season.
Who is the head coach of the Tennessee Titans?
Who's the head coach of the Tennessee Titans now? I don't know.
I
don't know. It was Callahan last year.
Former head coach of the Jets.
Robert Saleh.
Isn't it wild, though? The point of this is not to make you look like an idiot, because I asked that question.
Oh, I feel like an idiot. It's okay.
I didn't have the answer in my head. It's just that there's nothing. Who would you say was the splashiest offseason head coaching hire that you immediately think, ooh, they're rolling now?
Harbaugh?
Giants. Like that, even though I still, in my own mind, I still can't. John Harbaugh and the New York Giants are not synonymous in my brain yet.
They won't be for a few weeks into the season.
Because, he's such a mainstay in Baltimore, right? It is. When you think of New York Giants, what coach comes to your mind?
For me, it's Tom Coughlin.
Same. I know Bart Parcells is the greatest head coach in Giants franchise history, or would it be Coughlin? Because he won one, or he won 2.
He won 2.
It is Coughlin. What player comes to mind? Just pure New York Giants player.
Tiki, Lawrence.
Whoa, I was
Manning.
going to say Lawrence Taylor.
Dude, Tiki Barber was sick.
He was great
for a few years.
He was great. What about Gap Tooth Mallard? What's his name?
Strahan.
You
know who else I loved? And this is the white guy in me coming out.
I like when you go white guy on me.
Jason Sehorn.
Oh, Sehorn. Sehorn, in my dad's position group at the University of Southern California.
Loved me some Jason Sehorn.
Have I told you the story that he was a wide receiver recruit? My dad recruited him out of Shasta Junior College. He shows up. I'm not lying when I say this. He shows up, and it was the heyday of In Living Color, so early 90s. And everybody, you remember In Living Color had the Wayans brothers, and the token white guy was Jim Carrey? So
Also, Jim Carrey's just showing up at awards events in Paris, and it's not Jim Carrey.
Looking like an alien and talking like he's, I don't know, maybe he's been abducted. His body's been abducted, taken over. So Jason Sehorn shows up to one of the very first activities where a new recruit would, and it was a dinner at her house. I'll never forget about it. And my dad had mounted a basketball hoop on top of our garage on the roof. So, I mean, it was bolted in there, but I mean, that thing could come down at any point in time. Keyshawn Johnson, Curtis Conway, Johnny Morton. These guys were like Billy Miller. They were like doing dunks through like underneath their, like the whole deal. And they flipped the ball to this new Shasta Junior College white guy wide receiver. And they're like, what you got, man? Dude almost his feet almost hit the rim. And they're like, oh, who's that? Who's that guy?
Who are the other teams that you asked me about? You asked me about Miami and Tennessee. So who's the Miami head coach that you think about?
I think of Shula. But just, I also like strangely think of Jimmy Johnson.
What about Tennessee?
Oh, Fisher.
Yep.
Yeah.
Jeff Fisher.
Yeah. Great mustache. Elite mustache. Also a teammate of my dad's at SC. Kind of cool.
First player that comes to mind when you think Tennessee Titans.
Eddie George.
Eddie George.
Yeah.
Steve McNair.
Yeah,
definitely Steve McNair.
Steve McNair, baby.
Alcorn State, baby. Let's go.
Okay. Let's keep playing this game. Who is the Atlanta Falcons head coach?
Raheem Morris just got fired. Who is it?
Think Browns.
Kevin Stefanski?
Yeah, he also had didn't he have like the worst grade?
Yes.
So NFLPA
coming out of
the grades came was he an F?
I think he was an F.
And
just straight up.
Like Sean Payton had a bad grade and he was a B, right? And he was like 18th out of 32 NFL head coaches in terms of NFLPA ratings within the Broncos franchise. Kevin Stefanski was the bottom. Did you see Chip Kelly? Chip Kelly, like they had NFLPA rankings on offensive coordinators. He was F-. Like it's not great. I like Chip, man. I hung out with him in the Army Navy.
Saw him in Army Navy.
Yeah, he's a good dude.
Rubbed elbows with Chip.
Yeah, but
shorter guy than I expected him to be.
Yeah, he's pretty good for your confidence. Not bad for old Raj.
I always look for a way to feel tall.
What player do you think about when you think about the Atlanta Falcons?
When I think about the Atlanta Falcons, Deion Sanders.
Yeah. Okay, so you know what I think of? The sexiest left-handed quarterback ever. Michael Penix
Vic, what
Jr.,
am I doing?
baby. No, I was
Michael Penix. You went Michael Penix?
Yes.
I know you're being funny, and I know your tongue is ripping out your cheek, but come on.
I go the Dirty Bird, Jamal Lewis. I love the Dirty Bird. It was a good era. What coach do you think about? None?
None.
How about you, KJ? The Falcons were...
Dan Quinn.
Yeah.
Oh, man. Yeah, I'll probably have to go Quinn, too, because I don't remember nothing from the Mark Vick era, so.
Wasn't, who was the guy that was there, the very eccentric defensive-minded guy? Jerry Glanville? Was he the head coach, or was he just the D coordinator?
Let's go through the head coaches. Kevin Stefanski, Raheem Morris, Arthur Smith.
Not good.
Dan Quinn.
Okay.
Mike Smith.
Mike Smith was all right. They were pretty good then.
Bobby Petrino.
Oh, boy, that was bad.
Jim Mora.
Our guy.
Jim
Friend
Mora.
of the program.
Wade Phillips. Dan Reeves was there for 7 years. Jerry Glanville was there for 4 years.
That's who I think of.
Between 1990 and 1993.
What was his record?
Jerry Glanville was 27-37 at the helm of Atlanta.
Not great. Well, that franchise has just been... God, that's been really unsuccessful. You know what's funny about it? Until the Tennessee Titans came and really think about this. Tennessee Titans and the Carolina Panthers and Jacksonville Jaguars, which are all like 90s additions, right? 90s and 2000s additions to the National Football League, either by relocation or by expansion. KJ, like the entire region of the SEC was basically represented by one NFL team, and it was the Atlanta Falcons.
Pretty much.
There wasn't, and think about where football is God. It's in that part of the country. And the Falcons should be the one that's capitalizing on the opportunity as the pro sports team that is in the epicenter, the capital of the South in the modern era, which is Atlanta.
Forgive me, text line. You guys are crushing me. I'm sorry. Dan Reeves was in Atlanta during that time. So I'm sorry. I didn't remember that during the Mike Vick era.
I could
I'm
do
sorry.
this for this type of game is the same game as name a random baseball player between the years of 1995 and 2010. It's the same game for me. I could do it for hours. Rapids are coming off of a 2-0 win over Portland last week, and they host the LA Galaxy coming up tomorrow. Tickets are still available for that 7:30 start at coloradorapids.com. It's supposed to be warmer than it is now.
I know.
I think at like 9 a.m. tomorrow, it's supposed to be sunny, and the stuff's going to start melting away.
I think my guy Bianchi and my gal Kylie Burse are sweating it right now because they said there's a 0% chance that 12 inches come down in Denver.
Those videos that Bianchi and Kylie are putting out, fantastic.
They're so awesome.
Those little crossover
I'm a
videos,
huge
more
fan
of those things.
Huge fan of the both of them. But they might be dead wrong on this. Kind of like my Michael Penix Jr. sports take.
That Pids game can be heard on 92.5 tomorrow evening. That's the coach. I'm Raj. It's Altitude 92.5. Hour number 2 of the morning sprint. If you missed our conversation with Conor McGee, all you have to do is search Morning Sprint wherever you get your podcasts. He was talking about how he expects Mackenzie Blackwood to start in goal tonight for the Avs against the Stars. He thinks they could probably add another player before today's 1 p.m. NHL trade deadline. Avs and Stars, you can hear it on 92.5 tonight starting at 5:30. Nuggets will be back at it tonight at Ball Arena. That's a 6:30 pregame show against the Knicks. They find a way to, you know what? They came through in the clutch. Just like the Avs get credit for scoring a power play goal against an empty net. Even though you almost gave it up yesterday against LA, you won a game without 3 legit players, without 4 legit forwards.
You will take it. You will take it.
Especially with a team that was right there and still is right there with you in the race for that.
Dude, they
3-6.
were sniffing your tailpipe, brother.
Yep.
They were doing what people do on I-25 when you just make a simple lane change. They were speeding up and riding in your tail. I love the way they defended LeBron James. I like that they were able to minimize the damage of Luka Doncic, who has never lost to the Denver Nuggets in his LA Laker career. It's a great. I mean, that's a great. You have to see those types of moments unfold at the end of this season in order to feel, I think, confident. Not us as fans, them as a team, top to bottom, not just Nikola and Jamal Murray, but we need to see these types of moments against teams that you could potentially play in the playoffs, or you're fending off for very, very critical playoff positioning.
This about 30 seconds ago from Conor McGee. Nicholas Waugh, the newest Avalanche addition, will play this evening for the Avs against Dallas.
What jersey number?
Number 10. He's going to wear
that.
number 10. He wore 10 in Vegas. He wore 55 in Toronto.
Most significant number 10 in Avs history.
I don't think there's been many number 10s.
Can you think of it? Like when you think of the number 10
for the
in
Avs,
a
I
maroon
don't know,
and blue
man.
sweater?
There's not many. You guys let me know. 303-504-0925.
Number 10s.
I'm trying to think of number 10s. I don't have any off the top of my head that were like impactful.
Raj, it's a Friday, and I'm already kind of feeling brewery vibes, and I'm already feeling trivia vibes today, aren't I? I'm on a big trivia kick, aren't I?
Number 10 in Avs history. There have been 23 players to wear it. Most recently, Charlie Coyle.
That's who my eyes would associate it with.
Big Riley Tufte wore it for a few
Andy
games
Lindahl's
in 2024.
guy. I like Riley Tufte. Riley Tufte, he's 6'8".
He was huge. Sven Andrighetto wore it. Cowhearts, guts all over the place. Sven Andrighetto.
Yeah.
Ben Street wore it in 2015, 2016. Kyle Comiskey, who I thought was going to be a really good player for them and turned out to be a bust. Brad May wore number 10. Ville Nieminen wore number 10 in 2002, Stanley Cup champion. And then Guy Lafleur. Is that actually Guy Lafleur? Guy Lafleur wore it in 1990-91 with the
As a Nordique.
Quebec Nordiques.
That's a pretty good one.
I mean, if he counts, he wore it for one season.
Sven
with
10.
Sven 10's a good one. Yeah, not a lot of elite number 10s. If he had worn number 55, my favorite 55 was probably Cody McLeod. Martin Sculo wore 55 for a couple years as well.
Didn't who came over last year and wore 55? It was
Ryan Lindgren.
It was a Lindgren.
Yes.
Lindy. Yeah.
Where's
good. Lindgren now?
He was good until, he wasn't. Ryan Lindgren is a Seattle Kraken ?
Okay.
I think.
So the good news for
Seattle.
The good news for Nicholas Waugh is that 10 is a blank canvas for you, young man. Go ahead and make it the world is your oyster, so is the jersey number 10.
Claude Lemieux did not wear 10, he wore 22. You think Claude Lemieux, you think 22. That's who you think. Adam Deadmarsh wore 18, not number 10. He wore 18. And then he got moved over to LA, I think, in the trade for Rob Blake. And then Chris Drury moved from number 37 to number 18.
Best 10 in hockey history.
Best 10 in hockey history.
Because that's a very significant jersey in soccer.
It's a significant jersey in football right now, especially with the Broncos. Number 10, the best 10s in history, probably Guy Lafleur.
And he wore it as a member of this franchise here.
Ron Francis wore number 10. Pavel Bure wore number 10. That's one of my favorite players of all time.
Did he wear it his whole career?
Bure?
Yeah.
I thought he wore like 95 for a couple of seasons
I don't
as well.
see him as solely number 10.
Pavel Bure was, that's a heck of a hockey player. Now, Guy Lafleur is the best number 10 in hockey history. Something like that.
Pavel Bure. Yeah, I see 10 everywhere.
94 or 95? You wore something like that.
He wore, I think, 44 with the Sharks. Is that right?
No.
No, that's Vlasic. I'm just looking at Google image search.
Pavel Bure wore 10, 96,
There
and
it
then he
is.
wore number 9 for the Rangers for a few years.
And he wore-
96, not 95.
And he wore 12 for CCCP.
That would be a jersey that would go really hard is a number 12 Pavel Bure Soviet Union jersey.
You are such a communist,
I
Josh.
know.
Even though I'm the one who said that I love the 1980, love the 80 Miracle on Ice
Yep,
Russian jersey.
it's a good one.
It's so good.
Talk about an all-time jersey matchup. That red against the white USA with the little
Tell you,
curve to it.
I'll tell you one thing that I learned about DMac from doing some late night podcasting with him. That guy does not like Russia. Like, I know we're not supposed to, like, there are so many reasons not to like Russia. He doesn't think they should ever play in any competition ever in the history of the world ever again.
So then don't allow Russian hockey players to play in the NHL if you believe that. Don't allow Alex Ovechkin shouldn't be in the NHL then.
Is it the same?
Val Nichushkin shouldn't be in the NHL then.
Isn't DMac the same guy that was advocating for some type of trade deal involving the departure of Val Nichushkin?
No, DMac wasn't advocating for it. DMac was. I felt as though DMac was talking and giving life to the rumor that Dater started a couple of nights ago.
I think it's some of it, and this is not a DMac specific thing, is that you think about what's at stake for the Colorado Avalanche, what's at stake for Jared Bednar, and certainly what's at stake for the legacies of Gabe Landeskog, Nathan McKinnon, even Cale Makar and others. You still can't unsee the postseason failures of Val Nichushkin.
You can't.
Even though when he's been available, the uptick in his play in the postseason has been incredible at times, right? Like, he goes from being a really, really good second liner to being the guy that ends up being at the kind of like the major moments in playoff hockey games can be on his stick.
Yeah, if you want a common denominator this thing, the playoff exits over the past few years, not last season, but prior to that, the two common denominators are Val Nichushkin leaving his team for extracurricular activities and Gabe Landeskog not playing hockey.
And I'm not talking about intramural rugby. That wasn't his extracurricular activity. It was different than that.
Intramurals!
There it is. There he is. God love you, Coach Hawk. Not really. Yeah, I mean, what are your biggest fears right now, Raj, for the Avs in the postseason?
The power play going 1 of 14 in a series.
And do you think that Jared Bednar will make the appropriate, even sometimes even extremely controversial and locker room shaking decision that might need to be made if you are 1 out of 14 and say through your first 5 games?
If you don't, you'll lose, especially going up against a team like Dallas who scores at will on the power play. At will on the power play. And they're even doing it without Mikko Rantanen healthy. They've won 10 straight games. So, like, if you go 1 of 14 and Dallas is running at, 5 of 15, 6 of 15, something like that, you'll lose the series. Now, in recent games, they have shown that we're willing to have some different looks and make Nathan McKinnon the rover. They're not willing to take him off the power play, which, again, I think would be a mistake. But they are willing to move him out of his typical spot, which is that off-wing one-timer, because they've seen that Marty Necas can do it just as good, if not better.
Are you worried about Marty Necas in the postseason?
No. I don't think he was the issue last year.
Okay. You don't worry that he has essentially been on a milk carton in his Carolina career in the postseason?
No, I'm not worried about Necas.
I'm not either. He's been unbelievable. And I think he gets more confident as a member of the Colorado Avalanche, finding a way to share the ice with such an incredible superstar that Nathan MacKinnon is. I think he gets more comfortable every time he steps on the ice.
Nate just had 9 points in 11 games with Carolina in 23-24. He had 7 points in 15 games the year prior to that. 4 goals in each of those campaigns. Yeah, I'm not worried about him. I'm worried about the power play. That's the only thing I'm worried about because they have addressed all of the other issues. Right?
Are you worried about the style of Dallas? Are you worried about the kind of the muck it up, get everything to try to like muck up the center of the ice?
What they did. I was until what Colorado did to combat it.
And you believe that that's enough. You believe that
they went out and they got
Nicholas Waugh is going to be enough on the defensive side.
Zoom out. It's not just Nicholas Waugh.
It's Brent Burns. It's Brock Nelson. You add Waugh.
It's Brett Kulak.
It's Kulak.
Look at all the things they've done. That is a direct reaction to Dallas beating you in back-to-back postseasons. I'm not worried about how Dallas plays anymore. Had they not made those moves, I would have been terrified. You go back in there with Gerard and you go back in there with a Jonathan Drouin, those type of players, you lose that series.
Where's Drouin at?
New York. He's an Islander.
Ooh, they're bad.
He's an Islander. No, I think the Islanders are a playoff team.
Oh, I was thinking
the Rangers are terrible.
Rangers
are terrible. I think they're the Isles.
Because Drouin
playoffs.
Was he an Islander before or no?
No, Drouin played
was that
for
involved
Montreal and Tampa Bay.
Was that the Brock Nelson trade?
Brock Nelson was an Islander.
Was he involved? Was Drouin involved?
No,
in that?
Drouin left in the offseason as a free agent. Yeah, I'm not concerned about them right now. I think they've done the proper things to combat Dallas. Now, the only question is, will the power play leave you? That's the only question I have.
Raj, what does it look like outside right now?
It's snowing.
Isn't that not the perfect day to go watch a double dipperoo of really, really competitive Avs, Stars, and then we get some Nuggets basketball on a back-to-back.
A little revenge game, double overtime revenge game against Jalen Brunson.
Let's go.
Jamal was great that game. Well, I'm here for some revenge.
There's something about snow outside, man, and watching sports inside.
Aaron Gordon might play?
It makes sense with arena sports. When you live in Colorado, to have some snow outside and watching a great hockey game. Can't wait.
KJ's NFL notes are coming up on the other side. Nuggets on 950, Avs on 92.5 tonight. Make sure you get out to the Colorado Golf Expo today from noon to 3. PhD will be broadcasting live, free parking out there at the National Western Center. Every day here on the Morning Sprint, we go through the biggest stories on the gridiron with KJ's NFL Notes. 2 games this evening. Nuggets second of a back-to-back after a huge win against the Lakers. A triple-double, nearly a quadruple-double with those 9 turnovers for Nikola Jokic last night. They outduel Luka and the Lakers. Some circus shots from Doncic in that second half, man. They'll be back at it tonight. Little revenge game against the New York Knicks. Last time we saw them was that double overtime loss. Was that the beginning of February, something like that? That double overtime loss. Christian Brown at the end, big block, some big free throws as time was expiring, and hopefully you'll be able to continue the winning streak. They are in the toughest stretch that any team will face this year in the NBA. Avs on 92.5 in a playoff-style game against the Dallas Stars. KJ, what's first around the NFL?
Well, the Broncos have locked up their swing offensive tackle / offensive guard Alex Pavlovsky to a 2-year, $9.5 million deal with $5.6 million guaranteed, with a maximum value of up to $11 million. For those who don't remember Alex, he was the guy who filled in for Ben Powers when he went down midway through the season. So, speaking of Ben Powers, what does this mean for him? Well, according to 9 News' Mike Kliss, the Broncos have decided not to ask starting left guard Ben Powers to take a pay cut. They have not talked to him about trading him. They have not talked to him about releasing him. He's going to remain the starting left guard, according to Mike Kliss' sources. How short will Ben Powers' leash be heading into the 2026 season?
Not short at all. I believe that when Mike Kliss tweeted out that Ben Powers is the undisputed starting left guard for the Denver Broncos, I think that he meant that, and that he had insider information to allude to the fact that Ben Powers is your starting left guard. Let's not forget, Alex Pavlovsky, where is his natural habitat? You remember?
Center?
No, that was Forsyth. So he's played his entire career really as a right tackle, and then he has filled in at right guard. It's been on the right side of the offensive line. So he filled in eventually admirably after Pert. Remember Matthew Pert had that rough game?
Yes.
I was like, dude, your 6th best offensive lineman when you started the season was Alex Pavlovsky, not Matthew Pert. And sure enough, the very next game, Alex Pavlovsky was filling in for Ben Powers. He had never played a game in his career in college or in the professionals level as a left side offensive lineman. But, so here's why I love this move with Alex Pavlovsky.
Love it. You said this is the best move that you've seen of the Peyton era.
I think that he is the heir apparent to one of my favorite people and a guy that's been a great locker room guy and has been a great player, and that's Mike McGlinchey. But don't forget, man, like, McGlinchey's getting a bit longer in the tooth, and you do have to make some of these decisions as you enter into 3rd and 4th contracts with offensive linemen at the right tackle position. You can essentially dangle that carrot of Alex Pavlovsky and say, hey, do you really want to be the right tackle for this franchise for the next 2 or 3 years? If that's the case, then you're probably going to have to sign a team-friendly deal to help with the cap hit that Mike McGlinchey now puts on the Broncos. If Mike McGlinchey says, I'm not going to do it, then guess what? He probably doesn't get the next contract, and now you have a very good player that has NFL experience as your right tackle in Alex Pavlovsky that has only $5.6 million guaranteed, and his maximum value would be $11 million of that contract. That's a great deal for a player that has proven his worth. I am a Alex Pavlovsky stan. Love the guy.
Build it in the trenches. KJ, what's next?
Earlier this week, Bussin' with the Boys podcast had on Russell Wilson, and we played the viral clip this week where he responded to Sean Payton. Well, another clip is starting to surface, and it is him detailing his time in Denver Here is Russell Wilson talking about that.
The history of being in Denver, like, it was challenging. I tore 90% of my lat on my right side trying to throw, but it was hard, bro. It was like I was bad every throw. But, like, I'm a competitor. I'm old school. I believe that the quarterback's supposed to be on the field no matter what the circumstances are. The unfortunate part is we lost like 9 games by like 5-6 points or less, which, like, in Seattle, we always won them. But okay, you go through that first year and it is what it is. And then here comes Sean Payton. I'm super excited about that. Like, we're having candlelit dinners and watching film together, red zone, this, that, and the other, just sitting there like in his office, like everything's going great. And all of a sudden, I think I'm second in the AFC or second in the NFL in touchdown passes, but our record's not very good. And then all of a sudden we got on a hot streak, and like we felt like we were one of the hotter teams in football. And I felt like I was like, I'm me again fully. There's a tricky situation where they want to make a business decision and say, we're going to bench you for the rest of your last 9 games if you don't change your injury guarantee. I'm like, wait, what? I remember playing Monday Night Football. They said, okay, you're going to play this game. Like, am I going to play the next ones? They're like, we don't know. We've gotten on a hot streak. We've started to beat these teams. So like, wait, what do you mean? Like, so like, I remember making a double spin move, going to the back corner to Cortland Sutton.
I remember it.
4th down. He makes a crazy catch. And I just remember, I don't really ever talk, and I'm like, and I remember coming to the sideline. I was like, you must not know me, and there's really only one person I'm talking to in that moment, But you know what's crazy is that, like, man, I wouldn't trade any of that because of the relationships, the people that I got to be close with. They obviously have Bo now, who's done an amazing job. I stayed in touch with him a little bit, and just, I don't have any jealousy in my heart. It's like, man, go shine, bro. Like this, that, and the other. And I think the big part of it is when you give to others is always returned back to you.
I think everything that was said right there by Russell Wilson aligns with how I read the situation on the outside looking in through 2022 and 2023. And I do agree that there was a moment there in 2023 where, even though it had started poorly for Russell Wilson in Denver, I saw it for a second there. I was thinking about the Bills win, thinking about the Kansas City win. And I was like, wait a minute. Is this thing going to work? But it didn't feel like it was going to follow the narrative that I think Sean Payton wanted, which was, hey, man, this is going to be about a new Denver Broncos experience, not the one that I picked up the pieces from last year. And Sean Payton, it was his way or the highway. And I think everything that Russell said there was fair. I don't think that anything that he said was completely out of bounds or seemed entirely inaccurate about the situation.
Why not just wait to do it in the offseason then?
Do what?
Make the breakup.
Because
they started it halfway.
This is the thing I said at the time, and I think a lot of people thought I was crazy for saying this, and I felt it. Guys, I don't know Russell Wilson. I don't know his people. The closest that I am to Russell Wilson is that I've competed against his quarterback trainer, Jake Heaps, who's the head coach of the Legend Titans and does a great job. But other than that, I don't know what was going on. I have no insider information. I just sensed that Sean Payton did not want this thing to go into 2024 with Russell Wilson as his quarterback. And you know what the Broncos felt like they were on a collision course for at the tail end of the 23 season going into 24? They felt like they were inevitably, with Russell Wilson, they were going to be a playoff team. Just like they were the next year with the rookie quarterback.
Not a dangerous playoff team, but a playoff team.
A playoff team. And then do you cut Russell after making the playoffs for the first time in 8 years? 9 years? No. It'd
be a tough sell.
And so that was where Sean Payton was playing chess. He was playing 3-dimensional, 4-dimensional chess. And was he wrong in doing it? No, he was actually 100% right. Was it maybe wrong in a sense to Russell Wilson? Yes, but guess what? He made a boatload of cash in that slight that he got as the Denver Broncos quarterback. And that's business, brother. Is you change course from Russell Wilson and what's the guy's? I always forget. Nathaniel Hackett. I intentionally forget his name. You change course and you course correct from the Russell Wilson, Nathaniel Hackett direction, and you bring in Sean Payton, and then you say, if I really want this to work as a franchise, then we let Sean Payton, the guy who's already been there, he's already won one, you let him make those big-time decisions, and that's what he ultimately made. Could you have made the playoffs in 23 and 24? Not only do I think the answer to that is yes, I think it was an inevitability had Russell stayed on the field.
Some news on the hardwood. Josh Hart, the small forward / shooting guard for the Knicks, questionable for tonight's game in Denver. 7 p.m. tip, 6:30 pregame show. You can listen to that game on Altitude Sports Radio, AM 950. Our sister station is the Avs. Will be on 92.5 tonight. KJ, what's next?
The Las Vegas Raiders are releasing quarterback Geno Smith, barring a trade before the start of the new league year, which is coming up on this Wednesday. By releasing Smith, the Raiders will open up $8 million in salary cap space while taking on $18.5 million in dead money. He signed a 2-year, $75 million extension after being traded from Seattle this past offseason, and Smith earned $40 million in 25, which was fully guaranteed. I got to thinking about this story, and I wanted to ask you guys this unique question here. Is Geno Smith trending towards being the next Joe Flacco?
I mean, he could stick around the league for a long time.
While I think that Joe Flacco at times was a little bit of kind of a gruff personality, he displayed that, I think, when he was here in Denver. I wasn't living here at the time, but just looking at it from the outside in, that's how I read it. But I do think that there's a level of overall professionalism with understanding his role as an older player in the National Football League, where Geno himself feels a little bit prideful, feels like he might be somebody that truly views himself today as a no-doubter NFL starting quarterback. So do you really want to bring that into your franchise if he's not going to be the starting quarterback?
He's had like 2 good seasons.
That's my point. Whereas Joe Flacco had more than 2 good seasons.
Yeah.
Joe Flacco had more of a case to say that I'm a starting quarterback, but yet he had more of a self-awareness later on in his career to say that I'm not probably a 17-game starting quarterback. Geno Smith thinks he is right now.
Does he play? Is there like a chance that he plays in New York?
Probably.
To the Jets? Goes back to the Jets?
Yeah, he was already there. It was pretty. I mean, that's what ultimately got him start. I mean, he did enough in those games.
Like, you wouldn't bring him to Cleveland.
No.
Right? Because Deshaun's probably going to be the starter this year if he doesn't get hurt. Miami is a distinct possibility.
Deshaun, what?
The Colts are a distinct possibility. The Vikings, certainly. And I don't know. Everyone throws this out. Like, could he be the guy that goes to Kansas City for 6 weeks? Someone's going to go to Kansas City for 6 weeks.
Who's it going to be?
It's not going to be Kyler Murray.
No.
Geno Smith could be it.
Malik Willis? Or is he too? Is a lot of people looking at him in potential starter money?
Potential starter money. Geno could be it. Stays in the AFC West.
Knows the defenses.
You don't need him for a long period of time.
I like that.
Vegas is paying him.
I like Geno Smith to the Chiefs for 6 weeks.
Do you like that for the Chiefs or do you like that for Denver?
I love that as a Broncos person.
Why is that?
Because I think Geno Smith's best football is behind him. I think he's damaged goods, mentally and physically. I think he's sustained enough damage this past year in Vegas, and I think the way that it ended in Seattle was not good. And I think he is damaged goods.
KJ, give me one more.
Well, it appears that the new Jets offensive coordinator, Frank Reich, may want to bring back Carson Wentz as his quarterback with the New York Jets.
No, that could be the Chiefs guy, too. There you go.
Could. He's already played with the Chiefs, so there you go. According to Connor Hughes of SNY, he stands strong that he believes that this relationship that they formerly had will lead Carson Wentz back to a reunion in New York. As many will remember, Reich was the offensive coordinator when Wentz was a potential MVP candidate in 2017, and then also when Carson Wentz was trying to make his last little push to remain in the NFL in 2021. He had a fairly decent season with Frank Reich there as well. If we put on our tinfoil hats, guys, do we think Woody Johnson has quietly empowered his front office to start the tanking process for next year's quarterback class?
Probably. And who will that be? That'll probably be
Arch
or Trinidad Chambliss, depending on who plays better. I still am not buying the. I know Arch finished the season a lot better than he started it. I'm still not buying the hype on Arch yet. As no brainer NFL draft pick number 1. Are you? Are you completely bought in on Arch Manning?
Not completely. I was completely bought in last year, and he looked like
he was terrible. I thought he was bad through the first 4 or 5 weeks. And
He
then
got better
it got
and
better
and
as the year went on.
The quarterbacks next year are much better. Dante Moore will be available. John Mateer is going to be available out of Oklahoma.
He's a whittle guy, though.
Doesn't stop the NFL from drafting little dudes.
Yeah, I feel like that trend is starting to think about Kyler Murray, Tua Tagovailoa, even like Bryce. Bryce Young doesn't feel like a bona fide superstar, like franchise quarterback for Carolina. Even though he went to the playoffs, was competitive in the game that he played in. The age of the big quarterback is back.
Yeah, 6'5", 230. That's why I think Drew Aller is going to shoot up the draft.
Josh Allen.
Yeah, that type of player.
Josh Allen?
I'm telling you, if Drew Aller's there in rounds 4 or 5.
How big were the two starting quarterbacks in the Super Bowl this year?
Big dudes.
Both over 6'3". I think Darnold's 6'4", if I'm not mistaken. And then May's huge.
Darnold is 6'3", 230.
Yep, big boy.
And Drake May's 6'5", isn't he?
Yeah, 6'4", 6'5". And he's also in that 220.
6'5", 225.
Yep. So two quarterbacks that looked like they did 20 years ago, right? I mean, meaning like the big sturdy guy. It became the rage. It was all the rage, especially because the air raid offense was dictating everything. And the air raid offense inherently by itself is a flawed offensive system. So you know what the air raid disciples like Lincoln Riley had to do? They had to get somebody who could run around and play video games on the second play.
Why do you have to have that player in an air raid offense?
It's the simplest system on planet Earth. There's like literally 8 pass concepts in it. It doesn't translate to the National Football League. You need to have more. You need to have more clubs in your bag. And the club that was the ultimate eliminator for being too simplistic was the athlete of Kyler Murray, the athlete of Caleb Williams, the athlete of John Mateer. Great example. He's playing in Oklahoma and essentially an air raid offense. And that's been the Band-Aid. Think about Jaden Mayava at USC. He's a tremendous athlete. He's a run-around quarterback. Patrick Mahomes. He was a creative second-play quarterback. The air raid, if you just play on schedule, the air raid has far too few answers, and certainly in the run game. So you can't neutralize your inefficiencies. Therefore, you had to recruit a quarterback that can move around, and then it started to work upward towards the National Football League. And the NFL said, you know what? Yeah, 5'10" quarterbacks that run 4.40s. There really isn't a place for that player anymore. And I think, like, who are those guys that are remaining? That are like bona fide starters? Like Bryce Young, 6'5",
Bryce
11.
basically it.
And
Baker.
Baker. But Baker. Because he's not like an elite athlete, but he makes an elite second play.
Yeah, for sure.
Gutty, gritty. There's
not many of them.
Cow tongues and esophagus is all over the field.
KJ's NFL Notes are brought to you by MountainHighAppliance.com, Colorado's most complete local appliance store with locations in Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, and Glenwood Springs. They offer every major appliance line and brand. You can find them at MountainHighAppliance.com. A double dip tonight on altitude coming off the heels of a big-time win over the Lakers. Despite 9 turnovers from Nikola Jokic, a triple-double, his 23rd of the season. Is there a chance that Aaron Gordon returns to the lineup tonight against New York? We'll preview both games on the other side.
called it. I said the dog was coming. I started barking, boys.
Could Aaron Gordon return tonight for the Denver Nuggets? We'll see. 6:30 p.m. pregame against the New York Knicks as the Nuggets look to sweep a back-to-back and continue climbing in the Western Conference. It's trade deadline day. Just 1 hour and 13 minutes separate the Avalanche from a roster freeze.
Sorry. That was my heart rate going up.
And there's some reports out there. When Frank Saravalli says something's happening, typically something happens. And his tweet 3 minutes ago, it sounds like Colorado and Toronto have engaged again on Bobby McMahon. This has been one of my favorite targets for the past couple of weeks. He is a middle to bottom six winger. He's 200 pounds. He's 6'1". He is under 30 years old. He is a pending unrestricted free agent. He hits everything that moves, and he is fast as all hell. And you know who he plays well against? Nicholas Waugh. Or rather, alongside. That would be really cool.
Were they both second liners for Toronto this year?
They kind of floated between the second and the third. There has been so much change between that team. He would fit wonderfully.
Is Toronto out?
Wing. Yeah.
They're out.
I mean, they could get hot. Like, the Eastern Conference is very jam-packed right now. They could get hot, but they're selling.
So, of course, the text line, nothing is official.
Nothing is official.
So there is no announcement. There is no official.
That's the rumor.
There is a rumor that there is conversation that is being, as it was called there, Frank Saravalli said there's engagement from the Avs over McMahon the Toronto Blue Leafs.
That was Saravalli's tweet. There's been other guys from around the league that have tweeted out that there's a trade involving Bobby McMahon going to the Western Conference. So there's other people who are hearing the same things. It would be awesome.
Give a little bit more, just a kind of background and why you were, when you saw the tweet during the break, you fist pumped and your reaction was, let's freaking go.
Because I think he's the perfect fit. He makes you meaner. He makes you faster. He's a 20-goal scorer this year. And to have 20 goals on your third line alongside another guy in Nick Waugh, who prior to coming to Toronto, when he kind of sucked with Toronto, he was a 15 to 20 type of goal guy with Vegas. Yeah, you get bigger, you get longer, and that's what Dallas is trying to do on the back end, and you have to counterbalance that with what you have on the forward side.
He also has a pretty kind of nice grade A skullet. It's got a nice, like, kind of
it's
like
got
almost
some good flow.
It's got a little bit of a Riker where his flow starts a little higher up, but it gets rolling in a hurry, and then he's got a pretty sweet stash too. I'm down with Bobby McGee, man. He got some look to him that he would hit everything that skates.
Yeah, he's a free agent. I think he's an undrafted kid
He
that
was
just found a
undrafted.
way to like get into the system with the Marlies.
6'2", 208?
Yeah, that's a playoff body.
As a winger?
Playoff body.
I like it. So your biggest winger right now is Val. Am I right in saying that? Because
Yes.
Brock and now your third line center
Nick
and Waugh
Waugh.
are both 6'3" plus, 200 plus. But on the wings, Nate's what, 6'1"?
Right around 6 foot.
6 foot. And then now you get bigger, and now your second right winger and your third. Would Bobby play on the right side?
He can play either side,
Okay.
but he'd probably play on the right side.
You get pretty big on that side of the ice.
You'd have him on his off wing. Man, if that happens, I'd be really excited about it. I wonder what the cost would be. It might be another first-round pick. I hope that's not it because he's a 30-year-old expiring contract under $2 million. It might not be that. It might be multiple seconds or thirds or something like that to get you over the hump. It'd be a really good fit for them.
Who would move the needle more for Alex Reinemi for the Avs to win a cup this year between the Waugh deal that's already finalized and a potential McMahon deal? Or do you think it's the combination of the two?
They have to work together.
That make too much sense for
They
the
have
Avs?
to work together.
Yeah.
Or a player like McMahon.
So you're telling me, like, yesterday, the news coming down of Nicholas Waugh, you were excited. You liked the speed, or excuse me, I digress. You like the size, you like the physicality, you like the body type, and you like the fact that you have a clearly defined 3C.
Yes.
There would be an exclamation point added to the acquisition of Nicholas Waugh for a first and a fifth, that was what you felt like was a bit of,
was
at
an
the
overpay.
time. Would you say it's an overpay if you get the McMahon deal done?
Depending on what you send the other way. But yeah, I would give them, an A at the trade deadline because you add in the Sam Girard and Kulak deal. I give him an A if this ends up going down, unless it's a first round pick.
And ultimately, the Sammy G. Kulak deal, what it did, Raj, is that it freed up the requisite cap space that you're most likely going to need for both Waugh and McMahon to be on the same roster. If you hadn't dealt Sammy G and shed, what did it end up being $2.5 million that you picked up?
Just about.
You probably don't have the space, do you?
No, you probably don't.
Especially if LOC is added back to the roster, right? Isn't that the big problem that where the $7 million, which is now dwindled to what?
Four-ish.
That really is kind of a bit of a make-believe number because when OC comes back, how much does that add to the cap? Is it 2?
Logan O'Connor is making, is it 2 this year? O'Connor's making 2.5.
So you would have been faced with the choice of, do we move on from OC for this season? Because if you didn't make the Sammy G move, you didn't have the space to add both a Waugh and a McMahon, which has not been added. McMahon has not been added yet, but you have a chance to add him plus reactivate to the active roster OC. Am I right? It's going to be tight.
Right.
It's going to be right on the number.
It's going to be tight.
It's going to be right on the number, which is what you want. In a cup run, man, you want to go right up to that cap
Go
number.
spend.
Who are we saving for, man? It's a cup window, man. Like even when I heard with you and I talked about it yesterday, I heard Vic talking about it this morning. When you're in this type of a window and you have really good players that are in the peak of their careers, F them picks. Screw them all.
Look what the Nuggets have done, man. Screw them. Now, it hasn't worked the past couple of years, but it got you a title in 2023.
And it gave them enough freedom to build this roster that hopefully we're starting to see come to fruition.
When it's healthy, it's a really good roster, right? 10-2 in those 12 games when it's healthy. And Aaron Gordon could come back tonight. So make sure you guys stay tuned for the rest of the day. The NHL's trade deadline comes up in just 1 hour from right now. 1 hour from right now is when that deadline comes and goes. The Nuggets back at it after their 7-point win against the Lakers. AG possibly back in the lineup. You got to keep stacking wins. Get to win number 40. Find a way to keep that number 3 seed alive. But that's going to do it for us today. For the coach, Mike Sanford. For KJ Granderson behind the glass, I'm Alex Ryan. MA PhD is coming up next. If you guys want to get on out there to the Colorado Golf Expo and hang out with them from 12 to 3, please do so. Double dip tonight. Nuggets 9:50 at 6:30. Avs on 92.5 at 5:30.
We are live from the Colorado Golf Expo. Wow, what a show this is here. Holy camole. Myself and Tyler are here. Scott is resting up, getting ready for the big Knicks game tonight. But my goodness, if you're a golfer, Tyler, yikes.
This is going to be an expensive day for me, I got a hunch. I got a hunch I'm not walking out of here with a full wallet.
Jeez, man, it is something else, man. Bays upon bays. You can hit any club you can dream of. I saw a huge line queuing up because there's discounts on golf packages that are unique to this show. Stuff for the kids, too. I saw a little kid.
There's a section over there that's got brand new hats. I'm like brand new hats for $10.
Any Stiddy hats over there?
I got 5 hats set aside. Didn't have time to get through the line real quick, but I'm going over there. I'm buying 5 hats for $10.
Oh, that's a riot! All right, so here we are, and
5. So it's $2
10 apiece.
each.
10 apiece. 10 apiece.
You're spending $50.
Correct.
Yeah, but like
$10 a pop. That's a pretty good deal.
One Stiddy hat runs you like $65.
That's
so,
right.
I mean,
Well, that Bo Leaf hat, right? We looked online. That Bo Leaf hat was $35 or $40.
Dude, it's not cheap. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. Ain't cheap. All right, so it's the Colorado Golf Expo going on from now through Sunday at the National Western Center. This is the first event in this building. This used to be like a grass field.
This is the first ever?
The first ever event. I was just talking to the showrunner, basically, and he said this is it. This is their first event. And he says, as big as this is, which is crazy big, he goes, behind that wall back there is another 30,000 square feet. So there's room to expand. And so brand new, brand spanking new, which is really cool.
Is it out by where the stock show is?
Yeah. But it's he was telling me it's technically a separate entity, although they are combining here supposedly relatively shortly. So it's in the same area, but it's not the same thing. So if you're coming to this event, just a heads up, it is not like the traditional stock show. It's real close on National Western Boulevard. I learned that. And the parking's free. Now, there's a lot of people here, Tyler, as you found out. So you're smart to, be ready to walk maybe a little bit, depending on what time you get here and all. But, it's worth it. So come on down and, free parking, like I said. Okay. Great game last night. Awesome vibes in there. Scott, your take on what you saw last night?
Well, they won it wire to wire. You don't. They haven't said that in a long time, right? I mean, wire to wire win. Jumped up 11-0 to start the game, I think it was. Still got things to work on. Still had a whole lot of people missing. It was funny. I saw a cool stat that I had this morning. Between Joker and Murray, points and assists, and they win 120-103, I think was the final.
120-113. 113.
Or 120-113. I mean, at some point, 120-113. Of the 120 points, Joker and Murray combined with scoring and assisting on 107.
Okay.
Think about that.
Yeah, they're important players.
pretty key players. But the biggest difference last night, and I think Joker's 13. What do you have? 13 assists, I think, or 12 assists.
Well, he had he had a what they called after the game a Sombor struggle. He had a 3-quarter triple-double and almost had a double digits in turnovers. So it was the Sombor struggle when you hit your triple-double and you almost get your 10 turnovers. Very rare, the Sombor struggle. But yes,
turnovers have been a deal. But
Sombor quadruple-double.
There you go.
Almost, man.
It does almost feel like that's becoming the standard, doesn't it?
9 ties a season high. Like that is unusually high. I know what you're saying. You can just check off the Joker's going to turn it over 5 times a game. If you want to check that box, that's fine. 9's high.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
hey, you know what though? I mean, if we know anything about this team, when Jamal's dialed, Joker's being himself. I mean, forget the turnovers, whatever. I'm not sure what to make of that. But with Jamal's dialed, Joker's Joker. It's always been the identity of this team, and it doesn't take much when you're feeling down, when you're feeling concerned about this basketball team to go to the Scott. Hey, nothing to see here. You see those two guys dialed together, and you're like, that's always been what it is. It's those two guys. It's always been them.
Well, and if you watch the Prime post-game show, they even threw that out there last night too. So he said, listen, this team's good. They got the best two-man game in basketball. I've had it for years. He said, but when they get Gordon back, they're a whole different animal. They, even Prime on a very average postgame show, but I think it was Haslam, who I think is probably the best of the four. I think he said that, and he's right. So, and there's rumors again, just like there were yesterday, right, that you may get Gordon back tonight against a team that's probably a little more physical in New York than the Lakers even are.
Yeah,
but it's pretty good. Listen. The defense, and I said I thought to Andy earlier, today in my league, in my era, you want to hold people to 100 or less. But think about it, they were averaging 4 threes a game back then, right? Now teams are averaging 30 to 40 plus 3 attempts a game. The new high water, I think, for great defense is 110 and below. You held them to 113. And gave them 26 of those 113 off your own turnovers. So if there's a way they can clean up the turnovers and say you give up 13 points, all of a sudden now it's a true blowout, and your defense was absolutely subpar. So I hopefully no comments today are about defense, because I'm telling you, it's not just the turnovers, it's the points that are created off the turnovers that kill you.
Let me go to the AG thing. So a pal of ours was doing the first shot, and she was incredible. In her warm-up, she drained 12 of 18. 12 of 18 in warm-ups. We were freaking out. We were like, oh, my God. She may have thrown up the worst first shot I've ever seen in my life at the actual moment of truth. And it was like a crazy mile-high air ball. Like, she threw it so high, but she missed everything somehow. That first shot, man, there must be some weird pressure with that first shot. Anyways, my point being is we wanted to be there early even to see her warm up and support her. So I got to be there, and I don't come that early all the time to the games. Aaron Gordon had a lengthy workout, Scott and Tyler. I mean, he was out there a long time. And I'm watching it, and I'm like, and he's smiling, and he's draining threes, and he's moving, and I'm just like, oh, my God, how could he not play tonight? And I'm watching him. I'm watching him before the game, and I'm wondering, dude, is he going tonight? So but then I figured out, because he was actually out there that long, no, he's not, and fine. I'll be stunned, Scott, if he doesn't go tonight. Stunned. I don't know what else is left if he doesn't go tonight.
I think it's going to be a while. There's going to be minutes restriction and all that stuff, but I think there'll be a lack of back-to-back because of the fatigue factor on the legs. And they probably looked at it and said, hey, let's get one more day. You just saw the workout before the entry, right? And now you should be a little fresher. You're playing a more physical team. New York hadn't played in a couple days. They were sitting at home watching that game. We're sitting in the hotel room last night watching the game. So at least now you come back, and I don't know, Tyler, as fresh as you can be with coming back from a hamstring injury, he's going to be kind of fresh, right? We'll see his conditioning. But yeah, I everything I've been hearing this morning, there's a high anticipation that he will come back.
Okay,
and I
good.
think that the 12:45 our time will be when the one where we saw yesterday, right, where it says that they were out. So that'll be the one to keep an eye on. And does he move from out to questionable?
Questionable, right. Well, again, who knows? This is not some sort of inside information or sort of thing. I'm just basing it off what I saw. So, I mean, he was doing this in front of thousands of people. I wasn't the only one, obviously. He's warming up on the court. So it looked damn good, that's for sure. And how about that? After the game, I asked Adelman about, Zeke Naji. And Adelman was pretty funny. He goes, well, after every game, Scott, we before the games, the coaches get together and we're like, all right, now what? I mean, it was like words to that extent, like, okay, you know what I mean? Like how much they've battled through all this injury crap. Like every single day they've got to invent Frankenstein's monster out of bits and pieces, and what are we going to do? So if you want to stop LeBron James, who's a big, huge dude, what are we going to do? And they decided to go with Zeke Naji, which was like, oh, wow, well, okay. Zeke's at least as tall as LeBron, maybe not as strong or quite, big like that. I thought he did all right. I thought CB did all right with Luka. I thought he did okay, Scott. What did you think of how Zeke played and the opportunity that he got?
Yeah, I thought he was solid. And kind of what, for his sake, that's, I'd like to see him a little more aggressive at times on the offensive end. I'd like to see him being more active on the offensive rebounding side of things. I think when you're a guy who's not going to be counted on in the offense to score and shoot a lot of points, you can get yours on the offensive glass, so I'd like to see him more active. But listen, he's got to prove and win the confidence of coaches. He can go out against LeBron or whoever that might be. Tonight it might be Anunoby. Can you hold your own at least against that guy on the defensive side? So it goes a long way of instilling confidence, I think. I don't know. It would seem like it, right, Tyler? If you come in as a sub and you hold up against a pretty good pass rush, I think the coaches sit there and go, okay, well, maybe so. Maybe so.
Yeah, no question. I mean, I think it takes some time when you're back up to change opinions and, reformulate the thought process on yourself, because oftentimes that can be ingrained pretty deep. It's oftentimes not as simple as a one-time appearance, but, yeah.
I do wonder if Zeke struggled a little bit. Would they have been quick to get David Roddy out there and just given that a shot? He ended up not playing. Tyus Jones did play for 6 minutes, and he looked nervous and kind of unsettled. But, can't be surprised.
Still plus
about
4.
That.
Plus 4 in 6 minutes.
Yeah, hustled. Like Jamal said after the game, and he was like, listen, anybody coming back from injury or time off, is going to take some time to sort of get going. So even if AG comes back tonight, let's just be cool, see what's what. The important thing, and Joker was asked about this afterwards, how do you know you have the championship DNA? And he was like, you know what? That's a good question. We really don't. Not yet.
Well,
we got to see.
Yeah, I mean, he kind of facetiously said we don't yet. He kind of facetiously said we don't have it anymore, and then gave you the little smirk at the end. And he's like, yeah, we got it, though.
Well, Jamal was the one who was super.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were talking about. I'm sorry.
No,
Jamal,
that's Joker. Jamal was super snarky. Jamal, because he was asked by. Listen, I just caught up on clips, whatever the post-game show was, and he was like, hey, you really play special against the Lakers. As soon as that question was asked, Scott, I was like, oh, my God, get ready for this. Because that is not how Jamal Murray thinks about things. Seriously. No. At least that's what he says. Whether he really believes it or not, I don't know. And he just goes, well, I had 45 against Utah. I had like 45 the last game, meaning I'm really good all the time against everybody, y'all. But that is true, man. This is another thing the Nuggets battle against. People do pay attention to the Nuggets, Scott, but they really only pay attention to the Nuggets when they're playing other marquee teams. They're really not following the Nuggets in and out. But, all right, you're playing Minnesota, you're playing the Lakers, and they are, because they're on national TV all the time now. But that's all people are watching the Nuggets for. That's what I think, Scott.
I don't disagree. They did bring out a stat. He's got 73 points in the last 2 games on 38 shots, 36 shots, which is
he's great.
Pretty good. But, yeah, no, listen, you go back to the year they won it, and whoever they were pounding in one of the first rounds, and Joker had a triple-double or something like that, and the sideline reporter, when they came down to it, he said, man, I got to start going up on the Nuggets and watching some more film on these guys. Yeah. I didn't know anything about them. I'm like, dude, you're broadcasting the second round of the playoffs. You're broadcasting the second round of the playoffs.
Dan Patrick today on his show goes, the Nuggets, they're not really a good roster. Now let me talk about the Lakers. I'm like, all right, bro. Like, I expect actually a little bit better out of Dan Patrick than that. But
I do too.
Cool, whatever.
Hey, Scott, what is the stat that I read that the Lakers were 17-5 in clutch games? What exactly does that mean?
Oh, that's good.
Wait, but define clutch games.
5
what does
points.
That mean?
5 points or less within 5 minutes.
So we just beat the most clutch team in the NBA is what that meant.
Yeah, and yes, in clutch time because it got down to 1 point inside of 5 minutes.
Right.
But the Lakers never. But not only did they never lead, it was never tied. I mean, the Nuggets led wire to wire from the first bucket to the end, which is kind of cool too. All right, we got to take a quick break. I'll give you one Dan Hyatt stat. This is a good one because Joker had a triple-double before the fourth quarter. It was his 82nd triple-double. 82 triple-doubles is what James Harden has for a career, courtesy of Dan Hyatt, but that's a good one. So Joker has as many triple-doubles through 3 quarters as James Harden, slam dunk Hall of Famer, has in his entire career. But we get ready for the Knicks. We have new players for the Avalanche on the ice and the Broncos. I think this is a pretty interesting move by them, a declaration that caught me a little bit by surprise. Details on that coming up next. All right, so there's a lot of rumors about Bobby McMahon, who, Dan, what do you know? I guess I'm a little light on my Bobby McMahon.
I need to freshen up on
updates.
my Bobby knowledge. I'll give you guys some
a
info
great
here.
song. He had a great song once. I think, guys, don't worry, be happy.
That was Bobby McMahon? I thought that was Bobby McFerrin. But no, it's Bobby McMahon, huh?
Oh, okay.
Bobby McMahon was, don't worry, I'm coming. Totally different deal.
Different song? Oh.
Different vibe, different song.
Well, then Bobby McCann. McMahon. Is it McMahon?
Yeah.
McMahon.
Did he sing "What You Won't Do, You Do for Love"?
Yeah, that's what he did. That's who he did.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, so we're keeping our eyes out on that. Dan, update us when you can.
19 goals,
about
13
McMahon.
assists, 32 points for Bobby McMahon. He's a center for the Leafs. So a little info on McMahon.
What did we give up for?
Well, they haven't traded for him yet. These are just rumors.
Not yet.
Yeah,
They're
hasn't happened
talking.
yet.
They're talking, according to Frank Cervelli.
Oh, by the way, we found out they were right there for Kadri. Right there. It was done. Same sort of deal they did for Nikwa. And the Flames management.
Flames shut it down, huh?
The Flames just shut it down. But it
All
was
right.
kind of done a wrap, so he's got to be pissed.
Well, that's
at
interesting.
Flames
I mean, that's interesting on a number of levels. Obviously, you brought it up. Lots of people brought it up here on this station. We've been talking about it for a long time. But to hear that the Avs really did want him back, that is fascinating.
Yeah.
Well,
Kadri's
you
not
know
happy.
what?
I don't know how he could be.
It's sometimes tough to bring a guy back. He's been here, but I don't think Kadri left. It's kind of like Bruce Brown. I think Kadri and Bruce Brown were similar in the fact when I think both organizations said, "Yeah, man, the iron's hot right now. You got to jump on this contract." And Kadri did it. Bruce Brown did it. And both franchises said, "Hey, but you meant a lot to us. You left in the right way. We'd still like to get back if you can." And Bruce Brown did, and let's see. I think Kadri probably really wanted that to happen too.
I believe so. And it's been 4 years up there in Calgary and a whole lot of nothing, and still with deep ties to Colorado, and we'd love to have him, but didn't happen. Not going to happen. We'll keep our eyes on Bobby McMahon. If that happens, we have a half hour and change until the trade deadline, so we're keeping our eyes on it. We'll keep you apprised of anything. Jesse gave us a great stat yesterday. The Avs, which is incredible, 10 years in a row, they have done a deal on the day of the deadline. That's amazing. So hang in there, folks. If we get it, if we got the info, we'll get the reaction to you.
That's a wild stat, man.
That's crazy.
We're the Philadelphia Eagles of making trades.
Apparently. Meanwhile, speaking of football, Ben Powers.
Yeah, I like this one.
So they do the deal with Palchowski, which made us wonder, oh, geez, maybe they're going to go with him, not Powers. Maybe they'll draft a guard in the draft. We're talking about restructuring for this, that, the other thing. And they just tell Ben Powers,
you're back.
Just don't worry about it. You're good.
Yeah, so a couple things here. Number one, we talked about this one as well, and this is exactly what I wanted to happen. I did not want the team to move on from Ben Powers. You've got a good starting five. It's a position of strength on this football team. There's no reason to take away from that right now because you don't have cap issues. If you had cap issues, I could understand them making the move. Now, when I saw that they were going to bring Ben Powers back, and it's $13 million, right?
Yes.
I believe it's $13 million that he's going to get paid, which, by the way, is actually not that much money for a starting left guard.
Okay.
It's really not. But when I saw that, I thought to myself, okay, well, I bet the next thing we hear from this is that they're going to front load that salary this year and turn it into bonus. But I learned something yesterday. I was unaware of it. Because he's on the final year, it's not that simple. You can't do that in the final year without either adding a void year or extending the contract. So maybe I think they're literally just going to pay him the $13 million as a salary, and he's back.
Okay.
Isn't it funny?
There
Isn't
you
it
go.
funny when we were talking about Kadri getting traded here, and then you talk about Ben Powers and his contract. Isn't it weird that with the NFL and their salary cap, Tyler, that they're able to front load, extend, let more years, and yet cut the cap hit down? Why don't any other leagues do that? Why can't any other leagues work out that, hey, we're just going to give you a little bit more cash this year, front load this, but we'll extend it to 2 more years, so next year your cap hit, instead of being $13 million, will be 8 or 7 or whatever. But no other league other than football plays with that.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, that's why we always say when it comes to the NFL, don't get stressed out about the cap. Like, the cap's not the real issue here. There's always ways to manipulate it. I call it monopoly money. What the real issue is always cash. And that's the beauty of our football team and our owners. When you've got cash, you can always manipulate the cap.
All right, so again, we're keeping our eyes on developments that might impact the Broncos. Quick question on this one. Because they're riding with Ben Powers and riding with that money, do you think this is an indication that in terms of spending big money in free agency, the Broncos will be a little bit more mellow in that department than aggressive? Meaning they're Travis Etienne, maybe Rico Dowdle, something like that. Not Alec Pierce, but Josh Dobbs, for example, something along those lines.
I think that's the default mode of George Payton, and Sean Payton's probably the opposite. Sean Payton probably wants a few splash guys. So I think I think the healthy way to operate, generally speaking, is to be a well-rounded, deep football team. And when it comes to free agency, not overspending is generally a good thing. So if you want to turn the amount of money you've got into 4 or 5 good players rather than 1 or 2 top-heavy players, that's usually how I'd go about it. This year,
and by the way, I'm sorry, Romeo Dobbs. My bad. My
That's
bad. Romeo Dobbs.
This year, I don't necessarily think that's how they should go about it. You've actually got really good depth on this football team in most positions. You got great depth on defense. You got good depth on the offensive line. You just brought back Paul Chesky. You've got a deep wide receiver room. Depth's not an issue. What we need is splashes. So I think we should go after 2 big splash guys. That's what I would do.
Okay. Like Dobbs is more that 14 to 16 million. Not Alex Pierce, which is like 26, 27 million. Dowdle is more like the 6 to 8 million, something like that, compared to ATN or Walker, which might be 12 to 16 million. Do you have a vibe? I understand what you're saying. Do you have a vibe of what you think the Broncos will do in that department?
I'm getting a gut feeling they're not going to splash at the running back.
Yeah,
so,
I'm getting that feeling too.
You know, we'll see what that looks like. That's just what my gut's telling me.
I'm saying we should listen to Leggy a little bit, Gainwell, Algier, maybe Dowdle, something like that. Like Jeff wrote a preview on ESPN.com today, Scott, and he didn't bring up any of the big names for the Broncos, none of them.
Well, was it our show or was it on Andy and them? He kind of hinted about that.
Well, it was with us. He mentioned Gainwell. That in particular was with us.
Little short, speedy guy, right?
Yes.
I don't know. You know, I think you got to have significance in at the running back. And once Dobbins went down, you had no significance. Does that mean you have to spend 12 or 14 million? Again, and Tyler, you just mentioned you got a guy playing with cash. You know, could you get a guy that would cost you 12 million, give him a 3-year deal worth 24, but pay him 15 of it up front and load the second years at, more like 7 and 7 or something like that, or something to keep your costs down after this season. Now you can go for the big splash this year. It doesn't mess with your cap. I'm with you. I love that you said this now the 2 days in a row, Tyler, that, and because everybody does, maybe that's on talk radio, they have to find something to talk about. Everybody freaks out by the cap. The cap, it's kind of like the trade deadline in baseball. Everybody freaks out about the trade deadline in baseball, and there's stuff going on for 4 weeks after the trade deadline in baseball. it's imaginary almost.
Right.
All right, well, we'll keep the eye on all of that stuff as well. Guys, I guess I'm just a sucker for it. If Russell Wilson wants to talk crap about Sean Payton, okay.
What now?
I'm interested. Well,
We're still talking?
We're still talking. It's the Bustin' with the Boys podcast. And now Russ, this is a new Russ here.
Yeah, this is new. This is 4-letter word Russ.
Four-letter word Russ.
I've never heard 4-letter word Russ.
Four-letter
I didn't
Russ.
know that Russ used 4-letter words.
I didn't either.
Yeah,
So now-
when you go on Bustin' with the Boys, all of a sudden, you know what this is, Scott? You know what this is? You know what Russ just did? He just pulled the DMac when he goes on the Boston radio stations.
Oh.
Yeah, this is Russ.
Oh, man.
Russ became
DMac
secular all of a sudden.
Yeah, DMac goes on those Boston stations. All of a sudden, that Boston accent's coming out.
Are you saying this is the real Russ?
This is Russ.
This is the real Russ.
This is Russ trying to fit in, just like DMac tries to fit in.
Okay, so you're still saying it's phony Russ, but it's phony Russ trying to fit in with the cool guys on the bus.
That's right.
Okay, like I'm just being phony when I'm going on the bus. And
Yeah,
say,
yeah.
Gotcha.
I'm going to act like I'm 4-letter word guy now.
Right.
So Russ
All right,
ought to be your boy. You ought to be your boy, DMac. You guys got
I guess
similarities.
so. We're just a couple of phony POSs.
He already was.
So, yeah.
You're kind of bros.
All right, here we go. This is all about the contract and getting benched and how Russ really saw his time with Sean. And take note of where he was yelling, "I am him," and he was yelling at Sean Payton on the sideline. Go ahead, Dan, roll it.
The history of being in Denver, like, it was challenging. I tore 80-90% of my lat on my right side trying to throw, but it was hard, bro. It was like I was every throw. But, like, I'm a competitor. I'm old school. I believe that the quarterback's supposed to be on the field no matter what the circumstances are. The unfortunate part is we lost like 9 games by like 5-6 points or less, which, like, in Seattle we always won them. But okay, you go through that first year and it is what it is. And then here comes Sean Payton. I'm super excited about that. Like, we're having candlelit dinners and watching film together, red zone, this, that, and the other, just sitting there like in his office, like everything's going great. And all of a sudden, I think I'm second in the AFC or second in the NFL in touchdown passes, but our record's not very good. And all of a sudden we got on a hot streak, and like we felt like we were one of the hotter teams in football. And I felt like I was like, I'm me again fully. There's a tricky situation where they want to make a business decision and say, we're going to bench you for the rest of your last 9 games if you don't change your injury guarantee. I'm like, wait, what? I remember playing Monday Night Football. They said, okay, you're going to play this game. Like, am I going to play the next ones? They're like, we don't know. We've got on a hot streak. We've started to beat these teams. So like, wait, what do you mean? Like, so like, I remember making a double spin move, going to the back corner to Cortland Sutton, 4th down. He makes a crazy catch. And I just remember, I don't really ever talk, and I'm like, and I remember coming to the sideline. I was like, you must not know me, and there's really only one person I'm talking to in that moment, But you know what's crazy is that like,
Who's
man,
that,
I wouldn't
Russ?
trade any of that because of the relationships, the people that I got to be close with. They obviously have Bo now, who's done an amazing job. Stayed in touch with him a little bit, and just I don't have
now we're
any
back.
jealousy in my heart. It's like, man, go shine, bro. Like this, that, and the other. And I think the big part of it is when you give to others is always returned back to you.
Okay, wow. A lot to unpack there. So first year he had a shoulder injury and probably shouldn't have been playing. Right? I mean, he admitted it.
Well,
or is that an
we
excuse?
talked about him being kind of hurt and playing hurt.
He's saying, I was hurt, and, hey, as a quarterback, you always want to be out there. So he was saying, I was playing with an injury in the first year.
Okay.
I think was it a shoulder or rib?
Shoulder, I believe.
Has anybody figured out the move by Russ yet when he doesn't have a good year?
I'm hurt. I got this. I got that. But I'm gonna go out there.
We did that in Denver. Do we recall what he did after this year? This year.
I don't remember this year.
This year, season ends.
With the Giants?
With the Giants.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden he comes out and he starts telling the press that he went to the Dallas Mavericks to start getting some work done on whatever injury it was. I don't remember. He said, I was afraid to tell the Giants because I didn't want the Giants to bench me.
Right.
But I had a hamstring injury, whatever.
Right.
And I went to the Mavericks and I got work done there. And so but then what happened is everybody's like, well, now the Giants are in trouble because he had this hamstring injury and they weren't disclosing it. And he's like, oh, no, it's not their fault. I didn't tell them, and that's why I went to the other facility. No, this is what he does when he's got a bad year.
All right, and then he's talking about there's a reason why the Broncos wanted to adjust his injury guarantees because he was injured and stuff, and he didn't want to do that. So he's just going to glaze over all of that, but that was actually a big deal.
Wait. What's he? Which part is he glazing over?
The fact that he wouldn't consider getting rid of that injury guarantee that wasn't a reasonable consideration for him.
Why
Now,
would that be a reasonable?
Well, there
but
you
I mean,
go.
say, why would that be a
would it?
reasonable consideration?
Maybe
Tyler,
because
would you
he
do
was
that?
hurt.
Yeah. Now I'm not saying he hasn't been hurt a lot. Maybe
do you want to
maybe
be
that
on
was
the team?
the downfall. The downfall. But if I've got a guarantee of money, if I go down due to injury, why am I giving that back?
Cool. See ya.
And are they doing anything different?
See you later.
I'm with Scott. I am. I'm with Scott. I'm not giving that up. There's absolutely no way in hell I'm giving that up. You gave that to me. I earned that previously, and you gave that to me. And now there's no way in hell I'm giving that back to you right now. Now, if you want to come up with a different way to lower the numbers, if you want to come up with a different way to help the football team, I'll play ball. But don't ask me to give up my injury guarantee. That's actually insane, DMac.
All right, so he didn't do it, and he's not on the team anymore, and that's that. I mean, that's
not why he's not on the team. That has nothing to do. Hold on, Scott. Sorry. That actually has nothing to do with why he's not on the team. They bluffed. And Russ called his bluff.
Okay.
And so that's got nothing to do with it. He finished out the year. He's not on this team for different reasons.
All right.
He's not on this team because the candles got blown out at the candlelight dinner. That's why he's not on this team.
We're watching
he
film
was,
by candlelight.
He was not.
You guys
Sean
buying in
Payton's
that him
kind
and
of
Sean
guy.
Payton were what? You think that's true?
Well, we all like a little Bed Bath & Beyond in our film sessions.
He's probably using that as an analogy of I thought we were pretty close.
Yeah,
that's how I took it. I doubt if they actually sat there in candlelights in Sean's office.
Yeah, my guess is Sean wanted back in the NFL. He really didn't want Russell Wilson in the first place. He was kind of stuck with them, and
he lied to get the job.
Probably.
Right. Yeah,
I'll
probably
make it
lied
work.
to get the job. I'll make it
He's the
work.
first.
Didn't want him.
Yeah.
And it wasn't
then-
going to work. So why would
was
you?
never gonna
You don't think Russ knew that, Tyler? When guys are trying to get rid of you, did you know that?
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Usually.
so now you know the guy's got it out for you. Why are you giving back any guarantees to the dude?
You don't.
No.
I mean, listen, you know, Scott, how I feel about Russ for the most part, but I'm with you on this. I'm not giving something back. No.
All right. Well, the animosity.
D-Mac's so rich.
It doesn't
D-Mac's so
matter.
rich over there, though. He'd give back his salary for free.
Yeah, I'm looking to see how I can boost to like a dozen of these Pro V1s right across the hall from here before I get out of here.
Good deal, by the way.
Yeah.
Refurbished golf balls right over here.
Yeah.
I'm getting myself some hats, and then I'm going to go over there. I'm going to buy about 100 refurbished golf balls.
You got to see if there's a Gore-Tex jacket that fits you, and then you can walk out in the snow.
Yeah, buddy. Good idea, Scott.
By the way, some people are asking why Tyler's in a bathroom. It is funny. You're not. This is a beautiful hall. This is an unbelievable, gorgeous thing. But your background is showing the men's and women's room right behind your shoulder.
Yeah, that's true.
But trust me, we're in a spectacular facility at the Colorado Golf Expo. We'll give you details about that coming up. Also, we'll give you updates. We are closer and closer to the NHL trade deadline. Will there be a move with the Avalanche? We'll find out. It's PhD on 92.5. We are live at the Colorado Golf Expo at the National Western Center. It'll be here all weekend. We would love to have you come on out, hit some balls, do some shopping. It's loaded with gear, tech, simulators, a full indoor driving range, several free parking too. So there you go on a snowy, wet weekend. Maybe you can't get out on the course. What an amazing opportunity to get here to the National Western Center and say hi to us. We'll be here until 3 o'clock. And the golf show will be here the entire weekend. Yes?
Real fast, let me tell you what I think Tyler needs to help you out with.
What's that?
With me?
And already you're scooping out some things, right? I love fall and spring golf when you can go with a little light 3/4 zip, long sleeve thing, or sometimes I know Pins and Aces. I think they're out there. They got these great golf hoodies you can get and stuff like that. I'm thinking, Tyler, because we're on Twitch and YouTube all the time. People can see us, right? We're way people. And when they notice that Darren has worn that same red hoodie 3 days in a row, maybe we could get a different one for him from the Golf Expo.
You're critiquing what I'm wearing.
Hey,
you're critiquing what I'm wearing.
Yes, Scott. You know,
Okay,
I'm always
gotcha.
down for mocking a DMac.
Check.
This specific DMac, but this is the locker room vibe over here, man. I mean, I'm no stranger to wearing the same clothes.
Oh
3
no,
days in a row.
no.
By the way,
you know what? I'll
saying,
do.
It's in the listen, it's in the regular rotation, but it's not 3.
You wore it yesterday.
And I'm proud of my Smoky Hill Buffaloes, by the way. And I got my.
Is it the one that's a short? Isn't the short sleeve hoodie?
Short,
you wore that the last 2 days.
I did not. Did I?
How many? Yeah, I think you did. How many of those do you got though?
Listen, what are you trying to do? Make my wife's ear right here? Is she paying you, Scott?
Does she? She say?
You are violating so many bro codes right now. It's ridiculous. Seriously.
Hey, seriously, is that one of the things Mama gets on you about?
Oh, what a shock. And I'm the only one. I gotcha. Because last time I checked, I'm a guy who just likes to pick clothes off the floor and wear them. I gotcha. I must be the only one. Oh, except for, I don't know, every guy here.
I'm with you. I'm with you on this one, buddy.
Here you go. No. Keep going. I'll finish.
No, I was just saying, I literally picked this exact quarter zip off the floor out of a pile this morning, and I repurposed it.
Listening to Scott Hastings about the fashion police is comical.
No. It should be. But let me just throw this out there. And here's the dumb question, guy code stuff, since you brought this up. In the guy code mantra, if you kind of slightly fold it and lay it on the floor by the foot of the bed, it's good to go tomorrow.
Yeah, all right. Listen, we got a little, couchy sort of thingy. I don't even know what you call it. It's got no back. It's like a little couch that's on the bed. I put the stuff on the – all right, fine. I put it on the arm of the ottoman. So technically it's not right on the floor, but it's on the arm. As long as it's on the arm of the ottoman, it's good to go as far as I'm concerned. One way or the other.
I got an extra pillow that's on the floor, and I set mine. Like I wore this – I got 3 on there. And I've rotated them, so I'll have 3 different ones that I'll wear.
Every guy
alternate 3 days.
Every guy understands what the rotation is. The clothes are in the rotation, and that's that. The end.
Yeah.
You know what's nice?
Well, have I worn this always October? My Can't Say Royals. Have I worn that this week with you guys?
I don't know because I don't analyze you.
Yeah,
but I'm going to tell you guys. I'm going to tell you guys the trick here. Okay. The trick is you got to have a dirty pile, okay, whether that goes in in a basket or whether that just goes on the floor, wherever that pile is. You got to have a dirty pile, and then you got to have a chair. You got to have a chair.
Yeah. That's the kind of dirty pile.
You're going to recycle throughout the rest of the week so that you don't have to do as much laundry.
Right. And by the way, I got a golf shirt
kind
here,
of
but it was
dirty chair.
Scott, it was 13 degrees and snowing as we walked in here, and I'm going to put my golf shirt on for you because I know you're delicate.
You're long. I was thinking long sleeve, 3/4. I'm telling you, they got hoodies, pins and aces.
What you were thinking was DMac is a slob, and he's wearing the same crap day after day. That's what you were thinking.
You're kind of reading between lines a little bit.
Well, listen, if you want to throw in a couple bucks for me to have a 3/4 zip, I'll go shopping on your dime.
You know what?
If
you
you
go
wanna
to
take care
Pins
of
and
me.
Aces. Tell them I sent you, and then I'll cover. I'll cover the.
How about this? How about this, Mr. Big Shot, Mr. TV, Mr. Legend? Why don't you call Pins and Aces or drop them a text and have them bring something over here if you really are that almighty Oz powerful?
You know, speaking
of,
of
what
really
size
can
you wear?
do that.
What size you wear?
Just whatever, Scott. I'm 5'8" and none of your business. That's what I am.
I'm trying to send you something. Do you want
I
a
don't
large
know,
or an
that's
extra large?
Large.
Okay. All right. Let me. That is my goal.
Large.
Before the end of this show, that my Pins and Aces guys walk over and hook
You know
you
what?
up.
You guys can both pound sand on all of this
Large.
stuff. Yeah.
Sure.
All right. Scott, what topic would you? I got something, but what topic would you like to get into right now, Mister? I didn't even finish the.
You want to get into waist size, Scott?
Hold on a second.
Oh, wait, Scott. You know how we got the struggle when you go to big and tall? It's usually big and fat. You know that, right? Like, there's no such thing as just big and skinny. Where does DMac shop?
Let me tell you about the Altitude Sports Radio app, powered by the Wilhite Law Firm. Injury lawyers go to wilhitewins.com. Let me just tell you about the Wilhite Law Firm. Go to wilhitewins.com. That's wilhitewins.com. I had this great thing about Russell Westbrook. I don't know if I even want to bring it up now.
With his little phone
What did you
box?
think of that you sent us? What did you actually think of his comment?
Well, I actually kind of loved it. So one of the things I really dug about Russell Westbrook when he was here is the fashion and unique stuff. I was so entertained by that, Scott. I don't know what you thought about it, but I thought it was cool. I thought it was fun and quirky and different, and I actually found myself to be quite a Russell Westbrook fan, although I know it's a little quirky in the locker room, and, Aaron Gordon had to defend him in the playoffs, but, I had so many good interactions with the guy, Scott, way more good interactions than I thought I would have with them. I don't know what your experience was, and I do understand where negative stuff might come from, but I know this about Russell Westbrook. This guy loves playing basketball. This guy is in unfreaking believable shape, and he is a competitor, as hard as a competitor that the Nuggets have ever had on their team. I really, truly believe that. There's other quirky things, but all those things I think are true as well. But the fashion stuff, like he would come, Scott, to some of these pressers with the Nuggets, and it'd be jackets and bags and glasses. It was kind of wild. So when I saw the press conference yesterday, and he came up with like a fashion lunchbox that somebody in the 50s would have if they were eating lunch on a steel girder building New York City. Like a little tin sort of like lunchbox sort of thing. And he pops it open, and he's got like his phone and his charger and all of his crap in there. And then he proceeded to do a talk show. So, it wasn't just like one or two questions to the media. It was like really, Scott, like a talk show. So we could play some of it. We'd have to play it on the other side. But that was my impressions of it. Do you have a different take on it?
Yes and no. I'm going to say this, and I think there's times, and I told you, number 3 in usage last year for the Denver Nuggets in clutch time was Russell Westbrook. Russell Westbrook on the floor, even though we always remember that one Minnesota game that he missed the layup and then fouled the three-point shooter and you lost the game. Even though we remember that, he did a whole lot of good things. Russell Westbrook on the floor, they could have used this year at times. I think we would all agree with that. But that personality is so strong that the Sacramento media finally got to see it and record it anyway. But that's the outside the basketball floor Russell Westbrook that I think has worn people out in Houston, L.A., maybe the Clippers too, in Denver, Sacramento. It's not the playing Russell Westbrook. It's the off the floor. It's kind of like they talk about, like John Rambo. He's great. You put him in a military operation and here we go. But now have him actually deal with the human public, especially media, where I think he's an adversary. I think he looks at media as an adversary for the most part. that's what you get.
Yeah, Brian Dennehy just wanted to drive Rambo out of town. Rambo said he was going to Portland, but he came back to that little town, didn't he? Just mess all those suckers up.
Yep.
You know,
take the guys that did him wrong, right? The guys that jailed him for no reason and punched him for no reason. And by the way, if you go back to that movie when they're arresting him, there's a Christmas tree in the corner of the police building, which makes it a Christmas movie, I assume.
Rambo's a Christmas movie.
Rambo.
All right, listen, we'll get to the Westbrook sound. We have to take a break because you guys are ripping on me too much.
And DMac?
It really was an enjoyable segment, though.
Okay.
DMac, never challenge your boy because your boy has your back. That's all I'm going to say.
I'll wait for whatever's going to be dropped off at this table with bells on. We're back for a double dip tonight. The Avs, Dallas for that event. Pregame for the Avs kicks off at 5:30 on 92.5. The Nuggets with the Knicks, that's going to be a banger too. That's on AM 950, pregame starting at 6:30. All pregame is powered by Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney. Visit ramoslaw.com for more. Once more for the double dip, Avs on 92.5, Nuggets on AM 950. Trade deadline is almost gone, so we'll see if the Avs do make any moves here today. We'll update you coming up next. All right, there is a deal done at the trade deadline, and there were a lot of rumors the Avalanche were going to be involved, but at the end of the day, they're not. And that is Bobby McMahon of the Leafs is now a Kraken. So it'll be interesting to see how involved the Avs were. Boy, there were so many rumors that he was about to come to the Avalanche on the Twitterverse there. So that might be it. We're past the trade deadline now. And the Avs were looking for Kadri. No go. Flames management turned it down. So instead, they went to Nick Waugh.
Kadri.
And they picked up Blankenberg for like next to nothing to be their 7th D. Okay, so what are you if you're the Avs defense if you don't have an undersized defenseman? Meanwhile, I was hearing the guys talk about Dallas's blue line. It's like 6'6", 400 pounds. Like it's the biggest blue line in the NHL. But there's other bigger blue liners on the Avalanche, obviously, as well. So the deadline has come and gone. That doesn't mean something couldn't drip out and be finalized, and we'll keep our eyes open for it. Guys, if this is it, and we know that the Avs were trying to make moves, it looks like they didn't get everything they wanted. Not exactly how they wanted. How do you feel about the way this team is set up for the rest? Now, understand, Logan O'Connor was skating today with the Avs in a non-contact sweater. Good for him. Kiviranta will be back. He's been out. He'll be back. And you have added a couple of new guys. How are we feeling about this team if this is it?
I feel fine. I do. I know that we have been singularly focused on one specific issue with the Avalanche, and that's been the power play, right? So I'll ask you guys. I mean, I'm not going to act like I'm an expert enough on these guys that we've added to figure out if that solved our problems on the power play or not, so I'll let you address that. But even without a deep enough knowledge on how these guys affect the power play itself, I guess I've just had this – maybe it's a blind hope, maybe it's a homer take, but as good as this team, I just continue to have this feeling it's just going to come around. You know, like you can't be this good and you can't have that much talent without eventually the power play catching up to where the rest of the team is.
I've said it before, and I'm going to say it again. I think the Avs win a Stanley Cup this year. I think their big problem this year was, and maybe it's been this way for a couple of years, but the Western Conference ain't going to go away easy. Dallas is on a nice streak. That's what the big game is. That tonight or Saturday? What is it? Dallas tonight?
Dallas is tonight, right here on 92.5.
Dallas has been absolutely rolling, and every time you face them in the postseason, they get you. So you're probably going to have to go through them sometime or another. You hope it's not until the last round, the finals, to get to the Stanley Cup. But, man, I think this team is built right now. I think they've had the requisite amount of heartbreak in those last couple of seasons, some self-inflicted. See Nichushkin. But, dude, I just get this feeling it's their year this year. I think they're going to win it.
I feel the power play will come around, too. By the way, Marty Necas was named the NHL Player of the Week, and he's been incredible.
Unbelievable.
So he comes back from the Olympics and right off the bat wins Player of the Week. Congratulations to him. They're going – well, we'll see who's going in net tonight. Blackwood, very interesting, has never beaten Dallas in the regular season. Has some playoff wins against them, but has never beaten them as a goalie in the regular season. I don't know if that's enough to put Wedgwood between the pipes. I think they want to go with Blackwood as their number one guy. I mean, he did play 3 games in a row. Wedgwood's been great, too. I mean, it's weird that it's a first world problem that you have 2 goalies playing so well. But at some point in the NHL, they do pick one guy that's your playoff guy. And you got to, make that decision and get that guy ready.
Well, you remember we talked about this.
I got to admit, I'm a little disappointed. I am a little disappointed. I don't know if Nick Waugh is going to be the impact guy. I'm kind of hoping that Logan O'Connor can come back and be super impactful. Val Nichushkin's not doing anything, but maybe he can turn it around. Maybe there's something he can do. And maybe Natchez and McKinnon and McCarr and Nelson, that's just enough offensive firepower as it's been to get you there. But I don't know. I feel a little empty right now that there feels like there could have been something a little bit more.
Well, you're kind of in the big splash guy. You've got into big splash mode. You're gearing up for the NFL draft, and so you're in free agency, and so you're in a big splash mode, and I think you're putting that on the Avs.
See, and Avs don't need that, right? Like the Broncos need big splashes right now because they got depth all over the place. Avs don't need big splashes. They got splashes everywhere you look.
Well, I'm not making this up. They tried to get Kadri from all the reports.
I wouldn't put Kadri in the category of a big splash.
I didn't say big splash. Scott did on me. I don't think Kadri's a big splash either. But
it's a big name, and it's a walk down the Primrose Path, and it's I think there would have been a whole bunch of excitement had that name been here. Whether his game's at that level as it was when he left.
Okay, I mean, I think he's earned all that. All right, I guess I'm influenced because I've been around the dude a bunch, and I see what impact he's made on them. And I don't know, maybe Nick Waugh does the same thing. Who knows?
Nick
Waugh. So Nick Waugh going tonight, and we'll see. I'm a little hesitant. You know why I'm hesitant, Scott? Because I do think they can win the Stanley Cup this year. I do. So I kind of feel like Andy a little bit, where Andy says, "Oh, I'm just a fan," so I get all emotionally tied into it. Well, there's an element of that to me too, because why can't the Avalanche win the Stanley Cup this year? What would the reason be?
Well,
and I'm not trying to bring up negatives, but when it's so good, it feels a little nerve-wracking at the same time.
Well, to me, the changes they have made over the last week, maybe not on the 11th hour, but in the last week or so, the changes they have made for the most part have been about adding physicality. And if you go back and look at the last few years, they've got knocked out of the postseason. They just were not physical enough to stay up. We used last year, for example, with Dallas. They've changed that. Now, they didn't make a big play today for a name or anything, but I think they've gone out and said, why can't we win a Stanley Cup this year? And I think somebody, McFarland and Joe got together and said, you know what? Because we ain't been physical enough when it gets into the shorter ice and playoff times. We gotta have some bigger bodies that we can throw in there. And I think they went out and did that.
Well, Kulak's bigger. Nick Waugh's bigger. Blankenberger's 7D. That's not why he's on the team, and he's a smaller dude. But again, he's the 7D anyway. And hey, you kept Val. As far as we know for right now, he's still on the team. Val's a huge guy. Manson's big. Burns is big. Gabe is big. So yeah, it's a more sizable team. There's no doubt about it than it was last season. So and your goalies are way more dependable, although they brought those guys in last year. So, but you're playing Dallas. Here we go. This is it. You realize these guys have not played since the third game of the season, October 11th, which was wait a second, Pins and Aces? Is this Pins and Aces? You got to be kidding me. That is awesome.
Oh, my gosh, was that quick? Are you? Well, hold on a second. I mean, if we're delivering things around here, I mean, my gosh. I mean, I got to get on my knees and beg or what? Huh? I mean, my goodness, huh?
Look at this. This is
double
gorgeous.
X, please.
Oh,
my gosh,
wow.
you guys are incredible.
Look at that.
You guys, he was sitting right here. He offered.
That is gorgeous.
That is gorgeous.
Look at that. Okay.
PinsandAces.com.
All right, Scotty.
Come on now.
Scotty. All right, Scotty.
That's how you get it done right there, Scott.
Yeah, that's how you get it done.
Scott, did you send a message, or how'd you get that done? Were they listening?
Well, I got told, okay, Mr. Why don't you make a call to Pins and Aces?
Big shot. Mr. Legend. Mr. Legend got it done. That's kind of legendary right there.
That actually was
That's actually
legendary.
a pretty legendary move right there.
I mean, that was about as quick of a – Scott.
Look at that.
Hold up.
Doesn't it feel good, too? Doesn't the material feel good? Pins and Aces makes good stuff, dog.
Great. Look at that.
Can you call Brandon Evans and tell him how that's done?
Hey, at least we got.
Wait. Hold on. What are all those hats doing right in front of you?
Oh, I paid for these.
Oh, sucker.
What do you mean?
All right. We'll take a quick break.
DMac's a
Thank
veteran.
you,
He
Scott.
understands about swag. This is how
my
you
gosh,
get
you
swag.
guys are amazing. Come
same
on.
thing. Now,
you guys are amazing. Unbelievable.
Cry like a baby for the big pro football player.
Hey, you get on your knees and you beg, and every now and then it works. It works.
Did Pits and Aces hook you up too now?
They sure did.
Yes,
they
did.
sure did.
Yes, look at that.
Yes, they did.
All right, thank you, Pins and Aces.
I kind of like DMac more though.
Unbelievable.
Can we
Unbelievable statement right there.
Can we swap it out?
Unbelievable statement right there. Unbelievable.
That's called a gift mouth. That's called a gift horse in the mouth right there.
Unbelievable. All right, let's take a break. Crazy. Hey, Scott, why don't we do this before we take a break? Talk to us about Vitalant and what they got going on. And,
they've hooked up with the Denver Nuggets for the month of March. We've always talked about how blood donations are always needed. You can do that depending on the type. And there's 3 different type of donations you can get into. Call them when you get on or get online, and they'll show you exactly 3 different ways you can donate to. But it's Vitalant, VITALANT. .org//Nuggets, and you go there, you'll be in the running to win an autographed Nuggets jersey. They got scheduling. Like I said, I got on the app the other day. I'm scheduled for the 28th, if that's a Saturday. Easy to do right online. They also got their contact number if you are old school and want to talk to somebody. They can explain all that. It's really easy. It's very simple. Great people that will take care of you. But it's Vitalant.org /Nuggets, chance to win an autographed Nuggets jersey and help your community out by donating blood.
All right, very nice. We'll get to the Russell Westbrook stuff, which is funny. Nuggets with a huge win. We're still keeping our eyes if there's anything going to drip over from the trade deadline for the NHL, but we think this is it, and what a game tonight. So, man, we are locked and loaded on this snowy Friday as we're live
and new clothes.
From Pins and Aces. Yes, look at that. Absolutely beautiful. Thank you, Pins and Aces. We're at the Colorado Golf Expo. Come on down. March 6th, today through the 8th, through Sunday at the National Western Center. It's Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Hey, what's going on? It's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. The Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic is there for you if you're suffering with erectile dysfunction. It's not something that's great. You just don't like it. It's it's just such a drag. Well, the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, man, they can help you out, that's for sure. They can get you going and put you in the right direction and bring love back to your life. Where the pills or herbals fail, the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic has a success rate of well over 90%. Some treatments can have you last an hour or more. Talk about success. It's the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic that has served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade. Here's how you go. Schedule a consult today. That initial cost is only $99. You get a medical consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider, a T and a PSA test, if advised, a test dose. If it doesn't work in the office, that visit is free. With an expert staff, like a lot of men, you could be having the sex the day after your appointment. They've got 5 locations in Colorado to serve you: Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, Castle Rock, and Colorado Springs. Call them today, 720-440-7900. Visit RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. All right, we are live here at the Colorado Golf Expo. Better than ever. Free parking. Dan was just asking about simulators. I hear Dan in simulators, I think of all sorts of things, but golf simulators they have here. All sorts of gear, tech, full indoor driving range. It's got stuff for the kids, too. There's like a little putting sort of thing, a little golf sort of kid sort of thing here, so friendly like that. They're selling souped-up golf carts over there. That'd be man.
I was checking those suckers out.
You want to talk about a toy? That would be so much fun.
Yeah,
Can
buddy.
you imagine having one of them bad boys?
Scotty, you'll relate to this. In a previous life, I used to have a golf cart.
Yeah.
I do miss
Those
that.
are the
I
days.
do miss that golf cart. Of all the things, I miss that golf cart.
Well,
a
lot of other things went with that golf cart.
I was going to say, that means you don't have an axle and 2 wheels left then, do you?
All right. Dan, anything new? Oh, we can hear from Nick Waugh. Let's hear a little bit from Nick Waugh. We might be putting a wrap on the trade deadline then. I mean, we're 24 minutes past it. If we're not hearing anything now, it might be done. So here's a little Nick Waugh from earlier today.
Yeah, obviously being in Toronto at this time, we knew the team probably is going to be sellers, so I knew it was probably a possibility. I was at the hotel yesterday and obviously got the call when I acknowledged it was going to be Colorado. Obviously was really excited. I heard some great words from around the league, everybody that's been part of the team. So great organization, great city, obviously great team. So really excited.
There you go. You go from a dog crap team in Toronto to a team that, geez, you should be excited, right? Like that all sort of, and he wasn't really tied in to Toronto all that much. He's just been there this year. He's part of the Mitch Marner deal. He was really in Vegas and won a cup with Vegas a couple years ago there. So there you go. We'll see how he. It's funny with this guy. The rumors on him is like he's slow. Like that's the big knock against this dude. Is like he's just got slow feet. So. Okay, we'll see if that matters one way or the other. I don't know. We'll see how it goes. We'll see him tonight, I would guess. Any final thoughts on the Avs here, guys? I mean, big game tonight. Any other thoughts before we move on? Got anything else?
I feel comfortable. No. I feel fine. I don't think the Avalanche were a team that needed to go out and make some gigantic move. Add a couple role players here and there, and it's what they've done in previous years. It's worked out very well for them.
All right, Scott?
Yeah, I think they're going to be good. I think they are good, and I'm going to tell you, it's going to be fun to watch come April. That's all I can say.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. It should be and could be a special year, and in 22 it was. Oh man, it was so exciting. It was so exciting. So there you go. We'll see how it goes tonight. Mikko Rantanen. Yeah, that's right. Mikko's still not healthy yet, correct?
Yeah, he's out for tonight.
He's still out. So the Olympics draft couple guys, so he's one of them. They got a couple of players too. They weren't quiet at the trade deadline either. So big game tonight. Have not played since the third game of the season. If you remember that, the Stars that was the game that Pittsburgh called it because he goes these guys again. And some people were like, that's the kind of phrase. But they haven't faced each other since October. So before we get back to the Nuggets, how would you describe his interaction and where he ended up with? And they are the worst team in the league, by the way. At 14 and 15, they are the official worst in the NBA. They're 30 out of 30. So, how would you describe Russell Westbrook currently in Sacramento?
Your audio's kind of messed up. I didn't hear all of you said. If you're talking about Sacramento being the worst, you said 14 and 15 in clutch. Is that what you're talking about? I don't know. Oh, those guys are down. See, those guys are on a remote. They're awful fancy. I got them a brand new shirt, and then all of a sudden they decide the radio is going to be broken, and they aren't going to be able to do stuff. So we'll see if we can get those guys back here in just a little bit. Big double dipper again tonight. Nuggets on a back-to-back. They'll take the New York Knicks. The only time the Knicks will be in town. You'll see a good crowd with that from the New York fans. And then, of course, the Avs taking Dallas. I guess the one question, because I think you're going to have to go through Dallas once the Stanley Cup playoffs start anyway. And it's not gone well in the last few times you've had to go across and play against Dallas in the postseason. I think that's some of the trades they've made in the last week or so, is to add a little bit more size at your 3 center and at another defensive spot. I think that's why they did that. I can't even remember who we talked to, but we talked to an NHL guy about Sam Girard and said, listen, he's great regular season, but the size matters. The teams that matter in the postseason. I think they've all addressed it. But I guess the question, and we'll see if we got these guys back.
Hey.
Question is tonight a barometer game for the Avs, or is it still too soon?
Yes. No, this means a little bit more. Absolutely. Where are you at? How do you compare? These are the 2 best teams right now, literally the 2 best teams in the NHL, at least record-wise. And both teams have had enough rest coming into this game. It's not like a back-to-back thing. Nah, it's a big one. Big one, for sure.
But both teams missing, and both teams kind of missing some key guys, though, right?
Couple, yeah, but that happens. Happens to everybody. Got to be able to survive without one guy or this guy. You can make the argument, actually, that the Stars are missing a more valuable. I mean, I don't know who are the Avs missing. We're missing Kivy Ronstadt, Logan O'Connor. They're missing Mikko Rantanen.
Is Lehkonen back?
Lehkonen is not back. Good one, Scott. Good call. You could compare Lehkonen to Rantanen. There you go.
Yeah.
There you go, Scotty. Hockey Scott. Gotcha.
Listen, I just said this when you guys were off. I don't know if you can hear it, but I think you guys agree. Dallas ain't getting to another Stanley Cup unless they go through the Avs, and the Avs probably ain't going to a Stanley Cup final without going through Dallas.
Yeah,
I mean, the way it's all set up.
Yeah, the way they have it set up is so stupid that most likely
true.
It's a second-round matchup. So again,
which is a done. How the NHL doesn't change that, and I know they went to a different seeding type thing because they wanted Canadian teams in there, competing to try to get to the thing. But come on, man, doesn't Dallas and the Avs need to meet each other in the finals of the Western Conference? Doesn't that what that needs to be?
Oh, I would do it, yes. But you know how I stand. I would do everything different, and I would reseed everything and forget about the Eastern and Western and blah, blah, blah. But yes, you're right about that.
Well.
By the way, it was interesting seeing that clip, again, with these podcasters who are also basketball players. Hartenstein and somebody else, I forget who it was. Man, the respect they have for the Nuggets. It was fascinating to hear them say the real NBA final last year was us against the Nuggets in the second round.
Yeah.
It was wild. They were like, once we got past them, the rest was easy.
Well, it kind of was, wasn't it? And
yeah, I guess.
Guys, can you refresh? Why am I blanking on how that series went down?
7 games.
It was seven games.
With Michael Porter Jr. without a shoulder and Aaron Gordon without a hamstring.
Oh, that's right. MPJ couldn't even lift his arm.
MPJ couldn't lift his arm, and Aaron got hurt in either early second or late first, I think, quarter.
But that was a hell of a series. 7 games, and Aaron Gordon tipping in dunks basically at the buzzer, and it was wild, man. It was an awesome series, and listening to the guys on the I don't know, man. Like, that's kind of it, I guess. If you can get past the Thunder, you win an NBA championship. If you get past the Stars, you probably win a Stanley Cup. I mean, that's probably the bottom line for both sets of teams.
To refresh you a little bit, remember the dunk happened against the Clippers series to win in L.A., but it was the turnover or the missed shot, kick out, no timeout, kick it ahead to Aaron Gordon for a 3.
The 3, right.
And hit the 3 to win the game in Oklahoma City. Remember that?
I'm a mile long and 3 inches deep, Scott. I get, it gets fuzzy and it gets clear all at the same time.
Yep, and they gave away. They should have won Game 5 at home, and they did win Game 6. They should have won Game 4 at home, and should have won Game 5 there, and they kind of blew leads in both those games.
Do you want to hear a little of this Russell Westbrook stuff?
Sure.
All right, here is Russell Westbrook, who's on the worst team in the league, doing a talk show with the poor souls who have to live in Sacramento and their lives are dedicated to Kings basketball. Go ahead, Dan.
What y'all think, though? Because y'all got a lot of answers and Y'all always be talking.
I got no answer for you.
Oh, it's very interesting. Y'all don't got no. You guys have a lot of opinions about how we do what we doing. What you got? No, you. Yeah. You make a lot of statements and broad statements that you have no context. So, where do you get your context from? Are you in practice? Are you at our film session? Are you anywhere around the building? No, I haven't seen you at practice. So the false context of, and actually, do you know me?
I know you.
No, you don't know me. You don't know me. You don't know me.
You don't know me.
But you make a lot of comments as though you do know me.
Talking about your basketball.
No, you don't. My intent, I see it. But I'm asking you now, but you don't know me, right? So you don't know anything about me.
Not you personally.
Thank you.
I know this is going to sound crazy, but I find that highly entertaining and kind of fun.
Isn't it weird how some guys can be total a-holes and yet they're still endearing to you? And then other guys, they do it and you're like, man, I hate that a-hole.
I know.
Yeah. Yeah. Russ says the S word on a podcast and he hates him. And Russell Westbrook calls out all of DMac's Muggle brothers in Sacramento, and he loves him.
I got to admit, it's not very consistent. You got me on that one. But there's something that I just sort of delighted in on this one. Dan, you have the Muggle trying to talk back to him?
Yeah, the squeaky
guy with the
voice.
Squeaky voice.
Yep.
All right, let's hear this.
Oh, let me hear. You must have been in our film session too.
I'm not in your film session, but you guys have the worst record in the NBA.
Cool.
You guys are been bottom 3 in offense and defense throughout the year.
Perfect.
So, I think that's fair to.
What's fair?
It's fair to point that out.
Yeah, that's been pointed out, but that's not the only thing that's been talked about. What else is to point out?
Well, I can only speak for myself.
But that's not the only thing you say. I've seen things you say. It's not just about our offense and our defense and what our record is. We've been the worst record for a long time now.
What have I said?
I don't want to go down the round, but we can. I'm asking you. You have a lot of things to say, so this is your time. This is the floor to say it. This is the time.
I just think in sports when
it's the time
teams don't have success,
right?
They're up for.
You think that we should have success, right? Do you feel that way? A lot of you guys feel, huh?
That you should have success?
Yeah.
I think you guys are trying to have success, yeah.
Okay, cool. That's good.
I have never heard more of a nerd against the cool kid than I think you should have.
It was actually a pretty long back and forth in the big picture. Usually you get one little rebuttal and then yeah.
That's why this to me felt completely different. The guy's voice, oh my Lord. He must have been just crapping his pants in that whole. He was trying to hang in there with Russ.
You guys have the worst record in the NBA.
Scott, what do you think?
Well, let me give
it is a bully move. It is a bully move by Russell Westbrook. It is a bully move, for sure. But still, I find it highly entertaining.
I was having watched those Stranger Things last night. I was waiting for the mean kids to come around and throw a chocolate shake on Russell while he was roller skating in the middle of the skate city. But the Sacramento, and Darren, you just said Swago, and if you've never been there in that sports town, the Kings are number one. Like we could talk about the Broncos right there in the basically 365. That's their philosophy on the Kings. Now, for that community, they love the 49ers. They used to love the A's, the Oakland A's. I don't know if they still do while the A's have
Sacramento
moved.
did? All right.
As far as sports fan, if I'm going to hook up to a team.
Okay.
But they love the Kings. I mean, they are gaga and can talk about it all year round. And now blogging is such a big thing, and anybody with a phone and a microphone can have their own show. It's probably rampant out there. But saying that, I also know for a fact with Russell Westbrook, whether him or his peeps listen to the clatter around and involving either him or the people that he's associated with.
Russ hears everything. And maybe not quite as much as Kevin Durant, but Russ hears everything.
I don't know, man. The guy's voice is cracking up. He doesn't know. I would have loved that moment. If Russell Westbrook, Scott, was going to do that, if any athlete, that's not just one moment or one question. He's trying to have a conversation. I would have jumped right in there, man.
You would have tinkled your pants.
No, I would have loved that. Are you kidding me? We're talking about Russell Westbrook, and he's open to engaging us, and he's part of the worst team in the league. Russ, where's your career going? What do you think you're doing here? What else do you want to get out of this? Keep going. Is this worth being away from your
You were
family?
brought here in hopes to lift this team up to the postseason.
Yeah.
That's not going to happen. Do you feel your tenure here so far has been a failure?
Yeah, let's go. We want to have a conversation. We'll have a conversation. Russ, why are you – first of all, I might have just gone to him, why are you here? Like, why are you – that is a good question, by the way. Why is Russell Westbrook, who has made more than $350 million and has a wife and 3 kids that live in Southern California – seriously, dude, why are you on the worst team in the NBA? Why are you here?
Likes playing ball, I guess. I mean, it's not about money.
Oh, definitely not.
There was no other team on a contender that wanted him. He just wants to play ball.
Do you want to see kids?
He does have that clothing line that I guess is doing pretty well. Is the clothing line and expenditure on horses similar?
Oh, wow. Are you suggesting that Russell Westbrook needs the money?
No, I'm just saying, hey, the longer I can play and somebody's going to pay me $10 million, and I can keep, floating this around for a while.
Hey, man, if there's a world where I've made $350 and I still need 10, damn. But okay, I mean, sure, anything is possible. I don't know, man. I like Russell Westbrook. What can I tell you? Here's my hot takes. I like Russell Westbrook. I thought he was cool. It didn't work out. Oh, well, I wish him the best. Guess what I like, too? And I learned this, Scott, from being at that Lakers game. I like LeBron James. I'm officially going to tell you. It's fine to sports hate him.
Oh, here we go. Let's go. Break it out.
It's fine to sports hate him, but it's going to be a sad day when he's no longer playing against our Denver Nuggets. There is a different vibe when he's in the building. The game just feels different. It's just cool. And by the way, I caught LeBron James in the hallway. Guess what he was doing? Taking pictures, signing autographs for Nuggets friends and families. And Vlatko was there, and he was meeting up with Luka, and they were having laughs, talking about Slovenian things in the hallway. And LeBron was very kind with his time to other people who are all wearing Nuggets gear, by the way. And the building the temperature gets a little higher. Are there cringy things and corny things with LeBron? Sure. No doubt about it. But it is more fun, and I felt this way about Kobe too. It is more fun when LeBron is part of things. And I'll tell you this, I can't stand Oklahoma City and Minnesota. They do nothing for me. But it's freaking cool, Scott, when the Denver Nuggets play the LA Lakers. Period. It's just different and fun.
Pretty historical. So Vlatko was back in the building last night?
Yeah, he sat next to Jokic's wife. And our friend there from Chicago, who's Serbian, was in town. I really wish somebody could translate because he asked something about Doncic, but Joker said something in response, including Vlatko. But nobody knows what it is, of course. And but it was cool to. I didn't know Vlatko was done with basketball, which I guess he is, or at least in the NBA. I didn't know he was not playing. Because he was just sitting in the stands next to Joker's wife, and he was in the hallway, talking with the guys, Scott, after the game, that sort of thing too. So it's cool. It's cool seeing Vlatko. He's a great guy. But my take was really about LeBron, and I don't know how you feel about LeBron, but I'm glad he's on the Lakers, man. I hope he comes back. The league is more fun, and that rivalry with the Nuggets and the Lakers, that's my favorite. That is absolutely my favorite. So there you go.
Well, I don't think that rivalry will ever go away. One, you've got so many L.A. transplants here, so there's always going to be – and I bet you last night there was tons of Laker fans there.
Did you guys hear what Nick Lombardi was doing yesterday, by the way?
What?
He was a broadcaster for L.A.
What do you mean, for the Lakers?
Yes. So
working for who?
I don't know. Here's what happened last night. They have these Apple Vision goggles. So, Scott.
Those Meta things?
Yes.
Yeah. You ever put those on?
Dude, there were so many trucks.
Or not Meta. You know what I mean.
I know what you mean. But there were so many, broadcast trucks. Scott, there had to be, it looked like the NBA Finals. Like the whole player parking or that VIP parking, all filled with trucks, like extra trucks. Big, huge 18-wheeler type of trucks. Well, it's because they were doing all sorts of different types of broadcasts, including this one where you put on these goggles, and it's like you're in the huddle. You're on the court. Like it's like this crazy sort of
3D
immersion experience. Somebody bailed out the last second. Vic filled in for L.A., and he was talking about things. The Lakers' daddy guy was pro L.A. last night on TV in L.A.
Wow. Good for him.
Yeah, I mean, he got paid, so, I'm not going to hate on that. It's just ironic.
Well, I told you guys I called one of those games a few years ago that was here in Denver.
Well, all right. Did you do it from the Lakers' point of view?
No, because it was a dual thing, so we were pro both teams.
I was bummed out you weren't calling that game last night, Scott. I really was.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah. Anyways, I'm sorry. I cut you off about LeBron. Go ahead real quick about LeBron.
It's too long. I'm conflicted. I think he's been a great player, but as the longer he goes, his phoniness jumps out off the page to me, and I'm not appreciative of it.
All right. I can appreciate that. I'm just talking, I guess, as a perspective as a fan in the building, Scott, when LeBron James is there. You can hate him all you want, but you can't tell me the game's not a little bit more special when LeBron James is out there. And the same was true with Kobe, by the way. It's like you can't get over the fact that this is one of the greatest guys to ever do this, period. And it feels different with him out there. It just does. And it's different than Luka.
You got to enjoy it while you got it, and it's going to come to an end at some point. It's funny, even the Tom Brady years at the end, you enjoyed those,
yes,
right?
Absolutely. Great comparison.
Absolutely you did, and you didn't want to turn it off, so enjoy it for as long as you can. He does drive you so freaking nuts that it's hard to not hate on the guy, but in terms of enjoying basketball, man, it's once in a lifetime deal.
And then you get to beat him.
Or once in like a 25-year deal.
He's got a losing record against the Nuggets. They have beat LeBron more than he's beat them. So
Scott is right, though, that the rivalry will carry on without him. It absolutely will.
All right. I mean, it's gone on since the 80s, so I'm not saying
No, not Nuggets-Lakers since the 80s.
Yeah.
Nuggets-Lakers were unbelievable in the 80s.
Yeah, they beat the Lakers beat the Nuggets and Doug Moe's team, I think, out of the playoffs in three different times.
Yeah, it was playoff, and the Lakers always won. So the rivalry is, kind of a mixed bag compared to now. All right, let's take a quick break. Come back with no dumb questions as we're live from the Colorado Golf Expo, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Tyler here for my friends at Trajan Wealth. Guys, Trajan Wealth understands the importance of tactical investments and tailored insights for growth in line with your risk tolerance. As an independent firm, Trajan Wealth is not bound to just one line of products or portfolios. They have the ability to customize a portfolio to meet your own unique goals and needs. So call Trajan Wealth today at 303-900-1189 and learn more about these strategies. When you imagine your retirement, what do you see? I bet all of us have different goals, and different goals require their own unique plan for the future. That's where Trajan Wealth's fiduciary advisors come in. Let Trajan Wealth help you craft a goal and a plan that will meet your family and your needs. Call Trajan Wealth today at 303-900-1189 or visit TrajanWealth.com. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth LLC, SEC registered investment advisor. Client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Polumbus, Hastings, and DMac present No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space.
Safe place.
I'm leaning into the segment.
You're a smart guy. Send us your not dumb question now. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
All right, when it comes to your retirement, there are no dumb questions. Call Trajan Well today at 303-900-1189. Scott, Tyler, we have time for I'm up for one dumb question. We're just kind of weird where we are break-wise. You have anything stupid? I got one on the text line if we need it, but just open it up if you got something stupid on your brain.
I'm just, since there's a bathroom right behind Tyler, I'm just wondering why you guys haven't changed your clothes.
Oh, my God.
That's a good point. We could do that,
I put I put it in my bag because it's so beautiful. I didn't think about putting it on right now because it's gorgeous. That is the shirt. The quality of the shirt is
a little chilly
amazing.
out there.
Yeah, that's not to insult anything, Scott. The shirt is absolutely gorgeous. Like, it feels like too nice just to sort of just throw on right here. But it's beautiful.
Maybe a date night shirt.
There's no doubt about it. That shirt is – no, dude, that shirt is amazing. So I didn't even think about putting it on because it's too nice. But it's not to insult it at all. The shirt is absolutely gorgeous from Pins and Aces. Was that your dumb question? Why haven't put the shirt on?
Well, yeah, you said be quick. I just thought I'd throw one out there quick to you.
Oh, all right. Tyler, you got anything stupid on here? Somebody was asking for a Mr. Pibble update. I know we've talked about it, but, sometimes
no,
people...
no real updates. Pibble's staying in his cage,
right.
unless he's being supervised. He does get supervised free roam, but it has to be supervised.
Really?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we'll put him out and close the door and let him hang out. We'll do a little family bonding session, let him run around in the room, but it's got to be supervised.
All right.
I'd let him out in the backyard. He can have a pimple popsicle.
Yeah, or a hawk might have a pimple sandwich.
Quick one here. Quick one on the text line. Has Tim Hardaway Jr. been the most impactful addition to the Nuggets this year?
I would say consistently, probably, yeah.
More than Valanciunas?
Yeah, consistently, yeah.
Okay. Is he the sixth man of the year?
Listen, I'd have to go back and look around the league who else is all doing this, but he's got to be in the top 2 or 3 for sure.
Should Zeke Naji get more starts?
Depends who's available, yeah.
I
think he will play better as a starter, it seems like, than he will coming off the bench.
Yeah, I think I think it depends on the opponent, but there's a physical nature with Zeke that I think he did all right. I think he equipped himself okay.
Yeah. And now you've got Aaron Gordon updated to questionable tonight.
Oh, no kidding. When did that come down? Just a little bit?
I think Dan just sent it to us. So Aaron Gordon.
Oh, he's going then. Then
good,
he'll go.
Good.
He'll
Let's go.
That's really – oh, wow. Wow.
Now it gets a little bit exciting, right, boys?
Yeah, I got a little more juice for tonight, actually. Gosh, because it was snowing and the whole thing, and I was just like, maybe this one just – all right, AG's coming back tonight. God, I kind of want to see that.
You could go put your shirt on, take your wife out to a place that's got multiple TVs, and she can watch the Avs and you watch the Nuggets.
You guys are going to love this one. I did suggest that already to her, and she goes, no effing way. I got to be in front of the TV. I got to focus on this one tonight. And I'm like, what is wrong with my wife? She's like, but she literally, I did suggest that, Scott, FYI.
Hey.
I did suggest that. And she was like, nope, I got to focus on it. And then I was like, I should leave and get out of the house. So
you guys got a pretty decent little thing going there.
The degree that she is fired up and tuned in for the Avalanche right now is it's next level. And she's with the pregame and the postgame and the whole thing. And by the way, if I'm there, like, even if I put, like, the phone on the Nuggets, she gets on my case. Like, how dare you?
Yeah, how dare you try to watch 3 games at once?
She is a how dare you person. So there's that. Yeah, she doesn't – I'll just watch the Avs on a little phone at the Nuggets game. I'll be like, oh, well, there it is. That's cool. We'll watch it there. Big night. The Double Dip is on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, 5:30 pregame. 6 o'clock with a huge game against Dallas. And then later on AM 950, it's the Nuggets and the Knicks. And Aaron Gordon, well, he's been upgraded to questionable. That means he's going. Okay. Fun night. Big story of the day coming up next.
Hey guys, if you're in the market for a new or pre-owned vehicle, do yourself a favor. Go to the best dealership in Colorado. It's my friends over at Phil Long Ford. They've got the best prices, the best customer service, the best inventory. And if you're anything like me, you'll become a customer for life. I think relationships matter. That's why I go back to Phil Long Ford every time I need a new vehicle. I've been doing it for a very long time. I know these guys, love these guys, trust these guys. They've got over 1,000 cars, trucks, vans, SUVs, electric vehicles, even commercial fleet vehicles on their lot right this minute. So whether you're looking for a new vehicle or a pre-owned vehicle, the vehicle of your dreams is already at Phil Long Ford. They've already got the best prices at Phil Long Ford. Let them know that your friend Tyler sent you on over. And remember that they've got an award-winning service department, so keep that new vehicle serviced at Phil Long Ford. You're going to have a beautiful ride for a very long time. Check them out online at phillongford.com.
We are live at the Colorado Golf Expo at the National Western Center. It's here through Sunday. Come on down. This has got the gear, the golf bays, the technology, the clothing, just everything, man. If you're into golf, you cannot do better than this. And with the weather, you're not getting out on the course, not really this weekend. So if you got to hit some balls and scratch an itch, no better place for you than the National Western Center for the Colorado Golf Expo, man. This is it. I have been told now, we do not know what this is, but we have been told we have huge breaking news.
Really?
Dan, yes. Dan, what is it?
Guys, the trade deadline was not over. Elliot Friedman, just a couple minutes ago, Nazem Kadri back to the Colorado Avalanche.
Shut up. You got to be kidding me.
Okay, for what?
No, that's not out yet. We don't know that yet, but we know Nazem Kadri is back in burgundy and blue.
Okay. I'm going to guess it's going to involve another player, though. This can't just be draft picks. So there's another, I believe. First of all, hell yeah.
Well, you got what you wanted.
Hell yeah. Oh, I'm excited. I just feel like there's got to be something else here. There's got to be something else that goes in along with this. Wow.
Why you trying to bring me down right now?
No, I'm not trying to bring you down.
Make us nervous about
I'm just giving you the reality of the situation. The Avalanche have, no draft picks. I'm just telling you, after the Nick Watt thing, Dan, am I wrong on this? If this is just for draft picks, I'm shocked. But maybe you can. I guess you got 3rd and 4th and 5th and 6th round picks for days. First of all, let me say, wow, awesome, fantastic. And I told you guys about an hour ago, I was feeling just a little I think there could be a little something more here. This is it, as far as I'm concerned.
Hey, Tyler, and we got the flash, and now look at him. He can't hardly sit in his seat. He's excited now.
Hey.
Well, now I'm excited, yeah.
Yeah, the cool part about this is it's not overtly flashy. It's not like you had to go out and do something insane. I'm assuming, I guess we don't know what they gave up, but my assumption is you're not going to have to give up anything too insane for Nas.
I'm dying to know, Dan. We got to find out.
Well, there's got to be something in salary. I'll bet you there's a prospect. Remember, you just traded for a prospect in the last week. He may be on his way to Calgary now. You also just traded for a 5th-round draft pick. That may be gone. And then there may be 1 or 2 younger players that
Yeah, it could be. It could be
Kelly
prospects.
or somebody like that.
Yeah.
Might be involved.
I'll tell you this. I'm just trying to figure out how many roster spots they have. I'm just doing some roster math in my head, But you could always, Gavin Brindley, you could always ship back down, or Bartikov, or there's things you could do, right, with some of the younger guys, okay, awesome. I'm pumped. Kadri was one of my favorite guys on the team. This is amazing to me.
You can get your Kadri shirt back out.
Well, we never did have one of those. I should get one. We had an O'Reilly.
O'Reilly.
Yeah, O'Reilly was our guy. I would have been equally as excited if this was Ryan O'Reilly, by the way. I am dying to know what happened, because the whole thing about Nick Waugh was the fact the Kadri deal blew up. So, what changed? How did this come to be? So I'm dying. Dan, we're going to have to do some work. Get them hockey guys on with us.
Call Jesse. See if Jesse would come on real fast.
Yeah, maybe you can get a hold of Jesse, Dan, and that'd be great. Or one of, I don't know, whoever you can get. And obviously there is something. We just don't have Naz Kadri for nothing. What was it? And I'm dying to know that too. Was it a player, or was it just picks, or maybe prospects? So there's more info on this, obviously, to come. But to hear that's great.
Can you imagine what that welcome's going to be like?
Oh,
that's going to be that's going to be a sight. What?
Well, no, yes.
Well, what?
You got to think about who was on the team when he was still here. It's been a few years. Yes.
No, I wasn't.
Answer.
Well, I really wasn't talking about the team. I was talking about the fans.
Oh,
I was talking
my
about
God.
when he goes on the ice.
Oh my God, the fans are going to go crazy. Are you kidding me? You're right. That is going to be just awesome. Absolutely awesome. Golly, well, they can't. they couldn't get him for tonight, right? That would be ridiculous, right? There's no way.
No.
So the Avs
in Dallas.
Yeah. That's asking a little too much, probably. What exciting news, man! What exciting news! All right, I'm blabbing on. Scott, what's your take on it? What do you think?
Well, like I said, I think Kadri and Bruce Brown are the same. You couldn't blame him for either one of them when they left because, you still got to take care of family and all that stuff. They both went away for good money, and now they both get to come back. I'm trying to wonder, does Kadri have one more year left of his contract, or is he a free agent at the end of the year? Would he then stick around, maybe for a little less than what he signed for when he went to Calgary? Or
Well, I tell you,
but I listen. It's a big name that you won a cup because of him.
Let's go to the Ramos Law hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com. Calling the game tonight on 92.5. Joining us right now, Conor McGee. Conor, unless you know more news, which I would love to hear, Kadri coming to the Avalanche again. Is that right?
All I have to do is I'm refreshing Twitter every 8 seconds all day, and all I have to do is step into the shower for 2 minutes, and then some trade happens. So I would like everyone to know that you're welcome. This is all on me, and it is my privilege, my pleasure to bring Nazem Kadri back to Colorado.
Okay, we don't know what so you don't know what it's for yet. If we do, we'll say it right away. Overall, though, Conor, what do you think this adds to the team? The next home game, like you brought up, Tyler, is going to be Sunday at noon. Weird, but okay. What do you think that's going to be like, Conor? The whole thing.
Well, the whole thing, I mean, if you're any team in the West and any team in the NHL right now, everyone wants depth down the middle. Now the Avalanche have Nathan McKinnon, Brock Nelson, Nazem Kadri, Nicholas Waugh down the middle. And don't forget Jack Drury, for me, who's an elite four-line center. And so, look, one of those guys might go play wing. Heck, you can put Nathan McKinnon on the wing. I mean, he played there during the Olympics. Why not? You never know. There's a ton of possibilities for the Avalanche here. But we'll see what the return is first. But I think a move like this strikes fear into the hearts of everybody else. It was not much of a trade deadline until now. You have to get the trade in by 2:59 Eastern time, and then the queue's got to play its way out in Central Registry in Montreal. But look, this is if you were deep before, you're extra deep now. You're Laurentian abyss in the Atlantic deep now for the Colorado Avalanche. This is a huge acquisition. And a familiar face, somebody who everybody loves, and somebody who is motivated again to win again, the way he did the first time back in 22.
Well, listen, I equated Kadri to Bruce Brown. You can't blame Kadri for taking some money. It was family setting, long-term type of money when he left. They'd won his cup. Bruce Brown won the ring for the Nuggets, went and took money that is like family foundationally type of money. But both those players are similar to me, that they were fan favorites while they were here. And I'm going to go with what Darren said. You got to believe, in your Twitter feed right now, I can imagine, Conor, is blowing up with excitement from Avalanche fans.
Yeah, I mean, everyone loved it. I mean, remember he wore the shirt at the parade that said "Too many men on the ice."
Yeah,
and I was just watching NHL Network and watching Pat Maroon say, well, he scored that offside goal against us in the Stanley Cup final. So Tampa Bay is still sour to this day because of Nazem Kadri. And it was a fan-made shirt that Kadri's wearing up there. And with the Jordan Bennington stuff and the death threats and all that sort of thing, that just makes him even closer, I think, to the fan base. So you show up on the ice, you show up off the ice. And I agree with you, Scott, on both those guys. It is, you can't duplicate that. You can't manufacture that. It's organic. And this puts a thunderbolt of energy back into, and frankly, a lot of pressure on the Avs now to go ahead and win it all.
Who is Nas today? Who is he as a player?
it's hard to tell because we were talking about Nicholas Waugh coming over from the Toronto Maple Leafs, who are not good. Sometimes it's hard to tell even what good players are on bad teams, Tyler, right? And but I don't think that Kadri in this environment would be that much different from the Nazem Kadri in 2021-22. I mean, it's hard to duplicate an 87-point season for a guy like that. But look, he's scrappy. He can score. He helps you on special teams in the face-off dot. But look, even if you move Drury to the wing and put Kadri at center, I mean, it's like I don't think there's that big of a gap from what he was to what he is now. I really don't.
All right, Connor. What do you think they gave up for him, my friend?
I mean, it's hard to tell. I mean, there's things circulating last night about a deal that Flames ownership did not take, and who knows how much pressure was on ownership today to go back and do it. We have not seen any details yet. At least I haven't. So I don't know if it's a player. It's definitely picks. But it's hard to tell. We'll just have to keep an eye on the old machine and see what or maybe who goes the other way. But if it's first round pick, multiple picks and a player or a prospect, we'll see, because Calgary is, they need to rebuild their franchise. They really do. Yeah. And you need a little bit of both, I think. You need players that can help build, but you definitely need picks. So we'll see what the Avalanche gave up here in the next little bit.
It feels like go ahead, Scott. Go ahead.
I was just saying, is tonight's game, is it a measuring stick at all?
This is a playoff game tonight, Scotty. This is Glenn Gulletson, who's the Stars head coach, took over for Pete DeBoer. He said, we could tell in the second game of the season when we played in Colorado that was going to be the best team, and we're going to have to mold our game and see where we're at 5 months later and how we stack up against the Colorado Avalanche. And here we are. Avs and Stars meet 3 times in the next 22 games before the season ends. And if everything goes according to plan, they'll meet in the second round again. So get used to seeing the Dallas Stars, but this has all the mixings and feelings of a playoff game tonight here in Dallas.
Well, Connor, man, not that it wasn't already going to be an awesome game, because it was, period. But things get a little more awesomer. Damn, man, what a time! What a time right now, man. It's so good, and it's going to be great to hear you on the call. Thank you for jumping out of the shower and throwing on a towel.
Hey, it is my pleasure.
Who says he put on a towel?
Well, I'm
anything
hoping
for the company.
Yes.
Yes,
Indeed.
We're good, boys.
All right, thank you, Connor. Pregame at 5:30. The call with Conor McGee at 6 p.m. And, Naz Kadri back with the Avalanche, but we do not know yet what it took to get him. Woo! Well, stick around. We might know more. Plus, we'll catch you up with the latest Broncos news with Let's Football Go. Coming up next, as we're live from the Colorado Golf Expo at the National Western Center on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Hey, it's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. When dealing with the issue of erectile dysfunction, you want an answer that gets you back into the game and not just put off something that's just been bumming you out and perhaps causing strain in your relationship. It's the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They're fantastic. When the other treatments don't work, the pills or herbals, what do? Well, with success rates well over 90%, some treatments can have you last an hour or more. The Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic has figured it out for the past decade, helping thousands of men. And if you're in this same situation, well, let's go. Schedule a consult today. Your initial visit's only $99. You get a consult, a T and a PSA test. If advised, a test dose If it doesn't work in the office, that visit is free. They've got an expert staff, and like a lot of men, you could be having sex the day after your appointment. This is the magic of the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. With 5 locations, they're easy to get to up and down I-25 in Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, Castle Rock, and Colorado Springs. Call today at 720-440-7900, 720-440-7900, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Yeah, that's a keeper right there, bro. That is a keeper. We are at the Colorado Golf Expo here at the National Western Center. Incredible setup. Come see it this weekend. We know about the Kadri deal. He's back with the Avalanche. We will get to that because we're hoping to bring you more details about what it took to bring him back to the Avs. So we'll get to that in a second. But we're brought to you by Mountain High Appliance. Our guy Brad at Mountain High Appliance at mountainhighappliance.com. Let's catch up with the latest news in the NFL and the Broncos with Dan Buds, Quinn Tanner. Dan,
guys,
what's up?
per Mike Kliss, the Broncos have decided not to ask starting left guard Ben Powers to take a pay cut from his $13 million salary. They're not going to trade him. They're not going to release him. He's their starting left guard. Do you like the move from the Broncos?
I like it a lot, yeah. If we had a different cap situation, you could probably talk me into either cutting Ben Powers or trying to trade Ben Powers. If you're really tight there, okay, free up space where you need to, guys that you've got outs on, but you don't have problems. So you got a position of strength on the offensive line. All 5 guys are good football players. All you got to do is pay him $13 million, and it's I say it only $13 million, but it's really not that expensive for a starting left guard.
Scott?
Listen, we still got to see, are they going to be more committed to the run? Are they going to sign another running back? How do you sign another running back? And if Ben Powers' strength is run blocking, then why are you trying to get rid of him? Is he a weak one blocker and a better pass blocker? Well, you know Bo's still going to do something. He is what he is at his position. Tyler kind of convinced me this is a good stay with because what'd you say when they signed Palczewski? Oh, he'd be a good Band-Aid. Well, Powers isn't a Band-Aid, right? I mean, he's your starting guard. So now you can put Palczewski, can be your rotating guy. He played both tackle. He played the extra tackle for a while. He played guard. He's a versatile guy that's needed, and they got him tucked away also.
Next story, Dan.
All right, guys, we're going to get Moser on here in just a second to react to the news that Nazem Kadri is coming back to the Colorado Avalanche. But before we do that, Tyler, I saw you tweeting about this. Interesting stuff coming out of Boulder, guys. Yeah. Deion Sanders says that the Colorado Buffaloes football team will not have a special teams coordinator for the upcoming season. Your reaction?
Well, I guess if Bill Belichick doesn't have to have an offensive coordinator, then maybe Deion doesn't need to have a special teams coordinator. Look, I guess that's my reaction. Huh? What are we doing? What are we talking about here? You don't need to recreate the wheel all the time. Give a coach a title. Obviously, they're going to have a coach. Obviously, they're going to have a special teams coach. So is it a money thing? Or are you just trying to not pay him as much money? I don't know.
I mean, I would assume that's it for whatever reason. So, listen, I always said that, anybody could coach special teams. But I always said that, Tyler, in the NFL, man. College, to me, special teams is, I think, even down to high school, more complicated because there's just so much going on. And CU just got hammered on special teams on multiple occasions last year. So, I don't know, man. I don't know what's going on there in Boulder, period. It doesn't feel great. Scott?
I think you change the tire and you put 2 of the 5 lug bolts on, and we'll see when the other wheel starts to fall off completely.
Maybe.
Listen.
I hope that's not the case, but you could be right.
I might very quickly be getting on the outs there in Boulder because I've been tweeting out some stuff that I just don't get it. I don't get it. There's been some things going on that I just don't get. I want it all to work, man. And listen, I'll say this. For all these things that we've got to say about Deion today, right? And it's all fair. I've got my frustrations. Deion Sanders was still the correct hire for the Colorado Buffaloes. That was the best thing they could have ever done. And at this point in time, the best hope for the Colorado Buffaloes to have success is for Deion Sanders to figure it out. So I am actively rooting for Deion Sanders, 100%. Actively rooting. There are some things that I don't get. It's unusual. He's running things counterintuitively to a lot of programs. But I actively desperately want this to work because it was and it is the best option for this university.
We'll follow it as it goes. The breaking news today is the Avs do it again. Boy, talk about the last minute, too. And I cannot wait to get more details once they come out. We don't even know what the Avalanche have given up for Naz Kadri. Mark Moser doing the game on Altitude TV tonight. Moj, what is your reaction?
Pretty speechless, DMac, because it was supposed to be dead, and I think it's all about the salary retention. It looks like Victor Olofsson's going back the other way.
Gotcha.
Along with a pick Max, it looks like a pick Max current, former, prospect, and then a couple of picks, conditional first rounder, 28, conditional second rounder, 27. So that's what it's looking like at this particular moment. So it's a pretty steep price, but here's what I'm going to say. If Nicholas Waugh is your fourth line center, for God's sake, this team is as stacked as I've ever seen up the middle of any hockey club. It's amazing. I mean, it really is amazing up the middle. You're going to have four legit studs.
Okay, so you're breaking some news for us, by the way, Moj. Can we officially report Olofsson is part of the deal?
I don't know.
You just went on the air.
But yeah, maybe. I don't know.
well, all right. Well, are you saying that is the deal? That is the
Or is
player?
that what he's heard?
Well, that's on. Hold on one sec.
He's checking to see if he's got the email that says official, even though he knows the truth.
No, I'm not. That's what's coming out from Central Registry. So there you go.
Okay, so it's Olofsson. Who's the prospect? Who's the younger guy?
Yeah, you don't know him.
Okay, whatever. And a first-round conditional. So that's two conditional first-rounders that they've given up for Kadri and for Waugh. Bosch, that is
That's correct.
Wow. Okay.
Well, I'll tell you what, DMac, you can take those first-rounders when they come and be players in 2036 and touch yourself with them.
There you go. That's the right attitude. Moj, we'll let you go. We know you're getting on the bus. Cannot wait for the broadcast tonight. We got you covered on Altitude TV and Altitude Radio.
Real quick, when you look at the Central, you look at what Dallas has done, and of course, Minnie. The Avs have done the most, and this is big for the number one team in the league to do the most. I mean, I appreciate it. You know, in this time when you've got a window open like this, these windows just don't pop up. But when you go for it with a window, you show your fan base you want it, and you really care. I don't want to hear any whining, anything from anybody, because this is a big time go for it type of situation, and I'm all on board.
Oh, me too. I'm pumped. Mark, we'll let you go. We understand you got to get on the bus. We love you. Have a great game tonight.
I'm getting on the bus, getting over to the rink, but this rink's going to be popping.
Yes, absolutely. What a game tonight.
Popping bottles of Moser. It's $19.99 a case.
And guess what, Mose? Your open just changed a little bit.
Yeah.
We were going to talk about the acquisition of Blankenberg. I think that it may be down the list a little bit.
All right, Moj, I love it. I absolutely love it. Have a great call tonight, and we'll talk to you. And then we'll see you on Sunday at noon? Oh, you're not doing that game.
Yep.
Right.
No, I'm not doing. In fact, I won't do a game at Ball Arena for a month. They're all national TV games.
Oh, my God. All right. Well, you'll be there anyways. Yeah. I know you will. All right, brother. We'll talk to you later. Okay.
Later.
Right.
You know what we ought to get happen? We ought to have Moser, and you can put it on your channels that you like to do. Moser come to your house and watch the game with your wife.
Oh, my God.
Would she allow that to happen?
Well, can I go have a glass of wine with the bear then if we do that? Am I allowed to do that?
Well,
are you talking about? Are you talking wife swapping? Is that what you're talking?
No, I'm just talking about Moser and giving running commentary with your wife, watching it on the 75, and then you've got a TV upstairs. You and Bear can go watch up there.
We actually okay, sure.
Or down in the man garage.
Hey, Scott, guess what? I'll do that deal.
Yeah, you're going to you're going to take that upgrade, huh?
I will, sure.
Did you just call that an upgrade?
No, I just said I'll take that deal.
Yeah.
Sure. Man, I am pumped. What's the reaction? What do people think out there? Where are you at? Are you guys pumped up? Are you excited? Olofsson, by the way, makes a ton of sense. We thought it might be Jack Drury because he is a center, but you can play anywhere. And Drury makes he actually makes a good chunk of change. Olofsson is good. He's a good, solid player, but it's not something you can do without. And Kadri is fantastic.
Does this mean that maybe you'll see more and more McKinnon playing on a winger position like he did in the Olympics?
No, I highly doubt that. Dan, you have an update?
Yeah, nothing on the return yet for the Avs, but Nazem Kadri was being interviewed on TSN, and his reaction to the trade was, quote, super excited. The team at the very top of my list. Man, I can't wait. Close quote.
Okay.
Nice.
Okay. I am psyched.
Welcome back home, man.
I am absolutely psyched, man. Like, golly.
This goes into a rare bucket that I would have to put some thought into. I don't necessarily have any on top of my brain, but the rare bucket of fan favorites that left and came back.
There are so few players that are still so highly regarded once they leave.
Right?
Because when somebody leaves, Scott, right, there's always seems to be some little weirdness. But for you to be a superstar, win a champion, I guess Bruce Brown was like that. So we've had two here, right? Brucey B's just like that. Nobody felt bad about him or thrilled to have him back. And
you
now
know why they
Kadri.
were looking before the and I didn't mention this, but I had this in the back of my mind, and this would have been another guy if it could have happened. But I'm thinking, if they can make a trade and wouldn't cost you a whole lot and bring a guy. What about KCP? Sitting there in Memphis. Memphis wasn't going to go anywhere.
God, that would be fun.
Would the town not have been nuts if he'd have got him back?
Absolutely. Absolutely. It reminds me of when Brock Osweiler came back. Totally.
Well, let's hope it works out a little bit better than that one, huh?
Yeah.
No, this is great news. 303-504-0925 for your reaction, and we can read. I'm looking at the text lines. Oh, somebody's bringing up Shannon Sharp. Shannon did come back. That was cool.
Oh, that's
Shannon
true.
came back. That is true.
Shannon came back?
Shannon, yeah. He finished his career in Denver. You don't remember that?
I hardly remember that at all.
Well, he did. I don't think it really went anywhere, but yeah, he came back. The other text, people are excited. People are excited. Somebody's like, now time to bring back Vaughn. Boy, Vaughn's trying to make that happen.
The Vaughn campaign just does not ever stop, man. I mean, it is every other day that he's on a new podcast, he's on some new national show, and he is.
Active.
Does Vaughn Nick's move is to get the reaction of Kadri coming back, clip them all together, send it to the Broncos, maybe find some old clips from this summer that Bruce Brown is back, clip them up together, send it to the Broncos and go, let's go, boys. Let's go. And he should do that if the Nuggets or the Avs, either one, win a championship or both win a championship, whatever.
Yeah.
He's got to clip that up and send it to the Broncos and go, come on, here we go. Here we go.
Well, I love Vaughn. I got nothing bad to say about Vaughn, but
well, listen, I still stand by it, and I know that people are like, oh, my gosh, this is getting old. It's sounding a little bit desperate at this point. I still stand by it. Vaughn had 9 sacks last year. I don't know what the cost is, and Vaughn did say at some point he's not cheap. He would have to be cheap, but if you could get Vaughn on the cheap and add him as a depth and add him as a role player and add him as a role model, why the heck not?
By the way, cheap? What would cheap be for you on bringing Vaughn back?
$4 million or less.
So I was thinking 3.5.
Okay, yeah, we're in the ballpark.
Hey, just some news on the Kadri situation, according to our pal Jesse from Guerrilla Sports. He does not mention Olofsson. By the way, hey, Dan, are we seeing Olofsson's name aside from Mark Moser saying that?
I haven't seen any player so far.
Yeah, that Moser's little breaking some news there because we're not seeing that anywhere else. So, do we trust Moser?
I'll just say this: if it's like on the other side of the coin,
Yeah.
You get news that you're not supposed to say anything to do until there's an official press release sent out by the club.
Okay.
Moser gets excited. I would hang my hat to what he told us was
accurate.
premature, but very accurate.
Okay, so a premature release, but right on target.
Yeah,
That sounded
I think
dirty as hell. Holy cow!
Where was he? Where was he when we were talking to him?
About to get on the team bus.
He
was looking at something. He was looking at something like the registry,
Well,
NHL registry.
He was looking at his phone, probably for a message from the team.
Well,
I don't know.
He said something about like an NHL registry, like maybe this information has to be submitted. Well, who knows? You know what?
What's he got access to the back data channels of the NHL?
I don't know. So you know what I'm going to
All
say.
I know is I don't know. All I know is who rides those buses with Moser.
Yeah, we get it. We get it. The Moser might have inside information based on 30 years of being an Avs broadcaster and literally being with the team. So I'm just saying this from Jesse. He said the Avs are sending a 2028 first-round pick to Calgary, and the Flames are retaining 20% of Kadri's salary. So they're eating some of the costs to move him. Boy, he must have been pissed. Like, the word from him and his agent back to the team must have been something else. Like, I wonder if there was some, like...
Well, we always say that. I mean,
you know,
when players put their foot down, when they become unhappy campers, you're like, hey, just come back and play. Well, it's not that simple.
But
you
had plenty of time of turning it down last night. Everybody's freaking out today, and so you said, no, that's just not good enough. And if you're Calgary, you're trying to get as much and the best deal you can seemingly get, right?
Yeah, but the reports where the deal was actually done, and then the Flames like sort of pull back like at the last second. Who knows? Who cares? We're curious what else is involved. We'll take a quick timeout and back with more and more breaking news with Kadri coming back to the Avalanche. Wow. And we'll get Nate and Andy's reaction to it as well. We're live from the Colorado Golf Expo here at the National Western Center, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Icing is waved off as Darcy Kemper starts the charge the other way. Lehkonen just off the bench. Quickly ahead. Nazem Kadri inside the circle. Kadri! Where's the puck? How did that not go in?
It did. It did go in.
It did?
It did.
It did! He scores! Nazem Kadri! The Kadri man can! I didn't see it, but they did! I don't believe it! Kadri into the lineup. He gets the overtime winner. And you don't have to go home, but you can't stay here because this party is over!
Oh, that is such a great call. I remember that. It was so crazy. Where was the puck? What happened to it? Officially from the Avalanche, a press release, guys, from the Avs. The Colorado Avalanche Hockey Club announced today the team has acquired forward Nazem Kadri and a 2027 fourth-round pick from the Flames in exchange for forward Victor Olofsson, the rights to unsigned draft pick Max Curran, a conditional 2028 first-round pick, and a conditional 2027 second-round pick. And Nick Wu also is a conditional pick either, whether you have a top 10 pick or not. It defaults later on. Blah, 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 blah. Don't even worry about it. So there are draft picks, a prospect, and a third-line forward for the Avs and Olofsson, pretty steady third-line guy, for Naz Kadri. And 20% of his salary is being picked up by the Flames. So that's the deal. Your reaction, Tyler and Scott. Tyler?
Well, I mean, look, I guess you'll break down the math for me on all that. Do the math equation and tell me how that all works in terms of numbers and value and everything else that goes into it.
It's a lot.
I know.
It's a lot.
I know. It seems like it, right?
Yes.
So my question, is that like a splash type of move for a non-splash type of player, or is that a splash type of move for a guy that still is a splash player?
Put on your bikini and get on a diving board. That is a splash move. No doubt about it. Big time. Scott, your reaction.
Darren wets his pants when it splashes in the rain.
This is, because it's a lot. This is a win-now move. I mean, you're giving up first-rounders left and right. You're giving up prospects that are highly regarded. You're even Olofsson, is a good young prospect who's been a steady player for you. Not spectacular, but really steady for you. Like, damn. Like, let's go. And, I mean, Naz, how old is Naz? He's got to be like
35.
35. Yep.
So
hey, I guess that's that is screaming. We have to win a cup this year.
Yes, it is screaming it from a bullhorn, like a siren. Like, yes, the bat light, the Naz Kadri bat light is out, and wow.
Cogliano's going to come back down from his advisory desk upstairs in Ball Arena to skate around once again with Kadri.
Hey, by the way, I see Cogliano all the time. He looks like he could still play. He looks in great shape. You never know. Well, that's not going to happen. But, oh, man, I'm pumped up. Pumped up. And
hey, we ought to get your wife on the show right now and see what she thinks.
Well, she can't. She's at work, but she was freaking out. I sent her a text, and what was her response? She was going crazy. Oh, my God, where are you seeing this? So she's exclamation marks all over the place. So, no, she's excited. I'm excited.
Hey.
I'd be stunned if the Avs fan base, I don't even know what the negative of this could possibly be.
You ought to write Kim and say, get home as fast as you can, wink, wink. I'll open the wine, wink, wink. And we could have a celebratory pregame.
But who's she
wink,
going to be?
wink.
Who's she going to be? Wink, wink, thinking about there, Scott?
Oh, she'll be dreaming of Betsy. Are you kidding me? I mean, that's.
Does it matter? Is that what you're going to say? Does it matter?
Oh man, too good. Yeah, it's fun to get that info, by the way, from the Avalanche, so we don't have to the 20% thing they didn't release either, but they're picking up some of it. I'm dying to know what happened behind the scenes in the past 24 hours from when that deal fell apart to when it all got put back together again. So, fun, man.
Yeah, that was a last gasp by Calgary to see if they can get a little bit more. Maybe they did.
Maybe they did.
Maybe the Avalanche, a little bit more back to them was, okay, you're picking up 20% of the salary.
And by the way, this came out like 45 minutes after the deadline. This must have been submitted dude, this must have been crazy, how last minute this all went down and happened. Exciting. Damn exciting. Whew.
Hey, you feel like you need a cigarette right now, don't you?
I tell you what, man.
I think
pumped.
you go
I'm
home,
pumped.
you set up Kim, and then we're going to celebrate this tonight. You put on your brand new Pins and Aces shirt.
There you go. And maybe that's
it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then she'll look at my eyes and say, when you go into that Nuggets game downtown?
And then you look back in her eyes and go, tonight, baby, call me Betsy.
You got to grow out the flow a little bit there, buddy.
There's so much I would have to do to be like Betsy. It's not even funny. Everything would have to grow. The flow, it's not even fair. But that's great. That's great news. So, and we have the Nuggets against the Knicks, and it's all happening. It's all happening. What are you laughing about, Scott?
I don't know. I don't know. You crack me up. I absolutely love your wife.
Yeah. Great.
I mean, I really do. I would volunteer to sit and watch the Avs game with her tonight and rub her feet.
So far today, Scott has offered your wife up as a wife swap.
Yeah, I heard that.
Yeah. You're going to do a little trade with Mo.
No, that's Sunday.
He's set you up with your own wife to be thinking about another man.
Yeah, he's volunteered to rub her feet.
Yeah, he's volunteered to rub her feet, and he's told us how much he loves her. This is very confusing here. I can't quite figure out who he's trying to set her up with right now.
Listen,
I don't know.
No truer words have come out of your mouth of saying, I can't figure it out. I know.
I can't figure it out. I'm just hoping to get home safely. And have a fun night, man. And it's a double dipperoo here on the Fan at 5:30. It's pregame, 6 o'clock.
On the where?
On the what?
On the what?
God.
I'm sorry, the what now?
Boy.
God.
Oh, my God.
Oh, my God.
Don't even have a dump button for that. No, do not dump. Do not dump that, Dan.
God.
Dan, you better not dump that.
You better dump that.
You better not dump that, Dan.
Oh, my God.
I am leaving in protest.
Oh, my God.
There is no off season for calling it the wrong radio
It's been
station.
2.5 years. Oh, my God. I'm dying in shame.
All right, is it because you're such a big fan of this trade, DMac?
That's right.
That's
Nate.
right.
That's right.
He's
Nate
such a large enthusiast.
That's
all.
right.
I'm helping you cover it right up.
Trying to bail me out. Thank you, Nate. It's KKSE FM HD1, Broomfield, Denver, Boulder. Just want to let you go. All right, Nate, what's your reaction? What do you think?
Let's do this. Here we go. F them picks. Victor Olofsson, who? Yeah, Nazem Kadri. The Avalanche, they just have an entire roster of centers now. So let's go win a Stanley Cup with all these centermen that this team now has. Let's do this thing.
All right.
You okay?
No, I'm pissing myself,
Yeah.
actually. I'm actually pissing myself.
You,
All right.
you a little rattled over
Tell
there?
you what, why don't you guys, we'll cut you guys loose.
Yeah, cut us loose so I can go
DMac,
step in front of a snowplow.
wander out in shame.
Yes.
Golly, man.
Yes.
Wait a minute. What is my co-host has overalls on?
Oh, I've been waiting to unleash these on you, baby. And this is
overalls
this
on?
is the handle and business outfit, and that's what they did.
I don't know why.
That's what
All right,
they
we'll let you guys
did.
go.
All right.
I've been waiting. Hey, you want to know what? I bought these.
Uh-huh.
DMac can hear this too. He can relate because he and I have done the same weight loss programs. I think our whole radio careers.
Oh, you had to
I was too
fit
fat
your way
to
into
wear 'em. I
them.
couldn't wear them. Leggy's gonna get annoyed. What did you like to say? People like the Carhartt brand, but they don't want the Carhartt life.
That's the Dickies.
Yeah.
You live in the Dickies
I
life
guess that's
right
what's
now.
on. I don't even remember.
Yes.
That's how long ago I bought them.
I bought them last fall. I was like, oh, wait till Nate gets a load of these. I've not been able to wear them because I was too chubby when they showed up.
The other thing that I love is when you combine the overalls with the hat.
Yeah.
You kind of look like a toddler that is getting to take his pictures taken at JCPenney.
Yeah. Sears, the Sears photo studio for the holidays. This would be my Christmas picture.
But no, again, hey.
Look, it's a look. It's a look.
You're Hot Skinny Andy, and that this is how Hot Skinny Andy is going to dress, and I support these choices.
Look, every now and again, you got to throw people a curveball, and that's what I'm doing. It's a curveball because the Avs handled some business today.
Can you?
This is what you go to work in.
Do me a favor. Unhook one side so you look like a 90s R&B star.
Then I would have to take the shirt off, and that'd be a whole lot of white.
Like you're a member of Arrested Development.
Yeah, that would be, or I'm Snow's not so famous brother.
Slush.
Yes. Perfect for the day.
We're going to talk to John Michael Lyles coming up here in just a moment because, yes, as you heard right there on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Again, we repeat, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. As you just heard right there, Nazem Kadri returns. Okay, so I was on the phone with Andy, I don't know, like 40 minutes ago.
Yeah, it was 2 o'clock. I was worried. You and I don't ever talk that early. There's a designated time for the call.
You warned me.
I was like, "Oh, did something happen?"
Yeah, you warned me that there was paperwork snafus. There was red tape for some of these hockey trades to wade through.
Well, you know how Jeff, you've covered a few deadlines. Jeff Legwold's sitting with us.
Yeah, the fax machine
snafus.
Snafus.
They get them backed up, right? And the commissioner in the office has to look at all of them, right?
No,
do you think the league office in Toronto still uses a fax machine?
Yes.
I would guess it does. Yeah.
Yes.
Well, you know what? Let's ask John Michael Lyles.
Yes, by the time all the faxes and telegrams went through, yes, by the time that all happened, we found out
they wrote their essays on why this would be a good idea for both sides.
Nazem Kadri has returned, according to my email right here. The Avalanche have acquired Kadri. 3 years left on the deal after this one. The Avalanche sending Victor Olofsson the rights to unsigned draft pick Max Curry, a conditional 2028 first and a conditional 2027 second. Joining us right now to break this all down, legendary Avalanche defenseman from Altitude. It is John Michael Lyles. Johnny Lyles, how you doing, man?
Let's see. I am okay.
Okay? Just okay?
Now, hold on.
Well, I'm pumped about everything the Avs have done.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just scrambling a bit because we have the show tonight, and now we're essentially lighting it all on fire and starting from scratch. But I'm excited. Nas coming back is not something that I think anybody would have seen just a few hours ago, just because it seemed like it was dead in the water. I know there was a lot of reports out there about Flames ownership and what they were and were not willing to do. And it seemed like that ship had sailed. But the fact that Nas is coming back is pretty awesome. Kiefer Riker and I actually just did a podcast about half hour after the trade deadline had ended.
Yeah, no need to post that now.
Well, we were lamenting the fact that Kadri didn't get done, and then 30 minutes later, check Twitter, Kadri to Colorado. I called Kiefer. I believe he was in the shower and answered his phone in Dallas and was screaming when I told him. So, yeah, a lot of things happening right now.
Hey, Coach Sanford likes to say he goes from 6 to noon pretty quickly. Is that about what we can describe for Avs fans on this, if you know what I mean?
You didn't have to ask that question right after he said Keefe was in the shower.
Well, Keefe,
Well, I will say Riker responded when we called. Kiefer and I conference called him in, and he responded with something very similar to that. So everybody is excited is my verbiage.
Okay, break it down. Because, again, you know what? I like Nick Waugh because you've done enough interviews with us now to know. I feel like, Johnny, every year we're talking about they're adding some grit, they're adding some toughness, they're adding some sandpaper for the playoffs. They've done that now, right? I think we're all filled up on that, right?
Yeah. No, I like Nick Waugh. I think he's a really good player. Going to be a great depth addition for the Avs. And you know what? Like, even if they hadn't done the Nas deal, I still liked what they had done in that sense, and then adding Brett Kulak as well. So now you add Nazem Kadri, and to me, I think it's just like everybody's going, well, where's he going to play? Where's he going to play? Listen, Jared Bednar has a luxury that most coaches don't have. We've seen Brock Nelson take faceoffs this year with Nathan MacKinnon on his wing. I'm not saying Nathan MacKinnon's going to get moved to the wing, but what it does is it presents a matchup nightmare, I think, for teams, because now all of a sudden it's like, okay, well, is MacKinnon going out with Nelson? Is he going out with Kadri at center? Is he going to be the center? I just think that to me, there's a lot of different pieces and a lot of different ways that this plays out. And you know what? This is a win now mentality, and I love it. I'm in. I'm in for the win now.
Avalanche are in Dallas tonight. You listen to that game right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. In the midst of all of this excitement, there's also a massive game tonight against the Stars, who have won 10 games in a row. So don't forget about that part of it either. But all right, so Johnny, there are a lot of chess pieces to play with. Okay, but let's whiteboard this thing, all right? Right now, if you're in the coach's office, and obviously this is a Sunday thing, so you're getting ready for the Wild on Sunday at noon, what does your lineup look like?
Oh man. Well, listen, you still got some injuries that you're working from. Lekkonen's still out.
No Lekkonen.
So, yeah, no Lekkonen. I mean, it wouldn't shock me. I don't think you mess with MacKinnon, Landeskog, and Natchez. And, I think it's Nelson, and I think it's, maybe Nas slots in at the wing here and there. And, all these guys are smart enough to play wing at certain times. I'm not saying they're going to play wing. I'm saying they're all smart enough, right? Like Nathan MacKinnon's a smart enough player that if they throw Nelson out there with him to play on the wing, like he's done that this year, right? Nazem Kadri, he's a veteran. He can play wing. Nick Waugh is a center and a really good center. If he has to play wing, he'll play wing. Like most of these guys are pretty flexible. I think a lot of centers can play wing. Not a lot of wings can play center, is what I would say. And the other thing to me with Nazem Kadri coming back is that's a half-wall guy on your power play on the other side. So does that also help with that, the power play number and being able to operate off of both sides a little bit more efficiently? I just think there's a lot of positive ways to look at it. But yeah, I think there's going to be some creativity involved, because when you look at it, there's 5 centers on this team that are really good. And, Jack Drury's had a great year as the 3 center, and now he's, 4th on the depth chart, maybe 5th if you're looking at it in terms of strictly centers. But I think there's a lot of ways that you can be flexible with it, and Jared Bednar has always been willing to do that.
Well, in other words, you don't acquire both Nick Waugh and Nazem Kadri at the trade deadline to plug one of them onto the 4th line.
Absolutely. In my mind, no. I don't think that's the case. And now, could it happen? Sure. I'm sure
pretty
it
good
could
4th
happen,
line,
but
right?
I don't think – what's that?
It's a pretty good 4th line, right?
Well, yeah, it's a great 4th line, but let's be honest. When everybody's healthy and you're starting to look at it, your 4th line is now – if one of those guys plays wings, your 4th line is Jack Drury, Parker Kelly, and let's call it maybe, Kiviranta, right?
Right.
Because if LOC comes – what if, when Logan O'Connor, I think, I'm hoping he comes back. That's the equivalent of trading for Logan O'Connor too, right? So now all of a sudden, does LOC slot in on your 3rd line or your 4th line? There's a lot of strength now, not only just in the top 6 for the Avs. Their bottom 6 becomes stronger, I think, with this acquisition as well.
All right. And look, again, 6 to noon is all we're talking about. We got a lot of guys that are now battling for playing time and trying to get a jersey, in a positive way, right? Not guys because you're just trying to figure out who's got it tonight and what am I going to do. You got a lot of good players back 22 that may not, one may not get a jersey on a certain playoff night. I'm going to ask you this question for Brian and Evans because, again, I think it's fair. We're all wrapped up in great emotion. But he asked, we're bringing back a 35-year-old Kadri. Are they just trying to catch lightning in a bottle again? Is this – look, here's my thing. When Kadri was here last, he was asked to be the second-line center, and he had to carry a big load. With the presence of Brock Nelson, doesn't that make this move easier, Johnny? Because he won't be asked to play the same role this time. Is that the right thinking there?
Absolutely. Brock Nelson's been one of the top number 2 centers this year. And I, he's welcomed the opportunity, and he had a bit of a slow start. And so what I would say is, like, I think, yeah, there's not as much of I don't want to call it a burden, but there's not as much of a responsibility on Nas to put up 91 points like he did the Cup year before the playoffs, right? And so I think to a degree, it's okay. Hey, we know what you can do. We know what you're capable of, and we just want you to be you and play the way that you've always played. Like, he's always been a good two-way center. He's always had offensive flair. He scores big goals at big times. He's a playoff proven performer. And I just think that, yeah, like there's so much to like. And you know what the other thing too is? He's unbelievable in the room. So the minute that everybody in that room heard that Nazem Kadri's coming back, along with Nick Waugh coming into that room, like every guy in that room is pumped, even if he's not playing tonight in Dallas. Every guy is excited because they understand that management, ownership, coaches, everybody is all in to win and win now. And this is we're going to try and win this year, and hopefully we can try and win next year too.
I mean, the other part of it, too, is, I'm looking at some of his rate stats right now for what he is at age 35. Like, they're not exactly what they were when he was, 28, 29, 30. They're still pretty good. He hasn't fallen off a cliff yet or anything else like that. Could there be some sticky years on the very back end of the deal? Yeah, maybe. But again, quality veteran player, there's something to that.
Yeah, and you know what, gentlemen? I begin to wonder, and we'll talk about this later, I begin to wonder if the Nuggets wish they hadn't done the same thing after their championship run, frankly.
It's go for it.
You need
time.
vets. Nate said it last year. You need vets to win the Cup, right, Johnny?
Well, and let's be honest, like Nas is – like he's been playing on a team in Calgary that, like they've kind of been, here and there flirting with playoffs, but it's not the Avs team that he's coming to. And like, this is speaking from somebody that played with Nas in Toronto. Nas has never been the fastest player on the ice, right? He's 35 years old, but you know where he is quick? He thinks the game fast, and he sees the game in a different way than most people. And so at 35 years old, yeah, maybe he's not the fastest guy on the ice, but I don't think that's ever been the case with Nas. I think that he sees the game and he reads the game at a high level, and that's what makes him so good. You add that into his skill set, and that's why he's always been good, even not being the fastest guy on the ice at all times.
All right, well, John Michael Lyles, we know you have work to do because, again, all of this content you churned out today is now completely useless. So
welcome
go do
to
it,
radio,
man.
welcome to TV.
Exactly. We appreciate it, man.
Thanks, guys. Have a good one.
All right, JML, he'll be on altitude tonight. The Avs take on the Dallas Stars at 6 o'clock. Pregame at 5:30 with Birdo right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Yeah, Andy, it looked like an uneventful trade deadline day for the Avalanche, but I do believe, is this not, and Spring can he can fact check me on this, isn't this like 11 years in a row now?
Yes.
The Avalanche have made a deal on deadline day?
It's either 10 or 11. I think you're right.
I think this gets to 11.
11.
This one goes to 11.
And we've gone to 11, Spring. We pulled it
These
off.
go to 11.
Thank you. We did it. We did it, everybody. The streak continues. They have so many dudes. They do. So many dudes.
But let's bring in our guy, Jeff Legwald, who, as we know, has covered a bit of hockey in his time. You've seen a few cup runs. You need the grit guys in the play. I feel like it goes back to a little bit of what we talked about with the Broncos and what was the problem back in the AFC Championship. You couldn't run the football. You couldn't do the hard stuff. You couldn't play ugly. You need some guys that can play ugly, especially in your bottom six when it comes time to win the cup.
Yeah, pretty doesn't win in the playoffs, as much as we all love it.
Ironically, Nazem Kadri is a very handsome man.
Well,
I think Nick Waugh is too.
Yeah.
But they play a gritty.
That's what you're going for.
Grimy game.
The handsome index way up.
The cutie quotient on the Avalanche has been helped out by this trade. But yeah, this is Johnny talked about it. Like you need veteran toughness is the thing you need. Cup experience. Nick Waugh has he won or has he just played in a final?
No, I think he was on Vegas' Cup team.
You're right.
I believe he was.
He was on Vegas' team that won
I think
the Cup.
that's why Toronto wanted him originally.
Exactly. So this is why you go and get guys like this at this time of year. You got playoff experience all over the place. Your top-end talent is already awesome. Marty Necas is playing out of his mind. You have two of the three best hockey players in the world in Nathan MacKinnon and Cale Makar.
And you gotta produce when they're not on the ice.
Yep.
That's
it's
like,
which has been a problem in the past for the Avs in the playoffs against a team like, I don't know, Dallas.
When you see them doing things like this, to me, that's like they're trying to address the shifts when the big
and you know what this does?
aren't
Again,
out there.
I'm going to relate it back to a Bronco playoff problem. Guess what? Someone doesn't have going in the playoffs and you're bottom six where you need a little bit of that depth. Now you got some choices. You don't have Tyler Bidet and Jaleel McLaughlin as your choices as to how I'm going to try to pull off the AFC Championship.
Right. Yeah.
So
there's
got to have answers.
It goes back to our conversation with Dave yesterday. Where's the weakness on this team?
Sure.
Does it exist? Again, that's what the opposing coaches are now tasked with finding out in a 7-game series against these dudes, and I just think Jared Bednar's got too many answers.
And how you match lines.
Yeah.
Now, Bednar can do whatever he wants.
Yeah, you could put it. Listen, Kadri on the force not an insult. Maybe that means I think your fourth line can't handle him.
Yeah.
And then he breaks free and gets a couple
we'll
goals.
just score every time our fourth line's on.
Yeah.
Whatever it is.
Who was the guy from Detroit? Remember the guy from Detroit that got the game winner in St. Louis for Game 6? He did that. Do you remember who scored the game winner against St. Louis Spring? The old Red Wing.
Helm.
Darren Helm.
Remember him?
Yes.
Yeah. Well, he was a fourth liner. Guy played a really, really important role.
He was helming the fourth line.
Well, there you go.
There you
Hey,
are.
real quick on your thoughts, because we got to get to football a little bit after this with the weekend. We'll start hearing rumors, but I am curious. Some people have mentioned, and even Dave McCarthy said this out of Toronto, you don't want to mess too much with the chemistry of a good team. Now, Nas has been here, so I don't think that messes too much with the chemistry, but what are your thoughts on that?
Well, I think if everyone understands in the room what you're doing, which is going for it, I think that smooths a lot of. I mean, the coach is always going to have to deal with ice time shifts, who's with who. That's the coaching element of adding guys. But if you've done your homework, you don't make the move if you think the guy's going to be a problem.
And again, it's err on the side of talent with two guys that have won cups.
And Kulak, remember, Kulak went to back-to-back with Pittsburgh.
And that means they automatically know
Yeah.
you have to dovetail in there.
Yeah.
Listen, they've got 3 new guys that are ready for the moment. And they all know they've been able to. Nas, Wah, Kulak all know they can answer the moment come playoff time.
All right, it's an embarrassment of sports talk riches this afternoon, and we're doing all of it. Jeff Legwald is with us this hour. Free agency, trades, draft, all of it. You got questions, Leggy's got answers. Texted to 303-504-0925 right now on the Shop Mazda text line. Nuggets get a massive clutch victory last night. Take that clutch L on the way out, Lakers fans. Nuggets get that win last night. They got the Knicks tonight and the potential return of Aaron Gordon. It is looking very likely that is going to happen tonight. So we've got that coming up today here on the show. Dan Hyatt's going to join us. 2 Nugget stats you need to know and 1 you don't. The CSU Rams bid Steelers, Ali Farouk-Manesh, March Madness hero. He joins us in the month of March today at 4 o'clock. Conor McGee from Dallas. We're doing all of it. Nazem Kadri is back. AG is coming back. It's all happening on Kreckman and Lindahl, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. All right, it is Nate Kreckman for my friends over at Roller Auction. You want to go to roller.bid/altitude right now. That's roller.bid/altitude. Get there this instant because this is a great time to buy a used car at Roller Auction, and you can get your next daily driver with their April 2026 government fleet vehicle auction. These vehicles, they're from government service. They have a known service history. They've been professionally maintained. Plus, you don't have to deal with any dealership hassle. You skip the sales staff, and you just buy online with Roller Auction. The April 2026 government fleet vehicle auction is going to open on April 2nd, close on April 8th. I know I'm warning you early, but hey, get everything in a row. Sign up to bid at roller.bid/altitude. You can win tickets. You can win tickets to see all these new Avalanche take on the Pittsburgh Penguins on March 16th in a catered suite. So make sure you sign up to bid at roller.bid/altitude and get yourself ready to buy a used car from Roller in their April 2026 government fleet vehicle auction. Oh, we're enjoying ourselves right now because the Avalanche have brought back Nazem Kadri and we are still awaiting confirmation from Ball Arena. Aaron Gordon listed as questionable, but all reports are he will likely return tonight for the Nuggets. I'd say they could use him. Yes.
Is that I didn't check. Is that a 7 o'clocker?
Yes.
Tell me it is
7 o'clocker. You got that correct.
You can get back.
It is. So Avs at 6, Nuggets at 7 tonight. Aaron Gordon missed his
7. Wait a minute, 6-7.
Well, I did. Yeah, I did it. That's.
No, you didn't do it.
Yes, I
the
did
dumb
it.
games.
I did it.
The games did it.
Aaron Gordon missed his 40th game last night. By the way, here's just a quick. They're 17-6 with AG. They're 22-18 without him. I'd say he's a difference-making player.
Yeah. I would say it's very key. He's healthy, and are you? The Knicks are a very physical team. There's a part of me, I don't know how I'd rather it go. And Jeff, I don't know what your experience in the past is with this.
The Knicks are not as physical anymore.
What happened?
Thibs is gone. Yeah,
no. Well, but trust me, Scotty's been warning me. They still like to play a physical brand of ball. Would you rather he get the warm up before OKC, or would you rather he go out and just he be an AG?
Yeah.
The first action's OKC. Fresh legs.
Just return as soon as you can.
You don't care?
You got to win every game you can.
No, I know. You can't afford to give any more games at home away, right?
Yeah. So go get this one tonight. This one's kind of important.
Look, Graham Poobah, you're the one that always tells me, watch them sign the old guy, and then he pulls the hammy, and that always happens.
Not that.
What would you do, though?
This is the guy.
Is it good that he
coming
gets
back.
a warm up before he goes and plays a tough team like OKC? In your experience?
I mean, if something's going to happen.
Covering pulled muscles?
Yeah. I'd bring him back. Get him going. Play
Also,
restricted minutes.
The other good
against
news
the Knicks,
is against the Thunder, nobody guards him. Because the Thunder use 4 on Jokic,
Right.
and then it's up to everybody
And then
else
a
to
rover?
figure it out.
The
Yes.
four-
Just
the
runs
4-0.
to as many as he can.
The fabled 4-0.
In all seriousness, as you watched that game last night, you were just like, oh, all the Thunder do is copy the Lakers.
Yeah.
JJ Redick, like the way that he defends Jokic is what the Thunder started doing to him.
Yeah, the problem is they've got better guys to do it with.
Those Lakers dudes are pretty good. That's why he had 9 turnovers last night.
No, I get it, but I mean, you want to talk. I understand the Lakers are a fairly big team. The Thunder are one of the biggest.
They're the biggest.
Are you again? We are so. I watch the highlights every time I watch the San Antonio highlights, and maybe I need to quit doing this. I've got a real. I'm really worried
He's an
about
alien,
the Spurs,
man.
dude.
He's an alien.
Wembanyama has found the bleep all of you. I'm that man.
He's something
and I
else.
don't like it.
Yeah.
He needed another year to figure it out. You know what I mean?
He's saying bonjour.
Yeah. Yes. Bonjour.
This is my fear for that series.
Je suis awesome.
My fear for that series is the Spurs win the first 2. I think the Nuggets solve them after that.
But not enough time like past playoff series.
Because they always do.
Like a Golden State one from a few years ago.
Right, but you leave yourself such a small margin for error when you're down 0-2 in a series like that. Because then it's just like you just have to have one clunker of a shooting night and they're a win away, and then you get to a game 7 and you're going to be in their building and anything can happen.
Do you worry, and this goes off of last night, I don't know that Jeff watched because he's in his draft bunker. He's in the dungeon.
Whose film were you watching last night? Be honest.
Be honest?
Yes.
Yeah, whose film?
To be honest, I had.
Do you go a position group or a specific player?
What Conference USA cornerback were you watching last night?
It was corners, I will tell you that. It was that they hooked me up the last 2 years with my new video stuff, so I can do every school and I can collate plays, and it's awesome.
Is this like some cool internal software that we
like
don't
a
know
cloud
anything
deal?
about?
Yeah, no, this is pretty slow.
All right, be honest. How many hours in a row?
It's a lot.
Do you shower?
Oh yeah, I'm a clean guy.
You look like this?
I'm a clean scout.
Do you come out disheveled? No. Are there a lot of candy bars? Remember the tech guy, Nedry, from Jurassic Park?
Yeah.
Does your desk look like that?
It does not look like that.
He doesn't look like Newman.
Do you have some little pop up if anyone goes in there?
I'm
and he goes,
very organized. I'm very organized.
Shows you I've watched way too much of that movie recently.
It's ripping cigs like Samuel L. Jackson.
Yeah. Jeff's in there.
I can't get the park back online.
Coffee and cigs.
I can't get the park back
Disheveled glasses.
That Nuggets game last night, though, it was Andy. I loved that game last night. I had a blast watching that game. Yes, the last few minutes were infuriating because I think CB missed a 3, Strother missed a 3, Jamal missed a 3. If any
Both
one
Browns
of you
missed a 3.
Oh, it was Bruce. It was Strother. It was
but Strother had
Bruce.
open looking good. Now Strother did come in and get a nice floater, so he made up for it.
Well, and he hit the 3 with 5 minutes to go.
Good call,
Yeah, there were opportunities late in that game. Somebody's just got to hit it and get that thing. But, they got it done in the end. Jokic got 2 possessions of single coverage, and he scored both times on Jackson Hayes. One of those, the Lakers just covered him straight up. And Jokic was just like, the hell out of my way. And he went and scored. Hey. The other one was off the Jamal missed 3, and this was really smart because, and again, this is just Jokic, who everything is just a computer program to him. And so it's like, offensive rebound, they're scrambling, they're not set. I'm going right to the bucket.
You know what I loved about Jokic's game last night? He had guys, it looked like if Leggy was covering Tyler by size-wise, and he just finally decided, I'm not going to be nice anymore. He was just mauling the little guys out of the way in the paint.
I tweeted the one, I think it was in the second quarter when Austin Reeves got switched on to him.
That wasn't a good deal.
And Joker just carried him into the
He
paint.
just like, let's go.
And
that's the I am alpha.
He got the feed from Jamal. He never. This was one he was showing off.
They're
too.
running alpha.
Right.
Alpha.
He never put the second hand on the ball. He just caught, turned, and he. I think he had picked up Reeves with his other arm.
Come with me.
Oh, it was awesome.
You want to play D on me? Let's go.
Oh, phenomenal.
By the way, you
stuff.
know what I do love? I think Stan Van Gundy might be my new favorite analyst because he talks about Jokic like Harbaugh talks about Herbert.
How about him last night saying that Ed Malloy is a personal vendetta?
Yeah.
That's like
Joker had what should have been a foul call near the baseline, and he goes, "You can't miss that. You saw that."
I like that's as controversial a thing as an analyst can say on television.
And he didn't care.
He didn't care. He
good. Speak the truth.
Yeah, well, and he's sitting courtside.
Hey,
and he's an old veteran.
He leads the world in uncalled fouls.
He does
as a player on him.
He does.
Yeah.
And my God, that's
almost Shaq level.
His 4th foul last night.
Ridiculous.
Where
was that the offensive one where they're like, "What are you doing?"
Marcus Smart was. I tweeted
after Marcus Smart complained about it too.
It looked like you know when dudes are trying to not get blocked in the back on a punt return and they put their arms up like that and they run along them. That's what Marcus Smart was doing to Joker, which that's restricting his movement. He's allowed to go set a screen, and yet Jokic got called for a foul.
And you know what I love too is when Van Gundy said, a foul's a foul. I don't care if it's a big guy or a little guy.
Yeah.
Call it as a foul. Like, you could tell he's getting frustrated. Now, I know how good Jokic is, just to remind us all. When Steve Nash, who won a couple MVPs and was considered one of the great distributors of the ball of his time, is awed by your vision, I think you're probably doing something pretty special.
You're okay.
Yeah.
I love Nash as an analyst. I think he's fantastic.
Well, he sees the game.
That's just.
I mean, that's.
I'd rather listen.
He's literally quarterback.
No, he sees it.
I'd rather listen to Steve Nash tell me about basketball than almost any person in the world because he's one of the few people that has a Nikola Jokic level basketball IQ. And I think Van Gundy's very good, and obviously Ian Eagle is a legend. Really good. Just a fun broadcast last night. I really enjoyed it.
They did do a great job. I almost wish that one wasn't on Prime.
I know.
Because I don't have Prime on all my TVs.
Good presentation, though. By the way, LeBron got the field goal record over Zeke last night.
Okay. All right. I'm going to upset some people. I am a LeBron James fan. I don't know how you don't respect the guy for the career he's had and the pressure. Here's what I respect the most, because I remember I wrote a paper back in college, that's how long he's been here, about the pressure this kid faced. I remember it was the first time I'd heard of Athlon or whatever it was that was covering the thing. And I mean, again, this kid has been named the next since the time he was 18 years old and showed up in the league.
Cover of SI.
Name me another guy that has not had a slip up, that has shown up and held that mantle as well as he has his entire career.
Right.
You don't have to
Gretzky.
love everything the guy does.
He and Gretzky are in the same conversation.
He has been under the
high
ultimate
school,
microscope.
culturally significant.
Yeah, it's there's only Serena in her sport.
Yeah.
There's a couple of them.
The wonder kids that have never cracked under the pressure, and he hasn't.
Yeah,
but
and he's 41, and he's. I will argue he is still a top 25 player in the league at age 41. He's incredible.
Well, yeah, when he gets downhill like that. But okay, so all that being said, did he fake the elbow thing?
I don't think so.
When he went crashing down, do you think he heard it when he slapped the ground on the rollover?
No. Honestly, you know what I think happened to him? I think he got funny boned.
Okay.
I think he got funny boned on the dude's shoe.
Yeah, okay.
And it was, and he's 41. It all hurts for all of us a little more.
I've stubbed my toe 9 times. Like, golly.
Yeah.
What's going on? Now I don't know if I can walk properly.
I bet you say golly.
You know I don't.
Hey, Denver golfers, it's time for the Colorado Golf Expo, and it's better than ever. Today through Sunday at the National Western Center, loaded with gear, tech, simulators, a full indoor driving range, and free parking. Nazem Kadri is back with the Avalanche. The Avs moving Victor Olofsson, couple of draft picks, and a prospect you never heard of today.
That they couldn't sign. They weren't signing him.
Exactly.
So
to get the services of 35-year-old Nazem Kadri.
Listen, there's going to be a point where I'm going to repeat the topic to you, okay?
Yeah.
And I want to know your thoughts. I look, it could suck in a couple years, okay? Now I think they'll still have this core together, so it'll be better.
That's a couple of years.
That's a couple years problem away. You do not want to look back and wonder, did we do enough while the window was wide open? Because already, frankly, I tell you, that year against Vegas when they had Grubauer as goalie, I think you should have found a way to get that one done that year. That should have been a cup year.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Philosophically, and professional radio segue, the Broncos just went to an AFC Championship game, suffered the injury to Bo Nix. He's still on his rookie contract as we sit here right now. What the Avalanche just showed you was it's go for it time. Okay? We're there. Now you push. Okay? Jeff, are the Broncos in that place right now with their roster? Are they in the all in for everything? It's worth it to make the splashy pick. You can even move high leverage draft picks in order for the win right now moves.
Well, I would argue they've done that. It's just they sign their own guys. And we don't give that credence in the public realm.
Signed 9 of their own dudes since last year.
I mean, and we're talking hundreds of millions of dollars.
Yeah.
Had they spent that in the market, people would be like, "Oh, look how aggressive they are." Well,
sure.
They chose
to keep
their guys over the market.
Yes.
Doesn't right or wrong. I mean, they were right enough to go to the AFC Championship. So I would argue they've been aggressive while doing it with cap.
Sure.
Cap history.
I guess what I'm meaning is in this
whenever
moment,
your quarterback's on a rookie deal.
Yeah.
That's your best window.
Yes.
So should they go
Your
full?
window will never be as good again unless you get a guy like Brady who's willing to play, or even Mahomes, willing to play under market to keep you in that window. But your best window is to have enough talent around your quarterback while he's on a rookie deal.
Subtext of my question, should they move a 1 and a 2 to get A.J. Brown right now?
I would not. That's not worth that. You
Okay.
can do better.
Is there a
either
player
picking those players or
is there a player you would think about that kind of trade then? Maybe we just have the wrong guy picked out for your like. Is there an all-in move they
not
could
a
make?
free agent? What
about a trade?
Would I be curious about going up the board for Jeremiah Love? Yeah.
Ooh.
That'd be me.
Yeah. How high? He's not getting out of the top 10, right?
He might not get out of the top 2.
Unbelievable player.
Guy's unbelievable.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is he the best player in this draft?
Well, not for me. I have a defensive board, but he's in the top 4.
Okay, a little top 100 preview for you
Yeah.
right there. I'm looking for those.
But he the thing I like about him is he is so good. Everybody knows he's good, and yet he still showed up in Indy and was like, "What?
Yeah,
I'll just do everything great, and I'll look better than half the wide receivers catching the ball at 200 and
Well, in Denver is okay. So one of the things that's
when you say movement for me that's I want to make aggressive moves for young players. Adding age, adding injury, just because it's high price doesn't make it the right move.
Okay.
What does that trade cost you? Top 5. Let's call it top 5. What are you giving up?
I'm not sure it can be done.
Okay.
I mean, it's multiple years of
Yeah.
ones. It's multiple years of twos.
But think about it this way, okay?
But for me, I'd sure have a conversation with somebody on the phone.
Saquon gets drafted number 2 by the Giants, and they stink. And it's,
See, the roster's not ready.
it's rocky to get going. Genty with the Raiders last year.
Roster's not ready.
Exactly. Like he's the worst run blocking unit in front of him, and people are like, Genty had a down year. Look at his team. My God.
Well, I mean, every quarterback taken one in the history of time. I mean,
Yeah.
your team isn't good. I mean,
So if you're a young like if Genty goes to Denver last year, his rookie season looks completely different.
and almost anywhere else.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Yeah, basically. So it's like if Jeremiah Love was to, if he can go to a team that is ready to win now, that has the infrastructure in place, that has the offensive line locked and loaded like Denver does.
He's the closest thing to Eric Dickerson I've seen since Eric Dickerson.
Jeremiah Love?
Yeah.
I'd go all in then.
There.
By the way,
He doesn't run as upright
Mhm.
and all that, but he doesn't cut. It looks like a path. I mean, it's unbelievable. The kid's remarkable.
how many things could you do with that name, by the way?
Jeremiah Love?
Jeremiah Love.
It's a great
Could be
name.
an
I mean,
actor.
Yeah.
You got the whole thing.
Yeah.
You got the name.
I don't know what you're
you got
acting in, but you could. Could be a singer, hip hop star. You know what I mean? Maybe just an old soul singer like Teddy
And
Pendergrass.
he's got that little bit of, just from, I was in the group that talked to him at the combine, and I had a chance to speak to him briefly at another time. He's just got that
little something to him.
little bit of swag. Like,
Yeah.
yeah, I'm pretty damn good.
But I don't need to tell you about it.
Yeah.
Now I'll go show you real
I mean,
quick.
you can watch the game tape or not, whatever. But
Or I'll just go work out here and
Yeah.
blow your mind.
That's the part that was this year's combine theme, was the great guys showed up and made all the guys who didn't work out feel bad. Because the great guys just showed up and were like,
And made money.
we don't care. We'll work out.
Yeah.
I'm not afraid.
That's
and
fun.
And the Styles brothers, I mean, everyone should be sad. That's it.
That there's only 2 of them?
That's unbelievable.
Get me some more Styles brothers.
Have you seen the photo with their dad, by the way?
No.
Who's I covered at the combine.
Uh-huh.
Hello, old age moment. It's a great shot. You got Styles' dad, looks like the football player, and they look like 2 kids. I mean, it's unbelievable.
All right, I'm digging this up. Ooh, hold on. I think I see this picture
it's
right now.
Viral. It's unbelievable.
He's
in the middle of them, and he looks like he looks just so ready to play, and there they are.
All right. Jeff Lakewald's with us, guys. We're hanging out this hour here on the Kreckman and Lindahl show. Okay, we are going to do the free agency trade and all of that. Leggy has already dumped cold water all over A.J. Brown trades. We've got more, though. Don't you worry.
We're not giving up.
We'll break him eventually. I know that we won't. Conor McGee coming up at 4:20 to react to the Nazem Kadri trade. Keep it here on Altitude Sports Radio. Nazem Kadri returns. The Avalanche make the trade today to reacquire Kadri from the Calgary Flames. 35 years of age, Stanley Cup winning centerman for the Avalanche back in 2022, and now he returns. So Kadri is back. We'll talk to Conor all about this deal at 4:20. Conor McGee on the call tonight here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 Avalanche in Dallas. Pre-game at 5:30. We'll drop the puck at 6. The Nuggets and the New York Knicks tonight with pregame at 6:30 and tip-off at 7 o'clock on AM 950. Could Aaron Gordon be back? We'll talk Nuggets with Dan Hyde coming up at 4:45 after the victory last night over the Lakers. Jeff Legwold of ESPN is with us right now, and we are doing the off-season thing. All right. Jeff, we got news yesterday reported in some places. Ben Powers going nowhere. Not restructuring. Ben Powers will be a Bronco. So Denver doesn't feel the need necessarily to open up a bunch of space right now, or in the very least in that regard. I think we talked about it yesterday. It was roughly $9 million they could have collected off of jettisoning Ben Powers. They did not. They re-signed Alex Palczewski. Reading all the tea leaves right now and looking at what they've done so far, what do you view as their priorities going into next week and where they'll spend their money?
Well, I think they're going to try. I mean, the head coach has named 3 musts, and he's not fibbing. It's not a smoke screen.
Yeah.
Inside linebacker, running back, and they'd like more impact at tight end. But
yeah.
The other 2 positions, they need bodies.
Mm-hmm.
Inside linebacker, 2 starters are free agents, and Greenlaw missed half the season with injuries almost. So I think those are the 3. And they weren't trying to fool anybody. That's their 3 musts going in. And that's kind of the theme of the combine as they work their way through all the interviews.
I am curious, since we're talking about linebackers, and you brought up not only the combine but Greenlaw there. Are there any who do we talk about? Zaire Franklin, I think it is, right?
Yep.
From Indy's going to be out there. Tremaine Edmonds from the Bears is let go. Are there any veteran guys?
N'Kobe Dean, I believe, is out there. Devin Lloyd, if you want to spend like a drunken sailor, inside linebacker.
Do you like any of those guys for them if they can't get Singleton back?
Well, I mean, Singleton's not going to be the longest term plan either, even if he comes back.
Sure.
So they need some youth there. We still.
Could they get Strnad back? I feel like we all forget about him.
And but we also forget he's 6 years in. He's signed a few 1-year deals in the past.
He'd probably like a nice little chunk, right?
And I'm just saying he's not sort of the young
guy.
Right. And I think, what's the Drew Sanders component in this?
What is the Drew Sanders component?
He's like the unicorn that I hear about. He's a leprechaun I'm trying to catch on St. Patty's Day.
And they sort of, when you talk to folks with the Broncos, they sort of give that as, he's still, as one of the things they're considering. I just, free agency is such just a passion play for fans and media, frankly.
Because it's all dudes they've heard of.
It's known.
Right. Yeah. I know who these guys are.
But to sign age or injury is really a tough plank to walk.
I mean, really, like last year, the 3 names they brought in.
That's what I'm saying.
I'll give it 1.5 stars out of 3.
Because the 2 older guys really weren't what you hoped.
You got 1 starter who played the whole season.
And he was great.
And the one guy led the team in rushing, but that's more about the team's rushing attack.
Oh, yeah.
And
see, what's funny is I don't even think of him because he was right
late.
Before camp signing. You know what I mean?
What did Ingram have? 40 catches last year?
Ingram, Greenlaw, and Hufanga is the class, but you're right. I need to add Dobbins to that.
So, I mean, the batting average wasn't great.
50% at best.
And
so what would you say? 70 or 25%?
I think Dobbins was a pretty
end?
important player for the team for a June pickup.
Yeah,
that's good traction. But even they would say the way Greenlaw's season worked out was disappointing.
Sure,
for them, and that Hufanga was the clean winner. And Ingram, they knew what they were getting in Ingram. His metrics for run after the catch weren't good, or weren't what people were sort of framing it as.
They were excellent in the preseason
when he came over
off of one catch.
Yeah. But so to me, that's the danger of free agency. To me, the well-built teams, and we just saw two of them in the Super Bowl, and the one that won it is really well-built.
Mm-hmm.
Those are draft-structured teams where you sign the free agent to go, okay, that's sort of the.
But that's what the Broncos have become.
And that's what
They've
they need to be.
Place, yeah.
That's what they need to be.
Yeah.
And it forced the dead money forced their hand to be that. And I think now they suddenly see it as a viable option and look at the strategy. Again, they've spent in free agency. It's just the guys wear
on their own guys.
The guys wear the Bronco uniforms and not somebody else's.
All right, talk to me because I heard you say it to PhD the other day.
Because who signed 9 free agents
right
in the market? What team would sign 9 free agents?
I think Tennessee's going to this year.
They're going to because they have enough cap room to do it. But
talk to me about the Tennessee tight end since that just got mentioned. I heard you told them that you liked him. I can't even say the last name, but why would he be a good fit? And do you think they would share your interest in that?
I think they're interested in all the guys that, in their perfect world, they need sort of a
Otten, the blocker,
a move tight end, and they need a two-way tight end in their perfect
Otten is
world.
a two-way, right?
Otten would be the blocker receiver mix.
Chig Okonkwo?
Okonkwo.
Yeah. He gets open in the routes that fit Sean Payton's offense. He's really athletic. He's young, and he's been healthy.
Would he and Ingram be too redundant because neither of them can block?
That's the issue.
Yeah,
he can block. It's just he's smaller.
Right.
He's bad. He's fighting an uphill battle.
Is he bigger than Ingram, who was smaller than Sutton?
Yeah. Cortland Sutton would be like the biggest tight end on the field in that situation. But no, I just think they need that mix. They need more impact out of the position. The teams that are good on offense are killing the nickel with the tight end.
Right, 12 and 13 personnel and destroying these guys.
They can't play. They got 3 touchdowns from the position last year, and none of them, as in 0, averaged more than 9.2 yards a catch.
Okay, everybody wants to know about running back, obviously.
That's a dangerous position in free agency.
How does Denver set the market? Is it merely just, okay, this is our top line, or do they go, piece by piece and say, all right, you're Rico Dowdle, this is where we vision your number. You're Tyler Algier, this is where we envision your number.
Let me piggyback on that too. Do you think they'll be the splash team everyone's trying to predict? Because they always predict splash, and we don't always get that.
They have a very definitive idea what they want in a player. Everyone, when you say everyone, a lot of the information out there right now is
Twitter people. How about I put it that way?
It's circulated by agents. Yeah. Agents like the team with the big checkbooks. Nobody's got a bigger checkbook in the entire NFL than the Denver Broncos. And even Mike Shanahan, when they didn't have this kind of checkbook, used to joke, if you want more money for your guy, just say the Broncos are interested. So that's a lot of what we're seeing right now. They're looking at the running backs, and they keep secrets from time to time, but no one really said to me at any point in the last couple weeks, they're going to be out there setting the mark. I just never got that feel. Doesn't mean they won't do it, but I personally find players like ATN more attractive at running back than some of the names I keep hearing. When you start getting 7, 8, 9 years at running back, you're just asking for, and look, I want players to get all the money they can. And I'm just talking from a team building standpoint. That's a tough position in free agency to get it right. Saquon Barkley, we always quote the outliers as short quarterbacks can succeed because Drew Brees did it. Well, okay, the data doesn't say that. The data says Drew Brees is really good. But I'm just saying you got to be really careful at running back.
All right, guys. Jeff Legwold, ESPN.com. He's working on the top 100. He's putting his board together. and he's pouring cold water all over all of our phone.
He'll be back next week to
Yeah,
recap the first week that was.
So he can talk about what he got wrong.
We'll do it again next week.
Yeah.
Jeff Legwald, everybody. It's Kreckman and Lindahl. We'll take a break. When we come back, Chris McFarland, we'll talk to the media. We'll pick up some of that. We'll go to Fort Collins. We'll talk to Ali Farouk-Manesh. It's all happening on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. All right, we go right to Chris McFarland. He's meeting the media to talk about the Nazem Kadri trade. Let's have it here, Spring.
Anyway, if you have a question, please use the hand raised icon. If you do not have a follow-up question, please remove the icon after asking.
This is
if
what
you do
media
not have any
Zooms
questions,
sound like,
please
folks.
mute your microphone. First question will go with Ryan Bolding from NHL.com. Go ahead, Ryan.
Hey, Chris. Thanks for doing this. I was just curious. There were reports yesterday that you guys tried for a Nazem Kadri deal and it didn't come together due to maybe some salary retention issues. And I'm wondering if you can kind of confirm that and walk us through how you re-engaged with that and were able to get this deal across the line.
Yeah, I'm not going to get into sort of the daily play-by-play. I think, any time with trade deadline, there's usually weeks, if not months, sometimes of chatter, on certainly needs that you may think you might have. But, I think talks intensified, over the last couple of days, and Calgary's staff, led by Craig Conroy and Dave Nonis and Brad Pascal, they were awesome to deal with and straight shooters, and we were able to get it over the finish line today. So we're super excited about that.
Next question will go with Jesse Montano from Gorilla Sports. Go ahead, Jesse.
Hey, Chris, how you doing?
Good, Jess. How are you?
I'm doing well, thanks. Hey, we talked earlier this week about, there was a couple different CBA things this year, salary retention, LTIR, and just, from the outside, it definitely seemed maybe a little bit quieter than what some expected. Just from your perspective, how did this deadline come together this year, maybe in a different way than years past?
Yeah, it's a good question. I think, with the new wrinkle of the playoff roster calculations and things like that, you had to kind of run the scenarios from a bunch of different, viewpoints. And again, we have a great staff here with Kevin McDonald, Andrew Cogliano, Andrew Wilson, and Susan Borchert, who do a great job behind the scenes, helping Joe and myself. So I give them a lot of props, as we're on the phone with the different permutations, and they got to be sharp in so many different ways. So there's definitely different lenses this year, Jess, but we're pretty excited with the group that we've got to go to battle with here in the near future.
Awesome. Thanks, Chris.
Next up, we'll go with Eric Dean from Colorado Hockey Now.
Hey, Chris, thanks for taking the time to do this. Just wanted to ask about when it comes to kind of like the Nazem Kadri trade coming together, a couple parts to this. Number one, when was this something that you started to consider, and where does Nick Waugh play into all of this, getting him yesterday, bringing in Nas today, and just kind of having this depth down the middle that you haven't had in the past?
Well, I think that's just it. I think, Nick Waugh is a big right-handed centerman that can play wing. Bezzy can use him in a lot of different ways. And, he's a big body. We're obviously very familiar with him, specifically from his days in Vegas when we butted heads with them. He gives the coaching staff a lot of different matchup scenarios that allows Bedsy to, whether it's to play Nas in the middle, Nas on the wing, Nick Waugh on the wing in the middle, and you just can't have enough centermen and defensemen as well. But we feel like the addition of the two guys is, we're very, very skilled in the middle of the ice, and they also can all check really well. So we think it makes us harder to play against in any type of game. So we're super excited to have both of them in the mix here today.
Okay, so it took until the third question for somebody to ask a question that mattered, but we got it home. And yes, Andy, based on what McFarland said right there, it sure sounds like Nick Waugh and Nazem Kadri, are they together on the third line? They could be. What I took out of that. He talked about, Waugh in the middle, Nas on the wing, or flip it the other way around. But yeah, that actually, right now, it kind of sounds like Well, I'm not going to mess with anything in my top 6. I have the option if I want to do that. But in the meantime, like, I've got either Nazem Kadri or Nick Waz, my third-line center. One of them is going to be on the wing. Maybe Parker Kelly is the other body that is out there, and then you leave the fourth line kind of as it is. And you're off and running right there. Olofsson's gone.
Yep.
So that opens up a spot
He was
there.
part of this Kadri trade for those that missed it.
On the third line, like obviously, like when Lehkonen gets healthy, that'll push, I don't know, maybe Colton down to the third, maybe Val down to the third. We don't know what it's going to be. Again, it's an embarrassment of riches, but based on what Chris McFarland said right there, it sounds as though Nick Waugh and Nazem Kadri are going to be on the same line.
We got to watch the Lehkonen thing. I read a tweet today from practice, update from practice. He got sent home to rehab. I don't love that. But I guess Bednar said he does believe he'll play before the end of the regular season.
Wild hockey things are happening.
Wild sports time. Let's switch gears.
Yeah, wild basketball things are happening as well. The Colorado State Rams have won 8 games in a row. Are they going to go bid stealing again? They got Boise tomorrow, and then it is Mountain West tournament time in Las Vegas. Joining us right now, first-year head coach of the CSU Rams, March Madness hero himself, Ali Farouk Manesh. Coach, welcome to the show. How you doing, man?
Thanks, guys. I appreciate it. I'm doing. I guess I'm doing as well as you possibly can when you won 8 games in a row. I don't think it's better than that.
Yeah. What's Ali? What's the deal with this? You guys did this last year. You went on an 11-game win streak. Now you're just doing it again. You know what the metrics are. You know you don't have a shot at an at-large. And your team could potentially go bid stealing again. How did this happen? How have you guys come together and played so well?
I think there's a couple reasons for it. Honestly, like one of them, it's just getting healthy is one. Missing Kyle Jorgensen and Rashawn Mbemba for the first part of the conference season when we entered conference 9-2 and you were in pretty good shape, and then you start out 3-8 in the league and fall behind the 8 ball a little bit. But the having those guys back was a big part of it. And then, honestly, just our guys, I thought it got to the point where they really bought into a different level in terms of what we're doing, how we're going about our business. And we just got back to the process of how we get better. And every single one of our guys on our roster has gotten better individually. And then as a group, they really started trusting each other more. And when you have 7 new guys in your top 90 rotation, it does take a little time. And it was hard because you're 9-2 to start, so you had a good non-conference, but we lost a little bit of it when Kyle and Rashawn were out. But it's been fun to watch them grow as a group over the last month and a half and change their games and really start playing for each other on a different type of level.
Coach, is this just part of modern college sports too? I mean, look, I cover more football than I do basketball, but all you guys are having to flip your roster all the time. And I was asking this up during my CU coverage. How do you get any chemistry on defense? They were terrible at tackling, right? A lot of those guys hadn't played together before. Is some of this just trying to find chemistry while you're in live action because you're constantly flipping rosters?
100%. I think that's the number one separator. So I think it's the biggest separator in college sports now is the continuity and the connection piece. And if you don't have continuity, how do you get the connection to happen faster? And it takes time. Like if you want to build trust, the only way to build trust is to repeatedly show that you are trustworthy over a long period of time and you say what you're going to do. And when you have 7 new guys, it just takes time to build that trust, not only with me, our coaching staff, but also with the guys within each other. And it stinks, but it does. It takes time. And it took us a little bit of time to get to that point. And now you can see it on the court, the connection the guys have. They share the ball at an extremely high rate, and they move it and they make sacrifice cuts for one another. And I think exactly what you said is kind of defense in basketball as well. I think that connection, the communication piece, defensively, it does. It takes time. And when you got 7 new guys, it can be a struggle. And it was for a little while for us. And I think we've really picked it up on that end of the floor too. And it goes back to exactly what you said. I think the connection is the reason why.
8-game win streak for CSU. Boise State tomorrow at Moby before the conference tournament. Colorado State can't be stopped right now. Along those lines, too, sometimes it just takes a guy a little while to settle in. Look at a kid like Kerry Booth. By the way, son of former Nuggets GM Calvin Booth, local kid, Cherry Creek kid. He's at Illinois, he's at Notre Dame, and now he is at CSU. And I mean, he had the dunk of the year the other night against San Diego State. He scored in double figures in 4 consecutive games. Like a kid like Carey, Ali, does it take a guy like that time to settle into a program? Because he's balling right now.
Carey's playing at a high level. That was, and we've had some pretty good athletes. Obviously, Neek and David Roddy had some pretty monstrous dunks here in Moby, but I agree with you. That one took the cake for dunks that I've seen in person, possibly my entire career. He put the whole San Diego State roster on a poster. But it's been so special to see him grow and his maturation of his game, and he's still learning. I think he's still learning about himself while we're playing, and I think that's what's fun to see as a coach is you're seeing his growth live and in person every single game, and game to game he changes. And to have it be a Colorado kid doing it in our state, I think it means that much more. And hopefully we'll continue to have that trend going forward of the best players in the state of Colorado coming to Colorado State.
Talking to Ali Farouk-Manesh here. All right, Coach. Brandon Rechsteiner. Tell me some Brandon Rechsteiner stories, okay? His kid, or excuse me, he is the kid of Scott Steiner, Big Papa Pump. Yep. I interviewed Brandon a couple of weeks ago. He told me he's been doing 3-a-days since the 5th grade. I've heard rumors that you have at times threatened to cut off his key card so he can't get in the gym. Because of how much this kid wants to work out. He has been unbelievable for you guys in this second half of the season, really in conference play. Another guy that I think had to really kind of get comfortable here in this program. But what is the work ethic of Brandon Rechsteiner like? Oh, no, that's real. Like he's a 3-a-day guy. He stays in the gym constantly. It is fun to watch him work. The amount of work he puts into his craft it's intense. And I think when you come from 2 parents that obviously his dad with the WWE everybody knows about, but he's also a national champion at Michigan in wrestling. And then his mom was like an alternate U.S. Olympic gymnast. So you're talking about 2 sports that if you're not, those are constant long hour sports, right? He got that work ethic from his parents. But absolutely, when we played Creighton our exhibition game, the next day I told him I was going to work him out in the morning, and he wanted to go at 7 a.m. My family wasn't here. So I met him there, and I told him, you're not working out in the morning anymore. I literally met him at the gym to tell him not to work out anymore because it was hurting him. He would work out so much that he wasn't as good in practice. He was holding himself back from being as good as he could been. Because, I mean, at the end of the day, the kid shot almost 18,000 threes in the summer. So you don't need to keep shooting every single day. Your body didn't forget how to shoot all of a sudden. And I think that growth for him, it's really changed his game. I think you can see legs when he's playing. He's playing harder for longer stints. And sometimes you got to learn that in those environments. And I think he's starting to figure out how to continue to get that work to feel confident about his game, but also holding back so he has legs while he's playing.
Coach, you want to just talk about Roddy getting signed to the Nuggets? That's pretty cool. Now listen, I got a little hockey goon in me. So even if he just goes out there in Oklahoma City, which I don't know if he'll be up and could just get a few hard fouls, I think it was a worthy signing to get those guys off of Jokic. But how excited are you for one of your guys to be playing for the local NBA team?
Oh man, that's I mean, it's really cool for him. I think it's a dream come true for me in some ways. Like to have him do it in this state for the Nuggets, it is special. And as soon as I heard the news, I texted him immediately, and he was already on a plane flight out here. So he played obviously they're playing tonight too, so he's suiting up tonight. I'm trying to see if he has an off day tomorrow. He told me if they're off tomorrow, he's going to drive up for the game versus Boise. So that's pretty special having him in a Nuggets jersey, and hopefully he sticks for a little while longer and he can kind of I know he'll knock some people around and kind of back up Jokic for him.
By the way, yes. By the way, Ali, do you have like an over/under on how many times the shot gets shown on television here over the next few weeks? Like, do you have buddies that text you every single time that it's on the shot from 2010 to knock off Kansas in the big purple shorts? Like, how many? Like, and by the way, do you get royalty checks in the slightest bit? Did the O'Bannon lawsuit help you out at all?
No, I was outside the statute of limitations on that. So I get nothing. That's pretty ridiculous. Like I reap no benefits from playing college basketball. All these guys get everything now, but I'm not bitter, right? No, it's really cool. Like I'll always be thankful for that moment. Like it was obviously you work your whole life to be in those situations, and for me being the son of college coaches too, like March Madness was everything. Like obviously you dream about the NBA, but for me it really was like March Madness was everything. Like that's what I grew up watching. That's what I grew up on, and to be able to be in one of those moments and to make a Sweet 16 with my teammates, I'll always cherish that. And for the rest of March, before we start every film session, I make our team watch that play again just to relive. I use it as teaching moments for end of the game situations. But yeah, we watch it every day now.
Now, look, Coach, just to make you feel better, I knew a guy from CU who was a Titan, Justin Adams. He's on CBS 4. If he ever comes up there to interview, ask him what the amount was he got from the lawsuit. I believe he told me he got enough for a nice dinner for he and his lady. So if that makes you feel any better, you didn't miss out on too much money.
Hey, I got 4 kids though. I would have taken a free meal. We need it.
It's a lot of chicken fingers for a nice dinner, right?
Ollie's not turning it down.
Absolutely. Like we can get some mozzie sticks, like even an appetizer. Like it would have been great.
A lot of stuff at the Maverick gas station on the next wind trip. That
exactly.
That's right. Couple of games of skee ball at Fort Fun. CSU and Boise State tomorrow, 2:00 at Moby Arena. March hero Ollie Farouk-Manesh. Ollie, thanks, man. We really appreciate it, and I'll see you next week in Las Vegas.
Absolutely. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
All right, that is Ollie Farouk-Manesh, legendary
Final Four hero.
I mean, Northern Iowa Cinderella. Like this is Ollie's time of year.
It is.
Is
it, to be fair, is it just the first couple rounds is his time of year?
He got to a Sweet 16. He got there. All right. We'll take a break. We'll come back. Conor
That's
McGee
a Kevin fine, by the way.
is going to. Conor McGee.
We're not paying this one.
Hey, explain to me the machinations with the LTIR and what was going on with the cash spending.
Cool, Carl.
God, you're angry. We got there.
Yes. Thanks, hockey media. Kreckman and Lindahl. It's Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Icing is waved off as Darcy Kemper starts the charge the other way. Lehkonen just off the bench. Quickly ahead, Nazem Kadri inside the circle. Kadri! Where's the puck? How did that not go in?
It did. It did go in.
It did?
It did.
It did! He scores! Nazem Kadri! The Kadri man can! I didn't see it, but they did!
The Kadri man can. He has returned. We go to Dallas right now. We welcome into the program our buddy Conor McGee. Conor, just a quiet ho-hum, nothing trade deadline for the Avalanche, right?
Without a doubt. First of all, that's the worst and best highlight all at the same time.
Dude, but see,
it's so bad.
Now I will tell you because we work together.
To Peter McNabb.
I'm going to tell you because we work together and you're a friend. It's one of my favorite because I can envision your manic, hectic body language as you're looking around for the puck, and I can only imagine how you sharply turn to look at Peter. It's in the net. What? It is? I love it. I love the hell out of that call, frankly, Connor.
Oh, well, I appreciate that. The amount of times that I said, Pete, I wish I was more like you with the hands 10 and 2 on the wheel, but I am not.
And then you know what? You wouldn't have your job. So be happy that you are who you are.
I'm very grateful. But yeah, just another boring day today. It's always hilarious watching people's reactions to trade. It's not trade deadline, it's trade deadline today, and then all of a sudden you have to wait for the queue to get in because remember last year, Brad Marchand got traded about the same time from Boston to Florida. That came in after the deadline. It was in the queue at Central Registry in Montreal, and that set the world aflame, forgive the pun, as this trade did here today with Nazem Kadri coming back to the Colorado Avalanche. And I was joking with the show before yours that I'll sit there and I'll refresh Twitter 90,000 times and nothing will happen. But the second that I put it down and go clean up and try and pack and get ready to leave, then something happens.
That's when I called you, too. I called you to see if you wanted to come on, but luckily JML got on because you felt like we had to lead with it. You know what? By the way, you just came up with a great idea there, Connor. NHL Network needs to put a queue counter up. You know what I mean? We don't need to know what it is, but there's still 5 trades in the queue, so we all know, okay, nobody freak out. They got to approve 5 or 6 more.
And there should be a way to do that because Central Registry knows. It's the NHL Network. Like, you guys can connect and be like, all right, there's still, 7 trades that were put in before 2:59 Eastern time, and we're still processing them, which gives everyone a little bit more suspense to see exactly what they are. So that might be a good idea for next year.
Make it a better television event. It feels like you're waiting to be called in at the lab at the doctor's office.
Because most of it today is not good.
No,
yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
But you know what gets exciting, and whether it's an NHL insider, I saw this or that, like when Adam Schefter on an NFL Free Agency Monday leaves the set and gets on the phone even though they're talking live, you're like, wait, what's he finding out? Come back, tell me what you know.
All right, so Connor,
we need a little more theater put in from now on.
We heard from Chris McFarland, and again, like he's not the coach, he's not making the lineup or anything else like that, but he's got the great vision for all of this as he constructs this roster, and he made the suggestion of Nick Waugh and Nazem Kadri on the same line, that one of them could be in the middle, one of them could be on the wing. Andy and I started talking about it. Okay, is that now anchoring your third line? You weigh in on this. Start whiteboarding it. What do you want this lineup to look like?
That's kind of how I envision it, Nate, to be honest with you, is to have Naz as your third line center. And Jared Bednar, whether he knew or not this morning, when he was talking to all of us after morning skate, he said, Nicholas Waugh has played wing in the past in Vegas, and he can play there for us too. So whether that was foreshadowing or not, or just a statement of truth, which it is, that is the case for Nick Waugh. You can throw him on the wing and maybe Colton on the other side. So here's what your top 9 looks like. Landeskog, McKinnon, Necas, Lehkonen when he's back, Brock Nelson, Val Nichushkin, Colton, Kadri, Nicholas Waugh, and then when Logan O'Connor comes back, he joined his teammates on the ice for the first time today, by the way. So good to have OC back, at least making some progress that we can track a little bit. If you have Parker Kelly, Jack Drury, and Logan O'Connor with Kiviranta available as fourth line guys, I mean, that's as good as it gets for the Avalanche, and that's probably to at least start off how I would draw it up.
Yeah, but you know what I love? Again, and we're all looking to the playoffs, right? I mean, this game's big tonight, but all of a sudden you can go like, they don't have their full lineup tonight, whatever, and hopefully they get a win anyway. But I think about matchups, and Darren Helm is who we talked about. Remember, Darren Helm scored the series clincher against the Blues. He was a fourth liner. I don't care if Kadri drops down to the fourth line or Waugh drops. Who cares? You got to have 4 effective lines. We saw that in 2022. You need scoring from all points, and I think this makes a bunch of good players compete for jerseys if they can all stay healthy come playoff time. And who knows? You know, I saw a note where I guess Bednar, you probably know about this. Bednar said they'd sent Leckie home so that he can get rehabbed. I don't love that thought. I mean, you got to have the kind of depth that I think they acquired for the bottom 6 today.
Yeah, without a doubt. And Leckie going home, I don't view it as bad news. I view it as a good use of time, you know, because we played in Anaheim on Tuesday. We stayed over, had a day off, pretty much 2 days off, came here to Dallas yesterday. So instead of Leckie just hanging around, he can go back home and get the treatment that he needs to get back quicker, which Jared Bednar said that he will do. He'll be back way before the season ends. 22 games left in the regular season, including tonight, 11 at home, 11 on the road. But this is, and Eric Johnson just tweeted as much, that this team, depth-wise, I mean, you pretty much have any team that you have 5 centers on. Like, you have 5 guys who play the center position well, which is the hardest position to play in the game. Nobody else can say that. This is as deep a team down the middle as I've ever seen in the National Hockey League ever, and that's not even me being hyperbolic. So when you have that, when you have wingers like Leckie who are scoring goals that clinch series at Edmonton, the Stanley Cup versus the Tampa Bay Lightning, you mentioned the Helm goal. Nicholas Waugh scored a game winner in the Stanley Cup final versus Vegas when he was there, when they took down the Florida Panthers in 2023. Everybody who's here, and even on the blue line, Brett Kulak has played more playoff games than anybody else the past 2 seasons in the NHL.
That stat's unbelievable, by the way.
Isn't that unbelievable?
And you got that guy?
Right, you got that guy for a song, pretty much. And so this is the point, is that from top to bottom, you don't just have guys. You have guys who have been there and can contribute each and every night. And as long as they stay healthy, there's no reason that this is a team that can lift another cup.
Talking to Conor McGee, he's joining us from Dallas. Again, in the midst of all of this, there's a massive game tonight between the Avalanche and the Stars. Stars have won 10 in a row. The Avalanche have won 3 in a row. We know what's at stake in this matchup. This is the 2 best teams in the West going head-to-head. Of course, they're in the same division. Cool hockey. But Connor, give us the breakdown on this matchup tonight. We know Mikko Rantanen's still not back for the Dallas Stars, but Matt Duchene is playing out of his mind, and we know how good this Stars team is. What do you need to see out of the Avalanche tonight?
Yeah, Rope Hintz returns tonight. He's missed every game since the Olympics, came back with an illness. So he'll play his first game since February 4th against the Blues. I mean, look, I think if you're the Avalanche, you can't take a penalty. You just can't, because Dallas's power play is insane. Dallas has 54 power play goals on the season. Second best power play unit in the NHL behind the Edmonton Oilers. The Avalanche, for reference, I know it's been a talking point, have 30. Wyatt Johnston on his own has 21 power play goals. That's the most in the National Hockey League. So you cannot take more than one penalty tonight, because that would be deadly for you. I just think that this whole game has the feel of a playoff game. It felt that way downstairs this morning. It feels that way now. If the Avalanche can be disciplined and really control the puck and control the pace, I do believe that, especially with who's playing tonight, they are the better hockey team. And look, you're right. Thanks to the playoff format, your drop should not be cool, Carl. It should be cool, Gary, from now on. But just re-record, Nate. It'll be fine. But I
need to
think
take a call from somebody named Gary and get annoyed by them. That's the only way that it happens. I know a couple
Garys. We'll get Gary McCarr to give you a call.
Okay.
Cool, Gary.
See, but
we can get Barnett to call you.
I'd like to talk to Gary McCarr.
We'll get Gary Barnett to
He's
say
a
something
sweet
that'll
man,
make you
Gary
mad.
McCarr.
Yes.
Yeah, he would not annoy you, Gary McCarr wouldn't. But this should be the Western Conference Final for all intents and purposes. But Look, I think that it's good that these two teams will play 3 times before the season is over. And then if all goes according to plan, they'll join each other in the second round if Dallas can get past Minnesota, which isn't as easy as everybody thought it would be maybe 2 or 3 months ago.
Oh, man, they added some guys today, too, including the other Foligno. The Foligno brothers are together.
Yep.
All right.
Isn't that a restaurant?
It could be.
They
Sounds like it could be in Chicago.
Yeah, I was going to say, it sounds like they should be trapeze artists.
Yeah.
The Flying Foligno
Exactly.
brothers.
The Flying Foligno brothers.
I don't know if it's a fine Italian restaurant or something I see in the food court of a mall that doesn't exist anymore, but one or the other. Connor, what do you want to see out of this team out of the last 22 games like you mentioned? What would you like to see?
I need the power play to be a top 10 efficient power play in the National Hockey League. The pass doesn't
Not
matter.
a bottom
at this
one,
point.
a top 10?
Yeah, right. Not
Okay.
a bottom one, but with Kadri back into the mix, you have some more options. You have some more ideas going into how you execute. Now, it's been much better since we've come back. Thank you very much, Marty Natchez. So if they can ramp that up and efficiency-wise be a top 10 power play in the National Hockey League, then I think you're golden. And if you put defense first as a priority, because that was part of the reason for success early in the season, is you defended so well, you just got chances that were easy to put away for some of your big snipers like McKinnon and Natchez. Brock Nelson has probably, for me, been the best second-line center in all of hockey all season long. But they defended so well, first of all. They got away from that in that last quarter. If you can get back to that and start to play that playoff hockey defensive side of things, then I think you're in good shape.
12 goals the last 3 games. Final game of the road trip tonight for the Avalanche against Dallas, and then a big one on Sunday afternoon against the Minnesota Wild. It's that
Hate
time of
them
year.
already.
They're
it
all
took him 5
big.
minutes to be so hateable again. That stupid Gustafson. By the way, how about him puking at the end of the game? I don't know Connor, I know you're probably annoyed by that point, but did you check out the backup goalie coming in and then not wanting to get near the crease until he knew all the puke was cleaned up in that game a week ago?
I was kind of trying to figure it out because everyone kept going over to Gustafson and like checking on him, and he didn't move. He was just standing there like Austin Genty in the backfield for the Raiders. He was just sort of standing there, and I'm like, what's wrong with him? And then you see that kind of come out. It's like, oh, well, that's what's wrong.
Get out of the way!
And it just bubbled up to the. I mean, that's live audio from the crease of Gustafson the other night. That was bizarre to me.
Yeah, and then the goalie skates out there and is like, is that clean? I ain't going over there. It ain't clean.
Bleach the ice, please.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to stand there either, man. Like, even if it's my skates, like, no thank you.
Yeah, just
No,
pour
thank
bleach on it. I don't care if I'm on concrete. Yeah, it's going to be fine. He's Conor McGee, everybody. He'll be on the call tonight. Puck drops at 6. Berto's got your pregame at 5:30. Avalanche and the Stars. Connor, excellent work as always, man. Happy Dudline Day.
And by the way, we thank you again for the hookup with Dave McCarthy.
That's our dude.
His accent, it's just soothing to the ear as we had him on yesterday. He is so Canadian. Who did he give a shout out to? What was that darn Buffalo city?
Oh, it was North Talcahuano?
Yeah. I was like, what?
Talcahuanama?
He's just happy Buffalo
Tonawanda.
made some move. Yeah, that one.
Tonawanda.
That one. Yeah.
Yeah. We landed that plane eventually. See, you put
hilarious.
these 3 Mensa candidates together. One of us is sure to get it. Connor, well done as always, man. Have a great call tonight. Thank you.
Thanks, boys. Appreciate you.
All right, that's our dude, Conor McGee, joining us from the booth in Dallas. Avs and Stars at 6 o'clock here on Altitude Sports Radio. Yeah, we had Dave McCarthy from Toronto yesterday of NHL.com here on the show. And we replayed the audio. And again, like the content was so good and he's so Canadian that we're always going to overlook it. But I think we now officially have to rename one of our favorite Avalanche.
So that they can let guys like Nathan McKinnon and Marty Necas go to work.
Naked? I didn't even notice that. Naked?
Marty Necas.
Wow. Naked?
Marty Necas.
Marty.
See, here's the problem. And this is what we're learning. And I told you, I deal with this quite a bit because I call the Mammoth games. By the way, we got one tomorrow night. Come on out to Ball Arena. They got a big matchup against Ottawa.
Ottawa.
The Canadians, I've told you in the break, I've griped to you about this before, but I'm making it public. The Canadians say things a way that is just not American. And even though, like, you'll ask them in your American accent, and they go, yeah, that's right. For example, I told you, the tough guy I had to deal with from Toronto was the pronunciation given to me was Hose, Hostrauser. But every Canadian says, no, that's Hostrauser. I was like, all right, what are we doing here?
Who cares?
You know,
My God,
oh,
who
they
cares?
freak out. We
My
had it
God.
earlier, someone saying it's Kadri. I've only heard Kadri unless it's a Canadian. And then you say it different than we do.
Those are the same people that ask LTIR questions. My God.
Boy, you really are bent. You really are.
My God, just get to the hockey, okay?
You do realize that we are talking about people that are caught up in the details, and we're about to have the greatest detailed stat guy ever come on our show next break.
And you know what he's going to talk about? What
The
happens on the court. That's right. Nuggets beat the Lakers last night.
A new Twitter. What the hell? Does he have to get his Twitter? What happened here?
We'll find out next because he got booted off. He got kicked off, and now he has returned. Baby. That's right. Elon ejected him, but he has re-landed. Dan Hyatt, we're going to talk about Nuggets turnover issues. We're going to talk about the big three with the return of Aaron Gordon and so much more when we come back.
strong performance from you guys, especially down the stretch, just closing that team. Just what went into it for you?
I think we could be a lot better down the stretch. Just turnovers and spacing. It was a good win. Good win.
Yeah, they had a clutch victory last night. They've had a couple in a row now. Joining us right now on a Friday afternoon, 2 Nugget stats you need to know and 1 you don't, ahead of Denver and the Knicks this evening and the likely return of Aaron Gordon. Back with us on the Kreckman and Lindahl show. Back with us on Twitter/X, everybody. It is Dan Hyatt. Dan, did Elon Musk decide you could be released from Twitter jail? Why are you back now?
I don't have an answer as to why I'm back, other than I keep getting told I should be back. It was just weird, man. I got hacked, and there was no explanation. When you get suspended, you have to fill out a form to say why, and I didn't know why. And if I went to the account, there was nothing there that said what I did or what someone else did. So I was just in kind of purgatory for like 3 months. And then finally it was like, you're gone. So I didn't do anything for the last year, and I was kind of happy about it. And then now, with the Nuggets headed for the last 20 games or so, it's about that time to get ramped up again. Everyone's telling me, quit telling, Vic and Katie to giving you credit without your handle. Get back on there. So I just threw Dan in front of Hyatt Stats because Hyatt Stats is dead. So now it's Dan Hyatt Stats, and I'll be back on doing more stuff.
Long live at Dan Hyatt Stats. Yes, follow him on Twitter, everybody.
Same thing happened to Hastings, by the way. He never got his account back.
He got the
boot.
boot.
It stinks. So,
but he absolutely probably hacked himself just so he didn't have to do it.
Well,
he forgot his password.
Let me just tell you this: it hurt the podcast. That was a great way to, there are a lot of followers. We didn't get back.
And he's still bitter.
I'm bitter because nobody wants to work that hard at getting followers anymore.
Dan, let's dive into it, okay? Huge victory last night. Great performance. And Denver gets the win over the Lakers. However, the turnover issues continue to plague this team. Joker damn near put up the quadruple double last night. He did have 9 turnovers in the contest. What do we need to know about the Nuggets' turnover issue?
Well, a couple of years ago, they were among the league leaders in turnovers. The problem, the reason they were able to do that a couple of years ago and still succeed when the number was high was they weren't allowing the points on the back end. And they're incapable right now, late in games, of allowing those turnovers to cost you on the other end.
Yeah.
I think we talked a little bit last time I was on with you guys about the fact this is one of the highest efficiency shooting teams of all time. So every possession they turn over is a shot they can't take, and they're not getting stops on the other end. Again, Watson, Gordon, those are guys you're going to want to be able to, they'll fix that because they can transition defense. But 16 or more turnovers in a game, and you're 9-9.
Yeah.
It's a flip. 15 and below, you're 30-15. You're winning 2 out of every 3 games. So last night, you're looking at the turnovers. In the fourth quarter, they had a 10-point lead. I thought to myself, they're going to lose this game. And sure enough, turnover, point, foul. And it's just frustrating. But Jokic individually, it's a lot of turnovers for him. But what I was pointing out with the guys today was he's the league leader in passes per game for the last 7 straight years. And if you were to tell me that he was going to have 9 turnovers in the game, but he's going to average only about 3 or 4 a game for the season and have 9 and lead the league in 10 assists per game, I'll take that.
Yeah.
Because that's the problem. The reason right now it's highlighted as such a deficiency is because of when it's happening. In February, the team was about 2.3, 2.5 turnovers per game. February was about, a little higher. But then the last 30 days or so, right, most of February, you're at 4 per game in the fourth quarter. And that's where it's starting to hurt you as a team, is the late game turnovers. Earlier in the game hasn't affected them in terms of record. It hasn't been a big deal for Jokic, but I'll take 71 passes per game for 10 assists per game with those turnovers over the course of the season. It's just right now it is magnified because it's late. And they did it again last night and let the Lakers catch up in about a 3-minute period.
And Joker's in foul trouble, and he can't stand in front of Jackson Hayes, and weird things happen. But I want to relate this directly to the next stat that we need to know, because this team is obviously they're 2-man game dependent, and they have been this entire championship era. But a part of why teams like the Thunder and the Lakers will throw 4 bodies at Nikola Jokic is they're not worried about anybody else punishing them. Aaron Gordon likely to return tonight. You can't triple and quadruple team Nikola Jokic. He will throw a lob to Aaron Gordon, and he will kill you. What do we need to know about AG coming back and getting the big 3 back together on the floor?
Yeah, Katie Wingy and I were just talking about this, trying to build up a storyline to remind people how good Aaron Gordon is. And you're looking at a guy who has a 120 offensive rating higher, 110 defensive rating or lower. And that combination, there's only one other guy in the league who's doing that all year, and that's SGA. What he does on both ends of the court is important because he gives Jokic and Murray that other option that is not afraid to get down and dirty, not afraid to take a late 3. Those 3-pointers last night late were disappointing. Brown had a couple chances. Yeah. Christian was there. Like they're just something about it is not right. But Gordon has consistently the last year and a half hit those in big moments, especially in the corner, which is always available. But you're talking about the big 3, okay? Jokic, 82nd triple-double before the fourth quarter last night. Jokic and Murray are both in the top 10 in total offense produced. And it's the only team that has 2 top 10 players doing that. You add in Gordon, and they only had 13 games together this entire year. But in those 13 games, that 22 net rating, which combines both your efficiencies on both ends of the court, is by far the best trio in basketball. And the last couple of years, you average it out, when they're together, you're at 16 as a net rating, plus 16 when those 3 are together. No one's close.
Yeah.
The only thing closest is the Oklahoma City Thunder, and you can pick a couple of 3 different guys. But Gordon provides the exact recipe for what those 2 need late in games to completely erase the negative narrative around clutch. And AG coming back, if he can stay healthy, those 3 will prove that fourth quarter issue, which we saw again last night, can go away and will, even against good teams.
Yeah, last night, Strother, Bruce, and Jamal all missed 3s that would have put the game away.
And it was yelling at my TV.
Yeah. Oh,
because they were wide open. You got to have those.
Strother had one with 5 minutes to go, and it was the shot of the game, quite frankly, because they absolutely needed it in that moment. But other than that, again, you continue to see this, Dan, is they throw waves of defenders at Joker, and if nobody else will punish them by hitting 3s. And honestly, I thought the Nuggets, largely for 3 quarters, did a good job of knocking down those shots. Like, I liked the way that they countered what the Lakers did to them last night. Then in the fourth quarter, it went away again.
It's just like in baseball. When you've got a reliever coming in the 6th, the 7th, where it doesn't feel as high leverage, they're good.
Right.
You put them in the 9th inning when the stakes are a little bit higher, and it's just you have to have a different mentality to be a closer in baseball. And right now, Strother and Christian and Bruce, they can hit the 3. They're hitting 3s comfortably throughout the course of the game. Tim too, right?
Yep.
But in the fourth quarter, there's something about the way that they're getting those shots off that's uncomfortable because they're getting the shots and the wide open looks are still high in terms of volume. They're not hitting them.
Let's not forget about Cam Johnson, who's not played. He had the same problem last time we saw him, unfortunately.
Yeah, I mean, last night, like Strother, Tim, Bruce, CB, they all made 2 triples last night. Fantastic. Do that every single night out. But for God's sake, will one of you please make one in the fourth quarter? All right, that is 2 Nugget stats you need to know. By the way, did not know about the plus 120 under 110 thing. Also, SGA is not that because of his defense. We should note that. But Dan, that's 2 Nugget stats we need to know. Give us a Nugget stat we don't need to know.
I'd say the Nugget stat you don't need to know is if they want to win a championship, I think the move here, based on the research that I've done outside of the actual numbers, is they need to invest in cork cheese. You know what that is?
Cork cheese? Cheese?
Yeah. Topfin cheese.
It sounds Irish. Andy, do you know about cork cheese?
No. I know about boiled potatoes, but no.
Okay.
Breed Hangeland was a footballer about 15 years ago. Pretty good. American-born, played in Copenhagen, played for Fulham. He had a leg injury, and he had this manager, Felix Magath. I'm sure that's not pronounced correctly. And Felix needed him back for the weekend. The team trainers were telling him, this is like 2007. Hey, you're gonna get 3 weeks of this and that, and you're gonna be good to go eventually. Felix said, no, we need you now. We need you this weekend. Here's what you're gonna do. You're gonna lay on this bed, and you're gonna put cork cheese all over your leg. You're gonna soak it in alcohol too, and by the next day, you're gonna be good. So Breed does this. And of course, it's not right. And he tries to play that weekend, doesn't work out. The next weekend, Felix is bagged. So Breed then goes to the media, tells the story. They go back to Felix and they say, what's the deal with this story? And he goes, I never told him to soak it in alcohol. You just put the cheese on your leg and you leave it. So that whole story was kind of a cool part of Felix's story. So a couple of years later, and I did read about this recently because this is Lindsey Vonn. So now 2010 in Vancouver, she's training for the Vancouver Olympics. She hurts herself in Austria, and she gets this bad leg injury on her shin. It's not like a break or a tear, but she gets these terrible cramps and she cannot compete, basically. So she in Austria, what are they doing for all their skiers? They're putting on the cheese, right? They're soaking your leg in this cheese. So she does this. And next thing you know, in 2010 was the year in Vancouver, she became the first woman to win the downhill Olympic gold. So I'm looking at this now and I'm putting 2 and 2 together. And the stat is, if the Nuggets want to keep these leg injuries at bay, they need to go to, I think the biggest manufacturer in the United States of cork cheese is in Pennsylvania. Okay, I'm definitely guessing. Go there, get that, and let's win a championship. That's the key.
Yeah, you know what? I looked it up, and of course, a Reddit thread comes in, and it's Quark, Q-U-A-R-K, cheese. Because I thought you were saying cork like a wine cork. But it talks about a Germany exchange student who sprained her ankle, and it has a cooling effect and is an obsolete ailment treatment, is the cork cheese.
So we just need to smear this all over the hamstrings of all of the Nuggets.
Like you're a bagel.
Okay.
Smear it on like a bagel.
Okay.
You gonna try it now, Dan? You gonna give it a go?
It's apparently, what makes it, the milk has to be kind of soured, right? So I'm now envisioning, I'm making myself nauseous kind of talking about this. Listen, if it's for an NBA title and you're gonna be able to go up against the Spurs,
cork cheese for everybody.
Cork cheese for all. I think it should be a Nuggets giveaway. I think there should be some promotions behind this thing. Altitude should jump on board, but it's an old wives, a remedy. And one of the other funny things that Felix said was, he said he would have felt better, Breed would have felt better if he had done this and then called his mother. And they said, why? He goes, it's one of those things where it's just kind of a natural healing thing anyway. Should have been doing that anyway. But the cheese itself is what you need to be able to heal injuries quicker than normal.
See, what I would say is this is where he went wrong. Smear the cheese all over your leg, then just don't soak it in alcohol. Drink all the alcohol. And then you'll be fine.
To forget about the cheese on your leg and end up looking like a rally sausage by the time you chucked it after that Minnesota loss.
If you're tanked enough, you can play through any injury.
Well, and just to note, Dan, our rally sausage started sweating like a...
It had to go away.
Yeah. I almost said something I don't think I'm allowed to.
So we'll do cork cheese this year.
All right. Cork sausage not on the menu. Cork cheese good.
Yeah.
It's good.
Yeah.
Dan Hyatt, everybody. Twitter at Dan Hyatt Stats. Get his info right there. Dan, excellent work, man. Thank you.
All right, boys. Good luck.
All right, that's our buddy Dan Hyatt.
Good luck
again. Hey, if you love Nuggets basketball, you're going to love this. Altitude Plus offering a free 7-day trial. Sign up today. Catch a great stretch of games, starting with the Knicks tonight, then OKC, the Rockets, and San Antonio. Do not miss it. Go to altitudeplus.com/checkout and use promo code Altitude7. Ride the push to the playoffs with Altitude Plus. Offer ends March 14th. Subscription auto-renews after trial. Double dip-a-doo tonight on Altitude Sports Radio. Avs head to Dallas to face the Stars at 6 o'clock. Pre-game at 5:30 here on 92.5. Nuggets will host the Knicks. You hear that coverage on AM 950. Pre-game starting at 6:30. All pre-game powered by Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney. Visit ramoslaw.com for more. Once more for the double dip. Avs on 92.5 and Nuggets on AM 950. By the way, on Fridays, Andy, it's Scamos Law.
Yes,
Let's
I like that.
dive into it. Time at the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NHL.
Yes.
Yes.
Doing a combo today.
Oh, let's do this. It is hockey deadline day, and what a day it was for the Avalanche. Mark Springer, tell us where I can get some affordable pizza, and then let's talk that hockey.
Yeah, celebrate $5 Fridays at Papa Murphy's on Fridays only. Get a large thin crust cheese sausage or pepperoni pizza for just $5. Order online now at papamurphys.com. Hey, the Avalanche.
Hey!
Not the Broncos. The Avalanche have traded for Nazem Kadri. Remember that guy? Heard of him? The Avs send a conditional 2028 first-round pick, conditional 2027 second-round pick, forward Victor Olofsson, center prospect Max Curran, all to the Flames.
Currently not on the team anymore.
Hey-o.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Hey-o.
Thought I was going to get Serbian guide there. Thought I was going to get Kelsey brothered for a minute right there. Okay, Andy, yes. Nazem Kadri is back. Okay, so the Avalanche in this week, they got the two Knicks. They got and Blankenberg. And now they have the services of one Nazem Kadri. Chris McFarland, talking to the media earlier today, hinted at a Kadri-Wah combo on the same line. Jared Bednar said earlier today that Nick Wah can play some wing, that he has done it in the playoffs before. Sounds like that is going to be the role for him as a part of the top 9 right now for the Avalanche. They can keep Jack Drury anchoring that fourth line. I mean, it's just two best players in the world, and then depth on depth on depth on depth. Locked and loaded. Here come the Avalanche.
Yeah, I like it. I'm excited. We've had, just to put the point out there, people had said, all right, but, Kadri's older. He's 35. Blah, blah. Guess what? He's not coming back to be asked to play the same role. He's not asked to be one of the top scoring guys on the top 6. He's coming back to give you some nastiness and hopefully some scoring on the bottom 6,
Brock
and that's
Nelson
what they need.
Has his old
Nelson
job.
has his role.
You're good. Yeah, you're good to go. And Nas, by the way, we talked to John Lyles earlier in the show. He talked about this is only going to make your power play better because of what Nas can do in that role as well. Last time I checked, the power play could use improvement, although it's been a little bit better of late. Again, this is an Avalanche team that is pushing all their chips to the middle of the table. They know they're in a championship window, and they're going for it. And that's exactly what you're supposed to do right now at this spot. Nathan McKinnon and Cale Makar are never going to be better than what they are right now in this moment. You have got 41 victories and the best record in the entire NHL. You have got your captain and Gabe Landeskog back. You traded Mikko Rantanen, and Marty Necas has stepped in here and turned into one of the best skill position players in the world. Andy, again, I cannot find the weakness on this team other than power play just has to find consistency. But you fix that by getting better players, right?
By the way, yes. And you get gritty. Look, you need guys that are going to get the gritty goals. We talked about that. You got to have an ugly goal here and there.
Yeah.
And, especially with Lehkonen out, I don't know how long he'll be out. Bednar promised he'd return before the end of the season. But Kadri can maybe give you a little of that nastiness too. By the way, I looked it up from when you asked the other day. No team with the worst power play in the NHL has ever won the Stanley Cup.
I wouldn't think so.
So you can't have that.
But you know what, Andy? Somebody always has to be the first.
Amen, brother.
The reason why it hasn't happened is just because nobody's done it
because the Avs haven't tried
Maybe
yet.
The Avalanche can be the team to do it. Also, you can suck at anything in the regular season.
Sure.
Just be better at it in the playoffs.
Please.
Yes.
We'd all like that.
Nazem Kadri back with Colorado. Victor Olofsson, we hardly knew ye. Go ahead, Spring.
High five.
Ooh, football news now.
Yeah.
Ooh, we're bouncing sport to sport. Let's go.
Hey, I'm going to read this from 9news.com, author Mike Kliss.
Shout out to Mike.
Yeah, he writes that the Broncos may have considered asking Ben Powers to accept a pay cut. And if Ben Powers didn't accept, the next step could have been a trade or release. Well, a source told 9 News last night that the Broncos decided not to ask Ben Powers for a pay cut, and they are not going to trade or release him.
Okay, so this is interesting. This is interestingly kind of reported. You know, as Mike writes, ultimately, the Broncos at their essence are not a strong arm tactic kind of organization. Here's what's funny about that. They used to be.
Yeah.
This was
under Elway.
This was a John Elway move.
Oh yeah,
all day long. Yeah.
I've known of Shanahan telling guys you ain't gonna pass physical, and I'm not talking about stink. I've heard from other guys you won't pass physical. You want to give me some money back, or I'll cut you.
Right. Exactly. Also, here's the other part of this. Okay. The Broncos had one of the best offensive lines in the entire NFL.
Yeah.
Why mess around and screw up anything that you had going on right there, okay? Alex Palczewski, yes, you gave him a 2-year deal, which I think made a lot of people think, oh, this means Ben Powers is expendable. Okay, you cut Ben Powers, you save $9 million, you throw that on your cap ledger, you can go spend like crazy on a running back or whatever high-priced item that you want. Ultimately, what the Broncos have decided is, no, our offensive line is awesome. You don't mess around with what's going on in the trenches. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Keep a strength to strength. And ultimately, they're going to keep Ben Powers around. The other part of this too, Andy, and I say this year in and year out, and somehow the Broncos managed to avoid the Grim Reaper. And I'm not saying they had perfect health on the offensive line last year, but when they got to the playoffs, they had everybody again. That so rarely happens in pro football. Don't get rid of these guys because everybody's looking for them.
Yeah. Here's also what I think is going on. If you go ahead and redo the contract, you can get some, voidable years, which is just fancy terms for dead money. And I think Greg Penner, and I wonder how much George Payton has maybe influenced this as a cap guy himself, or what he knows about it anyway. Don't do that.
Yeah.
Don't kick the puck. Look, he's already dealt with a couple years of dead money. I don't think Greg Penner likes wasting money. And he just did on 2 years of Russell Wilson's deal.
Sure.
So I don't think he wants to be doing any more of that. And look, at the end of the day, this is all what it is for now. Let's just say, and I don't know if it'll happen, let's just say that Palczewski finds a way to be better than Ben Powers in camp. Okay?
Yeah.
Well, then maybe we revisit this.
Maybe
story,
he's a starter.
Right?
Right.
And then all of a sudden, maybe Ben Powers, because people are always going to be looking for a lineman. It doesn't matter what time of year it is.
Absolutely.
So if for some reason Palczewski becomes the better player, Powers drops off, you still have a movable piece, so it doesn't matter.
You can, or you can, again.
Or you just keep your guys together and keep it working the way they were.
Or you just say to Ben Powers, you're our backup interior offensive lineman. Guess what?
Yeah.
Stay ready. We're going to need you.
And as we know, injuries happen at every position, especially O-line.
Yep. But this Broncos offensive line is one of the massive strengths of this team. It is a reason why Bo Nix has looked as good as he has. Don't mess with it, man. Broncos are locked and loaded. They really are.
And maybe this is also a warning to people out there. The big parade of free agents may not be coming.
It may not be. And I look, I think they're going to sign a running back.
I agree, and probably a middle linebacker.
I think they're going to sign a tight end. Yeah, probably a middle linebacker. I'm thinking one of the guys that was here is going to stay.
Yeah, I'm with you.
And also,
if not both.
Here's the other part of that, and a huge part of that is I don't think Vance Joseph wants to mess around with what works.
Yeah.
He had one of the best defenses in the entire NFL last year. Like, there is always, and Dre Greenlaw is an example of this, there is injury risk to it, and there is also just like, scheme fit is not automatic.
Yep. Nor is chemistry with the other guys.
Exactly. Play the guys that know exactly what they're doing in this system. Pro football is not always just a one-for-one talent trade-off. It is about how well do you do your job in this operation. And I think both Sternad and Singleton have showed us their ability to be able to do it.
Which is why maybe Greenlaw is the guy they mess with.
I think that what this ends up looking like is a Cade Otton, Dallas Goedert type of tight end signing, because they want a guy that can block and catch passes, and I think they sign a running back. But I don't think it's going to be Kenneth Walker. If they are high-end shopping, I think ETN is the highest end that they shop on. But I expect it more to look like a Rico Dowdle or a Tyler Algier kind of sign.
I agree. Although what Leggy told us about Algier, because I asked about him, he said he doesn't catch the ball. See, again, ETN catches the ball well enough.
Yeah.
That might be the guy I hope that they're willing to sign.
Spring.
High five.
Ooh,
yeah.
Back to hockey.
Tell everybody this again, the theme from NHL 94, just in case they don't know.
This also just feels like a Friday night sleepover with my buddies in junior high right now.
You just housed a cheap cheese pizza and
Hell
away we
yeah.
go.
Mm-hmm. Some Totinos. And
Well, I was thinking Domino's. Now, you know what I was thinking? $5 Fridays at
Tombstone?
Papa Murphy's.
Oh, there you go.
Let's go cook the $5. It is $5 Friday.
Okay.
I think I'm gonna go get me a sausage.
In the
I am. I've already got plans.
Whoa.
Well,
in the 90s at our house, it was Stouffer's French bread pizza.
yeah, the old boy. See, you and I didn't think we shared that kind of thing.
Oh.
My mom would slap a little of the sauce on a piece of French bread, some cheese. You make it yourself.
Yeah.
We made our own. What do you think of that?
Classy. Look at you. They're DIYing.
Boy, and you were so happy as a kid with what is. I ought to try that. Your kids have some French bread pizza. You've never tried this.
What about a bagel pizza?
I never was as into the bagel pizza as I was the French bread pizza. I guess I like the thicker cut of bread.
Freshman year, University of Illinois, Pennsylvania Avenue residence halls. They had one of those Quiznos type oven things, and you could make pizza bagels in there. They were freaking
Now, see, that might have
clutch.
changed my mind, but I had everything that fancy.
Yeah, they were that was living. Anyway, hockey trades, Spring.
Yeah, Andy, I know you're curious what's going on with the Stars and the Wild.
Yeah, the Wild
You
in
wanna
particular
know?
added
Well,
a few people.
He's wild curious.
So Dallas yesterday traded for forward Michael Bunting from the Predators for a third-round pick.
I prefer Michael swinging away.
Yeah, I feel like they're bunting on their playoff chances.
Well,
Hey-o.
he's a very Stars forward. He's
Okay.
gonna fit
I
in well,
read
as
that.
is defenseman Tyler Myers, big old dude who they traded for earlier this week from the Canucks. The Wild had previously traded for veteran center Michael McCarron from the Predators, and today they acquired winger Bobby Brink from the Flyers. That's a former DU Pioneer.
Bobby Brink.
Bobby Brink has 13 goals, 13 assists this season, or had that for the Flyers.
And they got the other Foligno brother, too.
They got a Foligno as well?
Yeah, they added Foligno. It's the first time the brothers get to play together.
A flying Foligno?
Yeah, they got him from Chicago.
Okay.
So
is that which one, Nick or the other one?
whoever was on Chicago. I
Okay.
think it's Nick, but I can't remember.
Okay. All right.
Lots of Knicks getting traded.
Okay. Nick's all over the place.
Yeah, that's true.
You got your Nick Wah.
If your name was Nick, you were changing the zip codes, huh?
Your Blankenberg.
I got Nicks in every area code. It doesn't rhyme, but
Nick's in to play the Nuggets tonight, by the way.
You're right.
It is.
And we've got a couple of Knicks ready to join the Avs.
It's and there's a new Knicks this week. Riley Bell Knicks.
Oh, that's right. Girl dad.
There's new.
Wow. It's all together.
We connected all of it.
Yeah, I you know what? Again, two teams, as you mentioned those trades, two stout teams just got more stout. I really hope they have to play each other in the first round. We need to keep that happening.
Yeah, but you know who they didn't get? That's Nazem Kadri. That's right. That's right. Let's go.
Yep, that's what I was waiting for. There it is.
That's
There
just
is.
it. Like these teams are all just chasing the Avalanche. You're all just chasing the Avs. Okay, like Bobby Brink. Okay, local kid, we like him. Michael Bunting, great.
Yeah, your
going
name's
to Dallas.
Bunting. How good could you be?
Exactly.
Watch, that'll be famous last words.
Yes, it feels to me like they're sacrificing something by acquiring Bunting. This is an example again of again, go for it. And I know 7-game series and goalies get hot, blah blah blah. Ottinger could go play out of his mind, all that good stuff. Gustafsson could just be amazing. This Avalanche team is as deep and talented a team as you will see in the salary cap era of the NHL. Anything less than hoisting the cup is a letdown.
Yeah, and they're letting you know.
Yep. And
They
that's how
are.
they're treating it.
Because they added three in Kulak, in Wah, and in Kadri.
Yep.
Kadri, whatever you like. They've added 3 guys that have won the cup, and they know what it takes. And remember, in our final interview with Peter McNabb, one of the things he told us during that interview, he said, There's just something about when you've done it and knowing you can do it versus the guys that don't know if they can do it.
And guys like that, they also, like, you will not get grumbling out of them because they know what it takes. I will make this sacrifice so my team can get it done. And Nazem Kadri has shown here in Denver, he will make those sacrifices.
Well, and all those guys, it's not about next year. We're going all in for this year. So I like it.
Let's do it. Spring.
High five. By the way, a lot of different breads offered up for pizza.
Oh, yeah?
On the text line.
Any cinnamon raisin?
Yeah. Good. No, come on. Pizza?
Anybody stoned enough
raisin
for that?
on a pizza? Come on. I guess if you're desperate. Back to the NFL.
Yeah, hey, who's going to be the Jets quarterback?
Nobody wants to be.
According to Connor Hughes of SNY, Carson Wentz is Jets' new offensive coordinator, Frank Reich's preferred option because of the relationship they built during the time they previously spent together.
They won a lot of games together there, didn't they?
I guess. Like,
no, they didn't.
No. But what I mean is if you're, like, I'm just thinking, like, if you're Frank Reich, okay? You're the Jets offensive coordinator. It hasn't gone well for Frank Reich, by the way.
It hasn't gone well for Carson Wentz either.
That Carolina thing was not awesome
wild.
for
that
him.
Was weird, right?
Yeah, it was really bad, and now he has to be the Jets offensive coordinator. So, like, I get what he's thinking, Andy. Like, save yourself the brain damage. Get somebody that actually speaks the same language as you and go and get Carson Wentz. You're not going to win any games, but maybe you'll hate your job a little less.
Somebody just... Sounds from last week. Whatever happened to Nick Foles? Whatever did happen to Nick Foles? How is he not still
retired,
in the mix
right?
with all this? I know, but dude, the guy wouldn't want to come back for $10 million a year. He could get $10 million a year. $10 million?
I don't know. Nick Foles has been out of the league since 2022.
Okay, Phillip Rivers came back and played.
He is 37.
Okay, Phillip Rivers is 47.
Also, like, Andy, like,
I don't think that's true.
You got to figure carrying that around all these years. Nick Foles probably doesn't walk. He doesn't walk properly anymore, right? Nothing.
No, I mean,
no.
I think of the Michael Scott famous line and add that at your leisure.
Okay. Go ahead, Spring.
High five.
And finally, a couple of releases. The Raiders have released Geno Smith. The Texans have released Joe Mixon.
Maybe Geno Smith could go back to the Jets. Get punched by
now,
somebody.
Hold on. Didn't the Raiders release Geno Smith and he put out a thank you God tweet? I'm dead serious. I think that happened.
That's amazing if that's true. Oh, Geno Smith is my hero if that happened.
He said God is good. He's got a plan, and it's not with the Raiders.
Like, do you remember that 10-7 game last night? How could we forget?
Yes.
I did have moments in that game where I was just like, I'm legitimately feeling bad for Geno right now. He is just getting his brains splattered out there, and it is. Do you remember how quick that pass rush was closing on him that night? It was unbelievable. That was as ineffective an offensive performance as you will ever see. It looked like the Broncos were playing a Division II offense out there. It was unbelievable.
I'm looking at the account. I'm trying to find the account as quick as yep, there it is, Geno.
He did a thank you, God. He's my hero if he really.
Oh, now I'm worried it was like some kind of just.
Did you get tricked into it?
I can't.
Okay.
Somebody put it out there. I thought he might have. Wait.
Waiting.
I think maybe he's got a bunch of God tweets, and now I'm not quite sure. There it is. God is the greatest. Thank you, Lord. Greg hands emoji. That was 8 hours ago.
Amazing.
Thank you, God.
Thank you, God.
God, no, wait. God is the greatest. He got released by the Raiders and puts out a God is the greatest. And I don't care if the timeline lines up or not. I'm saying that's how it went down.
Of the deities, I would definitely say God is elite.
All I know is, what I love about is that a beef tweet? Could that have been a beef tweet?
It is.
That counts as a beef tweet, right? Not thank you for all you did. Hey, sorry, Kyler Murray saying, sorry, I failed you. Geno Smith goes, God is great. I'm not a Raider.
Nazem Kadri, Aaron Gordon. It's all happening tonight. Actually, Nas isn't playing for the Avalanche tonight, but Nick Waugh is. He'll be back on Sunday. It's all happening here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. So enjoy it, everybody. We are back on Monday. We look forward to talking to you then. Have a great night, everybody. Drive safely. We'll see you.